I have no intention of killing Kinlan as he will be a future ally, Ziki said. As Kinlan mumbled, Ziki added that he just wanted to lighten the mood a bit. Before Kinlan could even understand, Ziki smiled and said he wanted to see how humans would react now. Kinlan, surprised, asked, "You mean people?" Ziki unexpectedly shouted, "Run!" And Kinlan, flustered, chased after him, muttering, "Damn it, I knew it." In the chaotic escape, Dai Chit's team pursued Ziki and Kinlan but couldn't catch them. Everyone was exhausted. "Tisk, those two are too fast. We lost them," Dai Chit said. She immediately shouted for them to scatter and find those two, not to let them go at any cost. Inside a building, Ziki and Kinlan were walking when Kinlan spoke. "Somehow we successfully shook them off." Ziki smiled and said, "This prank always amuses me. Now go inside and get your mask." Before Kinlan could understand what was happening, Ziki said, "There will be a man in a fedora inside that house." "What kind of mask?" Kinlan asked. Ziki replied, "If you want to participate in the meeting, it's a mask that can perfectly conceal your divine power. You must hide all your personal information." "Aren't you going in?" Kinlan asked. Ziki replied, "The man inside is Lot's apostle. If we go in together, it's as good as telling him I'm your apostle." Kinlan said, "Ah," and went in alone. He descended the stairs, which seemed to go on endlessly. As he went down, he realized he never knew such a place existed in low novel. Entering the shop, Kinlan was surprised to see a bizarre skeleton bound in chains. "Hello?" Kinlan turned, and a woman asked, "Customer, what are you looking for?" Kinlan was surprised that he hadn't sensed her presence at all. He asked her, "You're a golem, aren't you?" And from behind a door a man replied, "Well, customer, you have good eyes." He then walked out and told the woman, "Go inside. I will personally attend to this customer." He introduced himself. "Welcome to Hector's General Store. I am the owner of this establishment. Please call me Hector." Kinlan recalled the fedora Ziki had mentioned. This was the person Ziki was talking about. Hector laughed heartily, a mask in his hand, and said, "You seem to be the taciturn type." Hector held up the mask and asked, "This is what you need, isn't it?" As Kinlan reached out to take it, Hector's gaze fell upon the bracelet on Kinlan's hand, and he exclaimed loudly, "That bracelet, please show me that bracelet." Kinlan didn't understand yet. Hector laughed and said, "Haha, you don't know that to do this job you need exceptional discerning eyes? While I can't be certain about that bracelet, I can tell it's a peerless item. It's been a long time since I've seen such a perfect item in person. If I'm not mistaken, this bracelet existed in the Age of Light, didn't it?" Kinlan said, "I'm sorry. This is a limited edition piece of equipment." Hector stood up and approached, saying, "Even I can't create something like this. Just let me see it for a moment." Kinlan raised his hand and replied, "I admire your desire to learn, but I'm sorry." Hector's face turned fierce. "Oh, is no not an option?" Kinlan said. "It would be better if you stopped while you still can." He was surprised to see Hector kneeling and bowing his head, pleading, "Please, just let me touch it once, please." Kinlan thought, "Is this what he means? I knew it. How is that hat still stuck to his head?" Hector grabbed Kinlan's pants and said, "Just once. If you let me touch that item just once, I can die in peace." Kinlan, flustered, said, "No, stop. People will misunderstand if they see us." Kinlan thought, that guy to abandon his pride to that extent. Kinlan said, Then may I ask you one question?" Hector replied, "Yes." "Anything, customer?" Kinlan asked, "Can you create a golem with 1 million mana cores?" Hector replied, 1 million mana? Do you possess such a thing?" Kinlan laughed and said, "Just asking." Hector thought, "It's difficult." Kinlan said, "I thought so." Hector said, "The best alchemist I know said it's impossible." Hector laughed heartily and said, "The best? Do you know who you're talking to? There are 3 most outstanding alchemists on this continent. The first is the Tower Lord of the 11th Magic Tower." Kinlan said, "I thought there were only 10 magic towers." Hector said, "There are 11. His master is one of the secret guardians of the Catco Empire. I'll tell you only this much." Kinlan thought, "That guy sounds like a multi-level marketer." Hector continued, "The second is a demigod living in the northern ice and snow region. He is known more as a mage than an alchemist, but his knowledge of alchemy is equal to that of the Tower Lord of the 11th Magic Tower. Well, it's not surprising since he's lived for over 1,000 years, but he's just another damned fellow." Kinlan asked, "So you're saying that demigod is the best alchemist?" Hector replied, Possibly, but he's difficult to approach. He sequesters himself deep in the mountains and only studies magic. If you're not careful, you'll lose your life on the way there." Kinlan said, "I'm very interested in such people." Hector continued, "And the last is me." Kinlan stood up, went towards the item and said, "How much is this?" "I knew he'd say that." Hector said, "That's true." Kinlan looked in the mirror and replied, "Guys who call themselves the best are all talk." Hector said, "I'm not lying to you. I'm not all talk." Kinlan looked at Hector and Hector laughed and said, "Haha, currently I'm trapped in this human body, so it's hard for people to believe me. Because I have to maintain this appearance and demeanor." Kinlan seemed to believe him and asked, "Then what's your true identity?" Hector replied, "Although I am like this now, I was once a much higher being revered by humanity. I had skin so thick that not even the smallest sword could pierce it, a colossal body that could block out the sun, and a transcendent heart brimming with immense energy. But I lost everything to a demigod. He discovered my knowledge and imprisoned me here. The demigod kept me by his side as if to mock my past glory." Kinlan was surprised and tried to speak, but Hector said, "I am a dragon." Old records flashed through Benang's mind. The dragon race was annihilated, no dragon corpses were found, and only one egg remained. Kane Inen whispered to him that logically the evaporation of dragon corpses was not natural. Not a single drop of precious blood would disappear. The demigods must have swept everything away. He confirmed again. "Were you a dragon?" Hector exhaled smoke and spoke as if shaking off memories. "Aha, now I'm just an apostle. I'm sorry to tell you a boring story. Don't pay too much attention to what I said, Kinlan thought. If this man is telling the truth, the demigods didn't exterminate the dragon race, but gathered the dragon souls and made them their subordinates. That's plausible. And that's exactly what demigods always do. He put out his cigarette and pointed to the ceiling, explaining the special characteristics of this place. You're a sensitive person. You must be wondering why the demigod put me here, aren't you? This is where all apostles must come to receive this mask, he spoke, his voice softening, about the contempt he had experienced in the past and the rare comfort he had just received. Since it became known that the great dragon had become a demigod's dog, barely clinging to life, most apostles mocked me. Because the others also thought the same when they contracted with a demigod. He put out his cigarette and continued. Other demigods told other apostles about my current situation, to say that contracting with a demigod was the best choice of our lives, but you are different. Instead of mocking, you listened and empathized. Well, at least I feel much more at ease thanks to those feelings. Kin shook his head, correcting the name of the emotion. No, that's not empathy, it's respect. 4,000 years ago, the first to warn humanity of the danger of demigods was the dragon race. In fact, in the Great War 4,000 years ago, humanity could only hide behind the dragon's wings and provide support. The only beings who could stand against the demigods one-on-one were the dragons. That's why my master paused for a moment and resolved, we haven't lost yet, and we are still in the lead. Hector was momentarily dazed, then laughed heartily as if looking at his old self. Haha, it seems you're also in a similar situation, customer. Kin then asked about the rest of his race. Are the other dragons like you? Hector nodded slightly, briefly indicating that their fates were divided into two. Some are and the rest are already dead. Oh, don't worry too much about it, as I said, that's in the past. Then he pushed the mask forward, ending their first conversation. Here you go. Kai took it and asked, are you still staying here? The owner smiled wryly, reminding him once again of his invisible chains. Of course, to be precise, I am trapped here. Kane Indar immediately demanded a new body for the golem with 1 million mana cores. Please create a body for that golem. Hector raised an eyebrow, pricing it, not forgetting his role as a merchant. The price won't be cheap. After all, I'm a merchant now too. Kin asked about the payment method and immediately got to the point. How do you wish to pay? The owner glanced at the bracelet, intending to price it with something he cherished. How about that bracelet? Kin nodded casually, urging his agreement. All right. Hector gasped in disbelief when his opponent agreed too quickly. Ha, Kin added, as if stamping the condition with the honor of the dragon race, but you must promise me one thing on the honor of the dragon race. Hector laughed loudly, confessing the test he had just performed and clearly stating his real demand. You know quite a few interesting stories. The bracelet was a joke. Don't misunderstand. I won't refuse a promise on the honor of the dragon race. I just wanted to test you. Haha, just letting me touch it once is enough. It has no meaning for me to keep it anyway. Do you have any specific conditions for the golem's design, like its appearance? Kin waved his hand and said concisely, no, it's enough if it can synchronize with my core. Everything else doesn't matter. He nodded, estimating the time and effort required to find materials and create it. Is that all? It will take me at least 6 months to find the materials and create it, so come back around then. As he climbed the stairs, Ziki was waiting, tapping the toe of his shoe, looking bored. Honestly, I thought I'd die of boredom waiting for you. Did you get lost? Kane touched his neck, using the endless stairs as an excuse. Then he immediately moved on to the plan. The stairs down were too long. What are we doing next? Ziki said. We still have a month until our scheduled meeting. Ziki waved his hand towards the mountain range surrounding Low Novel as he climbed the mountain, speaking casually, but his words were stinging. Low Novel is called the Land of Knights, but it's the most garbage human country I know. With such a reputation, they're just damned fools trying to maintain his legacy, Kin repeated, as if confirming who he was. He shrugged, concluding bitterly, well, it's not surprising. Every country has its good and bad people. Then Ziki pointed to that mountain over there. Kin praised the scenery before knowing the mountain's other side. Truly impressive. A vast mountain range surrounding a wide area called Low Novel. Ziki's next words were like a blade, stripping away the horror. Maki Dalamam. He is the most garbage knight among all the knights of Low Novel. He uses everything to satisfy his perverted acts, and that mountain range holds his slave farm. Kanan's anger erupted. Slaves? Ziki exposed the dirty truth and added the training objective. You're probably surprised, aren't you? But slaves still exist. In fact, there aren't even enough supplies for the garbage nobles. You said you wouldn't feel guilty executing such damned bastards, didn't you? Didn't you? Plus, you also need to train more in using divine power for the meeting next month. Kanan paused and said, all right. As if deciding his answer, Ziki glanced at the mountain and immediately demanded, second, destroy that slave farm on that mountain. He raised his hand, pointing to the dark mountain range, and briefly commanded, wipe out that slave farm. Kanan slightly furrowed his brow, still adhering to his habit of verifying things himself. I need to see it for myself and confirm it first. Seeing that, Ziki asked sharply, as if provoking his opponent. Are you hesitating? Because you have to kill people? He turned and disappeared like a gust of wind, replying dryly. Because I don't easily trust others' words. Ziki looked up at his retreating figure and said briefly, farewell. In the fortress the guards were strict only on paper. He moved silently like a shadow along the old tree roots, then taking advantage of a sky soldier still dozing, he leapt onto the rampart. From there he looked down and saw prisons densely packed with people, monsters and AO tribesmen like a medieval black market. A man walked by carrying a woman on his shoulder, muttering, "The weather is terrible." His comrade turned and asked, "Where have you been?" "Come here," the cold-hearted fat man numbly added as he tossed a woman down to the base of the city wall where corpses and bones were intermingled. "Who would know if she died from abuse?" The thin man gritted his teeth and snapped. "Again, you pervert," he then sternly warned. "Enough, you bastard. Too many slaves are dying these days, and it wouldn't be good for Marquis de Lamon to get suspicious." The fat man scoffed, saying disdainfully, "That noble only cares about fairies." The other person suspiciously asked again, "The one you just threw wasn't a fairy, was she?" It was enough evidence. Kane openly acknowledged it, his voice as cold as a scythe of death. "Here's your answer." A soldier shrieked in surprise at the name Ziki. "Ha, who's there?" They hurled curses and charged at him. "You bastard, where did you come from?" Kane, step by step as if interrogating their hypocritical pride, asked. "I heard Low Novel is a country that inherited the pride of knights, isn't that right?" He clenched his lips and changed his voice to a verdict. "The pride of knights? Do you even have such a thing?" They burst into laughter, openly spitting on the word pride. "What nonsense are you talking about?" He growled softly, and their fate was sealed. Wrong answer. A lightning-fast blow was dealt and their bones and flesh burst like rotten hay. The alarm blared throughout the fortress immediately. A fully armed legion surrounded him. Pled watched these human-shaped devils. He recognized that they wore armor and had taken the knight's oath. He muttered to himself, "Lucet, what would you do if you saw this?" In his mind, the image of Lucet the swordsman stood majestically in the wind, sword and shield in hand. Lost in thought, he immediately made a decision. "Yes, I will do it for you." At the same time, the soldiers, unaware of their own strength, fiercely charged at him. In a distant room, a glass of red wine flew and struck a soldier's forehead, and a sharp curse erupted. "Dead again?" The soldier clutched his head and muttered softly, "I'm sorry, Marquis de Lamon." The Marquis, shouting like a fat, annoyed dwarf, emphasized his favorite goods. "You know how much I value fairies, don't you? Do you know how much one costs? I'm sick of looking at you, so get out of here right now." The cook asked about the familiar disposal method. "Marquis de Lamon, how shall we dispose of the dead fairy?" He rolled his eyes and mumbled as if reading the daily menu. "What do you mean, how?" "Do as you always do." Then he sighed as if bored. "Pork with sauce again today." The cook bowed, receiving the order. "Yes, I'll prepare it right away." Another soldier, gasping for breath and with a bloodless face, rushed in. "Marquis de Lamon," he shouted loudly as if complaining about the loss of goods. "Now, is there another dead fairy?" The other person stammered, correcting him. "No, there's an intruder." He waved his hand, scolding them as if it were a trivial matter. "You idiots, why do you report every little thing? You should deal with it yourselves. How much salary do I pay you?" The soldier gulped, confessing that the situation was out of control. "Well, all the knights have fallen." The Marquis's face turned pale and he let out a short shriek. "Ha!" Just then, the wall cracked and broke, sending him tumbling backward like a leak. Leo roll. He shrieked, "Ouch!" his eyes wide. Before he could even comprehend what had happened, a foot was placed on his stomach and a trembling question burst out. "What is this?" Kane looked down and spoke with a mixture of annoyance and contempt. "Lose some weight, you fatso. You're not some bloated pig." He spun around and shouted at the cook, trying to regain some authority. "What are you dawdling for? Kill that guy right now." As soon as the kitchen knife was swung, it broke before an invisible shield. A lightning-fast flash shattered everything. A pathetic squeal like a pig's burst out. The Marquis shouted at the fleeing soldier, "You bastard. Stop right there." The answer was another explosion. With all his comrades gone, he trembled, distraught, and bargained. "What's your goal? If it's money?" Kane scoffed, and with an increasingly cold voice, as if informing him of the procedure, said, "I'm a bit annoyed right now, so it's going to take a while. Just bear with it. Where should I start?" Divine power exploded from his scythe-like eyes, engulfing the entire fortress. Screams echoed through the mountainside, creating a terrible noise pollution across the entire area. After clearing the mess, he stood quietly in the fortress. He was so lonely it seemed even his breath was swallowed by the cold wind. In that heavy waiting, Ziki appeared behind him like a shadow in the eyes and spoke. "It seems it's over." He didn't turn around, answering dryly. "Not yet. There's still left." His gaze was directed at the iron cages filled with bars. Inside, countless exhausted lives were trapped. Immediately, Ziki descended as lightly as mist and with a few concise movements unlocked all the chains. The slaves, driven mad by torture, stumbled out, still staring blankly at the two strangers. Ziki spoke with a voice as calm as a lake. "Go, you are now free." One of them stumbled and asked. His words were broken by sobs. "What is freedom? I have never been free." What is freedom? He didn't lack knowledge of the concept. It was just that the freedom he had once cherished had died with his family and kin, all hope gone, so he no longer found a reason to live. In the end, he let out a bitter breath and asked to be killed instead. Such feelings were not his alone. Freedom, arriving too late, felt like an unfamiliar gift, and people had forgotten they once needed it. Ziki closed his eyes, approached quietly, and in a low voice as if promising fate, said, "If you wish, I promise to end it for you most swiftly so you may sleep peacefully without knowing what happened." Pled raised a hand to stop him, stepping forward with an iron-cold demeanor. "I will handle this." He looked directly at the man who had lost hope in life, interrogating him with words as heavy as stone. "Is what you want pity or anger? Unfortunately, I cannot give you the peace you desire. But do not misunderstand. I am not saving you out of pity." Then he pressed again, cutting off all escape routes. "You want me to kill you? Unfortunately, I will not. This is all I can do. What happens next is entirely up to you." As soon as he finished speaking, some tried to tear at their heads while others stood dazed, not knowing where to step. Long years of living by others' will had completely eroded their own. Kanan cut off their thoughts and with a bone-cutting voice pointed the way. But within a month I will kill all those who made you this way. There are still many people like you trapped and they too are despairing like you. But do you think they also want to die? I have no interest in them or you. I just want to kill all those greedy pigs who only know how to stuff themselves." Then he returned the definition of what they had just asked. "What is freedom? Why ask me? Shouldn't you go and see with your own eyes?" As soon as he finished speaking, the two turned their backs on the newly released prisoners and decided their path. In another castle, Ziki leaned against the window, muttering like an old man complaining. "Strange, I clearly advised them to live, but I ended up becoming the villain. Did I want to be Dasugi Joe?" Kanin rested his chin on his hand and spoke with a dry, sandy voice. "I just want them to accept the truth easily. If you give hope to someone who has never had it, it will only bring them pain." In his mind there was a sour curse. "Dasugi Joe, my foot." Then he slowly explained the plan. "If you suddenly give freedom to someone who doesn't know what it is, it's no different from a death sentence. What they need is not freedom but time to think for themselves." Outside the castle gate, some slaves rose and stumbled away. Perhaps they went to find what the world called freedom, a name they themselves did not yet understand. Perhaps they would simply disappear into the mist, but at least they survived. "As long as they exist, they have the right to do anything," Kane added. "It's like taking a step towards self-realization. You probably wouldn't know. If they save someone in the same situation, they will realize for themselves the meaning of the freedom we gave them." Ziki unconsciously repeated the two words he had just heard as if savoring them. The meaning of freedom. They continued their journey. In fact, for them, the journey was light. In the next sturdy castle, Pled blew everything up without needing to scout. The human-shaped devils were neatly dealt with by him. The rescued slaves were no longer weak. They punished their oppressors like a storm. They broke their chains and were no longer whipped. They were completely liberated. The soldiers fled in disarray, shouted to each other, "Run!" The door broke. People helped each other, sometimes even saving strangers they had just met, especially the werewolf who had been determined to die. In another castle, Pled only created an explosion to start the commotion and then came out. The next conquest was taken back by the former slaves themselves. They cheered as they looked at the piles of bricks that had once imprisoned them, now turned to dust. At that moment, all the slave camps belonging to Low Novel disappeared from the map. Kane returned to the people who had been sweating for a month and said, "You've worked hard for a month. Your work is done now." He looked around at them, as if unable to believe the sheer scale of what they had just done. "So many already?" The werewolf stepped forward as a representative. "Then are we free?" He patted his shoulder, concluding briefly and clearly. "That is your decision," he smiled and said to everyone, encouraging them, yet also seemingly reaffirming his own path. "Everyone, you've worked hard, but it will be truly difficult to feed so many people, but we will try. Because now I am no longer alone. As you said, we must realize what freedom is for ourselves." Then his body trembled. As soon as he grasped the core, tears burst forth. "This is freedom." Seeing that sight, he felt a warmth in his heart and asked to open the next chapter. "What do you plan to do next?" He presented the goal for the entire group. "We are going to Mount H. Pana to build a village where humans cannot approach." He listened and then laughed softly, as if scoffing, but it was an expression of agreement. "Sounds good." Harmless monsters gathered in one place. He was still crying, still talking, still trying to clean up his blunder. "Anyway, this is better. What monster could be scarier than humans?" Then he hastily corrected himself. "Oh no, Lord Kane is different, of course," he concurred with a smile. He mustered all his courage, bowed and thanked him. "Thank you very much, Your Majesty. I will not forget this kindness." He waved his hand, saying lightly as if in the wind, "You can forget it." In the end they stood before the castle gate, seeing off various people heading off to find their own happiness and freedom. Ziki turned around and, as if summarizing a life lesson, said, "It seems they've found the meaning of freedom. You knew it would turn out this way from the beginning, didn't you?" He laughed and shook his head in denial. He merely expressed belief. "No, I just believed in the inextinguishable flame within them." Ziki said nothing more, concluding that humans could be crueler than demons or holier than angels. They were truly an interesting species. After a moment, Kane urged on the schedule. "All right, Ziki, we should leave now, shouldn't we? I've almost erased all traces of mana. The meeting will start soon, and if we don't go now, we'll be late." Ziki replied as if remembering a hidden detail. "Ah, come to think of it, I haven't told you yet, have I? Why we came here?" He tilted his head, waiting for the next words, and Ziki turned around and said in a sparkling voice, "Because this is where the meeting will be held." The news struck his head like a bolt from the blue. From beginning to end, the guild members still hid in the darkness, following the two's footsteps. A crackling sound leaked from a crevice in the wall. "The demigod's apostle is liberating slaves." Charlotte frowned, casting suspicion into the air. "What's his motive?" Another pondered separately. Surprised that there was a giant slave camp near Ziki, suddenly the sky tore open and a cross-shaped light flashed. Kane muttered blankly. Finally, the guild side shrieked in disarray. Their voices cracked with fear. "The sky is splitting open." Charlotte trembled, her tongue constantly twisting, but she still had to give instructions to the team. "We've entered the demigod's barrier. We must not leave here until the meeting is over." She finished speaking and, looking at the dazzling light, changed her decision. "Perhaps it's a good thing. Since it's come to this, we need to get closer and see what's happening for ourselves." Kane wore the mask, completely concealing his traces. A huge pillar of fire crashed down, revealing Anarchy engulfed in flames. His colossal body was like a fortress. Ziki called his name in a low voice, reminding his friend, "Anarchy, ancestor of Kaya's fire, shut up now." The two looked up as he walked out majestically, carving fire patterns with his heels. He spoke in an indifferent yet arrogant voice. "It seems I'm the first to arrive." Behind him was an apostle with a covered face. Cain thought to himself, "He can also change his appearance, then Ziki must have another appearance too," Anarchy said. "Truly unexpected." "I didn't think you'd come first and tidy things up," he replied. "Because I was closest." Anarchy turned his eyes to him and asked, "Is that your apostle?" He seems quite capable," Ziki replied. "Anarchy, you've made an apostle." He replied, "Ah, I've finally found someone I like." Cain's heart sank, and as soon as he turned his eyes he found a familiar face. He asked himself why he was here. 3 more apocalypse appeared at the crossroads. Anatha, Genie, note. He called them all apocalypse and stopped at Genie. It was the first time he had seen a female apocalypse. She was the one who founded the Blett family. His gaze slid to the next figures. Note and Anatha, memories from 4,000 years ago, rushed in like a wave. The commander was too strong. Even he, Isaac, Casson and Lucid combined couldn't defeat him. Zell breathed out as if having arrived just in time. "It seems I'm not too late." Ziki asked suspiciously about how they had come together. "How did the 3 of you come together?" She grinned, half revealing a secret. "We found an interesting phenomenon and we're on our way to see it together." Ziki frowned. "Interesting, you'll find out soon." She didn't explain further, laughing loudly. The meeting continued to be spied upon and all eyes were focused. They whispered that the apocalypse had finally all gathered, but Lot's face was still not visible. Suddenly Noda turned around and said concisely like the wind, "There's an intruder." Meeting participants were jolted awake by the announcement that they had been discovered. They had definitely erased their mana completely, hadn't they? Cain looked around, wondering if the guild members had followed them. Noda added in an arrogant voice that they were already trapped within Lot's barrier. "They won't be able to get out even if they get in. Pitiful creatures. They'll be outside the city gate now." Cain felt an aura as powerful as a small legion outside the city gate, and only then realized that Marquis de Novel had sent the Hawk Dragon Knights to hide the slave camp. He sneered softly. Then he turned to Ziki and said as if puzzled, "That's strange, Ziki, there's no way you wouldn't have sensed them, is there?" Ziki casually waved his hand. "Of course I knew, it's just so many people that I'm worried about the god's punishment." Noda arrogantly shrugged. "Then I'll take care of them." Ziki reminded him like a warning sign on the roadside. "Are you sure with that many heads you won't be able to avoid the god's punishment?" Noda chuckled and flew out of the city gate. Anatha turned to Ziki and challenged him. "Ziki, how are you managing this? Low Novel is your designated area." The two exchanged bullet-like glances. Zell Charrot also added a remark. "That's right, Ziki. Pay a little more attention. Lot didn't say the meeting would be here. I just thought he needed a place." Just then Noda's true form appeared outside the city gate and the soldiers screamed at the immense sight. "What is that? What is that monster?" He looked down at the tiny people like toys and offered a chilling compliment. "How cute. I'll give you a gift." As he snapped his fingers, the soldiers' vitality was instantly sucked away, turning them all into dry bones, and their screams subsided as if their necks had been broken. "Death is the best gift, isn't it?" He turned back and added a lingering remark. The guild members gritted their teeth in horror. Hundreds of Black Dragon Knights vanished with a single snap of a finger. Noda returned, triumphant, confessing an old habit. "It's been a while since I've enjoyed a good slaughter." Cain trembled. "This is the realm that Kai the Hydra could never reach. With my current power I can't touch anyone here. Killing a 9-star Hydra is nothing to brag about." Suddenly, a command for spatial contraction rang out. "Come inside." A faint shadow shimmered behind him. Lot, the invisible monster, had arrived. He widened his eyes and thought, "Finally the anomaly has returned." He and the god spoke to their kin, to an old friend, as if greeting them. "Long time no see, my lovable kin." He still vividly remembered that numb, unpleasant face from 4,000 years ago, that outline that appeared and disappeared according to his mood. Noda spoke as if to console him, but only fueled more suspicion. "You should be happy, Ziki. You don't have to worry about God punishing you." Ziki, surprised, asked, "What do you mean?" Lot did not answer immediately, and the surroundings seemed quiet, but within each demigod a conspiracy was hidden. As Lot waved his hand, the materials changed, and the broken city wall was restored to its original state. Everyone moved together. Lot said, "Long time no see," then stared at Ziki, suddenly rushed forward and embraced him, greeting his oldest brother and friend. Pled's eyes widened at the sight. "Ziki is God's oldest friend?" Taking advantage of the moment, Ziki pressed Noda. "Noda, what do you mean I don't have to worry about God's punishment?" He didn't answer, merely reminding him, "You haven't answered God yet." As God waved his hand to silence them, Zell Charrot presented an item, and introduced it. "Ziki, this is it. Its name is Illunium." Ziki tilted his head. "Illunium, I've never heard that name before." She chuckled. "Of course not, we just discovered it and named it." Ziki was still suspicious, she continued, pointing to the lump of grayish metal. "See, right now it just looks like ordinary metal, doesn't it? But watch closely." She broke it and licked it with her tongue, and immediately pure blue energy blossomed around her body. Ziki, flustered, asked, "Your divine power is gone?" She coughed and waved her hand. "Looks that way, doesn't it? But as you can see, my divine power is abundant. This is the power of Yuhi," Zell Charrot continued, revealing her original purpose. "Actually, my original purpose in creating Illunium was to temporarily freeze divine power. The guild members were chasing us too much, and it was annoying. But whether it was a success or a failure, it didn't match my original purpose, because I created a substance that allows me to freely control divine power without leaving any traces. She directly pointed out a loophole in the rules, adding, if you eat this you can temporarily deceive the gods' rules, meaning no matter how many lives you take you won't be punished by the gods, but it's still in the experimental stage, so I haven't been able to make much of it. Later I plan to make it into a liquid for easier use, but for now even making a small amount is very difficult, and finding the ingredients isn't easy, so you'll have to use it sparingly. Saying that, she gave Zeke a lump and told him to break it into pieces and eat it. We'll be selling this soon. Zeke furrowed his brow at the thought that apostles would become useless if this substance was released into the market. Noda caught that expression. Your reactions are always new, Zeke. Aren't you happy that you have the chance to kill as many insects as you want? He put the substance into his pocket and replied casually. Not necessarily. Noda narrowed his eyes, recalled a memory, and said with a trembling voice, Indeed you've changed, Zeke. Ever since you killed Lucid 4,000 years ago, you've been getting stranger and stranger. Pled flinched. Zeke was the one who killed Lucid, he recalled the goddess's words. The swordsman Lucid had died with his homeland. So that final blow came from Zeke's hand after all. But Zeke merely looked back at Noda and sighed with the weight of ages. It's already been 4,000 years, Noda. You're the stranger for not changing. He dismissed the perfect thesis, countering, Don't talk nonsense. The concept of perfection doesn't apply to perfect beings like us. Zeke, slowly emphasizing the core of their disagreement, stated, That's where our thoughts differ. We are not perfect beings, he growled. You, Zeke, then snorted and changed the subject. Speaking of which, Hydra is dead, Zeke replied. I don't know, I just heard the news myself. Anatha, surprised, asked, What? When did he die? Everyone fell silent. Instead, they cast suspicious glances at Zeke. Pled, watching from afar, also caught those sharp glances. Indeed, it's suspicious. God approached and chastised in a low, brotherly voice. Noda, Anatha, what are you doing to your kin? They bowed their heads and all said in unison, Forgive us, God, we were too hasty. God smiled evilly, then returned to his impassive face and said consolingly, Understand them, Zeke. They're just being overly sensitive. Zeke replied curtly, It doesn't matter. Everyone was surprised by that remark. Everyone knew that God treated Zeke exceptionally. God was the first conscious energy mass, separating from rules, and the next being Zeke. Even when Zeke abandoned Low Novel and fled into the forest to live in isolation in a hut, God never reprimanded him. Because of this favoritism, the East still harbored resentment. Zeke brought the meeting back to the main point. Let's get to the point. Did God call this meeting to find the traitor? And these two suspect that God himself is the traitor, don't they? To this question, God merely chuckled and said consolingly, Don't overthink it, Zeke. Yes, the other demigods haven't arrived yet, but it's getting boring waiting, isn't it? Shall we start a game of truth? Suddenly he proposed a strange game. Zel Cherat furrowed her brow. A game of truth, God nodded. It's about revealing your apostle's identity. What? She muttered in confusion. Revealing an apostle's identity amidst mutual suspicion is tantamount to exposing one's only weakness. It's like offering your neck. Pled also felt a chill down his spine. If his identity was revealed, the future would be full of obstacles. He secretly asked Zeke, What should I do now? How can you be so calm? Zel Cherat raised her voice. God, this is no time for jokes. I don't think there's a traitor among us, but if I harbored such a thought. God cut her off and confirmed the game rules. You must do it. And pointing to himself, he said, I will be the first to reveal my apostle. Everyone cried out in surprise. What, God, are you serious? Pled thought for a moment. Wait, this might actually be an opportunity. He pondered for a moment. This is a rare chance to uncover a secret. If I know who Lot's apostle is, I'll have a chance to defeat Lot. As that thought lingered in his mind, Anatha spoke. Stop, Lot. Don't reveal your apostle. You are the center of the demigods. If there truly is a traitor here, there would only be one reason for them to risk coming to this meeting. It would be to find your apostle. Despite her dissuasion, he pretended to be indifferent and said teasingly, Hey, you can't exclude me, can you? It's illogical for me to propose it and then not participate, isn't it? Anatha continued the conversation. Anatha is right, Noda firmly confirmed, adding his support. I also agree with Anatha. Zel Cherat also nodded. Of course I think so too. Now only Zeke's opinion remained. God intervened as if to lock down this chaotic situation. This matter is getting more and more complicated, Kane, watching from outside, sneered. By now this is already what he expected. He was clearly targeting Zeke and the situation was getting more difficult. How will Zeke handle this? Just then, Zeke said concisely, I don't mind. He paused for a moment, but Zeke continued, but if Lot doesn't reveal, I won't either. Then Noda exploded. Zeke, are you crazy? How can you equate Lot's existence with yours? He hardened his face and immediately countered the core point. You're mistaken, Noda. All demigods are equal. Lot is called Lot simply because he is the first demigod. Nothing more, nothing less. Noda reached out, grabbed Zeke by the collar and gritted his teeth. I can't tolerate your remarks anymore. Lot's role can only be fulfilled by Lot. Zeke still spoke calmly. That's right, and the role that Lot cannot fulfill is ours. Cornered, Noda finally choked out, You? Just then Lot appeared and broke the tension. Stop, Noda. Noda was still angry and tried to shake off Lot's hand. Don't stop me, Lot. This Zeke fellow is clearly suspicious. I'm not the only one who thinks so, Anatha added, as if twisting the knife of suspicion deeper. Hydra isn't someone just anyone can kill, Noda then added, if we can't uncover the truth this time either. and Lot in a low voice rang the warning bell. Didn't Noda say not to suspect our kin before revealing the truth? Hearing that, he snorted and released Zeke, then began to complain. Damn it, you know what makes me mad even in this situation? This Zeke fellow doesn't even try to avoid suspicion. He doesn't care if he's suspected or not. That attitude makes me even crazier. Lot was silent for a moment, then clearly established a temporary rule. Understood. Then I will reveal whether Zeke is a traitor or not before the meeting ends. Until the traitor is revealed for a month or a year, the barrier will not be lifted. Anatha chuckled, breaking the ice, and stepped forward first. Then I'll be the first to reveal, and she gave a short command to her apostle. Take off your mask. As the face was revealed, Pled immediately recognized someone he knew, to him who he had spoken to before. I look forward to the day we meet again. Now she had transformed into a human, he just thought. So this is how reunions happen. Why did Phoenix become an apostle? Was it her own will or someone else's? Zell Charrett glanced at her, probing. A human shell, but what is her true form? Anatha stretched smugly. It's Phoenix. I found her near the Hypania mountain range, and she's dozens of times stronger than other phoenixes, she chuckled. You found an interesting child, half joking, half complimenting. Anatha continued to call out names. Next is me. Assassin Zell Charrett, his apostle. Noda, not to be outdone, solemnly began his turn, and all eyes turned to him. A sound of "oh" erupted. A demon, and in its true physical form at that. How did you summon it? He replied with satisfaction. I have a reliable helper. Pled closed his eyes. As expected, Odin wouldn't know the summoning circle. Noda was connected to Anais. Now it was Zell Charrett's turn, and she leisurely introduced herself. It's my turn. While Pled was still convinced it must be someone from the Blake family, the figure clearly appeared. Lisha Blake. She was Pled's mother. Lot clapped his hands, half sneering, half praising. Well done. You've all brought interesting companions. Thank you for risking to reveal this secret. Only then did everyone's gaze turn to Zeke's apostle Cain. God immediately asked him, Zeke's apostle is new here, so he must know the structure of this castle well, right? Please take the apostles to appropriate places and have them wait. Lot gave instructions to the others. You all rest and wait until I call you. Zeke, I need to speak with you for a moment, and he moved Zeke to another space, immediately reminding him to be wary. Don't have any strange thoughts, Zeke. Many are interested in the two of us. It doesn't matter, he replied, as concise as ever. Lot sat down facing Zeke, smiled, and slowly recounted a memory from long ago. The joy of meeting you for the first time feels like yesterday. Zeke looked back as Lot poured out his true feelings. When I broke away from the will of the world and gained consciousness, what tormented me was loneliness. He spoke as if layers of mist were clearing. Everything in the world was underdeveloped. I had the power to conquer everything, but I felt no interest. Even with the highest level of power, without purpose, everything was meaningless. Then the will of the world created another conscious fragment. You, Zeke, you can't imagine how moved I was when I found you. I was no longer alone, and I finally found my own purpose. And he added, starting with you, other demigods continued to be born. You are the reason I live and the purpose of my power. My exceptional power exists to protect my kin and create a world for them. Zeke furrowed his brow and asked, why are you bringing this up so suddenly? Lot confessed like a sigh. Noda and Anatha are discontent. All demigods are supposedly equal, yet I have not treated them fairly. Zeke, you are my sole joy and the greatest reason for my existence. That's why I've turned a blind eye to whatever you did. Even when you isolated yourself, neglected your territory, showed defiance, ignored my proposals, and even killed your own kin. At the end he suddenly blurted out a question. Why did you betray us? The apostle confinement room was quiet for a moment, then began to grow noisy. Pled sat quietly in a corner of the wall, still wearing his mask. The demon spoke to him. Hey, you assassin who startles me and picks fights out of jealousy, take off your mask. He replied leisurely as if laying a trap. Shall I take it off for you? The demon pouted and retorted, can't you? The demon stomped closer and roared, stop it before I kill you both. He pointed again at Pled's pocket, asking with a curious voice, is there anything to eat in there? Pled nodded, opened his pocket, and kindly replied, there's beer and bread. Shall I get them out? The demon cheered like a praised child. Oh, give them to me right now. He placed a few pieces of bread on a plate. The demon huddled in a corner, wolfing it down, not forgetting to exclaim, human food is the best after all. Pled looked around and asked, anyone else want some? Then he turned to Phoenix and offered in a gentle voice, you should have some too, she replied, flustered. Oh, I, he sighed inwardly, relieved that she was still healthy. At the same time she looked at him, her eyes filled with gratitude. He thought, as if quietly responding, me too. In another sealed room, divine power enveloped it like a curtain. After Lot's accusation, Zeke calmly faced him, acknowledging inwardly. He must have known since he made the apostles take off their masks. Provoking the demigods was just a test, and if he hadn't been sure, he would have been angry, but his attitude just now showed he knew everything. After that, Lot snarled like a verdict. Kin slaughter is unforgivable. Zeke, why did you do it? Weren't you the one who agreed with me and understood me more than anyone else? He merely replied politely. My lord, the reason is quite simple. I made a mistake then. God's eyes widened, then returned to a faint form, and he said softly, so you still haven't forgiven the mistake I made 4,000 years ago. You still haven't forgiven me for interfering in the battle between you and that knight, and that was the first time you were so angry with me. Zeke's face darkened. Keeping his words to himself, Lot tapped the back of his chair and added an unexpected remark. I will consider this as if it never happened. What? Zeke asked in surprise, and Lot continued, I will make this as if it never happened. Yes, consider it my apology for what happened 4,000 years ago. Seeing Lot immediately stand up and leave, Zeke hastily asked, Even though I slaughtered my kin, you'll consider it as if it never happened? He explained nonchalantly. If I say now that there is no traitor, Noda and Anatha, and no one else will believe it. Moreover, since they were targeting you, I promise this time to definitely find the traitor. So I need a scapegoat. I've already thought of someone who can play this role. One of the demigods attending this meeting. Zeke still pressed, his doubts lingering. Are you going to frame one of your kin? You've changed a lot in the time we haven't met. My lord, all demigods are equal. Wasn't that a rule you yourself established? God suddenly revealed an angry expression and snarled, Favoritism? To me you are that special. Then he continued to offer a solution. Kill your apostle directly in front of everyone. Then you will sleep for the next 100 years. Anyway, 100 years isn't a long time for immortals like us. Consider it a vacation. During that time I will guarantee your safety. In a few days someone named Era will arrive here. He is your scapegoat. When he comes, do as I just instructed. I will take care of the rest. Having finished speaking, he vanished into thin air. Zeke began to waver in his mind. Will a path open for change from within? If I kill Pled and receive God's protection, there's no need to confront him directly. So would that be the best choice? A few apostles in the prison quietly waited, then suddenly heard a shout, Come here! Zeke opened the door and called Pled to follow. He avoided looking directly at Pled's face, which had darkened like a pre-storm sky. Pled quietly followed. He could feel the eyes of those remaining on the back of his head. The corridor stretched endlessly, and a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. It was Zeke who killed Lucid after all. He had expected it, but he had to admit that fully trusting him was foolish. Reaching the end of the stairs, Zeke waved his hand, shattering the wall and revealing a vast space filled with gold. Pled immediately realized this was Dalman's hideout, and there were more such places beneath the city. Walking further, Pled started a conversation. Zeke, where are we going? He didn't answer, instead posing a question as if testing him. Do you know what God's authority is? It is space. God rules all space. Pled suddenly shuddered. It was that power that had torn apart his consciousness and imprisoned him in the deepest abyss. He only let out a small groan. Zeke clenched his fist as if making a decision and said, You know what I mean, don't you? Even if you reach 9-star, you won't be able to defeat God. Pled still hesitated, retorting with words of doubt. I don't know. Why are you telling me such useless things? Are you trying to eliminate the apostles? He replied without any change in expression. As you saw, with that alunium metal, demigods no longer need to fear God's punishment. In other words, there's no need to create apostles anymore. When Pled asked again, So? Zeke was silent for a moment, then uttered a short blade-like word. I'm sorry. After that, he continued, speaking clearly like a farewell. Perhaps it's time for us to say goodbye. And he coldly drew his sword, slashing resolutely towards Pled, the attack extending fiercely, but instead of striking its target, the blade brushed past his back. Pled instinctively blinked, and realizing he was unharmed, became even more confused. A rough gasp erupted from behind him, followed by a painful scream. Zeke, it was you after all. Zeke held the blade to the neck of the hidden figure and lectured, Eavesdropping isn't a good habit. The figure still pointed straight at the two and roared, You two killed Hera after all. Zeke nodded, admitting, Yes, I killed her. He killed him without hesitation. With a few attacks, his body turned into fine dust, paying the price for his curiosity. Pled shouted, Zeke, what are you doing? Zeke quickly turned and urged, That was a fake just now. Lot and the others will be here soon. There's no time. Having finished speaking, he swung his sword, drawing several lines in the air. He shouted loudly, and immediately a colossal purple barrier descended as the flow of power pushed Pled back. He realized it was Zeke's technique to tear space, and he froze. Pled shuddered inwardly as he looked at the torn rift. He tore through Lot's barrier with just a single sword. Zeke panted, admitting that the barrier was as solid as rock. He gave it his all but could only tear it that much. And then he suddenly pushed Pled forcefully into the rift. Unexpectedly shoved, Pled barely managed to punch the barrier with a thud, screaming at the top of his lungs, Zeke, what are you doing? Zeke, open it. Where are you going alone? He shouted back. I told you there's no time for goodbyes. Pled gritted his teeth and continued to shout, That's ridiculous. Who said you could say goodbye as you please? Then, realizing his friend's intention, he shouted even louder. I'll wait, okay? No matter what happens, you have to come back alive. As the rift slowly closed, Zeke, left alone, faced a wave of accusations. They hurled insults. You damn Zeke. Noda pointed at his face and accused, How dare you betray us? Anatha added, Your true colors have finally been revealed. Anarchy still tried to cling to a faint belief. Zeke, were you really a traitor? Zeke didn't answer. He merely turned his gaze, searching for another figure, and asked nonchalantly, I don't see Lot. What's going on? Noda snarled. Do you think Lot would take your side in this situation? Unfortunately, Lot hasn't come and he won't let you live. Truly regrettable. You've crossed the line. Zeke twisted his lips and let out a long, chillingly sarcastic remark that sent shivers down their spines. Is that so? Then that's a bit inconvenient. I was going to say goodbye before I died, but it seems there are only useless ones here. Since Lot isn't here, does that mean I'm the only one left alive? Noda and Anatha retorted, their anger boiling. Are you saying you can take on all of us? You're thrashing like a cornered dog. You keep asking if Lot is coming. Do you think you're Lot? You must think it's just the two of you. The remaining two also snarled. Ziki, he leisurely drew his sword and replied resolutely, yes, it's just the two of us. It has been just the two of us since we were born. There was no jealousy, no inferiority. All I felt was a gnawing emptiness, and he declared, looking at all of them. The association calls you 5 enhancement, meaning the strongest demigods underlot. They jutted out their chins, asking with arrogant expressions, they know that much? Ziki shook his head, uttering words of contempt. Truly distasteful. Do you think you're on the same level as me? There was one who spoke in such an irritating way that the listeners grew increasingly angry. What makes you so confident? Amidst the snowstorm he said in a low voice. Because you lack, swordsmanship erupted, and at the same time a sky-shattering roar was heard. You lack faith. Meanwhile, Pled stood before an invisible wall waiting for Ziki's shadow to return. Suddenly his eyes fell upon a mound of earth, a tomb. And as he read the name Lucid carved on the tombstone, his heart tightened. Why is there a huge sword stuck in front of the tomb inside Ziki's space? He knelt and shouted, tears streaming down his face. Ziki, this is Lucid's sword. Placing a sword by a tomb was the highest honor for a knight. Then that technique just now was Lucid's jet Mao swordsmanship, he sobbed and stammered. Ziki, I doubted you, but you truly for Lucid and for humanity. Just then, God appeared right behind him, softly uttering cold, testing words. It was you after all. And then this strange being who had long confused his friend's heart, wielding his sword to tear through space and trap the demigods, Ziki, while battling, quietly conversed with himself, resolving the origin of everything. When he first opened his eyes, what he saw was God's face shining with happiness. That memory overlapped with the present. Because at that time God smiled and confessed, finally I too have found a purpose for living. And he remembered those words exactly. And I am his purpose for living. As soon as he heard those words, a thought pierced his heart like a needle. What about me? What should I live for? God found a purpose for living, but I haven't. Swordsmanship continued to pour forth, each strike imbued with a sense of suppression heavy. Upon being attacked, it opened its eyes wide and roared. Anatha sprayed poison, cursing like a mad dog. Die, Ziki. Meanwhile, Ziki fought, tearing through the long emptiness. His words came out dry and resolute. I thought God's purpose for living was my purpose for living, but the emptiness within me grew day by day. A sword was swung across his body, and he warned menacingly, as if proclaiming the authority that was also the name of his sword. With a single sword I will show you my authority, death. My sword bears the name of my authority. Every time it asked me, why do you wield me? That question dug deep into my bones. The question, I am strong. What have I become strong for? Haunted him for years. From then on, the surging anger was carried in every attack. Every time Noda's slime splattered, the ground exploded repeatedly. They saw him growl and said in a low voice, Ziki, do you have to go this far? You haven't even transformed into your true form. He replied resolutely, as if shedding the shell of denial himself, I'm afraid to admit that God and I don't see eye to eye. And he remembered someone who had given him an answer one day. It was when he encountered Sir Lucid. He looked straight at him and said, a sword without faith is just a piece of metal. At that moment, Ziki's true form emerged from behind the cold mask. Colossal wings covered the sky, but his eyes were empty, as if not knowing where to place life. And he had to ask back, is my sword just a piece of metal? And he heard the words, only the strong can say such things. The words that prodded him rang out again, as if revealing overwhelming superiority. To be precise, your power is too overwhelming. This is a battle I can never win. A single victory or defeat is nothing. You will be weak forever. He gritted his teeth and retorted, that's ridiculous. The victor is the strong one. Lucid quietly asked more calmly, as if placing his hand on the hilt of faith, have you ever entrusted your life to the sword you wielded even once? That direct gaze, not of a dying man, sealed Ziki's lips. From then on he knew what he lacked. He knew what he had regained, but he had to let his sword speak instead. At the moment of needing life, it must be fully placed on the steel blade. He continued to slash, and as he slashed, he reminded the demigods, like a truth learned in the midst of destruction, whether it was faith or someone precious. At some point, the time will come when you must entrust your life to protect something. Then you will surely realize what true power is. Anarchy and the one beside him were merely watching from outside. Anarchy mumbled, unraveling the secret. Now I understand why he couldn't transform into his true form. The person beside him frowned and asked, what do you mean? Anarchy then explained. He is using his sword with human swordsmanship. He is not transforming into his true form, but cannot transform into his true form. Because if he transforms into his true form, he can no longer use human swordsmanship, the person retorted, veins bulging on his neck. So what? That doesn't change the fact that Ziki is strong. Anarchy then, finally igniting, pointed out a fatal flaw. It doesn't appear so on the surface. That body cannot escape the limitations of a human. And a human body cannot withstand my flames. Then heat rose as if to incinerate the entire sky. Lot concluded there was no need to attack directly. His companion added as if consoling, even if Ziki's body is engulfed in flames, it won't be completely incinerated. In another cave, Pled cursed his bad luck, sensing divine power approaching even while hiding. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning, and a bitter remark erupted. Damn it, to think God would follow me all the way here. From behind him, a voice of judgment, cold as an axe blade, was heard. You have done what should not be done. I will not let you die easily. He realized the tone was completely different from the oath of 4,000 years ago. Ziki's betrayal would be a major blow to him. Could he really win? No, he had to win. He too began to activate his power. The moment God reached out to kill him, he thought he might doubt himself or die. As soon as he managed to raise his magic, a vortex opened and a woman's voice cut in. Stop, my lord. Then the woman stood in front of him, and God hesitated half a step. The woman said provocatively, "Why are you here? Get out of the way." Pled recognized her with a single glance. Although she was disguised, it was Iris, free fighter. She looked up and pleaded with him not to kill him. God snapped like a whip. "Are you mad, Iris? If you don't move, I'll kill you too." She didn't move. She earnestly reminded him of the promise from 4,000 years ago, a request God had sworn to fulfill. "My lord, this is the request you promised to grant me." God looked down and asked, "What is it?" She repeated without trembling, "The request you promised to grant me. It is this. Forgive this man." God's lips twisted into a wicked smile. "You would use the precious opportunity you've cherished for 4,000 years for this. Why?" She replied sharply like a blade. "Why not?" God's hand opened and closed as if dusting off an oath and said, "I promised, so I must keep it. But this is the only time. If I encounter you again next time, you will surely die by my hand." As soon as he spoke, his form faded, leaving only a mocking sound. "Zeki's apostle is becoming increasingly interesting. After Zeki you appear again, risking your life to save him, a man destined to die. What is your reason? I am truly curious." Then, turning the page to the next chapter, he said, "Let's meet again, Zeki's apostle." A cold wind blew. Pled looked at her retreating figure and almost whispered, "So you were alive, Iris." She clenched her fist and with all her might said, "May I ask for one favor?" Then, looking up imploringly, she asked, "Can you show me your true face?" As soon as the proposal ended, a long, almost unbearable silence fell between them. Pled looked at the cold rock, then at her. Memories choked him. The scene of Iris stabbing Soharu to death remained vivid on the wall like blood. Finally he said in a painful breaking voice, "I'm sorry, but I can't trust you." At those words she bit her lips until they turned white and her eyes lowered as if trying to hide in the ground. He hesitated for a moment, then asked again, "Why did you save me?" He replied by drawing a line in the air and stepping into it. Before disappearing she left behind a cold remark, "What good would it do for you to know?" Then she closed the space. Pled stood there pondering the questions. Why did she kill Soharu? Why did she save me? Everything remained unknown. Outside, anarchy had opened a furnace, turning the sky's air into flames. The area around Zeki roared like a red sea, and his skin blistered, but he advanced silently. Cutting through the flames with his sword, anarchy sneered, mocking him. "You're trying to endure this heat with that body? Wouldn't it be better to return to your true form? You can't use your divine power anyway. And you'll die by our hands." Zeki did not defend himself, nodding as if accepting the truth. "You're right, I can't do anything with this body." His eyes narrowed like blades, and he raised his sword to the sky, asking again the question he had once been asked. "Have you ever entrusted your life to the sword you wielded, even once?" His lips curved slightly into a smile. The blade cut horizontally through the flames, pushing them back. The people around shouted, "That sword repelled the flames. Have you given up?" Zeki's voice was as firm as steel even as his body burned. "Someday you will have something to protect. Whether it's your faith or someone precious to you. A moment will come when you must entrust your life to that sword. Then you too will surely realize." He shouted the name of the technique, as if setting a landmark of faith amidst the storm. "Limit of swordsmanship, Jeetman Pachin." As the sword descended, Anatha and the other apocalypse were thrown back. As the sword cut through their midst, they quickly dodged. But the sword tore the sky with a huge rift, revealing the vast universe. The apocalypse were startled, looking at each other and asking, "The sky has been split in two. What is this immense power?" Then they looked at each other with suspicious eyes and asked, "Is this truly human swordsmanship?" In the blink of an eye, Zeki rushed forward and severed each of their heads. They cried out in surprise, calling out Noda's name. Next, Anatha and Anarchy also died. The remaining one cried out in fear. 3 of them died instantly. As Zeki was about to cut him down, he clutched his head in fear and screamed in pain. Time seemed to stop. When he opened his eyes, he was still alive. God stood in front of Zeki, blocking him. "Stop, Zeki." Zeki's eyes were white, and his body trembled as if he had lost his mind. God embraced him and said, "Today is the most painful day of my life." He was weeping. The high and noble God whom all his powerful subordinates respected was weeping. He said, "Is there truly no other way?" Zeki still gripped his sword tightly and replied, "Die, my lord." God gritted his teeth in pain. After that, a massive explosion occurred. The apocalypse beside him cried out, "My lord?" Only a burned body remained on the ground. All his blood vessels burst with blue veins protruding, and his legs were severed into several pieces. God then continued, "This is the first and last punishment I inflict upon you. A punishment on behalf of your kin's wrath." He wept, etching the loss into his bones, and then commanded. Only the strength to demand one absurd thing remained. "Zelny, hurry, you can still save them. Save Anatha, I, and Noda." "Wait, where is Zeki?" God had already vanished. Zel pondered whether to kill or spare him. As her hand trembled, Zeki pressed her as if exploiting her weakness. "Kill me, what are you hesitating for?" She gritted her teeth and as if spitting on his face said, "Get lost, I don't want to defile my hands with the blood of someone who's going to die anyway. Go somewhere out of my sight and die quietly," she said and left. Pled was left in the middle of the broken rubble. But he rose as if pursuing a promise left unspoken. In front of Lucet's tomb, Pled stood rooted. The memory of God reaching out to kill him still flowed like a chilling breath down his spine. That single moment was enough to make him realize how powerless he was against overwhelming skill. If Iris hadn't intervened, his life would have been cut short. His fingers trembled on the mask and his voice broke, faint as smoke. "I am truly ashamed, Lucet. You even changed Zeki. But I haven't been able to change myself in 4,000 years. His hand lightly touched the sword hilt and his eyes filled with tears. "What have you done to Zeki?" A shadow fell obliquely across the light. Ziki appeared. His body was covered in wounds, but he replied, I have achieved enlightenment. Pled was startled and, supporting him as he collapsed against his chest, frantically asked, Ziki, what are these wounds? He spoke weakly but clearly in his arms. May I ask for a favor? I wish to lie beside him. Pled held him tightly and sighed at the lingering traces of divine power. It seems God was here. Let's lay him down for a moment. Ziki closed his eyes and regretfully said in a hoarse voice, I'm sorry, I took everything too lightly. Pled nodded. Indeed, we underestimated God too much. As he coughed and spat blood, Pled became even more flustered. Ziki, you need to treat your wounds first. Ziki shook his head, holding firmly to the unforgivable reality. A human cannot heal the body of an apocalypse. There is no way without God's power. There is no time. Pled took a breath and, as if giving everything back to him, said, Listen to me, I've bought you another year. Noda and Anatha are heavily wounded. They won't be able to move until they've fully recovered. At the same time, Zelmi was also struggling to heal the remaining 3 apocalypses. Pled was startled and asked, You did that to 3 of them alone? He calmly explained, the core related to God. The only being who can lay hands on God is an apocalypse. Even in this situation he couldn't kill me. At least we can call an apocalypse a benevolent being. That is God's weakness. Pled, even after listening, couldn't help but ask the most difficult question. Why did you betray that being? Ziki let out a long breath and, as if laying down his sword on an altar, said, A sword without faith is no different from an ordinary weapon. As he paused, he slowly spoke, as if going back 4,000 years and reading an old oath telling how the night Lucid had changed him. I pursued power to fill the void within me, and I stole human swordsmanship to ensure victory. But when I crossed swords with him, his eyes did not waver an inch. He admitted that for the first time he had seen unwavering faith. Compared to that, my naked power was like grains of sand. He smiled slightly as if it was nothing. But right then my mind cleared. I realized what my sword lacked and how to fill it. Pled looked at him and said in a gentle voice, I thought I had misunderstood you all this time. You killed Lucid because of the fight, not because you wanted to kill a person. Ziki shook his head, holding firmly to the painful truth. God killed Lucid. He didn't use any power. I only dueled him with swordsmanship. God intervened because he was afraid I would lose to him. I was truly ashamed, and I can never forget that moment. His eyes did not waver until the very last moment. I asked him what his faith was. He laughed and replied, My friends, if I have friends I can trust, I will not fear death at all. Hearing those words, he wept. He realized that faith was not something God sought to comfort himself, but something that blossomed from those around him. He looked at Pled and instructed him on the next path. Pled, now you must go to the Blood family's camp. There you must find clues to stop Illunium production. If the apocalypse fully control Illunium, everything will be over after that. Go to the northern snowfields and find an apocalypse named Elias. That woman is strange. She has no interest in the Round Table or the apocalypse. She is the only apocalypse whom even God has given up on. If there's any apocalypse who will be on your side, it's that woman. His hand lightly touched his chest and he smiled comfortably, as if lightened by having unburdened everything before disappearing. Apocalypse have no concept of death. We merely cease to exist. It's a shame. If only I could have dueled him one more time, even in heaven, he asked himself and smiled faintly. Lucid, what would he say if he saw me now? A whisper like the wind replied, You did well, and the knight's praise. That was a truly splendid fight. Ziki Pled smiled and nodded. He would definitely say that. Ziki confessed a strange, surprising impression. It's astonishing. For a moment I thought you were Lucid. Pled, in a low voice, revealed the identity buried in the sand. Lucid. He was a friend I could trust. My real name is Lucas Zimmer. I am the great mage who returned after 4,000 years to defeat God. Ziki's eyes lit up as if a lock had finally clicked into place. I understand, so that's it. Now everything makes sense. Pled spoke softly, a hand of comfort on his friend's shoulder. Lucid would be proud of you, and so am I. Ziki, Lucid's friend, my friend. He closed his eyes and peacefully received the farewell. Pled's hand patted lightly. Rest in peace. Ziki smiled one last time. As he said, I don't fear the end at all, and he vanished into thin air like sunlight. Pled sat, holding the last remaining crystal fragment as if entrusted with a mission. I'll take care of the rest, Lucas. He buried Ziki's sword next to Lucid's sword as per the dead man's last wish. After the funeral he left. In that space 2 swords stood tall, 2 landmarks of faith transcending all races and ranks. The battle debris of Ziki and the apocalypse had turned the entire region into a battlefield. Everything seemed torn to the last piece. Just then a group of people appeared. They looked like an organized guild. At the front was the young girl Magic Marshal King Charus. Behind her were Hain, Dugenta, Jerome and Separan. Jode took a step, her heart gripped by the sight before her. She kept thinking about why the apocalypse were slaughtering each other so fiercely, and that with this level of destruction the guild wouldn't be able to withstand it even if all races united. As doubts piled up within her, she saw Pled, whom they had identified as Cain. Looking down at the debris from above, the eyes of some of the party flashed like lightning. That is the apostle of the sword Apocalypse. Jerome poured out his intention impatiently. This is an opportunity. He's just an apostle, isn't he? Let's take them captive and get information. But Separan stepped forward and strongly objected, as if driving a nail in. Lord Jerome, this matter is not that simple. First leave it to me. As soon as he spoke, he soared into the air and faced Pled. After identifying himself, he immediately posed a question. Mr. Cain, in tone correct, you know very well who we are, don't you? I have a question. Are you truly our enemy? Pled responded silently with an icy gaze, his lips firmly sealed. Seeing this, Separan continued, adding weight to his words with what he had heard. I know you are the apostle of the sword Apocalypse, but the sword has been in conflict with his fellow Apocalypse. You also helped free the slaves here, didn't you? You are completely different from the Apocalypse and apostles we know. Answer me, are you truly our enemy? He remained silent, his gaze sweeping around and briefly lingering on Hain Bede. A wicked smile formed on his lips. At that very moment a pillar of flame like mana heat shot up from his body like a yellow column. Jerome gasped, shouting, "Look at that damn bastard," and charged at him, attempting to strike. He still didn't forget to add a word, "I told you." But when his blade struck a lump of light, everyone froze, their mouths agape, and shouted in unison with the same meaning. Lightning, the apostle of the sword Apocalypse, can use lightning. Pled lightly applied mana pressure and a sticky barrier covered all of them. Jod's face turned pale. She realized the essence of the power controlling mana and added sharply to herself, "He sealed the entire space. Only an 8-star can do that." Hain also stood dazed in the distance. At that moment it was as if only he was looking at Pled, and Pled also paid special attention to that gaze coming from below. Jode suddenly bit her fingertip, making blood form a blood pattern, then rushed forward, chanting a blood spell to create a summoning gate and summon a demon to attack. Pled was not to be outdone, flipping his hand to summon an ogre, and with a huge explosion 2 demons appeared. The woman raised an eyebrow, recognizing it. "By heavens, look who it is. Has it really been 100 years since we last met?" Ashura directly accused her. "Don't make me laugh. You appeared in my contractor's dream just a few days ago." She shrugged, feigning ignorance. "Oh, what are you talking about?" Ashura scoffed with contempt. "Well, good, I was just in the mood to completely obliterate you," she cackled. "HMPH, you're still as rude as ever. Shall we test our skills then?" 2 streams of death energy immediately clashed head-on, shattering the space in the middle of the battlefield. Pled descended to the ground. Jode, facing the guild members, immediately held up her arm and said in a voice as sharp as a blade, "Everyone get out, you'll only be in the way." Jerome cried out in surprise. Jode shot back relentlessly. "I've told you twice, move." Cern put a hand on his comrade's shoulder and said with a sigh of relief, "Understood, Lady Jode. Please be careful." As they retreated, she paused, slightly surprised that her opponent let them go so easily. Then, with a mischievous, probing tone, she said, "Oh, I didn't expect you to let them go so easily." "You don't seem worried at all," Pled replied concisely, as if dropping a stone into a well. "Because my target was you from the start." Jod's eyes changed, her black pupils glowing red. She spoke clearly, syllable by syllable, as if casting a hypnotic spell. "Tell me everything. What exactly happened to the Apocalypse?" He remained completely still and waved his hand leisurely, as if snapping a bridle. "Don't bother with such useless tricks. Do I look like a dark sorcerer? You'll find out soon enough after a good fight." She gnashed her teeth, realizing that his mind was uncontrollable, just as Loth had warned. His divine power surpassed human standards. After a moment she looked directly into his intentions and asked again, "You targeted me from the start? What does that mean?" Pled smirked, throwing a sharp remark. "Vampire lady, or is it ma'am, or perhaps grandma?" She gnashed her teeth and snapped, "Say one more word and I'll kill you." Pled shifted his magic, extinguishing flames and conjuring ice. His voice was calm, like reading an incantation. "Do your kind pledge loyalty in the relationship between superior and subordinate? I will subdue you and make you my subordinates." Jode cackled, throwing his words back like arrows. "This madman hasn't even lived long yet dares to speak so rudely." Her rage reached its peak. Jode Charlotte spread her black wings wide, a symbol of the vampire lineage. Her eyes glinted with murderous intent. Swarms of bats poured out from holes in the sky, completely encircling Pled. He spoke as if testing his opponent. "It seems you prefer a war of attrition more than I expected." As the bat swarms pressed in, she tried to crush her target as if squeezing with her palms. At that moment Pled's flames erupted, burning away the thick smell of smoke that had filled the air. Jode became even more enraged. She gritted her teeth, cursing, and immediately chanted a spell, summoning a demonic orb that rushed at him. Pled half closed his eyes as if confirming the opponent's true form and asked, "A hellhound, no need to wait." As a shield activated, he quickly evaded, and Jode summoned 2 more demons, not just one, forming a fierce attack formation. An ordinary mage would have already fallen, but Pled calmly retreated, calling down lightning, and made his assessment. "There are 3 demons, including a flesh-eating demon and an auntie." "Quite impressive," she cackled, waving her hand, ordering everyone to charge. "You said you'd fight." The demons charged like wild animals unleashed from chains. Just as blades were about to touch his body, pillars of lightning fire ripped through the sky, burning all 3 black, and the ground was heavily cratered where skulls had been embedded. Pled stood unmoving like a rock in a storm, casually turning around. Jode tried to ambush him. He spun on his heel and firmly planted it into her back, scoffing, "Your technique is good, but your methods are old, auntie." She panted and snapped. "Stop it." He withdrew his foot and faced forward, saying decisively, "I never intended to kill you from the start." Jode was bewildered and asked again, "What trick are you planning now?" "You were the one who provoked me first," he replied indifferently. "Actually, my goal was to test you, to see if you're worthy of fighting the Apocalypse." She knelt on the ground, her voice tinged with suspicion. "A test? You intend to fight the Apocalypse and you expect me to believe you? You who sold your own trustworthiness and became a demigod's subordinate?" Pled concisely defined it with a single sentence. "I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm telling you to acknowledge that I'm stronger than you." Just then, far away in the northern snowfields, God arrived at the hideout of the woman Zeke had mentioned. This frozen land was so deeply hidden that even he could not tear through space and had to walk through the snow. From a distance she was already waiting for him. Her face was as serene as a frozen lake. God spoke first. "It's been a long time," she replied curtly, cutting like a knife. "Didn't I warn you not to enter my territory without permission, God?" He didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Zeke is dead." She shot up. "What did you say?" God calmly added. "I killed him," she retorted in disbelief. "What on earth are you talking about? You killed Zeke? Why would you do such a thing?" He spoke calmly, like reading a report. "Because he betrayed us. He killed dozens of our kin. I merely punished one who deserved punishment." Her eyes were filled with immense sadness, but she didn't miss his distorted expression and asked, "Why do you look so displeased?" God revealed the image of the 5 apocalypse and with an unreadable expression directly stated his intention. "Elias, you must take Zeke's place." She firmly rejected it. "You know what my answer will be without me having to say it. Get out." He tried to speak further but stopped, sighing, "I will return next time. I hope you will give me an answer that suits my will then." And he slowly vanished behind the mountain range. Left alone, she knelt, looked up at the towering mountains and asked amidst her sobs, "Zeke is dead?" Returning to the battlefield, Lilith and Ashura were still fighting fiercely. Lilith cried out amidst the intense attacks, "Wait, my head hitting me with 8 hands, aren't you ashamed?" Jode intervened and commanded briefly, "Lilith, stop, come back." She frowned and said regretfully, "What?" Suddenly retreating, "It was just getting interesting." Pled, still looking at Jode, kneeling, reminded her that she had said she would win. Jode panted and surrendered concisely. "I acknowledge that you have the right to say such things. I have lost. From now on I will obey you." As Jode gritted her teeth, Phoenix transformed into another form in a flash. Jode Lish's shadow fell behind her and Pled was startled, a question flashing through his mind like lightning. She tilted her head, acknowledging, "You're quite sharp." He still couldn't hide his curiosity, fixing his gaze on the opponent's dual nature and asked, "That's strange. Your true form is clearly a phoenix, but you don't die immediately." Flames erupted as if bursting forth. She cried out from within the smoke, "I can't die even if I try. I cannot die until I break your neck." As soon as she finished speaking, she clutched her head, groaning in pain, and writhed. "Oh, my head hurts so much." "You madman." Pled stood blankly, not understanding what was happening. She still thrashed and her voice changed as if another person had intervened. Understood, I'm sorry." Then her face hardened and she said coldly, "Damn it, it's truly exhausting being with this madman." Seeing her chaotic state, he asked probing, "What's wrong? Are you anxious?" She cried out, calling Phoenix by name directly. Then she lowered her voice and explained urgently, "When he took over my body, he absorbed my consciousness. So he can control this body, and he's very aggressive." Suddenly, her expression crumbled and her voice became muffled. "I lost." Pled was flustered, managing only a clumsy remark. That?" She again thrashed in the dust, crawling, and confessed her bound state dryly. "Because of him, I'm trapped in this body. My consciousness can disappear whenever he wishes." He could no longer bear it, and concisely said, as if dusting off dirt, "You're really noisy. Get up." Phoenix lifted her head from the ground and, gnashing her teeth, still spoke with a sense of helplessness. "How can you say such things? Every day I had to crawl and feel it with my body. Lord Tokunta made a name for himself across the world and saved my life. Damn it, what nonsense are you spouting now?" She complained about her restraint. "Now I've become Anai's subordinate. If you directly contact me, you might be exposed. Didn't you tell me not to be a burden to you?" Then she roared again as if venting her anger. "Why did I become an apostle? Even after all this madman still?" Pled annoyedly cut off her nagging. "Wait, you keep saying this madman, and my ears are starting to hurt. Does he not have a name?" she retorted, throwing a stone. "What name? There isn't one." But then she paused as if remembering something. "Wait." She pressed her forehead, trying to recall, but then panted, "Oh, my head is splitting from all these troubles. I'm truly embarrassed." "You give him a name." He was bewildered by the sudden request and asked, "Me?" She didn't give him time to think and urged, "You decide." He thought for a moment, then uttered 2 concise syllables. She was momentarily dazed and he laughed, as if explaining his wordplay. "Phoenix, so Nick, not bad, right? It's a good name." Immediately, a reply came from the being within. "He likes it too. Don't blush, you madman." Then, as if reconciling, she continued to tell the story of what happened after that tragedy in a gentle voice. "After I died, that madman, no Nick, took over this entire region." The memory took her back to that day. The first time she met Anai. The aftermath of that demigod's power was something she could never forget for the rest of her life. And she gnashed her teeth, recalling, "Damn it, he's truly despicable. I've never been so scared in my life, but that madman, no Nick, tried to fight him. Even though he knew it was a fight to the death, I wasn't a coward. There was no plan, no thought. That's when Lord Tokunta appeared and gave Nick wise advice. He advised him to lie low and preserve his life. That's what he said." Pled looked at her face, filled with falsehoods. With 2 souls superimposed in one body, he couldn't help but be sarcastic. "Don't you think his words and expression don't match at all?" She stood up, dusting herself off, and continued her story as if concluding a metaphor. "Other than the apocalypse, I've never seen a creature as strong as Anai. He was also interested in the phoenix. Well, thanks to my heart. Anai offered to take us as his apostles if we survived, so I couldn't refuse," he didn't forget to add. "He's a damned king." Her face hardened, and she immediately retorted, "So what? You're Zeke's apostle too." Then she lowered her assessment. "But he's strong, but to defeat 3 leaders by himself, damn." He looked askance and concisely teased, "Were you always this talkative?" She laughed awkwardly, excusing her chattiness. "It's because it's been a long time since I talked. You know what I mean anyway. What happened to that apocalypse?" He lowered his voice and stated the current situation. "He's dead. Zeke intended to eradicate the apocalypse." There was a slight stir within. Nick, using her mouth, directly asked the core question, "Were you by his side because you shared the same goal as him?" Then let's cooperate too. He turned his head in surprise. She continued without hesitation. Why are you surprised? We don't want to be bound by that madman either. I know where Anai is. He's in the Saishi Kai Desert. The exact location, you'll have to go there to find out. He smirked, half joking, half complimenting. You're quite useful too, is it thanks to Nick? Her face flushed and she growled, I'll kill you. I mean it. Then turning around, she stated the remaining plan. It'll take a year to fully recover. We need to move before then. I'll let you know if there's any other news. He lightly thanked her. Thank you, she turned her back and said briefly. Be careful. He looked at her with an unreadable expression. Before she vanished from his senses, her voice came again. Nick told me to tell you. He nodded slightly as if he had already expected it. I thought so too. As he set off, he said, just in case, you two be careful too and don't leave this mountain range. She smirked and replied casually, we won't even if you don't tell us. As the sun set, Hain Black appeared where the traces of the apocalypse battle lay scattered. He wasn't surprised to meet Pled. He greeted him calmly as if it were already fated. It was you after all, Pled. The two continued their conversation on the desolate city wall, and Hain began as if seeing through Pled's past. It seems Lucas finally made a decision. I heard you hid your identity after contacting the Jumenjing family. But why did you become the Sword's Apostle? Pled replied, based on the information he had just uncovered in the dark. I learned the secret of the Blett family. They became Genie's subordinates and were running a laboratory to research how to harmonize mana and divine power. Hearing that, Hain was startled and lowered his head in disappointment. Pled didn't miss the opportunity and pressed him to answer honestly. Tell me honestly, Hain, are you on the side of the Apocalypse or the Guild? Hain lightly shook his head, choosing a middle path. Neither. I only fight to protect my own life. Pled scoffed at his ambiguous answer but then threw out a prepared remark. That's a good answer. As the sun hung on the city wall, he immediately proposed, Brother, please take me to the Blett family mansion. Hain stopped and asked why, and Pled said only what was necessary. I need to find something. Hain became even more curious. What? He hid his intention, revealing only one conclusion. You don't need to know, brother, but what I can tell you is that the Blett family will not be able to avoid the tragedy of extinction. Hain's eyes wavered, but he asked again to clarify the next step. But why should I go with you? It's my home too. Pled weighed the pros and cons and replied honestly, if I suddenly return, I'll surely be suspected. They are Genie's subordinates after all. Hain was shocked by those words. The question is this truly my brother? Pled lingered in his mind. However, he only voiced his tasks. All right, I'll do as you say, Joe. Charlotte also commanded him. If you want anything, actively help me. Don't ask anything. What on earth happened that Joe Charlotte, whose name was known across the land, accepted you so easily? Pled blinked, raising his chin with an arrogant expression. Arriving at the front door of the house, he casually dropped a significant remark. Because we have the same blood type. Hain was puzzled. What? As they got closer, Pled's face hardened. In Lucas's heart there was clearly fear, not longing, at the thought of Pled returning to the place where he had once again abandoned his life. The door swung open and the guard bowed, calling out a name clearly. Young Master Hain, welcome back. Hain nodded politely. Thank you for your hard work. One person raised their head suspiciously and said, But young master, the person beside you is, Pled said in a cold voice as if stamping an official seal. Have you already forgotten me? The person stammered in surprise and corrected himself. Yes, young master Pled, you've returned. Hain frowned slightly at the unexpected detail and asked, It seems there's someone else in the house besides our family? The guard replied, Yes, a guest has arrived. Hain was surprised. A guest? The person informed them it was the third princess. The two entered the living room together. Hain walked, briefly explaining to Pled, in recent years the Blake family has had a lot of interaction with that princess. Mainly Mother has been in talks though. Pled frowned, asking about the relationship with Lisha Blake, then suddenly remembered a name. He pressed, Is the third princess's name Fina, right? Hain confirmed, That's right. In the courtyard their parents were greeting the guest. Hain, seeing them, spoke in a low voice, adding about the person the emperor cherished. She postponed marriage at 25 and strengthened her influence, Pled mumbled in a voice half joking, half regretful. 2 years. As soon as they entered, cheers erupted. Hain politely kissed her hand and said, It's been a long time, princess. She smiled and reciprocated, It's been a long time, Hain. Then Michael suddenly interrupted, asking inquisitively, What's going on? Why did you suddenly come home without even letting us know beforehand? He then turned his gaze towards Pled and growled, What's this guy? Why is he with Hain? Isaka also politely said, You've returned. Pled remained silent and replied respectfully, It's been a long time, father. Isaka glanced at the guest and postponed the conversation. We have a guest now, let's talk later. The princess then spoke first to the unfamiliar young man. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Fiat Cacao. Michael immediately interrupted, pouring cold water on the situation. Ah, princess, this guy, no, you don't need to pay attention to this person. Isaka paused slightly, but Lisha remained composed as if she knew everything. Pled bowed slightly and gently kissed the princess's hand, then clearly introduced himself. I am Pled Blake, the third son of the Blake family. It is a great honor to meet your highness. He called the princess a precious sapphire of the royal family. She quietly said, My goodness. He then requested permission to take his leave. It is a great honor to hold your highness's hand, but my body is covered in the dust of the streets. To avoid soiling your highness, I shall withdraw first. She nodded softly. Surely this long journey has tired you, so do as you wish. He clasped his hands and said, Thank you, princess. Hain also bowed. I too shall take my leave. Seeing the two disappear down the corridor, the princess mumbled quietly, I never knew Duke Isaka had a third son. Isaka quickly lowered his gaze. My son is still very lacking compared to his elder brothers." She shook her head and said, "No, that's not true." At her words, the whole family was momentarily flustered. Pled, returning to the old room he had once destroyed, calmly sat on an old chair and looked up at the moonlight. Haynes stood beside him and asked about his next plan. "What are you going to do now?" He laughed lightly, as if it were obvious. "It's been a long time since I've been home, so I should faithfully fulfill my role as the third son." Haynes advised, "You don't need to act, just be yourself. As you know, many rumors about you have reached here too. Your exploits of clearing out pirates, befriending giants, and even going to the magic tower. Your changed appearance would seem unnatural now." He nodded vaguely. "I'll consider it." A moment later a servant burst in without knocking. "Young master, it's dinner time." As he turned, a cold voice came from behind him. "Hey!" Startled, the servant stumbled. Pled, standing close behind him, said clearly, syllable by syllable, "Don't forget to knock." "I'll let it slide once but not twice." Dinner proceeded in heavy silence until Isaka spoke. "Your father has long since sent someone to the magic tower, so why are you only appearing now?" Pled was about to set down his teacup when he remembered the question he had long owed an answer to. But before he could reply, Michael interjected sarcastically, "What is father talking about?" Isaka stopped him, saying, "Stop it, Michael." He then continued, "Indeed, Pled, where have you been all this time? You also managed to escape from the magic tower back then." Pled replied concisely, as if discussing the weather, "I've been traveling the world." Michael scoffed sarcastically. "Traveling the world? People weren't wrong after all. You're becoming more boastful, but even the gossip about you won't become your true self, will it?" He once again pressed, without letting him finish speaking. "You were expelled from the academy. You were expelled as soon as you went to the tower. In the end, all you can do is run away. Do you think no one in the family would know?" Pled took a sip of tea and refuted in a single sentence, "I didn't run away." "Really?" Michael snorted and threw a test paper onto the center of the table. "Then tell me, what did you realize after exploring the world?" As everyone's gaze fixed on him, Pled raised an eyebrow, telling himself it was time to re-establish himself in the very place where he had once created his name. Then he delivered a cold conclusion. "What should I say? At least I've become stronger than my brother." The entire table paused for a moment, then Michael chuckled, breaking the silence. "Ha ha ha, it seems this trip was helpful after all." Haynes, unable to hide his warmth, added an acknowledging remark. "To think a child who couldn't even meet his brother's eyes properly has become so brave." "I'm truly happy, Pled." Michael shook his head and retorted, "But you still don't seem to distinguish between confidence and arrogance." Pled set down his spoon, cutting off the conversation right at the table. "It's been a long time since the whole family had dinner together. I think it's better to say less in such situations." Michael stomped his foot and sought his father. Isaka waved his hand and said, "This is a matter between brothers, you handle it." Michael slammed the table, stood up, and decided to teach his younger brother a lesson. "All right then, a little exercise after dinner isn't bad. Follow me." The entire family headed to the courtyard. Haynes sat alone. Lisha turned back and asked, "Haynes, aren't you going?" Haynes replied indifferently, "I'm not interested." He knew too well the obvious outcome of that lesson. He could tell without even looking. In the courtyard, the two brothers stood facing each other. Michael glanced at him, evaluating, vaguely remembering his younger brother who would fall over if he just brushed his shoulder. He gestured with his hand, instructing him to cast a spell first. As Pled remained in thought, he clearly stated his intention. "Hey, do you think you're genuinely sparring with your brother? This match is just to teach you a lesson." Pled, after much thought, decided not to reveal too much by using the smallest spell and chanted, "Magic May." Michael scoffed. "Ah, I thought it was a high-level spell." But the surge of mana sent him flying far away. He darted forward like an arrow and his parents' eyes widened. Michael hurriedly chanted a spell. "Ice Arrow," but the attack was blocked with bare hands. Next, a kick sent him sprawling to the ground. A textbook grappling technique followed, which again made Isaka inwardly acknowledge he's learned martial magic. Michael, grabbed by the collar, gnashed his teeth. "You arrogant brat. How dare you grab your brother by the collar?" he roared, spitting fire. "Mars don't hate your brother. You're very lucky to have only lost one arm by challenging him." Pled scoffed. "Ah, it's not hot at all, you bastard." After speaking, he forcefully pushed his opponent away, sending him sprawling to the ground, panting. A thought flashed through Pled's mind like lightning, as if patching up old wounds. Now no one would ever treat him like a worm again. The butler hesitated, then shouted, "Young master, please treat young master immediately." Isaka approached, then immediately got to the point. "Did you learn martial magic to compensate for your lack of mana?" Pled. This match was truly impressive. Pled clearly stated his philosophy of self-discipline. "I thought it would be difficult to reach higher levels with magic alone." Isaka praised and reminded him simultaneously, "But martial magic also requires mana. Your mana sensitivity has improved greatly. You've grown a lot." Lisha also smiled. "I'm truly proud of you," Pled replied concisely. "Thank you, mother." A moment later, in a quiet corner of the garden, Lisha pulled her son aside and brought up the pre-arranged topic. "Pled, do you still remember Princess Pia, whom you met this morning?" He replied concisely, "Yes, I remember her." She immediately stated her intention. "She came because of an engagement. The third princess is cherished by the emperor. She will marry into our family. Both Michael and Haynes are of marriageable age." Pled glanced at his mother's eyes, calculating Lish's scheme as a follower of Genie. But he only asked a single question. "What do you think, mother?" He replied quietly, "Yes." Lisha continued, as if weaving a thread of temptation. "Princess Pia is not young, but she is a perfect daughter-in-law, both talented and beautiful. So I thought she might find you desirable." Pled raised his hand to interrupt and immediately stated his thoughts. But I think this is too sudden. Lisha smiled as if everything was already decided and placated him. The princess seems to think you're not bad either, and I just thought the same. This is not something you need to worry about. You are now recognized as a respected member of the Blake family. Pled's eyes gleamed coldly. Recognized, he replayed the concept of recognition in his mind. Even though I'm family, I need to be recognized. What on earth does that mean? What changes if I'm recognized as a family member? Lisha tilted her head, maintaining her smile, and said, it makes a big difference. For example, you'll learn the family's secrets. Pled looked at his mother and said, family secrets? So was the Blake family truly a laboratory of demigods who possessed both mana and divine power? Lisha commanded, I'll give you 4 days. During that time, think carefully and accept my offer. She finished speaking and turned her back, leaving Pled to sit alone, entangling and re-entangling threads of complex thoughts. When Pled returned to his room, the butler bowed and said, Oh young master, welcome back. I tidied your room while you were out. Do you need anything else? Seeing his submissive attitude, he suddenly realized that everyone here, whether family or servant, only became gentle in the face of power. He raised his hand to stop the conversation and said concisely, I'm going to sleep. Get out, I'm a heavy sleeper, so don't let anyone enter my room until tomorrow morning. The butler closed the door and replied, Ah yes, there's a cat curled up in the room. He softly called out Duckman's name, and Duckman approached and licked his hand. Wake me if anyone with ill intent approaches me. Understood, Duckman meowed. Immediately after, Pled's spiritual self, formed by his aura, slipped out of his body, and he reminded himself to be careful, as if walking on thin ice. A ghost could deceive people, but if Zelen were here, everything would be exposed. Descending downstairs, he heard his parents talking. Really? Pled is going to be engaged to the princess? He stopped in front of a closed room, a hidden room. This house had a place for discussing secrets. Inside, Lisha said to Isaka Blake, There's no other way. Michael's nose is broken, we can't send him. Isaka Blake replied, Why are you so fixated on Princess Pia? Won't her coming to our region, she who has always remained neutral, bring us danger? Lisha said, It must be Princess Pia, only she can give us what we want. Pled's ghost paused. What we want? Isaka B said, Zelen needs more of that item. The word Illunium silently echoed in Pled's mind. Lisha said, Blake, don't speak so carelessly. Genie ordered this fact to be kept a secret. Isaka B replied, I simply don't understand. That alloy was made by Genie, so why do we need to rely on Princess Pia? Lisha said. Haken, Princess Pia is the only one who can find Haken, the most important ingredient needed to mass-produce that alloy. But she doesn't yet know why we need Haken in large quantities. What if we order more later and get caught in such a situation? Isaka Bake agreed with Lisha. You're right, if we make her a member of the Blake family, that problem will no longer be a problem. At this point, all the pieces fell into place in Pled's mind. The Blake family's weakness was Princess Pia. Isaka Blake asked, But I have one question. Where is Genie now? Lisha crossed her arms and smiled. That's none of your concern. She left and Isaka sat in a daze. When the ghost returned to his body, Duckman raised his head and looked at him. He gasped, stroking Duckman's back, and said, Thank you for protecting me. Duckman sat down again and sorted out all the pieces of the puzzle. Lisha was promoting Illunium production under Genie's orders. Judging by Isaka's reaction, the actual authority of the family head lay with Lisha. And Princess Pia joining the family was to open the door to Haken, the core ingredient. Therefore, the key to stopping that flow was the princess. He opened the window and reminded himself of the steps. First, I need to understand what she's planning. Then I need to find a secret place where I can talk to her quietly. It wasn't easy because she was extremely cautious. Rushing into the palace was a dangerous act, so he had to wait for an opportunity. The next morning a chance arose. Princess Pia came to meet Pled and Leah and said, You must be Pled, right? Nice to meet you again. Pled was startled and thought to himself, An opportunity just presented itself. Princess Pia said, If you don't mind, would you be able to show me around the house? Leah whispered to Pled, Mother said the princess has a good impression of you. Princess Pia said, I suppose I came a bit suddenly, didn't I? Pled immediately replied, Not at all, Princess. On the contrary, I apologize for not having properly greeted your highness. He took the princess on a tour of the house, with Leah following at a distance. Princess Pia said, I heard you're a friend of Physian's. I'm Physian's childhood friend, Pled replied. I see. Not long after, the princess suddenly stumbled and exclaimed, Oh dear. Pled barely caught her and asked, Are you all right? Leah replied, My goodness, thank you, Pled. Pled thought to himself, She manages finances well, but her acting is clumsy. The princess was already holding his hand. A moment later, Princess Pia shyly let go of his hand and said, Oh my, what am I doing? I completely forgot about an important meeting. Well, I'll see you again sometime. As she left, Pled looked at his palm. There was a small piece of paper in his hand. Today at 2 a.m., room 3M La Kai Inn. He immediately realized that his opponent was not to be underestimated. The next morning in her private room, the princess was humming while touching up her makeup. The maid said, Your Highness is putting on makeup so early in the morning, that man must be very important. Princess Pia replied, Sometimes it's good to change the atmosphere. You look good in cold winter colors, the maid said. Guards must remove all unnecessary adornments. She turned and smiled, teaching, But sometimes beauty is also a weapon. Princess Pia said, Kaya, sometimes a sharp expression can overpower an opponent more than 100 words. There was a knock and she invited Pled in. Princess Pia said, You've come early, Pled. He thought to himself, The princess looks good with makeup on. She brought up a topic. I've heard many rumors about you. I heard you're the new guild master of the Jumanjing Guild, Pled replied. I didn't expect your highness to be interested in the Jumenjing Guild, Princess Pia said. It's not that I'm interested, but my master took an interest in them. Thanks to that, I learned the truth that you made the weakened guild strong again. It's surprising that you'd leave the guild to wander after achieving such a great accomplishment. It seems you're planning something very important, Pled said. No, a group of intruders is surrounding us outside, the subordinate shouted. Captain, retreat now, the captain replied. HMPH, retreat because of this Jumenjing? Benyang said, all intruders in Sector B have been subdued. Give up and surrender. It's time for us to join forces, the captain snarled. Join forces? Are you fearless now that you've grown bigger than before? How ridiculous. In this world only the strong survive. You're no different. Someone jumped down from the roof, but a spell echoed. Lightning strike, an ambusher shouted. Kaya Benyang? Benyang turned and said, Isabel. Isabel replied, Jumenjing is no different. Make your choice. Will you not touch humans, or will you follow our path? Inside the room, Pled said to Princess Pia, I've already entrusted the guild master position to a reliable friend. Gaining reliable comrades is much more reassuring than you'd think. Wouldn't you agree? Princess Pia said that comrades and subordinates are the same. When the princess asked, What do you mean? Pled replied. Unfortunately, I thought this was a secret meeting for just the two of us. As he tilted his head, there was a small movement above. Then is that person an intruder? Someone jumped down from the ceiling. As the sword was aimed directly at her, she cried for him to stop, but Pled had already grasped Princess Vika's wrist. When the princess explained, She's my guard, Pled said, I see, you should have told me earlier. This beautiful face almost got hurt. Vika was startled. What? He disarmed me with a single touch. The guard is an assassin. Vika flinched. Pled said, Indeed, your highness has an extraordinary eye for talent. Princess Pia thought to herself, what, is he really only in his early 20s? He sat down and got straight to the point. Since this isn't a sweet secret meeting, I'll get straight to the point. How much do you know about Leah's plan, your highness? You can tell me. I don't support the Blake family. Princess Pia realized she had been seen through and said, I know their plan. I know they want to bring me into the family to isolate me from the imperial family, and I know some facts about the materials they crave. When Pled asked, Resources? Why do you think so, your highness? She replied, In recent years, the Blake family's order volume has tripled. On the surface, it's for magical research, but they can't fool me. Demon's blood, 10-year-old wild ginseng, Hacken emeralds, and bone marrow. These are the items whose purchase volume they have cleverly increased, but I haven't yet found out what the Blake family is truly after among them. He thought to himself, indeed a sharp and incisive deduction. Then he said, Among the materials you just mentioned there is one that Leah needs. At that moment, a flash of realization struck the princess's mind. This man didn't feel like a child to her. Despite his youthful appearance, his composure was like that of a master. When she asked, Then what is it? Pled replied. Princess Pia, do you intend to remain neutral? She said, Don't answer my question with another question. He said directly, It will take 1 to 2 years for the apocalypse to conquer this continent. At this rate, your highness might also lose your life. The princess flinched, and Vika suddenly rushed forward and said, This rude fellow dares to threaten her highness. As Pled raised a single finger, Vika was paralyzed as if electrocuted. She bowed her head and asked, What evidence do you have for saying such a thing? The apocalypse had been quiet for the past 4,000 years, so why suddenly now? Pled replied. Because there is nothing left to hide. What Leah wants is Hacken. She said only your highness can find it. Princess Pia was startled and said, Hacken, so that's it, Pled continued. That will help speed up the progress of their plan, she continued. As long as I don't side with the apocalypse, they will threaten me to obtain Hacken. I understand. So, Pled, are you suggesting I join the guild? Pled laughed. Haha, not at all. The princess wondered if the guild could protect her. When she pressed, Then what is it exactly? He stood up and said as if signing a contract, Your highness join my side. I will become your Richter. Princess Pia was startled. Abanik said, Your highness. Princess Pia turned and raised her hand to stop her guard and said to Pled, Even if I'm in danger, do you think I'm a fool? Why are you suddenly making such an offer? Mixed emotions swirled in her mind. This man wants to be a shield for me? A sensitive issue. She said, I don't fear death. That's why I chose this dangerous path, Pled said. Don't you already have strong support? The master of the 11th magic tower. Princess Pia was startled. Is there really nothing you don't know? Pled replied. I also want to meet him in person and find out what kind of person he is. She raised her guard and said, Are you all right? Vijanika replied. Your highness, I apologize for my incompetence. Princess Pia said, Unfortunately, he's very difficult to meet. I don't even know where he is. When Pled asked, Are you saying even a princess of the kingdom like your highness cannot contact him? The princess took out a bead from her clothing. This bead is what I use to contact my master, but it's a tool that only allows one-way contact from the master's side. As she threw the bead, a shadow appeared and said, Nice to meet you, Pled Blake. Princess Pia called out, Master. Pled realized his face was covered by a screen. It wasn't because of the cloak. He would surely say he couldn't reveal his face, the master said. I heard everything you said. You believe the demigods will descend upon this world within 2 years, and I believe the same, Pled laughed. Haha, it seems you have a plan too, Master, Princess Pia quickly said. Hey Pled, my master is on a different level. I can't even follow in his footsteps. You should at least show some respect, Pled said. I apologize, Princess. I only respect those who reveal their true form and whom I can truly respect, Princess Pia said. Pled. The master replied, It's all right, Pia. He's not wrong, Master, she called out softly. The master continued. Moreover, we cannot judge people by their appearance. We have information that low novel's Black Dragon Knights were annihilated overnight, and I suspect this was the work of demigods, Pled replied. That's right, it was the demigod who controls death, the master said. No, indeed, as I expected, that is one of the apocalypse, Pled said. Master also knows a lot about what's happening within the Circle Guild. I think Master has several eavesdropping beads, the master replied. Phew, I know nothing, what are you thinking, Pled said. Former guild master Suffer Jun, this bead and this identity-concealing magic, all these techniques were owned by the Sony Rick Guild 50 years ago, and the guildmaster was also replaced at that time. Moreover, to possess these items one must be a person of considerable standing, the master said. Truly astonishing, you can deduce my identity from such scant clues, you're right. I am the former guildmaster of Sony Rick from 50 years ago. When Pled asked, then why did Master as guildmaster leave that position, the master replied. Do you know a person named Ainto? Pled recalled Benyong saying. Ainto, the former guildmaster of Jumenjing, was Richter, the master said. He was Richter to Benyong, the current guildmaster of Jumenjing and my old friend. His death was proof of the corruption of the Circle Guild. The other 3 guilds conspired to kill the Oso Guild. They intentionally let an apocalypse intervene, killing the Oso Guild to prevent it from developing further. In the end, we couldn't prevent his death despite having sworn to save humanity from the grip of the demigods. Master Pia called out softly. The master continued, looking into your eyes, I'm reminded of the Oso Guild. Pled, bring the Jumenjing Guild and join us. Pled flinched. Us, the master continued. After leaving the Circle Guild for 50 years, I found more comrades who understood the will of the senior heroes, and created a new alliance dedicated to the sole goal of defeating the demigods, unlike the rotten Circle Guild. Princess Pia was startled. Master is directly proposing to join the alliance. I've never seen this before. When Pled replied, thank you, but I refuse. The princess was surprised. He refuses, Pled said. I joined the Circle Guild because I believed I had the ability to change their ideology and direction. When the master asked, do you think you can do it yourself? Pled replied. The problem is not whether I can or cannot. Even the early Circle Guild masters had the same will, but in the process of building the organization and recruiting members, that goal gradually faded. In short, I can either initiate change and reform from within the organization, or like you, master, create a new guild with unified opinions. When the master said, we will not become like the rotten Circle Guild, Pled replied. No, what I'm talking about is human nature. We cannot deny it. At the very least, we must face everything head-on. Only then can we stand against the demigods, the master said. Phew, you solve everything like the Oso Guild. I hope your end isn't the same as his. When Pled said, don't worry, the master said to Princess Pia, Pia, from now on, support this person as much as possible. Princess Pia replied, yes, master. The master said, it was a real pleasure talking to you, Pled. My spirit feels hot again like meeting a deceased friend. When Pled asked, finally, could you tell me your esteemed name? The master replied, my name is Kai Kwan. My offer to you is still valid. If you need help, we are always ready to assist. The shadow disappeared into the bead, and Pled thought, Kai Kwan, descendant of Square. The two looked at each other without a word. That night at the Blake family dinner, Pled suddenly put down his chopsticks. Mother, I've made my decision. He took another bite of meat and put down his chopsticks, then said clearly, I will marry Princess Pia. At the Blake family dinner table, Pled said like hammering a nail, I will marry Princess Pia. Lisha raised an eyebrow and with a knowing, amused tone said as if she had expected it, my goodness. Earlier when he had spoken secretly with Princess Pia, Pled had thought to himself and then without hesitation began his proposal. I would like to ask 3 things of your highness. She granted permission concisely as if handing over a key. Speak. He stated the first condition resolutely. First, postpone our engagement. Upon hearing the 2 words, engagement, Princess Pia flinched slightly. Engagement, Vika coughed a short dry cough beside her like a blade. Pled of all people, Pled calmly emphasized without changing his expression, but your highness must not reveal complete disinterest in this matter. Princess Pia twitched her lips and with an arrogant expression spoke as if about a familiar sideline she had been doing for a long time. Don't worry, dragging things out is my specialty. From Vika's perspective, everything was still slightly off and she thought to herself that the story felt wrong but it was uncomfortable to voice aloud. Pled added his second proposal, clarifying his objective. For now, please suspend the hack and trade. You'll need an excuse to avoid the Duchess's suspicion. Princess Pia, aligning with her role, nodded and said, leave it to me, that's my specialty too. What is your third request? He didn't answer immediately, his face suddenly serious as if locking a steel bolt on a plan still inconvenient to reveal. At the same time in the palace grounds, Princess Pia walked with her guards on a soft lawn. The conversation proceeded as if reaffirming her own abilities. The guard hesitated and asked, considering everything that man just laid out, is your highness really going to follow his requests? Princess Pia, as if reading an already signed order, answered without needing to think long, of course, even my master told me to cooperate with him. Vika added, hinting at her doubt regarding the alignment of reality and prophecy. Did everything unfold exactly as he said? Princess Pia left a small lesson for her subordinate. In a relaxed teacher-like voice, you must also keep this in mind, Vika. Sometimes to make an accurate decision, you must act against common sense. Those who change the world are those who defy common sense. At the Blake family mansion, Princess Pia announced her decision, giving no one a chance to negotiate. I have thought enough, Leah, as if changing a piece on a chessboard, set the next step with a smile. You are now qualified to become a respected member of the Blake family. Hayne, tell Pled our family's secret. I will be waiting in the secret chamber. In the study, Hayne opened a book and, as if trying to catch a few more peaceful breaths before the secret was revealed, said, "There's nothing more to hear. Buy some time and come down in an hour." Pled hastily added another link. "Next time, call Chase here." Hayne conceded but still left a small defensive wall. "Your brother will relay your message, but I'm not sure if she'll accept your request," Pled replied as if victory was already certain. "She will definitely agree." Hayne stared at Pled as if he had something to say but eventually swallowed it. "You're nothing after all." On the way down to the secret chamber, Lisha led the way, asking as if measuring her son's perception. "So, Pled, how do you feel after learning the truth of this world?" He, like someone who had just drawn back a large curtain, didn't hide a slight hesitation and replied honestly, "It's still a bit hard to believe." Lisha let out a light chuckle, comforting him like a guide. "Haha, of course it is, don't worry. I'll tell you all the specific details step by step." The scene revealed when the curtain opened shocked Pled, hanging corpses. Chained and swaying under the lights, questions burst from them as if hitting a cold rock wall. "Who on earth are they?" She raised an eyebrow and replied numbly, as if talking about inanimate objects, "You'll have to get used to this. They're just experimental subjects." Going deeper, he saw the Blake family's mages and alchemists injecting a purple liquid into corpses from machines. She spoke as if introducing a workshop. "We are the Blake family's mages and alchemists. They conduct research here." Pled still couldn't hide his bad impression, but the situation looked grim. Lisha dismissed him in a dry, didactic voice. "Really, get rid of such thoughts." He paused. What did his mother mean? Leah's footsteps continued rhythmically, and she added a lecture, as if reciting from memory. "You must also remember this, Pled. If you adhere to your ego while belonging to a group, it will bring you no benefit. Mechanically following orders is the safest and most effective method." At the end of the corridor was a door shrouded in an eerie divine power. Lisha pointed to the door rhythmically, as if leading to a sanctuary, mentioning the place, and as if solidifying a course of action, she added, "Show respect. This is our master's residence." Pled paused for a moment. He anticipated the name that would be waiting behind the door, feeling a blade against his neck. Lisha's voice pulled him from his complex thoughts. "Pled," he turned, and she noticed his pale face and asked, "Why do you look so pale?" He barely managed to regain a calm expression. "It's nothing," Leah reassured him with, "It will be over soon, I promise." The door opened. Zelny was already seated on a throne and she narrowed her eyes, uttering indifferent yet sharp words, "You've come too early. Who is this cute child beside you?" "I haven't seen them before." Lisha prostrated herself with such courtesy that she could barely breathe. "The one seated comfortably above is Lord Zelny," she asked sarcastically as if testing her subordinate's nerves. "Are you still well?" Leah replied with absolute deference. "But true ruler of the continent." Pled still had his head bowed, his sharp gaze confined beneath his eyelashes. Lisha introduced him as if offering a sacrifice. "This child's name is Pled, the third son of God." She raised an eyebrow, quickly concerned about the ongoing work. "Third son? Was there a third son? How far have you progressed on the task I gave you?" Leah said cautiously. "We have gathered half of God." Zelny immediately expressed annoyance in a low voice. "Only half?" Lisha, flustered and surprised, leveraged the engagement. "Forgive me, but Pled and the third princess are currently planning to get engaged. If we win her over, we will soon gather everything we desire." She tapped the table playfully with her finger, mentioning a troublesome name. "The third princess, that child is a nuisance. Damn it, if only it weren't for the Tower Lord of the 11th Magic Tower gone." She descended from her chair and approached Pled, joking as if stroking a pet's head. "This child is really quiet, but that makes him even cuter. Let's see." Cold fingers lifted his chin and she drew close to his face, casually uttering a remark. "Humans all look the same." After a moment her gaze stopped, and in an instant Zelny pressed Pled to the floor, choking his neck, barely uttering a half-finished "you" before her expression changed as if recalling something, and she casually tossed out, "Look at this person." Leah quickly asked, as if trying to see through her master. "Lord Zelny." She glared, pressing a question on his neck. "Your name is Pled, isn't it?" After another pause she changed her voice as if praising a new toy. And then delivered a soft conclusion. This one isn't bad either." Leah immediately agreed as if trying to dispel the awkwardness. "He is far more excellent than Michael, the eldest son." Zeln waved her hand, speaking in two parts. "Yes, cute one. I have something to discuss with your mother, so could you step out for a moment?" Pled guessed she was trying to protect Leah from his sword and understood that his identity had been revealed. Seeing him still frozen, she sharply prodded again. "What? Not only quiet but slow to understand," and then she released his neck. Pled retreated as commanded. "Ah no." Through the closed door Zelny gave a sarcastic farewell. "See you next time, cute one." The door closed, leaving only her and Leah in the room. Zelny changed her demeanor and showered questions. "Lisha, has that one accepted divine power?" Lisha replied, flustered. "Not yet." She lifted Lisha's neck, choking her, and growled, "You foolish woman, if you weren't my apostle I would tear you to shreds right here." Leah's body, thrown hard, hit a pillar. A dry creaking sound was heard. Zelny gritted her teeth, uttering each syllable. "How many times have I told you, Leah, only fools make mistakes? Tell me, are you a fool? Did I join hands with a fool?" Really?" Outside, Pled had already returned to his room, and the floor was covered in chalk. He drew diagrams while connecting his conjectures. Zelny had clearly sensed the traces of Innerha on his body, but she didn't attack. The most logical reason was that she couldn't. If she had exhausted all her divine power to heal the three Kayas, then Zelny would currently be a mere shell, and now was the perfect opportunity to eliminate her. The door opened slightly and Hain entered, stopping in front of the talisman. His brother asked, his voice a mixture of fear and curiosity. "What on earth is this?" Pled turned and cut straight to the chase. "Hain, I'm going to kill Mother today." Hain was startled, but in an instant his expression shifted to understanding, and he asked again, confirming that the person before him was not his former brother. "Indeed you are not, Pled. Tell me what on earth happened to my brother, Pled?" He smirked, curling his lips, uttering the word brother with contempt. "Brother?" Then he grabbed Hain by the collar and gritted his teeth. "How can the word brother come so easily from your filthy mouth? Pled is dead," he continued, as if dropping a lump of resentment at his opponent's feet. "Pled died, cornered by everyone, trampled, with his only choice in hell being to end his own life, never once acknowledged." Hain trembled, barely asking, as if unable to believe his ears. "Suicide? Did that child commit suicide?" Somewhere Pled's voice echoed from deep within, stopping his hand. "Please don't strike down my eldest brother. Please don't do that to my brother." He gritted his teeth, muttering that weak name, abandoned one. He threw Hain to the floor and cruelly flung words near the ground. "You don't deserve to suffer." Hain covered his face and spoke amidst bitter tears. He admitted his wrongdoing and, as if to reveal his mechanically stitched and mended body, pulled Pled's clothes. That sight momentarily silenced the one who possessed Pled's body. Hain told a consistent and bitter story from his childhood. If one was born with talent, their fate in the Blake family was to become an experimental subject. Michael was the same, and he himself had destroyed his monoflow from a young age to protect his younger brother, hoping that his brother would not enter the family's laboratory. Hearing those words, Pled immediately realized that the blockage he had felt when he first entered Pled's body was due to that. After an apology steeped in still wet sorrow, Hain asked again, "Then who are you?" He retorted with a half-joke, half-earnest smile. "Even if I told you, you probably wouldn't believe me." Hain frowned. "What?" He spoke in a low voice, as if adding a mystical hue. "It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that you're looking at your master." Just then, a shadow entered. It was Jode Charlotte. She prostrated herself before him in reverence, and Hain froze. His brother asked directly, shocked, "Master, why do you call him master?" Jode answered cautiously, as if giving an access code to an unauthorized person, "You will know yourself someday. For now, just follow blindly." Hain did not understand the curtains unfolding back and forth. Finishing the introduction, he immediately assigned a task. "There is a metal called alunium." Hain was surprised. "Alunium?" He precisely pinpointed only the core that needed to be remembered. "You must know that it is an item the Ashen Ones need to dominate the continent. Zelny is making it through Leah's hands. You must find it." Hain nodded, saying as if he had already set up a safety device. "All right, if Mother has hidden it, there are a few suspicious places I can search." Towards Jode he instructed. "Jode, keep an eye on Leah." She replied without hesitation, "I will obey your command," and as he placed his hand on her head and warned, her face flushed. "Be careful, Lisha is Kaya's apostle," Jode added, asking to optimize surveillance. "Master, don't worry, but is there a clue to track her? You must carefully observe what she is plotting and hide any sign that could provoke even the slightest." He curled his lips slightly, as if letting out a confident sigh. That's simple." "Yes, I have answered." And soon a loud explosion rocked the Blake family mansion. The commotion began at the same time at the summit of Low City in the J-Bindo Mountains. A giant Goluz Jin was reassembling the three Kayas who had been cut down by Jiki. Zelny staggered in and he asked briefly in a tired, annoyed voice, "Zelny, what's wrong?" She couldn't hide her trembling and immediately delivered the news. "The Lord, we have a problem. A human with Innerhas brainwaves has appeared. The Lord does not know what that one has done," he mumbled. "Jiki," she nodded. "It must be related to him." God gave a command as if stamping a wax seal. "Bring him back alive." Zelny clicked her tongue, confessing a truth she didn't want to admit. "Do you think that will be as easy as it sounds? I have already used up all my divine power to heal them, leaving me a mere skeleton. Honestly, I'm too afraid." And then she clicked her tongue again, muttering to herself, "Why should I, of all people, tremble before a mere human?" God said in a soft voice, "Increase your forces. Calm down. I will send our kin too," she asked dangerously. "How many should I send?" God quickly calculated the distance. "There are 3 nearby, so send them all, but they cannot move through space and time." "Wait for 4 days, Zelny was slightly flustered. 4 days? I'll have to tell Lisha to hide first." In the short piece after the explosion, returning home, Hain still looked at him, his brother and not brother, with 100 thoughts. Their respective roles had already diverged. He went to look for alunium and Jode followed Lisha. Pled deployed additional forces to turn the Blake family's wheel of fate to a turning point. No one could pretend not to hear the thunder. As Pled activated the fuse, the entire Blake family mansion collapsed, looking like an abandoned house. Observing the whole from above, Pled calculated inwardly. "If I'm not mistaken, Zelny will immediately call for reinforcements. There's not much time." At the same time, Hain and Jare did their best to complete their mission. They reminded themselves that they had to find the alunium every single minute and second. Pled continued to detonate each section of the house. Isaka, enraged, pointed a finger at his face and shouted, "You insolent Pled!" He gritted his teeth and demanded, "What are you doing?" Ignoring his rebuke, he replied calmly, "What does it look like I'm doing?" He growled in anger, "How rude! How dare you mock me like that in front of me?" Before he could finish speaking, Pled created a barrier circle with his power. He shrieked in surprise at the sight. "Mana isn't responding." He still spoke without waiting for sarcastic remarks. "Father, stop trying to be a father anymore. It's truly disgusting." Doubt arose in his mind. Is Pled an 8-star mage? Unbelievable. Pled is controlling the entire space. He who had been sent flying immediately lunged to counterattack but found himself precariously perched on an ice peak upon impact. He exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, ice?" Seeing that, Pled looked at him with a contemptuous expression and said, "Since father is Genie's spy, I thought your divine power was wind." He immediately shot fire energy from his eyes, knocking him off the ice pillar, and scoffed with an even more contemptuous expression. "But now it seems father isn't even worthy of being her spy," Hisaka mumbled angrily. "So you returned with this intention from the start," Pled replied with a bright smile. "That's right, why else would I have come back to this dump?" Hisaka shouted. "You're wrong, I didn't drive you away back then. I should have killed you right there. You should never have been born into this world." He immediately cast a strange spell and grotesque monsters poured out, repulsive as evolved flies. Pled glanced at the monsters, not forgetting to scoff at Hisaka. "Just listen to what a father says to his son." Then he opened his eyes wide at the monsters and said, "It seems these are creatures created by Zelny. Quite a peculiar taste. Are those flies or people?" They charged, and he raised his hand and created an ice wall to block them. To his surprise, they all collapsed and died without breaking the wall. He suddenly wondered, did the magic self-destruct? Hisaka laughed triumphantly. "Do you think you can use ice magic against me?" Just then his magic pursued Pled, and Pled retorted, "That's due to your divine power, isn't it?" The flies continued to multiply, completely encircling Hisaka. He still boasted ostentatiously, "Look at this, this is the power of authority. No matter how much you struggle, you cannot defeat me." But Pled's smile vanished instantly, and he stammered, his eyes wide, "Authority?" Dark clouds gathered thickly above Pled's head, and thunder and lightning roared as they were summoned. He instantly turned the swarm of flies into roasted flies. Hisaka exclaimed in shock, "How can this be? How can you use divine power?" Pled's body was now filled with divine power, and he glanced at Hisaka with contempt. Meanwhile, Jode summoned a massive swarm of rats numbering in the thousands, and all their eyes glowed red. She commanded briefly, "Find Lisha BL." As soon as they received the order, they scattered in all directions, rattling as they carried out their mission. She assessed. Although the BL family mansion was destroyed, she had to detect the aura of her kin, however faint, connecting all exploratory senses to pinpoint the location. She closed her eyes, and the distribution map of the rat swarm was updated in her brain. Opening her eyes again, she obtained the coordinates she was looking for and whispered softly, "Found it." Lisha was seated in a secret chamber where a hidden passage led to another space. She was intensely chanting an unknown spell. Seeing that, Shalou couldn't help but curse her inwardly. "She's mad, sacrificing living offerings to enhance magic efficiency. What on earth is she trying to do?" Lisha chanted the spell even faster. The magic circle grew progressively brighter. When the spell ended, the entrance to the space surged with power and an Ashen One walked out. Lisha proudly invited, "Please enter, Lord Apep. I am Lisha BL." The Ashen One mumbled complainingly, "This place is truly chaotic. Oh, how stifling." She bowed and said, "I apologize for bringing you to such a humble place. Zelny has commanded us to hide from God." He listened and then said, "Did you sacrifice living offerings to summon an authority like me? It would take me about 4 days to get here. I'm going to die of boredom." "You're quite capable too, Genie's disciple," Shalou realized. "As Master expected, the reinforcement Ashen One has arrived. I must report to Master immediately." She continued, "I can bring the other 2 before dawn." Jode calculated inwardly, "If I move through shadows, even an Ashen One won't detect me." She continued to report, "The target is Pled, God's third son. He has probably already acted, so we must hurry." The Ashen One complained again, "Don't rush, it's annoying." He gazed in one direction. It was as cold as ice, and he continued. Before that, he waved his hand, and Jode immediately revealed herself. She exclaimed in surprise, wondering to herself, "Caught, I should be in the shadows." The person still grumbled, "How did a little rat follow you all the way here? Annoying." She still couldn't understand and repeated inwardly, "How can this be?" Hain froze at the sight before him. In the collapsed room, numerous bound corpses lay, both dead and dying, all in misery. He thought to himself, "I expected it, but this level of horror is beyond imagination." Going deeper, he saw a neatly organized bookshelf in one corner with documents stacked tidily. Picking up a volume, Hain realized everything was a document about alunium, with its manufacturing process detailed, and he exclaimed in shock, "The process requires human hearts." He immediately reported what he had just discovered to Pled using a secret technique. Pled was also shocked, murmuring inwardly, "Human hearts." Hain continued to report, 108 hearts are needed per kilogram, but the quantity I found in the factory exceeded even tens of kilograms. Reading deeper, he exclaimed in shock, "Good heavens, this is insane." Pled immediately imprisoned Hisaka with magic, and the prison tightened as power concentrated. Just then Hain also returned, carrying a bag and looking somber. He said, "I've found it. Everything is inside this dimensional bag. This is probably alunium." Seeing Hain siding with Pled, Hisaka gnashed his teeth and said, "Hain, even you?" Hain handed the dimensional bag to Pled. Pled was astonished to see it. "They've made this much already?" Hisaka still didn't give up and said, "Hain, are you siding with Pled too?" Hain ignored him and asked Pled, "What do you know about alunium's ingredients?" Pled also replied softly, "I only know one thing, Hakan must be added." Hain's face hardened, and after a moment of silence he asked again, "Tell me, Pled, what power does alunium possess?" Pled opened his mouth again, and immediately after the question explained, "Do you know what the Ashen Ones fear most? It is the invisible force that maintains order in the world." Hain was startled by that concept. Pled named that power God. Hain was even more astonished, unable to close his mouth. Pled calmly concluded, "Surprised, but they call themselves gods, don't they? In truth, there really are gods in this world. Gods are those who punish the Ashen Ones for their merciless slaughter. Hain cut him off abruptly. Wait, then Pled understood his intention and immediately replied, yes, the Ashen Ones are using Illunium to deceive the gods' eyes and conquer the continent. Hearing this, Hain gnashed his teeth and cried out in rage. This was happening within our own family. His two fists trembled and clenched tightly. Pled exposed the true nature of the BL family in a single sentence as cold as ice. Hain approached Isaka, who was writhing in pain on the ground. Pressed, how many more lives do you intend to sacrifice, father? Isaka replied with an air of composure. Hain, you are truly bold. How can you repay kindness with such enmity? After all, I raised you. Hain couldn't hold back and shouted again, answer me, how many people have you taken and where? Isaka replied again, as if it were a matter of course. What's so difficult about it? How many parents in this world sell their children for money? They're just slaves anyway. No one will care or look for them if they disappear. Hain could no longer tolerate his words and cried out in despair. Father, Isaka scoffed again. Stop pretending to be righteous, Hain, he chuckled maliciously, continuing his venomous remarks. Like it or not, the blood flowing in your veins is the BL family's blood. Hain trembled, feeling a moment of self-loathing. Pled spoke with an arrogant and challenging voice. That blood flows in my veins too, doesn't it? Hain looked at him, moved, and softly called out Pled. As Pled's provocation failed, Isaka gnashed his teeth in rage. Hain declared resolutely. Pled was right. The BL family must disappear. Isaka roared like a mad beast. Miserable wretch. Before he could act, Pled instantly subdued him. Pled pressed coldly. Shall I slowly tear your mouth? Where is Zelny? Isaka still resisted, stubbornly replying, do you think I'd tell you? Pled scoffed. Fine, don't answer. I'd be disappointed if you answered right away, and he broke his hand. Just then a shadow was thrown and it was Jode. Pled caught her, and Hain, horrified by the sight, barely managed to call her name in shock. Jode's body was distorted from torture, but she still called out to her master in a faint breaking voice, Master. Apep and Lisha appeared together, and he glanced at Pled, asking provocatively, it seems you want to meet Zelny. If you wish, I can tell you. Jode barely managed to warn, Master, be careful. His authority is shadow. Apep scoffed, saying contemptuously, hiding in shadows is useless. Pled remained silent and did not reply. Jode, flustered again, urged, hurry, Master, quickly escape. 2 more will arrive before dawn. Pled embraced her and reassured her in a gentle voice, you must have suffered. Rest. I'll handle the rest. With tears in her eyes, she called out, Master, and he entrusted her to Hain's care. At first, Hain didn't understand his intention, but as soon as he realized, he shouted, are you seriously planning to fight the Ashen One alone? Pled replied resolutely, it's not seriously. I truly intend to. As his retreating figure vanished, Hain could only chase after him, shouting, Pled, don't die? Apep watched him and scoffed, how weak. Pled gripped his ice weapon tightly and charged fiercely, his gaze cold. His mind immediately analyzed his opponent, Apep, the demigod with the authority of darkness. Apep remained still, observing, then spoke, are you a mage? It seems Zelny is weakening. I can't believe she lost to a human. Truly disappointing. Pled did not reply, instead activating his treasure and pushing the ice into an attack stance. The ice staff swung directly at Apep. With a single wave of his hand he destroyed the technique. Pled observed that the area around his body was as bright as day, and realized he was absorbing the surrounding darkness. That was the ability of darkness. Next, one of the eyes on Apep's body glowed, and he waved his hand. Thousands of eyes, large and small, opened simultaneously and stared. With another wave of his hand, an immense force poured in, and Pled firmly raised his shield to block it. He immediately realized his shield was useless. Could that power transcend physical laws? Pled switched to rock explosion. However, he reappeared after crouching, completely unharmed. He scoffed again, uttering a single remark. Ah, how disappointing. Still fighting, he analyzed. This is the power of a demigod. Such unpleasant darkness. Pled turned and created a small ice hideout, but Apep's attack immediately pierced through it. He stated once more with emphasis, resistance is futile. Pled thought of another approach. It's uncertain if physical laws bind him, so let's try light magic first. As soon as he thought it, he fired sacred light, sending a powerful beam directly at his opponent, who countered with a beam of darkness. The 2 beams collided and exploded in space. He gripped his weapon tightly, waiting for the very moment light and darkness clashed. But contrary to his expectation, he was completely unharmed and said nonchalantly, truly amusing, I like you. Immediately he unleashed his authority of darkness, and Pled was startled. Pled shouted at that force, are you truly using the surrounding darkness as an energy source? Cunning, he replied nonchalantly. Yes, that's right, as long as night doesn't pass, my power is infinite, Pled continued clearly. And even if I stall until daybreak, the other 2 demigods will still arrive here, won't they? He retorted. Are you despairing? As soon as he finished speaking, he charged again, and Pled flew to evade. Observing more closely, he discerned the rhythm of the attacks. Left hand attacks, right hand defends. If I can cut off his right hand before he defends, the door to victory might open, but there's a chance he'll recover thanks to the darkness. Lost in thought, he took a hit. Clearly feeling the increasing power of the attacks, he growled softly, what should I do? At the same time, Hain laid Jode on the ground. He looked up at the battlefield and murmured inwardly, he's fighting a demigod of a level one cannot reach. As soon as that thought ended, a curse burst out from Isaka. That damned Hain. Isaka, still bound to the ground, raised his head and asked, what are you trying to do? Hain replied vaguely, I don't know, I'm still thinking. Isaka continued to shout, you fool, Hain. Hain muttered to himself again. Jode spoke on his behalf. I will give you an opportunity, Hain exclaimed. Chairman, you're taking this too far, and she crawled towards Isaka. She smiled wickedly, calling Isaka Blake by name directly. Isaka Blake, your crime is betraying humanity. I will give you a chance to atone. Without a long speech, she sank her teeth into him. He cried out in pain, instantly aging, and Jode recovered. Hayne approached, looking as if he understood, and asked, Chairwoman Charlotte, surely not, she replied concisely. Don't worry, he's not dead yet. Immediately after, she spread her vampire wings and said, I will help you. Please leave all remaining matters to me, master. Having finished speaking, she flew away, and Hayne called out, Chairwoman Charlotte. Leah approached then. She pouted her lips and reprimanded Hayne. Hayne, you truly disappoint me. Why do you listen to Pled's sweet words and betray us? Hayne shouted. Mother, she still not giving up, tried to persuade him. There's no river of no return. Hayne cut her off and retorted. No, it's you who disappointed me, mother. This entire house and myself too, she frowned, concluding coldly. My words are no longer of any use on the other side. Pled's wounds from Apep's attack were clearly visible. He was inwardly anxious. The sun will rise soon. I want to avoid a war of attrition. Just then, Charlotte appeared at the opportune moment and said, Master, leave that to me. Pled, surprised by her sudden appearance, unconsciously called out, Charlotte, are you all right? She curved her lips and replied as if greeting herself. I never thought I'd owe a vampire a favor someday. Pled calmly dissuaded her. Your recovery ability is astonishing, but it's best not to get involved in this fight. She presented a plan. I have a plan. If it succeeds, we might be able to defeat that demigod. Apep launched a fierce attack, giving his opponent no breathing room. As the two were forced to create distance, Pled asked Charlotte for a solution. Charlotte replied concisely and firmly, I will use the demon realm to bend everything, master. He paused in surprise. The demon realm, she hastily explained, offering a specific approach. Master can entrust this task to Ashura, who is in human form. As he was still confused, she revealed the entire plan and its limitations. Even the demon realm is impossible for Lisha. Ashura would surely gain the upper hand, but to do that you need to draw a bending formation based on Ashura's summoning circle. Master, draw the summoning circle right now, there's no time. The demigods will pour in at dawn, then there will be no chance of winning. He weighed the mana consumption rate and the excessive risk, hesitating at the cost he would have to pay. He resolutely refused, saying he could not take such a risk at any cost. Charlotte, it's too dangerous. Find another way. Suddenly, the memory of Isabel's words of absolute trust telling him he wasn't alone flashed through his mind. Memories swirled like a hot wind in the cold battlefield. Charlotte also raised her voice, saying all preparations were complete. All preparations are complete. He realized what he had long forgotten. The will and aspirations of those still alive. He changed his decision but gave her one condition. Do it, Charlotte, but there's one condition. Don't die no matter what. She replied with equal resolve. I won't say goodbye. The two immediately scattered in their respective directions to save time. Suddenly, Charlotte was struck by the demigod while flying, bounced off towards the villa and was in a precarious situation. Pled, flustered, called her name. Charlotte, but he was not safe either. Apep approached, saying with a mixture of annoyance and mockery, I don't know what you're plotting, but I won't let you. I thought you could entertain me, but you're just a boring guy after all. Let's finish this. He fought while signaling his comrade with his brainwaves. Charlotte, are you all right? Charlotte, answer me. On the other side, a severely injured Charlotte, her body paralyzed by the demigod's attack, her fingertips trembling, crawled and reprimanded herself. Damn it. As her body refused to obey, she decided to bet everything on the last remaining option, and received Ashura's summoning circle, which her master had already drawn. Opening her eyes, she realized she was inside the yet-to-be-activated summoning circle. Ashura's summoning circle was right there in her master's room. It was what she had seen briefly earlier. While Pled was busy looking for Charlotte's survival signal, Apep grabbed him, but he paid no heed and continued to call out, Charlotte, answer me. Finally, a faint but firm signal came back. Master, he asked again anxiously, even while fighting. Charlotte, are you still all right? She barely managed to support herself, reported the situation and made a crucial demand. I narrowly avoided Apep's fatal attack, and at the same time the bending formation is almost complete. Lure that demigod here. He was startled. What? Charlotte hastily completed the final part of the formation. Meanwhile, Pled was being choked by his opponent and feeling dizzy. She quickly grasped his intention. Ashura's summoning circle was a backup, and this was a bending formation leading directly to the demon realm. Apep briefly saw the light spreading from the villa and paused curiously. What is that? Pled took the opportunity to mention the attack-defense rules he had observed, putting all his strength into burning his opponent's left hand until it was paralyzed. Right hand defends, left hand attacks. If I incapacitate your left hand, you can only defend. He widened his eyes at the words that accurately described his attack habit. What? In immense pain, he barely managed to gasp. God, enter his divine power. Pled seized the opportunity, twisted his arm and threw him into the newly completed formation, then brought his two hands together to create another sun, intending to sweep away the darkness. Apep looked up at the light source and scoffed, trying to drive away darkness with light, foolish. He rushed forward, exploding the battlefield, inadvertently pushing himself fully into the formation, still uttering arrogant words. A human's pathetic light cannot drive away my darkness, Pled growled in a low voice, giving a command at the decisive moment. Charlotte, right now. She activated the formation, and a white flash erupted. The demigod's roar was torn apart and his physical body was sucked into hell. Charlotte knelt exhausted but choked with emotion. It succeeded. Pled looked up at the closing spatial vortex, leaving the final details to the Lord on the other side. I leave the rest to Ashura, in Ashura's Rakshasa hell. A suffocating aura seemed to press down on his lungs. Whenever the demigod was cornered, he would curl up like a cocoon, rolling around on the floor like a turtle. When he thought he was safe, he opened the cocoon, revealing a face still as expressionless as a statue. As he looked up blankly, thunderous shouts echoed from all directions. Kill him, he asked, startled and briefly. Is this it? Ashura's wicked laughter crashed down like a hammer. Pled, did that guy really bring you all the way here? Welcome to the hell of slaughter. Live long enough and you'll see all sorts of things. Although you're a pathetic guy, the day has finally come for me to kill demigods with my own hands. In the realm of Rakshasa, he was merely a small being at Ashura's feet. In a place where no one else could gain the upper hand, he finally realized. I've been caught in a bending formation leading to the demon realm. Ashura did not waste words and brought down his hammer, shattering his opponent like paper with a single dry blow. On the verge of annihilation, he still uttered one contemptuous remark. Oh, how dull. Immediately after, Ashura looked at the sight and let out an annoyed remark. Can't even withstand a single punch. You're not even a fragment of Kaya. Pled on the other side. The gate to the spatial rift leading to hell slowly closed and the opponent's divine power also disappeared. Charlotte, astonished by the unbelievable result, muttered. They subdued a demigod. Pled at this moment was exhausted, spat blood and collapsed. Charlotte, flustered, rushed towards him and held him. She knew well that it was not unexpected for a human body to fight to this extent. Inwardly, Charlotte revisited the legend of Lucid, which she had been skeptical of. What seemed like a fabricated story passed down for 4,000 years was still insufficient to describe his spirit. Though he hadn't reached 9-star, his prestige was already clear. He spoke with difficulty, reminding her of the short time remaining. Charlotte, dawn is breaking. There's no time. We need to eliminate Lisha before the other demigods arrive. Meanwhile, Hain, in his fight with his mother, felt the difference in skill grow more apparent with each strike. Fear and doubt about her true nature began to surface. Is mother really my mother? She spoke of the kindness of raising him, accusing him of betrayal. You truly are an ingrate. I bore you, raised you, and loved you, and you betray me like this, he replied with a single cold blade-like word. Love, is there even such a thing as love in our family? She was startled. What? He tore his clothes, revealing the white scars, evidence of his days as an experimental subject, and gave her no chance to retort. From birth, I was raised like an experimental subject, subjected to experiments every day. Mother bore me to make me an experimental subject, didn't you? Then where is the love in that? She paused, then tried to coerce him with the logic of Genie's subordinate. If I say it's so, then it is so. Everything we do is for Genie, which means for ourselves. Why don't you understand that? He replied. His voice grew firm as he thought of the meaning of the name parent that ordinary people held. It was only when I grew up that I first learned that parents symbolize love and sacrifice. But for me, they symbolize pain and fear. But I endured this hell worse than death, thanks to the happiness of being able to give Pled a future, because of the belief that I would personally see the bright future I had created. She probed one detail he had once suspected in the past. Did you perhaps block Pled's mana? He looked directly at the Blake family's fate and replied, everything is useless. There was no way to escape the Blake family's fate from the start. In the end, Pled cursed himself and took his own life, she asked in disbelief. Took his own life? What are you talking about? He's still alive, he declared resolutely, clearly outlining the path ahead. Pled was right. The Blake family must be destroyed. That's the only way to open the future. So mother, I'm sorry, but I must kill you. She shouted that it was the utmost disrespect. How can a child say such a thing to his mother? At this moment, Pled, supported by Charlotte, approached, and he stopped Hain from making a decision. The decision is mine to make. You don't need to get blood on your hands. Hain looked at his tattered and wounded form and softly called out, Pled. Lisha scoffed, still unable to believe the situation. You're in terrible shape, Pled. Where is Apep? He replied nonchalantly, as if reporting, was Apep that demigod's name? He's dead. She stammered in shock. What did you say? He didn't beat around the bush and repeated. Didn't you hear? Charlotte and I defeated him. She wailed. Defeated him? You defeated Apep. After confirming it herself and not sensing Apep's divine power, she still denied it and erupted in fury. You're lying. A whirlwind swept through. The three barely managed to hold their ground. In the whirlwind, Hain barely asked, Pled, are you all right? He panted, acknowledging his remaining limits. Honestly, my body is too broken, but 1 minute. I just need 1 minute. This will probably be the last magic I can use. Hain paused, recalling the time. 1 minute. Charlotte immediately took on the task. I'll buy you time. Pled looked deeply into Hain's eyes, entrusting him with trust and responsibility. Hain, you must kill her. Are you really all right? Lisha growled, calling it disrespectful. Insolent brats, how dare you? Hain steeled his resolve and, though choked with emotion, poured out his true feelings. We have to do this. If we don't, no one can stop this tragedy. His retreating figure swayed in the wind. Pled and Charlotte could only watch. Hain stood facing Lisha and said, as if cutting a rotten rope, Mother, you've already given up your right to be human. She became even more frantic, spewing words full of fanatical worship. Everyone will die here. All for Genie Lini. I want to dedicate this world to the demigods. Hain took a deep breath and steeled his resolve for all his companions. Our job is to stop that crazy idea. If people like us, your sons, don't do it, who will? Pled immediately formed a formation, called Charlotte softly, and went down to touch the ground, activating magic and chanting a spell. energy surged like fire meeting wind. "Charlotte, I'm leaving the rear to you." She was worried but obediently complied. "Master." Lisha glanced at the formation and anxiously tried to conclude. "How long do you intend to drag this fight out?" "Hain, let's finish this." Hain tried to hold her back for as long as possible while Pled concentrated on his ritual. Suddenly Lisha clutched her head and screamed. Her mind was being controlled. "Ah, my head, my head." He paused at the unexpected development. She realized she was being interfered with by Charlotte and shrieked hysterically, "You damn vampire, stop your useless resistance." Jode spread her wings and counterattacked. Swarms of bats erupted with lightning flashes, forming a sealed nest, tearing through the sky and scattering in all directions. "Useless resistance." Charlotte descended, spreading her wings, and her voice was as cold as ice. "A loyal dog of the demigods, you seem quite tired." She gritted her teeth and cursed. "You arrogant bastard." Immediately after, she gazed at the ground and detected a new abnormal mana source. What is this? What is this powerful mana?" As soon as Pled realized it was the core, she transformed into a whirlwind and rushed towards him. Hain and Zhao quickly moved to block, but they were thrown back. Hain immediately flew up, creating a shield for all three of them. Lisha disappeared into the wind, leaving an arrogant threat, her speed difficult to follow with the naked eye. Cha was flustered, unable to keep up with the movement. "Disappeared?" She moved quickly. "Can't I see her?" Hain pointed out the deception, replying, "No, she's using the wind to hide herself." She widened her eyes at the stealth technique, hiding herself with wind. Immediately, Hain unleashed his divine power and an energy wave swept through the surroundings. The space around them revealed Lisha in the form of a small ice chunk. He approached and called out softly, "Mother, are you there?" She revealed herself, recognizing the authority within her son's body. "Hain, are you using your authority?" He spoke slowly, each word heavy as lead yet without a tremor. "I disliked using my authority, as it felt like abandoning my humanity, but if I use it to help humanity exist, I will gladly do so. Is this not the power I was given to wield?" Leah, in a fit of rage, unleashed a gale that roared with stones. Cha was thrown back and Hain spun like a top. "You've grown a lot." She continued her sarcastic remarks, degrading herself to the position of an apostle and Hain to an experimental subject. "Our divine powers are the same, but you and I are different, Hain. I am the apostle of creation, and you are merely an experimental subject." She approached coldly, intending to decisively sever the ties of blood and flesh. "But regardless, you are my flesh and blood, so I intended to let you live. Unfortunately, there's no choice. Farewell, my son." Shao cried out his name in surprise. The moment Hain's attack descended, she suddenly paused behind him. Pled had already completed the ritual, and with just one finger controlling mana, he ended her as lightly as a feather. Even at the moment of death, she still stammered, murmuring with disbelief at this magic that didn't rely on divine power. "Magic without divine power, what on earth is this magic?" he panted, answering the truth. "I haven't named it yet." She whispered her last words, still unable to believe her eyes. "You made it unbelievable." She collapsed, and Hain ran to embrace her cold body. "Mother, mother." Pled offered the least painful comfort he could give his friend. "Your mother probably didn't even feel the pain. This was the best I could do for you." "I'm sorry." Hain swallowed his grief and stood tall, his gratitude trembling but firm. "No, thank you, Pled." Dawn was breaking, and the other Ashen Ones arrived. Charlotte and Pled were thrown back from the start. As Pled struggled to get up, an invisible spear pierced his body and an unseen attack struck him. Reproachful curses erupted from the ambushers. Above, the two newly arrived Ashen Ones looked down, one extending an arm like a spear, delivering a fatal blow. The two Ashen Ones appeared with faces as cold as ice, and it seemed they were determined to sweep everything away today. Pled was exhausted but still held his weapon tightly. If he let go, there would be no one left. Both Hain and Charlotte had fallen, injured. He quietly called out to Charlotte. To Hain, "Is this really the end?" Suddenly, a huge crack appeared as if torn open before his eyes, and even the Ashen Ones paused in surprise. "Gaw, a spatial rift?" Just then, an Ashen One's arm was still piercing his body, and after a moment, countless arms shot out from somewhere. Grabbing the Ashen Ones, who stood dazed, they asked, bewildered, What are those arms?" They pulled the arm out of Pled's body. As he was about to fall to his knees, someone quickly supported him. The person whispered softly, "Thank goodness he hasn't been discovered yet." He panted, replying quietly, You. The person who appeared was Isabel, and she treated him, reassuring him. "It's not too late." Pled still softly called her name in a tired voice. "Isabel, why are you here?" She replied gently. "Didn't I tell you yet? If my master is in danger, I will immediately rush to save him." At the same time, a monster approached with a deafening roar, leading an army. The Ashen Ones shouted, "Who are you?" The one at the forefront slowly called out a shocking name. "Vargo." The Ashen Ones asked in surprise. "Vargo?" Isabel walked, supporting Pled, and said, "I'll explain later. For now, I'll take care of you." The leader of the Vargo army stood tall, showing no fear towards the Ashen Ones within the army. People whispered, "I heard there were 3 Ashen Ones. Why only 2? Could it be that one Ashen One has already been dealt with?" Vargo immediately sent 2 soldiers to take Hain and Charlotte to safety. The leader scoffed, speaking in a meaningful voice. Indeed, Kaio didn't exaggerate. The Ashen Ones growled again, unleashing their fury. "These arrogant bastards are destined to die." The leader plunged his staff into the ground and unleashed his power, and even the Ashen Ones were startled, their mouths agape. They stammered, their voices choked. You. They received God's warning in time. Sometimes strange beings like these appear. Sometimes such individuals emerge even among humans. Even if you concentrate and don't scorn them, they possess combat power that can threaten you. Yes, that's right. The person God mentioned was Lucas and his companions 4,000 years ago, and now it was Pled. Isabel led him away from the front lines and Pled asked suspiciously, "Here," she replied concisely. "We're going to Vargo's headquarters." He paused in surprise. Vargo? The master of the 11th magic tower and the external alliance Kaio spoke of at the meeting was Vargo. Isabel continued, "Lord Kaio secretly came to meet me and said he met my master. He asked me to arrange a meeting between my master and Vargo. He seemed to think that would make Vargo easily recruit my master." He still pressed, vigilant. "So you accepted that offer? Whose side are you on?" She replied nonchalantly. "Kaio's real name is Kaio Wyman, that's why." Pled suddenly realized. "Ah." Isabel continued her explanation. "Didn't my master tell me that name in Sosur's dungeon? Wyman is Sosur's old city. He wanted to meet my master because he might be his descendant, and I thought I should witness that meeting myself." Pled's strength was dwindling, and he was gasping for breath. Charles interrupted from the side. "Vargo also offered me to join his side 10 years ago. I refused because I had too many secrets." They arrived at a house where a green giant appeared and gave instructions. "The others wait here." Pled, "Come in." In a secret room a person in black was reading a book. As soon as they saw them the person said, "Welcome to Vargo." Isabel quickly laid Pled on the bed. Pled immediately recognized the person's identity. Kaio. Isabel obediently laid him on the bed and began treatment. He suppressed his emotion and thanked him. "Thank you for your help. Thank you for saving my life." Kaio approached and calmly continued, "We should be the ones thanking you. Thanks to you we gained a precious opportunity to kill an Ashen One." Pled saw his face for the first time, and the thought, "Indeed he remarkably resembles a cow," crossed his mind. Immediately after, worry overwhelmed him. "But are you really okay? You're up against 2 Ashen Ones." He laughed heartily, reassuring him. "If it were creation I wouldn't know, but just 2 ordinary Ashen Ones are no match for Debo." Pled repeated the name in surprise. "Debo," he continued to explain. "The leader of the person you rescued is named Hermione." He asked again as if confirming. "You mean that place in the northern snowfields?" He was slightly surprised by his knowledge. "Oh, you also have a lot of information," he replied concisely. "I heard it from Hikaru." He suddenly asked about Hermione. "Is that fellow still doing well?" Hearing that, Pled continued meaningfully, "Indeed you know him. Then you must know his current situation as well?" He nodded slightly. "Of course," and his face suddenly darkened. His words were heavy with deliberation. "Pled, do you think you can defeat God if you reach 9-star? He answered first and immediately posed a question. "No, why?" Kaio smiled and leisurely explained and handed him a book. "I don't know what to say. Generally, humans have a lot of longing and illusions about realms they can't reach. In other words, only someone who has reached 9-star would think they still can't defeat God even at 9-star. But you are evaluating a realm you haven't reached yet very objectively. To think that at such a young age." He turned the page. He continued, "As you said, the more you research, the clearer it will become that no one, no matter who, can defeat God even if they reach 9-star. I despaired at the fact that no matter how much humans tried they could not escape their mortal fate." Thinking he had given up, Pled asked with a sneer, "HMPH, so, are you afraid?" He still calmly added his conclusion. "So we concluded that we must create a realm where mortals can become immortal. That is the 10-star realm." Kaio elaborated on the goal. 10-star means creating a realm where mortals can become immortal. Hearing that, Pled let out a bitter laugh as if it was absurd. "Not even 9-star and you're talking about 10-star? What nonsense are you talking about?" He barely managed to get up, signaled Isabel to stop treatment for a moment and said, "Clearly, 9-star is the last realm humans can reach. You know this fact well." He still answered calmly, completely unshaken. 10-star really exists, at least the possibility of its existence is very high. It is recorded." He pressed in surprise. "What record? Who wrote such a thing?" He answered the name briefly. "Lucas." Pled, aghast and disbelieving, immediately retorted. "What did you say?" Kaio continued to explain, turning the vision into a concrete plan. "It's a matter of the very distant future, but we will make it a plan for the near future. We plan to help you reach 9-star. If you join Vargo, that is. Jumenjing is currently facing a very great danger." He grumbled to Isabel, annoyed that they were caught up in so many problems. "You all seem to still be facing a lot of difficulties. Are you just sitting there doing nothing?" She just pouted, showing her resentment. At the same time, Kaio added information, pointing to the root of their misfortunes. "Jumenjing is gradually recovering, but that is the root of all misfortune." He turned his head, not understanding. "What do you mean?" Kaio explained, directly mentioning the powerful factions. "So Sir Jeanette and Lucy Sword are only interested in their own livelihood. Jumenjing's recovery is a thorn in their side." Pled sighed as if concluding, "If I'm not satisfied I'll go there anytime." He nodded. He added another warning. "They will use far more despicable and cunning methods than you imagine. They might even use the same method they used on the former guildmaster again." He connected it to old memories, adding, "Oh, so the method of forcing them into battle with the Ashen Ones and letting them die there, is that it? If I don't accept that offer, you won't stop." Isabel suddenly interrupted. Firmly, "No, Guildmaster Bennion will definitely accept. If there's a chance for revenge for her father, no matter how dangerous, we will protect the guild without hesitation." As if facing the reality that is approaching like a storm. "We desperately need your power, Master." Pled looked straight ahead, warning first. "Then I should warn you first." Isabel immediately asked, wanting to know his plan. "What do you plan to do?" He deliberated for a moment, then presented an urgent objective. "First, we need to save Hector. Kai, can you help? Kaio was surprised, asking back as if confirming his intention. Hector, Pled continued, pointing to the core of bloodline and faith. Guildmaster Benyang is a descendant of dragons, and that is Jumenjing's greatest characteristic. We must free Hector from Lot's oppression and recruit Jumenjing. He needs to realize that dragons are no longer a massacred and miserably defeated race. Leave immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, he tried to stand up, but his body wouldn't obey. Kaio quickly restrained him. Don't rush. You still need to rest. He gritted his teeth, angrily retorting, Don't rush. Genie's apostle is already dead. This news must have reached God's ears. If we don't hurry, he'll be annihilated first. Suddenly, a hand was placed on his chest. It was Isabel who gently laid him down, and she said sharply in a worried voice, You want to die, he retorted, not hiding his annoyance. You're the one who wants to kill. She leaned close and gently chided him. Master, stop being so stubborn. You've lived for 4,000 years. Why are you still acting like a child? And she returned to her calm demeanor, speaking clearly and continuing the treatment. You need to recover first. That's the fastest way, Pled grumbled impatiently. Finish it quickly. How much longer will it take? The newly arrived Kaio looked at the two, quietly smiling at his neutral choice. Outside was a heavily guarded base, and the sky was eerily calm. A guard ran in and reported, Lord Kaio, Lord Debo has returned. He immediately went out to meet him. Debo, I'm glad you're safe. At this moment, Pled, Hayne, Charlotte, and Isabel were all gathered, treating Pled's wounds. Debo reported concisely. The mission to battle the Ashen Ones has been completed. Charlotte and Hayne could not hide their surprise. He continued, I'll give you a detailed report on the damage. 6 people were seriously injured. 2 were minor injuries, and Simon and I were already dead. Pled marveled inwardly. They really killed 2 Ashen Ones, then they truly reached 9-star. Kaio then shared Pled's plan with him. We're about to go rescue Hector. I'm sorry to ask, but you must be tired, but could you come with us? He accepted without hesitation. Oh, Hector, I remember that name. No problem. I'll get ready right away. Pled turned to Charlotte and said, Charlotte, the guild master of the Fast Spider Guild, Annette wants to meet you. She was surprised and immediately replied, I didn't expect someone who has almost no interest in worldly affairs to accept such a request. All she thinks about are contracts and Maya. Without such bait, Pled hastily asked. How, what did you say? Then he decided to be the bait. Then tell her I'll share the Ashura summoning circle. Charlotte was shocked and flustered. Pled paused and asked, Is that still not enough? She immediately reassured him. No, that much bait is enough to tempt him. He nodded and briefly requested, Please. He called Hayne and gave his next command. Become the master of the Blake family. Hayne's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Pled explained the practical advantages. We got all the Illunium, but the Blake family still hides a lot of information about the Ashen Ones. Instead of letting the family be destroyed, I think it's better for you to become the head and find that information. Hayne refused due to the overwhelming burden. Thank you for trusting me, but it's too much for me, Pled immediately reassured him. Don't worry, the 3rd princess has promised to help you wholeheartedly. Hayne stammered in surprise. Princess Pia, he prepared to leave. Pled added a final instruction. When you return, meet the princess first. You'll understand easily if you talk directly. Then I leave it to you. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately departed. Hayne and Charlotte looked at each other, inwardly mumbling about the mountain of tasks just assigned to them. The village before them was dark and quiet with a desolate air. The party arrived in the blink of an eye using a teleportation array. Debo looked around, made his first assessment. There don't seem to be any Ashen Ones, Kaio continued, speculating on the reason. They probably don't have time to pay attention to this place. Pled gathered everyone's attention and warned, Focus. They might still be in the general store. They descended the stairs. Kaio walked, confiding his true feelings. Honestly, Pled, I'm really happy. Pled was surprised and asked back. Happy about what? He continued, not hiding his anger over the tragedy of the dragon race. I saw the destruction of the dragon race and felt the same regret as you. In the past, they were the strongest beings fighting against the Ashen Ones in our stead. I can't stand them being called slaves. I'm truly furious, Pled replied, his resolve even firmer. Making this choice is harder than death. Hector must be living in hell right now. We must save him. The door opened with magic, but the scene inside was completely different. Hector was enjoying a luxurious life. Servants moved busily. He laughed coolly like a man in heaven. This is truly heaven, and arrogantly commanded. Is there no one to feed me biscuits? A servant massaging his shoulders happily complied. Pled's face darkened at the sight. Hector, enjoying himself in a daze, suddenly shuddered with an ominous premonition. He looked up and saw Kaio's solemn face, Debo's grim god of death-like expression, and Pled's boiling rage. He jumped up and shouted, Who are you all? Pled, transformed into Cain, said, It's me. He then recognized him, stammered, confirmed, and looked at his real face again. Really? Ah, it was you? Seeing his true form, he asked in a curious voice, Is this face your real face? Pled briefly introduced himself. I am Pled of the Blake family, Hector replied, still putting on airs. This guest seems even more impatient than he looks. The order deadline isn't even up yet, Kaio asked in surprise. An order? Pled spoke to Hector, clarifying his purpose. I didn't come for the golems today, Kaio asked again, trying to grasp the story. Golems? Pled added. To be blunt, I came to save you. I thought you were going through hellish days, but it seems my thoughts were quite different from reality. Hector's mouth dropped open in shock. The other three turned and started to leave. Pled said as if saying goodbye. Then I'll be going. Hector of course couldn't let go of his only lifeline. Wait, really? Can I really leave this place? Pled scoffed. You said this was heaven. He was flustered and could only stammer. Oh well. The four sat down and updated each other on the latest news. The three Apocalypse were severely wounded. God must be fully focused on healing them now. He said he understood why God's influence had weakened recently. No wonder God's influence has weakened recently. What on earth happened? Pled hesitated for a moment, looking troubled, then said, There's a traitor among the Ashen Ones. Hector was startled and pressed. A traitor? Tell me more. When Pled pointed to Ziki, the Ashen One with the authority of the sword, everyone fell silent. That name was the name of an Apocalypse. Hain hastily asked the next question. Wait, then what happened to that Ashen One? According to you, he's the most powerful ally. Pled lowered his voice. He's dead. The current situation is an opportunity Ziki obtained with his life. We must seize this opportunity at any cost. Hector stated the immediate goal. Now we must eliminate the last remaining apostle of an Apocalypse. We must eliminate Genie's apostle. Zelny will also soon enter hibernation, Kaio asked in surprise. Hibernation, Hector explained in detail. If an apostle is killed, the master, the Ashen One, falls into hibernation. They sleep for roughly several hundred years and cannot wake up again, Pled continued with the information he had obtained from Ziki. Ziki said that at that time even a child with a fruit knife could kill them. Kaio's eyes widened in surprise at this new information. What? Then he mumbled to himself, finding the core. Yes, that's right. If an apostle is killed, it must be why the Ashen Ones hide their true forms, Pled added Ziki's last words. Get help from Elias. That was Ziki's last message to me. Debo confirmed the identity. Are you referring to Elias, the Ashen One in the northern snowfields? Pled nodded. She might be able to help us. Hearing that, Debo recounted an old story. 100 years ago, Elias came to me and offered to make me her apostle. Pled asked for more details. So you were in that snowfield back then, right? He immediately replied. Of course I refused. My lifelong goal is to reach the pinnacle of magic. Are you telling me to accept divine power and abandon mana? That's ridiculous, Pled complimented, and asked about the outcome. That was a great goal, right? And everything went smoothly, right? He shook his head and lowered his voice. No, it didn't. I almost died and it took me 20 years to heal all my wounds, Kaio interjected, expressing concern about future safety. If you don't side with us, I think you'll become a threat later. He denied it as lightly as the wind. No, I didn't. I was just venting my anger. Kaio asked again in disbelief. Venting your anger? He briefly explained. It's just like a child behaving rudely. She has no dignity. Though all Ashen Ones lack dignity, the party looked at each other. Everyone's expressions were enigmatic. Debo concluded. If we want to defeat Elias, we need to unite. But if we want to defeat Elias, we need to unite. If she agrees to help us, there will be no one as reliable as her. First, she needs to agree to help us. Pled asked Hector for his choice. Hector, we came to save you. What do you want to do? Hector shouted as if venting all his oppression. Do I have to be asked my opinion again? I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Just get me out of this hell. Kaio immediately scoffed. You called this heaven. He was flustered and could only stammer. Oh well, Debo mentioned a technical issue during withdrawal. There's another spell on the stairs. It contains God's authority, so it will take some time. As soon as he spoke, he began to deal with it. Hoshit couldn't help but marvel. Oh, these words are truly trustworthy. I want to hug that man. Pled speculated, half jokingly, half seriously. It probably won't be warm. Hector suddenly remembered and asked the party. Oh right, since I made the golems you asked for, don't you want to see them? He replied, relying on old memories. Didn't you say you hadn't made them yet? He boasted in an excited voice. The inside is still empty, but the skeleton and appearance are already complete. Since you're here, go take a look and give me some advice. Pled also seized the opportunity, saying he had something to ask Kaio. I also have something to ask Kaio. They headed to the golem manufacturing factory. Numerous golems were working there. Pled exclaimed in surprise. I can't believe there was such a spacious place inside an antique shop, Hector replied. This place is spacious enough to escape God's surveillance. Pled looked closely and exclaimed in surprise. Then, seeing the golems dressed as female housekeepers, he asked suspiciously, Is the golem I asked for one of these? He confidently denied it immediately. Oh come on, I'm a professional, how could I do that? Personal preferences shouldn't affect work. Nevertheless, he nodded as if convinced. Since you say so, I'm relieved, but it was different from what he expected. The golem being manufactured was also wearing a housekeeper's outfit. Pled's face darkened, and he angrily retorted, Didn't you say personal preferences don't affect work? He shamelessly explained, It's wearing a housekeeper's outfit. Kaio also asked a question. Pled was almost exploding. Did you ask for my help because of this? Pled suppressed his anger and asked Hector again about durability. Hector, it looks like this, but will it really be as flexible and sturdy as I want? He replied confidently. Of course, that's the most important part. Unlike its appearance, it's designed to withstand 1 million mana output without issue. Kaio repeated the number in surprise. 1 million mana? Wait, 1 million mana? Is there a 1 million mana output core in this world? Pled took out a golem core from his chest and briefly introduced it. Anastasia, this is the energy core, so's her maid. He held the Anastasia shard in his hand and even seeing it with his own eyes said in disbelief. I really can't believe it, so's her is truly a genius. There's writing here. Anasa? Kaio asked in surprise. Anasa, Pled saw his expression and asked Kaio, What's wrong? Kaio replied, deep in thought. No, it's just, I'm worried, it's just a golem after all. Pled furrowed his brow and looked at Kaio. Kaio picked up the Anasa shard and slowly said, Sozher left a message in the last entry of his diary for the completion of Anasa, the core Sozher left. If this is correct, it could pose a great threat to the Ashen Ones, Pled said to Kaio in a firm voice. I was hoping you could help Mr. Tech Gold. If you help him, Hector can complete it within a month or two. Dio entered the room and announced that everyone was waiting. Hector called Dio. Dio turned to everyone and explained, all curses have been lifted. We can depart immediately if you wish. Kaio heard that and praised Dio. Dio, amazing. To have lifted all those curses so quickly. Then he asked Hector again. Shall we depart then? Hector, do you have anything to take with you? Hector smiled casually and replied, What do I need to take? I only need to take my body. My golems are like my body, my elixirs are like my body, my tools are like my body, and this workshop is like my body. Kaio, annoyed by Hector's verbose reply, grumbled softly, How many bodies do you have? Pled added from behind. Then let's pack everything and take it. In the forest, Isabel and Pled stopped under a tree to rest. Isabel looked at the forest and asked Pled in a curious voice, Where is this? Pled replied concisely, Zen Forest. Hearing that, Isabel exclaimed in surprise, What, isn't this the land of the elves? I heard that outsiders who sneak in are severely punished. From behind Isabel a masked woman's voice was heard, and she was startled. I didn't expect you to say such a thing. The woman greeted Pled warmly. Long time no see, Pled, Isabel asked Pled. Who is it? He briefly introduced himself. The elf queen. The woman took off her mask and revealed her original beauty. Isabel admired and complimented. You are as beautiful as a fairy. Elsie asked Pled in a trembling voice. Is Zeke really dead? Pled was silent, then said, Yes. Elsie's eyes welled up with tears as she asked, Who killed him? Pled frowned and replied briefly, God. The three fell into a heavy silence. Elsie began to speak in a slow, painful voice. Our race was completely annihilated by the hands of a single Ashen One. I only recently found out, and that Ashen One was Raisin. Zeke saved me from death. I can still recall the hand he extended to me amidst that harsh snowstorm. Zeke, though an unusual person, is my benefactor and the one who gave me a new life. Pled too spoke genuinely. He is also my benefactor. Els now turned to the two and proposed, Could you wait here for a moment? Els now went deep into the forest alone. Isabel, still surprised, said to Pled, I'm astonished. I never thought I'd hear an Ashen One called a benefactor. You must have been through a lot while I was away. Isabel retreated to a corner and carefully stacked a stone tower. When Els now returned, she spoke to Isabel and Pled with an excited voice. I've given up my throne. I should have done it sooner, but I never realized how refreshing it would feel. Isabel and Pled both widened their eyes and a question burst out. Wait, was that something you could just give up so easily? Els now rubbed her neck tiredly and said, The elders kept whining, so I persuaded them for an hour. Pled, still skeptical, asked, And yet you seem to have succeeded in persuading them. Els now said indifferently, They kept nagging, so I finally ran away. Pled shouted, scolding her. Then you didn't persuade them. Els now added, explaining, In the end I've only temporarily retired. I've appointed a successor, so I'll return once I've finished my task. Isabel asked her with a curious voice, What task do you have to do? Els now pointed at Pled and firmly declared, From today onwards I will also fully commit to hunting Ashen Ones. Els now and Pled looked at each other, smiled and clasped hands. At that moment the alliance was forged. Pled enthusiastically welcomed Els now. I'm truly happy to cooperate. As soon as Els now finished speaking, she embraced Pled. Isabel grimaced and shouted, What are you doing in broad daylight? Els now replied nonchalantly, Isn't this how humans greet each other? I'm no longer a queen, so I need to learn human customs more actively. Isabel stepped between the two and sternly told Els now, First fix your manners. But Pled turned to Isabel and said, Why don't you fix your manners first? Isabel poured out her thoughts to Els now. We humans don't just touch anyone indiscriminately. Haven't you heard that you should cherish the body your parents gave you? Els now crossed her arms and asked Isabel with annoyance, How noisy, who are you? I thought you were Pled's servant, aren't you? Pled teased Isabel. Are you? Isabel's face turned red and she shouted, I am not a servant. Els now moved closer and asked, Then if he's not a servant, what are you to Pled? Isabel paused for a moment, then replied flustered, It's hard to answer such a sudden question. Then what are you to him? Els now placed a hand on Isabel's neck and urged, You answer first. I asked first. Isabel's face flushed and she stammered, I am his. Then Isabel brushed Els now's hand away and added, I'll only say that much. I don't care about a 4,000-year age difference. As if she didn't care at all. From behind, Pled said to Isabel, I don't know what nonsense you're talking about. Els now and Pled entered the forest together. Els now turned to Pled and asked, Then where did you go? Pled replied immediately, It will take a long time to explain, so please follow me for now. From behind, Isabel called out to them. Wait, Isabel continued to ask again and again, Pled, what have you been doing while I was gone? Pled replied casually. What are you talking about? I was just hunting Ashen Ones. Isabel added, Then what is that woman to you? Pled said again. I told you, the elf queen, Isabel emphasized, but she's the former queen now, isn't she? That explanation isn't enough, Pled said to Isabel with annoyance. Ah, how noisy, let's go back. Els now, Isabel and Pled continued deeper into the forest. Els now suddenly asked in surprise, Where are we? They arrived at the base and Isabel introduced, This is Jumanjing's base. Benyang stammered with joy when she saw Pled return. Place Pled. The two shook hands and greeted each other. Pled said happily, It's been a long time, Guildmaster Benyang. Benyoung politely asked about his well-being. Are you uninjured? Pled smiled and replied, yes, I'm fine. And Benyoung also asked about Isabel's well-being. Isabel too had endured a lot. Upon seeing Els now, Benyoung admired her fairy-like appearance, thinking to herself, has a celestial maiden reincarnated? Then she asked Pled, flustered, who is this beautiful lady? Els now briefly introduced herself. I am the Elf Queen. Pled, who was nearby, lightly teased her. You only appeared after you were abandoned. Everyone went inside the tent and conversed. Pled immediately got to the point. Guildmaster Benyoung, I heard that Juminjing's current situation is unstable, Benyoung admitted with embarrassment. I am very ashamed due to my shortcomings as Guildmaster. Isabel defended Benyoung, saying that's absolutely not true. Isn't the current danger a result of the Guildmaster's actions? Benyoung smiled at the defense and replied, thank you, Isabel. Els now also added, praising her highly. You are an excellent Guildmaster. Those who rest complacent while above everyone else are to be most forbidden. The Guildmaster is not hiding her flaws and is striving for change. I understand why Pled devoted himself to your guild, Pled whispered to Els now. Don't underestimate the Guildmaster. Guildmaster Benyoung is a dragon. Els now was surprised and asked, a dragon? Ah, no wonder. Benyoung waved her hands in embarrassment. Oh, you flatter me, Isabel asked Pled as if pondering something important. What do you think, Pled? Our two enemies are both the three great guilds. Since there's no clear evidence that they are targeting us, we shouldn't provoke them rashly. Pled closed his eyes and calmly said, there's no need to provoke them. Isabel asked in surprise. Yes, Pled explained articulately. We just need to judge wisely. It's already too late to stop Juminjing. The night before, a sword was stuck in front of a rock tower in the middle of the forest. Els now stood there clasping her hands and praying. Pled said to her in surprise, how astonishing, I didn't know elves also use prayer to honor souls. Els now, still looking deep into the forest, said, all elves are born from the forest and return to the forest, it's just that you humans killed too cruelly. That's just a feudal arrogance. Anyway, that rash swordsmanship wasn't Zeki's doing. A bat approached Pled. Els now asked softly, a messenger? Pled looked at the bat and said, not mine, but Pled immediately asked the bat, what is it? Charuz replied immediately. Guildmaster Anatun has agreed. He wants to meet in person to discuss. Pled frowned and added, where? Charuz replied clearly. The Guildmaster will come to where you are. He seems quite interested in the Ashura summoning circle, Pled quickly decided after hearing this. Then let's go to Juminjing's hideout. If he comes to Puniko Forest, I will go to meet him. Charuz heard Pled's words and confirmed, Puniko Forest is close to Yuta, understood. On returning to Juminjing, Pled called out loudly, Guildmaster Benyoung, she replied. Yes, Pled told her in advance. Tomorrow a guest I invited will visit the guild, Benyoung asked in surprise. A guest? Understood. Since it's your guest I will greet them respectfully, Pled added. There's no need for that, but I would like you, Guildmaster, to meet the guest with me. Hearing that, Benyoung was still surprised but quickly agreed. Yes, I will do that. The next day a table was set at Juminjing to welcome the guest. Benyoung carefully checked everything and told the people, place the fruit over there. Ah, place the tea leaves here. From a distance, Pled's voice was heard. Guildmaster Benyoung, I've brought the guest. Benyoung, holding a pile of dishes, hurriedly said, ah, Pled, welcome. Upon seeing Pled's guest, Benyoung was so startled that she dropped the dishes. She stammered, ah, Guildmaster Anatun. Guildmaster Anatun greeted her formally. Hano Benyoung. Ah no, I should call you Guildmaster Benyoung now. Benyoung, sweating coldly, brushed past Guildmaster Anatun and approached Pled. Guildmaster Anatun, thinking she was approaching him, spoke first. It's been a long time. Benyoung brushed past Pled, lightly reassuring him, don't mind me. Why did you prepare so much? Hearing that, Benyoung became even more flustered. As everyone sat down at the table, Guildmaster Anatun spoke frankly. Let's get straight to the point. You're going to tell me about the Ashura summoning circle, right? What do you want? Pled replied with satisfaction. It's good to speak so directly. As expected of Guildmaster Pia Safer Amit, Pled's gaze suddenly turned serious. To be clear, become my ally. At Pled's words, Benyoung was surprised and shouted, Pled, why are you saying that so suddenly? Guildmaster Anatun acknowledged the rumor but refused. So the rumor was true after all, the priestess of the sword and Lucy Sword. The rumor that you are under pressure from both guilds. It shouldn't be done, but I refuse. In the current situation, forming an alliance with you would be no different from openly antagonizing the two guilds. As Guildmaster of P.S. Safer Amit, I see no reason for our guild to be shaken by this source of chaos. Don't you agree? Guildmaster Anatun stood up, turned, and spoke as if evaluating. Contrary to rumors, you are truly a capable guildmaster, Pled replied in a calm voice. I heard your guild is only interested in the demon realm. At Pled's words, Benyoung whispered to him. Pled, Guildmaster Anatun directly warned Pled, you must see everything correctly. If the two guilds combine forces, even with our guild's support, you won't be able to withstand it. Pled subtly smiled, correcting the concept. Support? You seem to be misunderstanding something. We are clearly proposing an alliance to your guild. An alliance means an agreement to share joys and sorrows under equal conditions. Guildmaster Anatun looked back, slightly raising an eyebrow, and asked, Oh, you intend to stand shoulder to shoulder with our guild on equal footing? Pled stood up and declared firmly, I want to stop the irrational war of attrition between guilds. Those who violate this will never rest easy. Whether it's the priestess of the sword or Lucy Sword, Pled, facing Guildmaster Anatun, added, I want you all to be peaceful amidst that chaos. if you promise to align with our guild's intentions. Guildmaster Anaton looked through Pled and asked provocatively, "What makes you so confident, you young brat?" Pled pulled out a bead from his pocket and Guildmaster Anaton exclaimed in surprise. "That is," Pled explained to Guildmaster Anaton. "I won't mince words, it's an Ashen One's crystal. I obtained it." Guildmaster Anaton, still surprised, pressed, "You obtained an Ashen One's crystal?" Pled, holding the Ashen One's crystal in his hand, clearly stated, "As you can see, the guild suffered no damage. This is Jumenjing's current strategy." Benyoung called out softly, her face filled with worry. Pled. Guildmaster Anaton, still doubting the Ashen One's crystal, spoke bluntly, "I can no longer believe this joke. How can I know if what you obtained is an Ashen One's crystal? Or how do I know if it's just an ordinary bead you bought somewhere?" Pled lowered his voice with annoyance. "You know very well that this cannot be counterfeited." Charuz approached Guildmaster Anaton and said as if giving testimony, "Pled's words are all true. Have you ever wondered why I acted as an intermediary to bring the two of you together? Because I believe that if we secured this alliance it would help strengthen our power." Guildmaster Anaton thought for a moment, then sighed. "Honestly, I came because I was interested in the Ashura summoning circle, but I never expected to meet someone even more interesting." Guildmaster Anaton approached Benyoung and called her name. "Guildmaster Benyoung." Benyoung replied, slightly flinching before Guildmaster Anaton. "Yes." Guildmaster Anaton extended his hand and clearly proposed, "Accept to ally with me." The Emmet Guild promised to form an absolute alliance with Jumenjing. At Amit's proposal, Benyoung was surprised but quickly agreed. In the forest, Pled brought Amit before Ashura and relayed the news of their alliance. "This is how things stand." Hearing this, Ashura became angry and shouted at Pled, "This is not how things stand, you fool. You suddenly called me out because you had something to do, didn't you? Do you think I'm an idiot?" Amit looked at Ashura, surprised and admiring. "Lord Ashura, truly." Ashura turned to Pled and said in a tense voice, "Don't you know that sharing or lending confidential information like summoning circles to others is a breach of contract?" Pled winked at Ashura, coaxing him. "Why are you taking it so seriously? We just need to trust each other, don't we?" Amit assured Ashura. "Don't worry. I just wanted to see for myself. I swear I won't tell anyone anything related to you." Ashura pulled at his hair, grumbling, "Even if you don't, that guy will." Pled clearly stated his objective, reassuring him, "It's all to conquer the Ashen Ones." Ashura sighed at Pled's words. Back at the Jumenjing base, Benyoung pressed Pled, demanding an explanation. "Pled, what on earth happened? Explain." Pled slumped into a chair and said exhaustedly, "I've been cursed at all day today. Why does everyone hate only me?" Pled, collecting himself, clearly told Benyoung what he had witnessed. "From today, Jumenjing and PSA for Amit will be allies. Guildmaster, please inform your guild members." Benyoung, flustered, corrected herself. "Oh no, that's not what I meant, just explain it to me." Charlotte opened the door and entered, reporting to Pled. "I saw Guildmaster Anaton off." Pled turned, saying brightly, "Oh Charlotte." Benyoung looked at Charlotte and thought to herself, "She even ignores me, her own Guildmaster, so why is she so polite and respectful only to Pled?" Pled acknowledged Charlotte's contribution, saying happily, "Thanks to you, everything was concluded well. You did a great job." Charlotte blushed at the compliment and bowed, replying, "You flatter me. I am the one who will need more of your help, master." Benyoung became even more perplexed seeing Pled caress Charlotte's head. What on earth happened? The next day, Isabel and Pled entered a small village. When Isabel asked, "We need to know the enemy's location," Pled replied. "You mean where we're going?" He stated their clear purpose. Guildmaster Benyoung is not yet utilizing her abilities to their fullest. As the dragon race's body is different from humans, it's not impossible, but with a kin like Hector, she will surely be able to awaken her power. Suddenly, a child blocked their path. Isabel, assessing the situation, said to Pled, "I haven't seen this child before. Could they be looking for us?" The child directly asked Pled, "May I ask you something?" When Pled looked into the child's eyes, he suddenly thought of Yvonne. The child continued, "Where did you learn the Martial King's fist?" Pled, as if realizing something, asked back, "Could it be you?" Isabel, standing behind Pled, cried out in surprise. "Our martial art," the child confirmed a rare fact to Pled, saying, "It's truly rare. Our martial art can only be fully mastered by one person at a time." Pled thought to himself, "No doubt it's the master Yvonne spoke of." The previous Martial King's fist successor. Yvonne had said she was blunt, rough, and incredibly strong, stubborn. Once she made a mistake, she'd never back down, Pled continued to think. The master who made Yvonne fear her, sole succession. Yes, the rule of the Martial King's fist, Hussein, is to transmit the martial art to only one person. To think I could learn the Martial King's fist with my skill. The power of the Dantian is all thanks to Hussein deep friendship. The one who founded this martial art said that no more than one person could inherit the Martial King's fist at any given time. If someone other than the chosen successor inherits the Martial King's fist, the tradition of sole succession must be upheld, even if it means killing them. The pink-haired girl, enraged, shouted at Pled, "I only transmit the Martial King's fist to one person. Tell me." As Pled stomped his foot, a flame-like heat surged, making Isabel fall back in pain. Isabel thought to herself, "That woman's aura can generate such powerful mana. Who on earth is she?" The girl with flame-like pink hair and yellow eyes continued to question Pled in a threatening voice. "Depending on your answer, I might take your life." Pled did not flinch and replied, "I learned from Yvonne. I've heard many stories. You must be Yvonne's master." Yvonne's master, surprised, asked back, "You learned from Yvonne?" She then changed her demeanor, smiled, and said, "Let me introduce myself. Please forgive my rudeness. I am Noja." Noja, Pled, and Isabel entered the room to talk. Noja first asked Pled, "What is your relationship with Yvonne?" Pled calmly replied, Friends, I suppose. We first met near the tropical forest. Many things happened, but in the end we defeated Node's apostle together. Noja frowned slightly and continued to ask. You fought together? Yvonne did. It's been a while, it seems. That kid must have grown a lot. Perhaps she's ready for me to teach her now. Where is Yvonne now? Pled immediately replied. She's going to Shinki. She's searching for pieces of Casa Jin's armor, just as you advised. Noja smiled faintly, praising. Yvonne always grumbles, but she listens well. Pled only smiled and said no more. Isabel leaned in and whispered to Pled. She's completely different from what you heard, isn't she? Not strange at all, but rather a wonderful master who cares for her disciples. Noja thought for a moment, then slowly continued. But for Yvonne to teach the Martial King's Fist to a mage, that's unexpected. The Martial King's Fist is a martial art of soul succession. Could that kid be trying to make you her successor, or is she just bored? Pled, flustered, hastily replied, about that, this matter. Noja's expression suddenly changed, and she said with a cold intensity, my oversight, next time we meet, I will make her engrave the strict rules of the Martial King's Fist into her heart. Hearing that, Pled's face turned pale, and he thought of Yvonne. He mumbled as if delivering a sentence upon himself. I'm sorry, Yvonne. I'll go to your grave every year and pull the weeds. As Yvonne was crossing the desert alone, she suddenly felt a strange aura. She mumbled in the sand. It's still bright, so why do I already feel a chill? Noja turned back to Pled and asked directly, will you join Pasago? He replied concisely, without a moment's hesitation. No, it's merely a pure cooperative relationship. Noja scoffed, saying half jokingly, half seriously, same here. Pled, surprised, asked back, I heard you're also affiliated with a guild. Noja said in a low voice. That's an old story. Pled suddenly raised his voice as if trying to confirm his thoughts. Then you're in the same situation as Kaio. A current guild is too rotten to be saved, isn't it? Noja looked him directly in the eye, speaking clearly, word by word, like a cold evaluation. I heard from Kaio that they're trying to reform from within the guild. Your guild's indomitable will and efforts to rebuild are commendable. But in my eyes, it's just a blind faith in the human spirit. Pled scoffed, turning his head and saying dryly, I'm not that good of a person. Noja smiled slightly, bowing her head as if acknowledging something interesting about her opponent. Then she said, I think you are a very interesting person. I will stay by your side for a while and observe you. Whether you truly possess a strong will, or if it's just reckless behavior. Back at the Jumenjing base, Hector entered with Pled and Isabel. He took a deep breath of the wind and exclaimed, It's been a long time since I've smelled such fresh fight inside. This is Jumenjing's hideout. Pled leaned in and said to him, I'll bring Guildmaster Benyong. Hector looked at Pled's retreating figure and quietly admired. That guy is excellent in every way, but too rigid. Life is only once, sometimes it's good to enjoy it, Noja added nonchalantly, as if explaining the reason for that rigidity. He knows that time cannot be turned back. As soon as he saw Noja, Hector spoke joyfully and excitedly. Teacher, you're teacher Noja, aren't you? I have just one favor to ask. Noja tilted her head, replying concisely. The favor is, Hector excitedly poured out words like a waterfall. Please be my model, the charm that bursts forth just before a flower blooms, the maturity to calmly cope even in hardship. In other words, teacher, you are the perfect model, indispensable for completing the appearance of my golem. Noja asked Hector back, presenting her only condition. Does that help defeat the Ashen Ones? Hector happily nodded, immediately replying, Of course. Isabel, standing behind, frowned and interjected, It's completely unrelated. Hearing that, Noja said firmly, In that case I refuse. Hector, crestfallen, said, No. As Benyong saw Hector, her eyes sparkled and she immediately asked, Are you really a dragon? Hector turned his head towards Benyong. Benyong briefly introduced herself. I am Benyong Iont, the guild master of Jumenjing. Hector looked at her with blue eyes and stated his identity. I am Hector. He turned back to Pled, asking as if to confirm, I'm supposed to advise the guild master, right? Pled immediately replied as if asking a favor, Please guide the guildmaster. Hector looked at Benyong and praised, Truly a dragon's heart is hidden within. Benyong asked, bewildered, Huh? Hector put an arm around Benyong's shoulder, intimately proposing a work plan. Then let's move somewhere else first. First, I need to check her mana utilization. Learn the terminology and confirm the reaction with her soul. We need to hurry. There's a lot to do. Benyong also responded enthusiastically. Yes, I look forward to working with you. Hector happily confirmed the agreement. Of course, let's talk more in my workshop. Pled and Isabel glanced at Hector and Benyong. Both thought to themselves, they'll be the perfect models for the golem, but remained silent. Pled turned to Noja, saying as if deliberately informing her, I will visit Sneakle. Noja asked back as if inquiring about the reason for sharing information. Why are you telling me that? Pled directly proposed. Come with me. Noja scoffed, replying as if clearly setting boundaries. If they're key figures of the guild, they'll know my face. Are you trying to use me to show off Jumenjing's potential? Isabel, on Pled's behalf, presented the reason for cooperation. It's to avoid unnecessary conflict. You can cooperate with us? Noja thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. All right, I also owe Sneakle a little. Pled and Isabel arrived in front of a mansion and stopped. Pled suddenly asked, Isabel, is this your house? You don't need such a big house. Isabel explained in a practical voice, Someone accompanying the guild's guardian cannot stay in an ordinary guild member's house. Besides, when master returns later, this house will be spacious enough for the two of you. Pled frowned, cutting her off. Who told you to decide arbitrarily? Just then, Yorala appeared, bowed to Pled and said, This is from the hearts of the guild members, please accept it. This is an honor. Pled looked around the mansion, unable to hide his bewilderment, and asked Yora, Even so, this house is too big. How many rooms does it have? Delilah replied nonchalantly. It's not that much. Pled, surprised, blurted out, "Ha!" Inside the mansion, all of Pled's invited guests were gathered. Els now was sprawled in a chair saying to Charlotte as if claiming her spot, "You're late. The third room on the right on the first floor is mine." Charlotte, not backing down, immediately replied, "I've already unpacked my luggage in that room." Pled, seeing the sight of them arguing over rooms, frowned and muttered only one word to himself, "Ah." Els now casually approached, stretched out on the soft bed and said nonchalantly, "That room doesn't really suit me, but it's the biggest one here. I like the forest view too." Charlotte, seeing her nonchalance, said directly, "What I mean is I've already unpacked my luggage there. Didn't you hear me?" She, still biting into an apple, said in an intimidating voice, "How rude. Where are your manners?" Pled and Isabel entered. Seeing the scene before him, he asked in a tired voice, "Why are they here?" Isabel immediately replied in a calm voice, "They are your guests, so I told them to stay here for now." Charlotte, seeing them approach, pointed a finger at Elsnow and demanded of Pled, "Guildmaster, who on earth is this rude person?" Elsnow, still arrogant, introduced herself. "Me, I am the Elf Queen." Pled, hearing that, retorted concisely, "You came here because you wanted to give up that title, didn't you?" Charlotte, not backing down, retorted as if showing off, "Oh, what a coincidence. I'm also the Queen of Vampires." Elsnow scoffed upon hearing that. "You're a queen. Does that mean the lower the rank of a vampire, the higher their status?" Charlotte's face flushed, and she retorted word by word, "What, are you done talking?" Isabel trembled with anger but barely managed to hold it in and clearly said, "You've been crossing the line all this time." Isabel, overwhelmed by the rapid-fire insults from both sides, took on the role of the villain and stepped in front of them. "If you're going to keep fighting, then all of you sleep on the street. Do you really think I like you staying here?" At this, Elsnow and Charlotte casually glanced at each other, provoking, "Why are you suddenly so angry, human woman? Do you want to fight me?" They even pushed further annoyingly. "Get out quickly. That guy is already giving me a headache, and now you too." Isabel did not back down and retorted, "Why should I leave? This is my house." Pled, seeing the women's war of words, only sighed and stepped back. "What? Why are they so intense?" A moment later in the meeting room, the crowd stirred at the shocking news. Kaio Tanview had been eliminated, and Ashen One had revealed themselves. The meeting was chaired by Benyang. She denied the news, shaking her head. "That's impossible," someone beside her added. "It happened before the night was even over." Pled quietly calculated the implications of the event, muttering, "Why at this exact moment? Genie is hibernating, and God should be fully dedicated to healing the Kayas. They've never been this cornered before, so why the rush to reveal themselves?" Another person continued to report in a hurried voice. "Key figures from major nations are demanding explanations from the guild. The guild can no longer stand idly by. 4 days later, the Gatka Empire will convene an emergency meeting. Leaders of the 3 great powers and powerful guilds are obligated to attend." After listening, Pled asked about the destination. "What is the exact location?" the person replied. "Specifically, the Run family mansion in the capital, Shimoni." As a thought crossed his mind, Pled murmured the name as if confirming it. "The Run family?" Benyang calculated the schedule and concluded, "If it's really being held in 4 days, we must leave immediately." Pled calmly presented a solution. "Guildmaster Benyang, I know where the Run family mansion is. It won't be too late if I depart on that day." She glanced at him and nodded slightly, saying, "It seems you have something to do for the next 4 days." He briefly confirmed, "Yes." She gave him the necessary leeway and concluded, "Then we will postpone our departure. Everyone else is already prepared, so you may take your leave." Debo, who was working in a messy laboratory, heard the suggestion and turned around in surprise, shouting, "What did you say?" Pled stated his goal clearly in a firm voice, "I need to reach 9-star, I need your help." His eyes lit up and he exclaimed, "Oh," then probed, "You speak as if you know how to reach 9-star. After a beat he made his decision and urged, "Follow me, we must go to a certain place." He opened a portal, creating a path, and explained the terms of cooperation as they walked. "The northern snowfields, I must meet Elias. I've agreed to cooperate with her, and that is her condition for helping me reach 9-star. As he still hesitated, he pressed, "Why are you hesitating? Isn't this the plan you've been seeking for so long?" He briefly conceded, "True." Then he continued, "Switch to guidance mode immediately. If it's the northern snowfields, there's a friend who can guide us. I'll ask her." The party set off, led by Elsnow. It was her homeland after all. They all struggled, trudging step by step through the thick blizzard. Pled, huddled against the storm, trudged on and shouted, "Elsnow, are we going the right way?" She answered without hesitation, full of confidence, "Who do you think I am? I know this region like the back of my hand." The others murmured in the white snow, "It's snowing too much for not being the polar regions." Elsnow lowered her voice, explaining over the wind, "I don't know why, but this place has been forbidden to me since I was a child, but after hearing what he said, I immediately thought of this place. If Ashen One Elias lives in these snowfields, this must be her home." Pled, unable to hear well, shouted into the blizzard, "What? I can't hear you. Speak up. Is all this snow because of Elias?" Elsnow calmly read the signs and replied, "The stronger the blizzard, the closer we are to the eye of the storm." After the wind howled for a while, it suddenly subsided and the sky cleared. Pled looked up and immediately asked, "The blizzard stopped?" Elsnow nodded slightly as if pointing the way. "That means we've entered the eye of the storm." Just then, seeing the gigantic shadow of a woman standing before them, Pled's eyes widened and he called out as if confirming to his comrade, "Debo?" He recognized her and almost joyfully blurted out, "Ah, Elias." She turned around and scoffed, saying in a venomous voice, "Oh my, look who it is. Isn't this Richter Ma who always refused my offers?" As soon as she finished speaking, she conjured 3 winds and an immense force poured out, making the group stumble and barely able to stand. Elias growled in a cold voice, making her judgment, and continued her attack. "It seems you no longer wish to live. Then I shall grant your wish by killing you," Debo retorted with a blunt remark. "You're just talking to yourself." As the situation grew increasingly unfavorable, Pled shouted into the storm, "I came here because of Zeki's last will." She paused, stopped her attack, and interrogated him with a suspicious expression. "Hey, white-haired one, what did you just say?" Pled, huddled against the storm, spoke clearly word by word. "Before he died, Zeki said you must become our strength." Elias's eyes widened and she was moved. She asked, "Zeki said that?" Then she let out an unreadable laugh and added, as if mocking fate, "That damned scoundrel insists on having his way until the very end." Power surged again so violently that Pled and his companions could barely stand. At the same time, he suddenly realized the barrier surrounding this area. As he was lost in thought, Elias's voice struck like a hammer. "Whether it's Lot's desired conquest of the continent or your mortal struggles, I don't care. You can throw those trashy words into the trash can. With Zeki gone, his words no longer matter." Pled nodded to himself, as if the clues were connecting. "So that's how it was." Elias growled, her fury rising. "I will sweep everything clean," she cried out, weeping under the cold sky, unable to even wipe away her tears. "Damn you all!" vanished just then, and one of the Kayas began to awaken, his friend shouted joyfully. He finally opened his eyes, and I opened his eyes to see Anata and Node already standing beside him, and he took a step forward, asking in a hoarse voice, "How much time has passed?" They replied briefly, "A few months." And I froze. Months. He looked down at his palms, thinking of his still aching wounds. These wounds can heal quickly, but just then God appeared and spoke. "My comrade, you are fully awakened." Hearing that, everyone called out God Lot's name, and God said with a faint smile, "I am truly pleased." Then he curled his lips cunningly. "Finally, it's time to act." A dazzling flash erupted, and before Anai could even speak, "Wait, where are we going?" As they appeared in the sky above a vibrant city, people on the streets below looked up in surprise. The crowd murmured and pointed. "What is that?" Suddenly from the sky at the same time. Anai turned and pressed. "This is the capital of Lord Shiukita Dan. What are you suddenly planning to do? Please explain first." God did not reply, simply handed Node a stone and said, "Take this. Node, this is alunium." His eyes widened and he blurted out, "This is the alunium that Jenny Lini ultimately failed to acquire." God nonchalantly added, admonishing, "Don't use it all at once." Suddenly a loud explosion echoed from underground. The gate captain's cannon was immediately aimed. He shouted, "O demigods!" and immediately ordered his subordinates to keep firing. At the same time, he challenged the sky. "Why have you invaded our airspace?" Even in the tense situation, he found a moment to think inwardly. So after Jaffe Tabu, Shikid is the target. The rumors that they are focused on destroying nations allied with the Circle Guild were true after all. A single cannon was useless against the demigods. Node growled in a spine-chilling voice, "Damned insects!" The captain, unshaken, ordered an evacuation. "Evacuate the citizens immediately." However, with a single wave of his hand, the brave soldiers fell helplessly. They scoffed, erupting in laughter. "It seems our leader has finally decided to take care of these useless insects." The captain was severely wounded but still breathing. He secretly drew his weapon and attempted a surprise attack, but God spotted him. As God's hand reached for his neck, Anai barely managed to block him. He looked at him, reminding him of his jurisdiction. "This place is under your control until I begin my actions. Are you trying to stop me now?" Anai replied in a negotiating manner, letting go of his hand. "If you wish to eliminate Shukit, then do as you please. Before that, I have a few questions." "Where is Genie now?" God nonchalantly replied, pointing to his chest and emphasizing, "What are you talking about?" "Anai, Genie is right here. Zelny has become a powerful energy source flowing within your body. The same goes for Anata and Node. If I hadn't done that, the 3 of you wouldn't have recovered so quickly. I absorbed her power and distributed it among you." Anai was startled and blurted out, "What did you say?" Then his hand trembled slightly. He suppressed his emotions and clearly demanded authority. "Lord, hand this place over to me. This is my jurisdiction, so at least let me handle this final part." The Lord stared at him for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Do as you wish." Immediately after, Anai turned to the wounded captain and said in a cold voice, "Great Captain Turek, leave this place with the remaining citizens. If you truly wish to be known as a brave warrior in this world, then protect your citizens as a leader. Now vanish before I change my mind." Just then, Icy appeared as quietly as a shadow. She suddenly uttered a warning. "Are you defying the Lord's command?" Anai calmly replied, unconcerned by God's right hand. "If you wish to report this to the Lord, then do so." She continued to probe with a faint smile, delivering cunning words. "I'm not so indifferent, and what happened to Genie seems to have shocked you greatly. What the Lord did is not strange to me at all, even the part where the Lord knew of Zeki's betrayal but tried to conceal it." Anai cut her off with a sharp voice. "I am not blind." Icy still emphasized each syllable, trying to sow discord, "but you wouldn't know what happened after that. The Lord even arranged for other demigods to take responsibility for Zeki's sins." This time Anai wavered. He shouted, "What did you say?" as if he couldn't believe his ears. Icy did not reply directly. She spoke indirectly, like giving cold advice. "This is my counsel to all of you, the Lord's apostles. It seems there are ranks in the alliances and kin that the Lord speaks of. Sometimes it may be best to be cautious in the face of the Lord's unconscious hypocrisy." As Icy walked away, she reiterated her stance. Her voice sank as if questioning herself. God did not hesitate to sacrifice himself to protect Zeki, But Ziki defied God's will until the very end. In the end, God had no choice but to kill Ziki directly. Did God truly do that for the greater good? I don't know. To me, Ziki's priority until his last moments was something he couldn't achieve. It was simply that he tried to remove himself from what God called the greater good. The more I heard, the more confused he became, and he blurted out, "What on earth are you plotting?" Icy paused and turned and replied in a clear voice, "I had no intention of inciting people, but I am merely perplexed by the one I serve. All Ashen Ones are equal. There is only one reason for that greater good. For all Ashen Ones to call God God." And I asked, You knew everything and still always called him God?" And I wavered but suppressed his voice and cut her off decisively. "Stop it, Apostle of God. If you continue with such nonsense I will shut your mouth." Icy stared at him for a moment, then turned and vanished, leaving I alone in thought. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Pled and his companions were still struggling to hold their ground against Elias. Els now struck her sword against the wall, quickly realizing that the ice, hard as a fortress wall, could not be easily shattered. Pled poured fire enveloping Els now, and she, borrowing the power of fire, unleashed a massive explosion with graceful swordsmanship, striking Elias directly. She did not get angry. Instead, she slightly curled her lips, thinking, "This kind of spell that destroys my authority has power, but it's only effective with special weapons from a distance." Intrigued, she immediately fired intensively at the ice. Els now blocked the attack, and Pled concentrated his firepower to fend off the blade. Noja immediately threw herself forward, ambushing Elias. She moved as nimbly as a squirrel, not hesitating for a moment against the demigod. Debo extended thousands of arms, grabbing and binding her, immobilizing her. He approached and signaled in a sharp voice, "It's time." He held her, creating an opening for Charlotte to deliver a powerful kick to her face. Just as they were about to press the attack, ice surged and Elias vanished without a trace. She reappeared far away, breathing lightly, then flung a remark that was half praise, half provocation. "Your unit is quite capable too." Her gaze fixed on Noja and Debo, and she continued, "Especially that Richter and Martial Mage. They are very exceptional. To think that Richter, let alone that human, could reach such a level." She appeared before Els now, who stood stunned in surprise. Elias pressed, "What about you then? You are Ziki's apostle, aren't you? I can feel Ziki's swordsmanship in your technique." Els now replied again in a cold voice, "You are sharp too, to be able to see through me without using divine power." She frowned and summarized concisely, "Speak properly." Then she delivered a cold diagnosis. "It's not that you don't use divine power, but that you cannot use it. After Ziki died, all his authority was transferred to you. In other words, if you don't ascend to a higher level than your current one, that authority could take your life at any moment." She turned and directly accused Pled. "Above all, the most shameless one is you, white-haired one. Your magic is terrible. The divine power you possess is nothing but the weak divine power of the Inarha family." He was speechless at the rebuke, his face pale and twisted badly. She assessed him, lowering her voice as if both praising and criticizing. "But you seem to have more combat experience than him. If we only consider tactics and command, you're too perfect for a rookie like yourself. Who on earth are you?" He equivocated with an ambiguous reply. "Who am I? Sometimes I don't even know who I am myself." Elias stared through him for a long moment, then declared resolutely, "I've decided. I'll help you reach 9-star. You can be happy about that. But if you cross me, I'll deal with you right here and now." He scoffed, a faint sneer on his lips. "How truly rare. I never thought I'd hear the term 9-star directly from an Ashen One." "Do you, an Ashen One like yourself, know how to reach 9-star?" She replied leisurely. "No." At her words, Pled froze, concerned about his future. He immediately pressed Elias for more. "No, you said you don't know how, then how are you going to make me 9-star?" She remained resolute. "I don't know the method, but I have experience. I've seen some of the bastards I fought reach 9-star. He was startled, a question mark hanging in the air. She continued, mentioning the skeleton who had accompanied them. "The skeleton who came here with you is one of them." Debo nodded, confirming, "That's right. That's why I brought you to Elias. But I don't know what the necessary conditions are to become 9-star either." He concluded with a wide smile. "At least there has to be a commonality," Pled asked back. "Commonality?" She continued, haughtily thumping her chest. "The fact that they nearly died by my hand." He equivocated blankly. "Ah, is that so?" At his indifferent attitude, she pushed his head to the ground and shouted loudly, "Do you think I'm joking, rookie? From now on you'll face countless near-death experiences. Ultimately, there are only two paths. Reach 9-star or actually die by my hand. Get a grip, rookie." Debo suddenly interjected, reminding them of the schedule. "Hold on, there's an important meeting in 4 days. Let's start training after the meeting." Elias changed the conditions on the spot. "Then you must reach 9-star within 4 days. Can you handle it?" He stood up and replied with realistic confidence, "Reach 9-star within 9 days? Of course, I wouldn't say it's impossible, but I wouldn't say it's easy either." Elias smiled faintly, satisfied. "Yes, that's what I like to hear." She turned, leaving a resolute remark before disappearing. "No matter what happens, if you don't reach 9-star, you won't be able to participate in the next battle." "I won't let you die." Pled stared at her blankly. She also left another constraint. "You must fulfill Ziki's last will, so you cannot die without my permission." Pled let out a faint wry smile, thinking to himself, "Ziki, you really met a troublesome woman." 4 days later, a meeting was held at the Jun family mansion. The grand mansion was splendidly decorated. As Suffer-jun was engrossed in documents, someone spoke in a low voice. Suffer-jun, you seem very expectant. Yes, today is the day Jumenjing's new symbol stone will be officially revealed for the first time. He raised his head, immediately cutting off the imprudent remark. The capital has been completely destroyed. Steve-jun, don't speak so carelessly. He equivocated with a forced laugh. I truly apologize for my impropriety. Steve then asked, not hiding his curiosity. There are rumors that the guild has completely changed after Pled joined. Have you met him, Suffer-jun? He replied in a low voice. I met him long before he joined the guild. Hearing that, he continued. I also met him once while recruiting people. Honestly, he didn't seem like such an exceptional person. Then, looking at the entrance, he let out an exclamation. Speak of the devil, the Jumenjing guild is entering the meeting. Benyang is leading the way with two masked individuals. Another voice suddenly echoed in their ears, a familiar tone continuing at length. It's been a long time, Benyang. One guild member's face suddenly hardened and he gnashed his teeth, recognizing him. Joe Sven, he cleared his throat, correcting the address. Now I should be called Suffer Sven. He was Sven Hai, the former guildmaster of Jumenjing, the one who had conspired with other guilds to throw Jumenjing into chaos. One guild member said scornfully. I never thought you'd speak first, he retorted with a faint smile. What's this? We were once comrades with the same purpose. The guild member, unable to bear his hypocritical words, growled. Don't speak so carelessly. Benyang raised her hand to calm the anger. Then she stepped forward and greeted him politely. It's been a long time, Suffer Sven. It's a pleasure to see you again. He curled his lips. You've grown a lot, Benny. She didn't let him pause, immediately offering advice. But let me tell you something. The person standing before you right now is the guildmaster of Jumenjing. If you don't want to suffer a lifelong humiliation here, it would be wise to show him some respect. At her words, he stared blankly, his face turning pale. Benyang walked past him, leaving a remark. I'll let it slide this once. After all, we were once comrades with the same purpose. One guild member praised softly. Guildmaster, you've become much stronger, she replied. I'm a little embarrassed. Your words make me even more so. Have you not been in contact with Pled since then? He shook his head, saying worriedly. No, with Guildmaster Pled not here, I don't know how we'll get through this meeting. She cleared her throat, encouraging him. Let's try for now. We've already gained so much from him. As each faction took their seats, Suffer-jun stood up and declared the beginning. Thank you for your patience. I declare that the emergency meeting has officially begun. First, I thank everyone for attending despite this sudden summons. Voices were heard from below. Skip this boring greeting, Suffer-jith added coldly. This is no time for pleasantries. He nodded and snapped his fingers, creating a scrying mirror. Inside, a ruined landscape was reflected. He briefly explained the situation. You are currently witnessing the situation in Gabu. Many people murmured in surprise. He continued in a somber voice, Gabu City is the premier maritime nation, and it possessed a very powerful defense, but it was completely destroyed overnight. The Ashen Ones have already begun to act. They no longer intend to hide their identities. In fact, guilds across each continent will soon report similar news. One person suddenly stood up and raised an issue. Why do you think they're acting so aggressively and suddenly? Suffer was about to reply but was interrupted. Excuse me, I haven't been able to concentrate because I've been preoccupied with one person. To think there are people concealing their identities with cloaks in such a solemn place. Benyang stepped forward to vouch for them. Guildmaster Liu, I vouch for their identities, he smiled faintly. Are you joking? Your guarantee means nothing. Benyang, remove your hat and cloak. I will see for myself and decide. Noja was the first to remove her hat, delivering a sharp remark. Still so suspicious, Liu. The crowd exclaimed in surprise, crying out, Noja, Noja, why are you here? One guild member whispered to the person next to him. Who is that? The person whispered back. The former successor of the Martial King's fist. As far as I know, I heard you cut ties with the guild a long time ago. Why are you here with Jumenjing? Liu remained unyielding, continuing to question. To meet you here. Then who is the other person? Noja's face hardened, cutting him off. Presumptuous Liu, I have no obligation to answer your useless questions. He slammed the table, snarling. Useless, Noja frowned. Then what? Speechless, he shifted to sarcastic words. Are you once again getting involved in worldly affairs? Noja raised her chin, clearly drawing a line. I have not joined Jumenjing. However, I am a supporter of Guildmaster Pled Blake. So remember this. Being rude to Jumenjing is tantamount to incurring Noja's wrath. He was speechless, falling silent. Steve observed the scene, murmuring with interest. Even the former successor who abandoned worldly affairs has joined. This makes me a little more curious about this Pled character. At the same time, outside the mansion, a person in a black cloak silently observed all movements. As the meeting's atmosphere reached its peak, one person slammed the table, redirecting the discussion. Alright, let's get back to the main point. So these damned Ashen Ones are running rampant everywhere, right? Then shouldn't we go and stop them immediately? What exactly are we hesitating for? Noja curled her lips, whispering. There are still ordinary people left in the guild, it seems. Who is that? The person speaking, Benyang explained briefly. He is Gamet, the guild master of Dice Skelet. Dillet Skelet is the strongest among the mid to small-sized guilds. Jith calmly cut him off, posing a strategic question. We cannot act without a concrete plan. Guildmaster Gamet, how strong are they, and how many troops do they have? Why are they acting so suddenly? We haven't figured it out yet. Gamet gnashed his teeth and shouted. So you're saying we should just sit and wait until we gather that information? Jith retorted. Why do you think that? What I mean is that we need to observe the unfolding of the situation, Gamut shouted in fury. Unfolding? Don't utter such cowardly words anymore. How can you say that when Gabu City has been reduced to that state? Jeeth remained calm. He re-emphasized the principle of the last line of defense. The guild is the last bastion on the continent capable of stopping the Ashen Ones. If the guild falls, the continent will also be destroyed. Therefore we cannot act recklessly. Rail interjected, agreeing. That's right, I fully agree with the opinions of Sazzle Jeanette and Lucid Sword. Gamut slammed the table, flaring up in anger. Are you insane? How can you say that when tens of thousands of people have died? Rail curled his lips, uttering selfish words. HMPH, tens of thousands, even if hundreds of thousands die, we will not act. Gamut was enraged. These damn bastards. He clenched his fist and the dining table shattered. Jeeth looked around, suspecting inwardly. Strange, Lu is a cunning old man, but he's not one to cause meaningless commotion. Yet he's deliberately trying to divide the guilds. What on earth is his motive? Just then, the third cloaked person finally revealed himself, speaking in a calm voice. Guildmaster Sazzle Jeanette, I understand their intentions. The crowd gasped in unison. That is, Lu narrowed his eyes, emphasizing each syllable. Oh, truly astonishing. To think that the successor of the Martial King's Fist, and even the Circle Guild, have joined Jumenjing. Steve Jun leaned towards him and asked, then Pled Blake isn't here, hasn't he come? Why not? Suffer Jun looked down, remaining silent. The Circle Guildmaster stepped forward, pressing about the voting principle. You said you would never act unilaterally until you obtained information about the Ashen Ones, didn't you? Then what about the guilds that don't agree with that opinion? Rail replied with arrogant confidence. There won't be such a guild. Sazzle Lucid Sword. Perhamet. The opinions of these three strongest guilds represent the opinions of all guilds. If anyone opposes, they must provide a compelling reason. Jeeth was startled, realizing. I see. His goal was to identify and eliminate the dissenting guilds. He sees this threat as an opportunity to strengthen his own power. The Circle Guildmaster retorted, refuting the proposal. However, it seems the opinions of the three strongest guilds do not align. At his words, everyone in the meeting hall turned. At the same time, Jeeth and Rail simultaneously posed the core question. What do you think, Guildmaster Perhamet? If Guildmaster Auden also shares the same thought, we will end the meeting here. However, that person calmly turned to Benyang and asked. She hesitated at the sudden call. Jeeth smiled faintly, sneering. Guildmaster Auden, it seems you've called the wrong person. He immediately hardened his face at the rebuke. Shut up, I'm asking Benyang Ayant, the Guildmaster of Jumenjing. Got a problem with that? Jeeth froze. No, the meeting hall buzzed with murmurs. The rumors were confirmed. It was true that Perhamet and Jumenjing had formed an alliance. All eyes were on them. Benyang took a breath and clearly stated her will. I believe the most pressing task now is to stop the Ashen Ones. Gamut heard that and smiled faintly. Lu's face hardened, as if threatening Guildmaster Benyang. Guildmaster, you should watch your words. Have you learned nothing from the deaths of your predecessors? Jumenjing guild members stood up in protest. Guildmaster Lu, what do you mean by that? You should be the one watching your words. In contrast to their intense reaction, Benyang offered a restrained reply with a faint smile. I thank you for that advice. Guildmaster Lu, I have never forgotten the deaths of our predecessors, but Guildmaster Rail seems to have forgotten the purpose for which the guild was founded. She resolutely re-emphasized their purpose for existence. The guild is an organization established to protect humanity from the invasion of the Ashen Ones. The guild is humanity's shield, a bulwark protecting the entire rear. Isn't that right, Lu? His face hardened, and he lost his dignified expression. Are you trying to lecture me? Benyang was calm. I am merely reminding you of what you have forgotten. One guild member looked at her with satisfaction. Guildmaster. She really had grown stronger. Lu gritted his teeth, scolding himself inwardly. How rude. I'm of the same rank, but not on the same level as Guildmaster Benyang. She still stood her ground, replying resolutely. I haven't said anything wrong at all. Courtesy is required from both sides. Benyang, grasping the psychological play, ignored him and calmly composed herself. Seeing her tremble slightly, a guild member approached and asked, Guildmaster Benyang, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? Seeing his self-satisfied face, she firmly resolved, I will never succumb to such childish and vulgar behavior. Then a low male voice echoed, I will not let this pass easily. She sharply retorted, thinking it was Lu speaking, Are you one to talk? Suddenly, everyone in the meeting hall noticed a single person sitting alone at a party table. Many people whispered, He wasn't there until just now. When did he sit there? Who is he? The young man walked straight to the table and without hesitation continued. I knew the guild was already rotten to the core, but seeing it directly like this, it's so rotten it brings tears to my eyes. Among all the people I've seen, you are the most corrupt, Lu men. He walked across the row of tables without any hesitation. The Jumenjing guild members' eyes widened and they quietly called out, You. Swatgate smiled faintly, asking playfully, Indeed a cunning one, how long have you been here? He took off his cloak. He was Kane, Pled's other self. Lu, seeing the overwhelming momentum, flattered and threatened him. I don't know who it is, but this young man certainly has spirit. You don't seem to value your life. A moment later, Pled revealed his true form. He continued in a contemptuous voice, I told you, Rail. First I'll make you pay for your rudeness to Guildmaster Benyang. Before the old man's startled eyes, What? Before he could even speak, he was thrown to the floor. The guild members on Lu's side shouted, What is he doing? How dare he do that to Guildmaster Lu? Looking at him, forced to bow his head. He sneered coldly, That's how you should bow your head and apologize. Much better. Lu, pinned to the floor, frothed with rage. You damned Pled. Pled delivered his verdict. Listen well, you don't deserve to represent Swat's name. Step down from that position. 2 days earlier in Ilya's icy land, she spoke with a strange delight. I never thought a human could make me this happy. It's truly worth living a long life to see. You found a truly interesting one, pled. I understand why you're special. Experience, renown, overwhelming talent that transcends human common sense, and reaching 9-star in 3 days now. Before Lu stood pled, who had reached 9-star, and Lu was so weakened he could barely move. Lu, angered, spoke aggressively. You're not qualified. Do you think you're qualified to bear the future of this continent? Charlotte heard those words, tilted her head slightly, and muttered inwardly. Qualified, of course, but you're not the only one who's qualified. Lu, you're only saying that because you don't know who's standing before you. At that very moment, Lu's entire body glowed purple, his eyes flashed, and a magical sphere floated in the air, unsettling everyone. Everyone realized it was Lu's magic. Swatgate narrowed his eyes and said in a relaxed voice, "This is quite a new magic. Excellent." Noja next to him also exclaimed excitedly, "Is he casting dozens of spells simultaneously without incantations?" Beneng's face turned pale with an ominous premonition about Lu's power. Then everything exploded and glass shards flew into the crowd. Some people shouted in haste, "What?" Another urgent cry followed. "Calm down, Lord Lu, you're destroying the mansion." Pled stood firm amidst the chaos and quietly murmured, "How rude, I'll have to teach him a lesson." He smiled faintly and added coldly, "Surprising, isn't it? I don't even know if this will work." Then, pointing upwards with a finger, he said in a voice as light as the wind, "But you also speak with strong words." Lu could only utter a blank, "Ha," and immediately all magic in the entire space vanished. Lu was aghast, unable to comprehend what was happening. How can all magic suddenly disappear? The remaining people were still confused, asking each other, "Did Lord Lu attack again?" And a brief explanation followed. "No, there's a faint residue of mana remaining. That's the lesson." Noja's eyes widened, seeing Pled destroy that technique. Benyoung also stood blankly, having missed the moment he acted. Swatgate turned his head and asked in a calm voice, "Has he really reached 9-star?" Lu was still kneeling, stuttering, unable to speak. "No 9-star, how at your age?" Pled, with a solemn expression, uttered each word. "Disappointing, Lu men." Lu's thoughts were in chaos. What is this gap? His suffocating pressure seems to come from a different level. He felt everything was ridiculously despairing. Pled, in a low, reprimanding voice, said the necessary words. "It doesn't matter what kind of human you are. If you don't have a stable mind, rashness will never open the door to 9-star. You need to rethink your foolishness." Then he curled his lips and concluded coldly, "You're still far from it." He stood straight, walked to the center of the hall, and shouted loudly, "Ask everyone." Lu stood blankly. Pled turned his gaze to the entire meeting hall and raised his voice. "Why did everyone join this organization?" As Benyoung said, "The organization is not a shield for our lives. If anyone harbors such vulgar thoughts, I suggest they leave immediately." Swatgate smiled faintly, nodding as he understood his intention. He guessed that Pled was trying to thwart Lu's scheme to seize the chairmanship by cornering him in front of the crowd. A pressure that made everyone flinch. Pled bowed his head and delivered the bad news. "The Ashen Ones have already begun to act," Jiki immediately asked, urgently acknowledging the limits. "Then what should we do now? The opponent is God. It's not someone you can fight and win against. If you could have, you would have dealt with them already." Pled calmly turned his head and asked back, "Has the Ashen One become God now? They are not absolute beings. Think about it. You tremble when you're angry or scared. Because of that fear, they act hastily." He turned back to everyone, scanned the room, and then said loudly, "Their purpose is literally to destroy humanity. To destroy every single one. This is not a situation that will end if you retreat and don't resist. The only way for us to survive is to fight and win. I came here today to find people with the same aspirations. Choose. Will you fight and survive, or will you wait for death to avoid being hurt?" The air grew thick, and Guildmaster Per Auden was the first to raise her hand. She spoke first. "Per Pater Auden fully agrees with Pled's wish." Galmad also chimed in, and a satisfied expression appeared as he nodded. "Now this is the meeting I truly want." The murmuring grew louder, and hands went up one after another. Almost all the banquet attendees agreed. Jiki stood blankly, and Lu's face hardened as he clutched his head in thought. "I thought the meeting would be easy to control, but it's completely ruined, all because of Pled Blake." Night fell, and the moonlight shone silver outside the mansion. Lu led his subordinates, loading large wooden boxes like cargo, plotting something suspicious. He rolled his eyes, counting, then grumbled irritably. Then he suddenly asked, "Where is Lucy's sword? Has Guildmaster Jiki not arrived yet?" He slammed a box and shouted at the top of his lungs, all his frustration bursting out, "Damn it, this is all because of that cursed Pled. He ruined everything." "What? Fight the Ashen Ones? The Ashen Ones are beings we cannot oppose. If he could have, he would have dealt with them already," he then stated resolutely. "They are like the sun. No matter how much humans try, they cannot escape the grasp of the Ashen Ones. This is the conclusion I reached upon reaching 9-star. From today I will withdraw from the guild." The person standing next to him asked blankly, "Withdraw from the guild? Where will you go?" Lu, as if he had calculated everything, replied resolutely, "To where God is." Some people flinched and continued to ask, "Are you truly connected to God?" He fixed his eyes and replied coldly, "Originally I intended to make the guild stronger. Then God would be even happier if we surrendered and showed more interest." A person in a black cloak said with an arrogant voice, "So from today you're giving up the honor of being a guild master?" Lu briefly confirmed, "That's right. The person still asked mockingly. What if the Ashen One gives an absurd command? Lu replied. Calmly you obey them. The person delivered another blow. Regardless of the command, Lu shouted angrily. How many times do I have to give the same answer? Just then, a person in a hat approached and cautiously took off their cloak. It was Pled. He sighed and lowered his voice. I wished everything would go wrong as I expected. Lu's eyes widened and he stammered his name. Place Pled. A moment later, the ground shook with a mana explosion. The hunt for the traitor had begun, Pled said with regret. Truly unfortunate, Lu shouted, counterattacking. You fool, do you think you're alone just because you're stronger than others? I'll kill you. He charged, continuing to threaten. You were wrong to think you could come here alone. Pled curled his lips and briefly replied. Oh, I apologize. I didn't intend to come alone either. Immediately after, a cold wind swept through and a fist struck like a hammer, and an explosion that tore through the night was heard. Some who tried to flee were immediately cut down without a trace by SWAT Gate, and the rest had their life force absorbed by Charlotte. The entire guild was annihilated in the blink of an eye. Lu trembled, gritting his teeth with rage. Damn it, your friends listen to you too. Pled waved his hand, saying in an indifferent voice. My friends are known for not listening to me. And the immortal trio stood firm amidst the scent of blood. Lu retreated to one side in fear and Pled approached with icy calm. This is the end, Lu clearly understood the balance of power. He swallowed his bitterness. He was not at a level to contend with. The gap was too vast. Pled imprinted a single sentence in his mind with magic. You will never see the end. Lu bit his lip and accepted his own fate. He began to speak, trembling as if asking yet avoiding. You just said the Ashen Ones aren't absolute beings, right? He cleared his throat once and added the words most difficult for him. You're really so much like that man. Pled heard those words and understood the target was Kai Wyman. Lu nodded, his voice cracking. Kai Wyman, was the most brilliant genius I knew in magic. He also said, like you, that the Ashen Ones aren't absolute beings. Pled nonchalantly cut him off. Really? Lu curled his lips and posed a question. Then let me ask you one thing. Are you confident you can defeat God? As Pled fell silent, he laughed loudly and charged. Can't answer, can you? Then he came to his own conclusion and said in a venomous tone, That's right, you're right. The Ashen Ones aren't absolute beings. The guild also once fought them. But God is different. God is absolute, as the name suggests. If God intends to annihilate us, everything is over. Pled firmly cut off that line of thought. So you're volunteering to become a slave? Lu cried out as if his heart had been pierced. What's wrong with that? That was all my strategy to survive. Why don't you and that man understand this simple truth? Charlotte, enraged, spoke directly to his face. I don't want to live like a beast, abandoning even my pride just to keep this life. Lu scoffed coldly, retorting, You only say that because you haven't met God. Pled decided to expose a mountain of secrets. He spoke slowly. I have met him. I know God too well, so I'm fed up with him. I fought God and I lost. Lu cried out in disbelief. What did you say? Pled continued, as if leading him into the abyss of the past. While being swallowed by God and trapped beneath the abyss for 4,000 years, I only thought one thing, only defeating God. My real name is Lucas Shaman, the great wizard who fought God 4,000 years ago. Noja and SWAT Gate froze, and Charlotte was nonchalant as if she already knew. Lu's mouth was stiff and he stammered, You're Lucas Shaman? At that information, SWAT Gate lost his composure and shouted, What? Pled is Lucas Shaman? Charlotte clearly confirmed from the side, That's right. The Guildmaster has returned by borrowing Pled's body. After 4,000 years as a hero for the Age of Light, Lucas Shaman. Noja was even more confused and SWATgate laughed loudly as if shedding all the doubts he had harbored for so long. Now all my questions are answered. Lu still trembled and stammered, You're Lucas Shaman? Then he laughed blankly, saying with regret, Why did you only come now? If you had come a little earlier, I too. Even so, he didn't think he was wrong. Pled asked one last direct question, So you won't regret it? And he cast a spell, ending him with a mind-piercing strike. Before he completely collapsed, Lu whispered respectfully, It was truly a pleasure to meet you, great wizard. His final image was of being shattered and killed by Pled's hand as his eyelids closed. The thought of not dying still lingered, but he wished he had been wrong, and Pled had been right. Pled remained silent for a long time, then felt Kaio appear behind him. The brother approached his sibling's corpse and could not hold back his tears. Pled said softly, as if apologizing, Your brother died by my hand. I'm sorry, Kaio. Kaio replied decisively, as if understanding the entire situation. I am the one who killed Lu. If my brother strays down the wrong path, then even if I'm only half a brother, I must stop this situation before it occurs. I should have taught him properly in the first place. If I don't stop him now, Lu will surely sell his soul to God. Pled softly called Kaio's name with sad eyes, and Kaio added a bitter thank you. Pled, thank you for allowing Lu to die as a human. Pled hesitated, only making a small hum sound. At the same time, J-Kit sat in a dimly lit room. As the candle flickered, his face grew darker, and when the flame died, Pled stood before him. He immediately asked, Where is Lu? Pled did not answer. Merely closed his eyes. J-Kit seemed to understand, placed his hand on the table, stood up and muttered, I see. Then what do you think? If I hadn't followed you, were you planning to purge me? Pled replied coldly, I don't need puppets. Think and act for yourself. If you think I'm wrong, you can stab me in the back anytime. J-Kit revealed his resolve and said softly, I'll be waiting. Pled seemed to think he had already chosen his path. The next morning at the next emergency meeting, Pled stood at the center of the podium and said firmly, The Ashen Ones pose an unprecedented danger, and at the same time an unprecedented opportunity. Benyang still seemed to harbor doubts, but the meeting proceeded in a solemn and tense atmosphere. Pled, as if telling a story, unveiled everything he had kept hidden until now. The meeting hall plunged into a series of bizarre truths. According to him, One of the 5 apocalypses of the Revelation had died, another had gone into hibernation, and the hibernating Ashen One's network could be easily severed. Alunium, the substance they used to evade God's surveillance, had already been manufactured and was being used to slaughter dying people. The guilds were plunged into silence by the unprecedented amount of information. It was as if yesterday's arguments had never existed. For the first time in years they were united. The harmony they had so longed for had finally been achieved. Someone posed a question as if seeking to confirm the laws of the world. If they cause a massacre, will they be destroyed according to the laws of the world? Pled answered clearly, stating the Ashen One's fear. Yes, they call that order God. Per made a curious hum sound. The concept of God seemed somewhat new to her. Pled immediately assigned an urgent mission to the meeting. From now on we must track down and eliminate the apostles of the Revelation. Per asked again. Have you already identified the apostles? Pled clearly replied. At least 2 are known. One is an assassin named Zenta and the other is a demon named Tu. If we eliminate them, the apostles will fall into hibernation. Someone concluded hopefully. Then turning the current desperate situation around is not a pipe dream. Daykid added his knowledge. Zenta seems to be Zenta, the Assassin King. Several people were startled. The Assassin King, Jeeth explained in more detail. According to the testimony and contracts of our clients, he is the one who assassinated both nobles and royalty. We only just managed to confirm his existence. If our information is correct, he is from Hitumi Aik. First, we must find his whereabouts there. Charlotte added information about the other. I know a little about Tu. He is a demon who made a contract with me, Pled asked back in surprise. Really, Charlotte? Charlotte honestly added the danger. Demons are not ethically limited on the continent. It's not impossible, but they could sacrifice tens of thousands if they wished. Pled frowned at the horrifying number and asked again, tens of thousands? Then can you find him? Charlotte said with a confident voice. Of course, demons cannot hide their unique energy source. Spider took on the mission without hesitation. Leave the tracking of Tu to us. Pled looked around the entire meeting hall, secretly firming his resolve. The composition is complete, the guilds are gathered, and a like-minded alliance is here. He concluded his words like a declaration of war. This is the beginning. The beginning is from here. This is the official war with God. And he wished all the meeting attendees good luck. After the meeting, the party agreed to resolve Bening's dragon bloodline issue. So now she was training under Horn's direct supervision. Her screams echoed throughout the space, and even Isabel and Pled had to cover their ears from the fierce pressure. Pled felt as if the whole world was screaming at once in this area. That was dragon language. Horn observed the recent training and praised, she has already reached the stage where she can use dragon language twice a day. She truly has incredible talent. Pled listened and hesitated for a moment. Twice a day, and he continued. Guildmaster Bening's dragon language is an indispensable weapon in the battle against the Ashen Ones. To be honest, I've become a little more ambitious now. Hain glanced and asked, the battle against the Ashen Ones, not the apostles? Pled remained silent and did not answer. While the two were talking, Isabel thoughtfully handed Beniong a handkerchief to wipe her sweat. What Pled was really considering was the fact that Annette did not voluntarily follow his wife. He had been tormented into becoming an apostle, and someone like Annette wanted to eliminate him directly. At this moment Hain said softly as if urging them, it's time now, shall we leave? Pled was still bewildered, not understanding what he was implying. Hain smiled brightly and led the party to his workshop, which was a golem manufacturing factory, not a maid's room. Seeing the most beautiful machine maid sleeping, he said triumphantly, finally complete, goddess of victory. His eyes immediately sparkled and he continued admiringly. Behold, how elegant is the great Anna. Pled's eyes widened and he asked back, the great Anna? Just then, Kaio and Debo were also there and he spoke passionately about his work. An unrealistic substance created by the 3 best alchemists on the continent, the ultimate masterpiece. What is the core, the genius of the Age of Light, the life's work left by Sozher? No demon after this will be comparable to the great Anna, it is clear. Seeing her appearance no different from a maid, they whispered inwardly that she didn't seem as good as advertised. Hain reached out his hand and demanded, Pled, where is the core? He immediately handed it over. Ah yes. He stared at the shell with a wicked expression and placed the golem's core into a compartment inside the robot's body. A dazzling light surged and the maid floated in midair. Pled felt his heart pounding and said hesitantly, this is 1,000,000 mana, Hain said as if not too surprised. Oh, 1,000,000, not quite that much. Then he explained in more detail, the energy level of someone born with a perfect body like hers is too high to be measured by modern technology. Pled thought nervously to himself, indeed this is magic beyond common sense. In terms of absolute quantity it will certainly surpass Diabolo. Hain laughed maniacally, uttering words of joy. I swear this is the best masterpiece and the best work of art of my life. Just then, Anna's eyes slowly opened, a powerful force surged, startling those nearby. Pled looked up and saw Anna land right beside him. She looked around with captivating eyes. Hain shed tears of emotion. She's moving, my great Shah. Pled asked, Didn't you call her Anna just now? He replied playfully. I changed my mind, this name is prettier. The robot opened its mouth for the first time. Where is this? Why are my arms so thin? Then she exclaimed. As she realized. Pled suddenly trembled and tried to approach, but she stopped him, saying, Stay still. How much time has passed? He became even more agitated and grabbed her hand. She is. Isabel was also flustered by his reaction. Pled, what's wrong? He stammered her name. So's her, are you so's her? Isabel was startled and pressed. What are you doing? Kaio was also surprised again, and asked, So's her, are you the great sage So's her Jeanette? The robot opened her mouth again. 4,000 years, 7 months, 23 days. Then she rushed into Pled's arms and continued, overwhelmed with emotion. It's been too long, Lucas. Kaio was once again shocked. Lucas Shaman, what is this now? Pled is Lucas Shaman. Soser still smiled and said, and joked intimately. Your appearance is completely different, but I recognized you at first glance. You've gotten younger and more handsome since I last saw you. At this, Isabel finally realized. Soser's dungeon was a special letter sent only to Lucas Shaman. That dungeon contained Soser's last hope and wish. Soser still held Pled tightly, whispering playfully, I always thought that whenever I opened my eyes you would always be standing before me. Pled also humored her. Soser, your name. It saddens me to see you act so weak, kid. Let go. His face, however, turned eerily pale, playing hard to get even though he's delighted. Isabel muttered inwardly that based on appearance it wasn't wrong. Soser asked again, but why is your voice like that? I haven't spoken in 4,000 years. My body is also thinner and paler. Then she waved her hand and summoned an illusion mirror. After carefully examining her reflection for a long time, she realized something and exclaimed, after all this time your tastes have changed a lot. Pled quickly explained, hey, that's not it. It's not my taste, it's that person. No, that dragon. Hain acted as if he had nothing to do with it. Kaio approached and asked, Are you really Soser Jeanette? He replied firmly, Yes, I am Soser Jeanette. Hain suddenly blurted out again, I never thought Soser's own soul would be in the core. Kaio was even more surprised by that fact. Soser accurately corrected Hain's words. It's only similar to that. It's not actually him. It's just a replica of memories and personality, not my soul. Hain pressed in surprise. A replica of memories and personality. Is that even possible? He replied casually. Yes, isn't it good? Aren't I very beautiful? He nodded and replied, yes. At this, Kaio turned to Pled and asked, Then are you really the great wizard Lucas Shaman? Isabel replied on his behalf. Yes, Pled is Lucas Shaman who disappeared 4,000 years ago. He stammered, sweating as if unable to believe. Are you really? Isabel interrupted, concluding, All the questions until now have been answered. Aren't you comfortable? I am. Kaio looked at her, smiling inwardly. Indeed, it's the greatest moment to be with the heroes of the Age of Light. In the sturdy village houses built on a beautiful cliff, Lucas and Soser shared old stories. Isabel, Elznau, Kaio and Diabolo leisurely drank tea behind them. It seemed it would take Kaio a very long time to calm his mind. He still muttered, I still can't believe Lucas Shaman and Soser Jeanette are here. They died. They understood why he possessed skills that a 20-year-old youth rarely could. Isabel also said that Pled was her classmate in the youth academy. She didn't know how Lucas and he merged, but as Lucas said, while trapped under the abyss for 4,000 years, he suddenly heard Pled's voice one day. Elznau interrupted. Being trapped under the abyss without people yet maintaining consciousness is a greater pain than death. Kaio listened to the story and felt sympathy, but soon encouraged everyone. Anyway, hope has been rekindled thanks to the heroes of the Age of Light. They know God better than anyone, and they are back right here. Elznau suddenly remembered something important, stood up and urged. This news must never be leaked. Even later you must still treat him as Pled. The same goes for all of you, Pled. No, Lucas and Soser had waited 4,000 years to see the beautiful moon of this world together again. Lucas also told him about Soser's death. Ruhira showed his memories up to the moment Icy took his life, he said, surprised. Oh, so it was Icy who killed me. At his friend's bewildered gaze, he quickly explained. He didn't know because his memories were copied before he died. He finally realized the obvious truth, but he noticed his friend's strange hand gestures and wondered inwardly, what are those hand gestures? He continued. Something's wrong. Even if that Icy kid is bad, he wouldn't betray them just to save his life. Lucas's eyes darkened and he said, Now Icy is God's apostle. Soser turned back in surprise and asked, Apostle, what is that? And he still repeated the strange hand gestures. At this, Lucas finally realized, Oh no, I have to explain even that to them. He only snorted and admitted he still didn't know much. Hearing that, he was somewhat discouraged. Where should I start? The story is so long, I feel like I'm going to die. He seized the opportunity to say, delighted and conveniently, I have a very good memory, he pouted. Who doesn't know that? Meanwhile, on the other hand, Icy was still controlling his body after a long battle. Then a voice was heard praising him. You are truly an excellent great fighter. He is still rude. Great fighter, my foot, the green giant replied. If not for you, we would have died long ago. He scoffed and fell into thought. What on earth has happened to the world? A number of destroyed villages has skyrocketed in a single night. Soon after, a being with a human torso and goat legs reported that someone had come to see him. Haines still looked surprised, but the one who entered was Phoenix. He growled, Who are you? She removed her veil and introduced herself as Tokunta and said, Kill me. Returning to this side, Lucas seemed to have told Esser all the stories. Esser asked back, An Ashen One betrayed God, Lucas replied, seeming deeply impressed by Lucid. Esser exclaimed, Oh, with a strange hand gesture. Unbelievable. Finally, Lucas couldn't bear it and asked directly, "What have you been doing with your hands just now?" It's distracting. At the question, Esser was startled and explained, "I've gotten into the habit of stroking my beard when I think." Suddenly, an absurd thought crossed his mind. Should I ask him to give me a beard? It feels too empty without one. Lucas sighed, pushing him away, and continued, "You've lived a very long time, started from the bottom and reached 9-star. You always did your best." Pled turned, leaned against the railing and said, "I didn't achieve this alone. I owe a great deal to many people living in this world." Esser still encouraged him. "Everything is your ability. The top priority now is to assess how God will act," Lucas continued. "That's the problem. They're moving freely through space and time." Esser replied again, "It's not as if there's no way, is it?" Lucas was surprised. Esser looked at him with affectionate eyes, and Lucas, feeling uneasy, glanced at him and asked, "What method?" Esser continued, "How about getting help from Icy? If you ask him, he'll tell you right away." Hearing that, Lucas shouted furiously, "Hey, didn't you just hear me? Icy betrayed us and killed that person." Esser replied nonchalantly, "But he saved you, didn't he? No matter how bad a person he is, he wouldn't betray you. No matter how bad he is, he wouldn't do that." Sir's words weren't entirely wrong. It was as if Lucas held an unchanging place in her heart. The next morning in the Hispania Mountains, Lucas and Sozher stood on a familiar rocky peak, breathing in the air. Sozher muttered nostalgically, "This is the landscape I've longed for. It's still the same. It's as if time has stood still here for 4,000 years. Then she turned to Lucas and asked, "But why are you here? Do you have something to do here?" Instead of answering, Lucas told a story. "Among God's elite soldiers, the apostles, there is one with the authority of fire. His name is Anai." Sozher asked briefly, and Lucas replied, "I met his apostle here. He is my benefactor and my friend who saved my life. That's why I must kill Anai myself." Then he looked around and mumbled, "Strange, I meet him every time I come here." Sozher narrowed her eyes and said, "Perhaps he's asleep." Suddenly a colossal black shadow descended from the sky. It landed, crushing everything, sending rocks flying, and its breathing was rough and ceaseless. Seeing it, Sozher asked, "Who is that? Is he a friend of yours?" Lucas immediately replied, "He is not an acquaintance of mine." Sozher asked again, "Is it a giant?" "He's so big," Lucas speculated, asking, "Is he a sturdy man?" The green giant began to stammer, "White-haired, human, Master's master." Lucas was surprised. "Master's master," and he guessed. "Ah, you're Phoenix's subordinate, aren't you?" He continued to speak with difficulty. "Master said a dangerous time has arrived. There's no resistance." Sozher, annoyed by the disconnected speech, said, "Shouldn't they send someone who can speak more clearly to deliver a message to us?" The giant continued. "A gap must be created. Master's master will focus on She-Kit, She-Kit, She-Kit." By this point, Lucas realized something and happily concluded, "Other things are uncertain, but their next destination is clear. They must go to She-Kit, a lonely city in the middle of a vast and desolate desert. In a small oasis in the middle of the desert, a secret meeting between Anai and Node, 2 Ashen Ones, was held. Node arrived there and asked, "What is the urgent matter you wish to discuss?" Anai turned and replied, "Node, what do you think? Genie has already been extinguished." Node replied coldly, "She sacrificed herself to awaken the 3 of us. That is all." Anai asked again, "Sacrifice? Do you mean that wasn't what she wanted?" Node, not understanding, pressed, "What on earth are you trying to say?" Anai lowered his head, thought deeply, and slowly said, "God has never forced sacrifices upon us until now. God might be changing." Node continued, "God's will soon become the same as the Ashen One's will." Then he realized something and warned, "Anai, you seem very uneasy." It's fine, but as long as you don't follow in Zeki's footsteps. Such a despicable act as fighting one's own kin is enough to commit once." Anai was silent for a moment, then replied briefly, "Understood." At the same time, Hain was engaged in a fierce battle with Phoenix. She provoked him incessantly, but he merely restrained himself, blocked and counterattacked. Their battle unfolded in flames. If a chicken were to wander into the oasis now, it would become delicious roasted chicken. The 2 fiercely contended, move by move, locked in a tense psychological battle, and it was impossible to tell who had the upper hand. Phoenix cursed inwardly, "Damn him." She deliberately held back her full power, provoking him to attack. Dying in such a way would also be a beautiful ending. Due to her carelessness, she was thrown dozens of meters away by Hain. As the thick dust cloud cleared, Phoenix charged again but was subdued by Hain and fell to the ground. He choked her, preventing her from causing any more trouble, and said, "This is the end." Just then his martial king's fist nearly struck her face. Meanwhile, Node pressed Anai. "How do you manage your apostles? They keep catching my eye." Anai asked back in surprise, "Who are you talking about?" Node immediately replied, "Pled. Didn't we all know each other's apostles at the last meeting? He also possesses madness, so he won't leave them alone." Anai asked Node again, "How do you manage yours?" Node replied confidently, "HMPH, my apostle isn't the type to lay hands on humans." Anai suddenly realized, "Oh right, your apostle was a demon, wasn't he?" Node continued, "Anata's apostle seems very skilled at hiding. There's no need to worry about God's apostles either. I'm most worried about you." Anai simply replied nonchalantly, "That's uncertain. If that's the issue, you should worry more about yourself." Node paused. "What?" Anai continued. "Have you ever thought about why I accepted Phoenix, whom I found on the street, as an apostle? Don't you think it's absurd to have to act despite an apostle having a very significant drawback?" "I wanted to eliminate this dreadful drawback early on," Node asked in shock. "Eliminate the drawback? How?" Anai growled with killing intent. Phoenix and I are a perfect match. If only a single condition had been met, I wouldn't have even needed an apostle." At this moment, in the middle of the desert, Hain did not kill Phoenix. He spared her at the moment he was about to finish her off, turned his back and said, "Disappear." Phoenix shouted, "What are you doing? Kill me, kill me." But before her waiting gaze, he froze. Damn it, they're coming again. Flames shot up in the distance. Innumerable troops seemed to be approaching. They were grotesque monsters. Hain called them goddamned Ashen One's subordinates, and he suddenly felt fear and realized that place is Kugas's territory. Why do they follow everywhere? Their sense of smell is truly keen, like dogs. He even bent down to smell himself. What do I smell like? Did I not shower today? Or is there a traitor among them? Phoenix, seeing him leave, shouted, "Wait, where are you going? Kill me and go." He shouted, "Shut up. I don't know what you're going through, but I have no intention of killing those who beg me to kill them. If you want to die that badly, go hang yourself somewhere." She stood blankly, her hands trembling slightly. "Hang myself? Don't say such foolish things. If I could die that easily, why would I have?" Next morning, Pled's party also arrived in the village. Pled flew up and observed from a high vantage point. Dazzling sunlight shone directly upon him. Perhaps this would be one of the peaceful moments that would come to him for a long time. He gazed at the village for a very long time, then landed quietly and said softly, "Fortunately, the Jun family's buildings are still intact." Els now asked, "But what about your friend? I thought your friend would come with us." Pled replied briefly, "He went to train to get used to his new body. Once he's accustomed to it, he'll come with us." They lined up in front of the village. The divine power covering the place was clearly visible. Noja said with an uneasy voice, "Divine power is spread everywhere. Even seeing it directly, it's hard to believe the day would come when the Ashen Ones would act so freely." Isabel wondered why they were heading towards Jun. Noja replied that the people of Pasago were there and would be able to explain the current situation. Pled urged everyone to hurry before Shingid was completely destroyed. The commander slammed the table, saying with a voice full of anger and unyielding resolve, "Everything is over. 9 of the 17 villages have been destroyed and 4 have surrendered. Shingid has fallen." He trembled with rage while his subordinate standing behind him seemed indifferent. A soldier rushed in and reported, "UHA, guests have arrived." UHA opened his eyes wide and asked back, "Guests?" The soldier immediately replied, "They say they're from Pasago." He shouted in even greater surprise, "Pasago reinforcements. Reinforcements have arrived," he urged the soldier. "Show them in." The soldier pointed the way. "This way, Your Excellency," he calculated inwardly. Even if only one of Kaio and Debo were here, the tide could be turned. However, upon arriving, he was surprised to see neither of the two. Noja greeted him first. "Long time no see, UHA," he replied politely. "Noja, have you been well?" He looked around again several times, searching for what he wanted, but neither Kaio nor Debo was present. His disappointment was evident. Seeing his expression, Pled's face flushed unpleasantly, and he merely sighed. Noja clearly stated their purpose. "UHA, we have come to assess the situation in Shikit." He replied bitterly, "Assess the situation? It would be faster to go and see for yourselves. Everyone, follow me." Upon arriving there, an indescribable scene of suffering unfolded before their eyes. Houses were burned to ruins, and amidst the groups of soldiers, medicine was being passed around with urgent shouts. "Medicine, replenishment medicine." Wounded soldiers lay everywhere, groaning incessantly. One lay unconscious, and his comrade shouted, "Wake up, hold on a little longer." Urgent shouts continued. "We're short on beds. Quickly stop the bleeding. Send the soldiers who can't fight to the front." Benyang exclaimed in shock, "It's truly hell. Did this really happen in a single day?" UHA replied briefly, "This is only a part of it." Screams continued. "Ah, my hand, my hand." At this moment, Pled finally noticed a clue. It wasn't an Ashen One who was destroying this place. UHA was surprised by his guess and asked, "Oh, so this was done by that creature? How did you know?" Pled replied in a low voice, "Because he is still alive." He still didn't understand. He asked back, "What?" Pled continued, "I don't want to recall it again, but only one Ashen One can command this creature." UHA sank weakly to the ground and added, "He is the one who started the fire. I've dealt with many Ashen Ones, but the origin of those creatures is completely different." Pled confirmed. "That's right, he is Revelation." UHA asked in surprise and pressed, "You know him?" Pled did not answer and fell into thought. Anai finished a recovery that D's words said would take a year. What method did God use? At this moment, UHA reported a dismal number. Of Shikit's 17 villages, 9 have been destroyed, 4 have surrendered, and only 6, including Zania, continue to fight. In this situation, even the 4 great lords are considering surrender. Pled glanced at him as if about to say something. Suddenly he shouted, "Damn it, all we need is the great hero." Pled asked back, not understanding. "The great hero," he explained without interruption. "In Shikit, the strongest person out of 100 is called the great hero. The current great hero is not from Shikit but with outstanding leadership. He quickly established Shikit's strongest combat unit." Pled exclaimed in admiration. "Oh, that's truly impressive," UHA continued, and Pled was surprised. "Her name is Yvonne?" He immediately turned to Noja, and Noja smiled triumphantly and continued, "That kid always likes to be so noisy." Pled forced a smile, but his concern for Yvonne was evident. Suddenly an alarm sounded. "Everyone quickly take cover," UHA asked in confusion. "What's happening?" A report was immediately delivered to UHA. "We are under attack." They realized the approaching soldiers were Ashen One creatures. The horde filled the sky, and they were the same ones that had swarmed when Hain fought Phoenix. UHA laughed as if weeping. "It's truly over." Pled calmly turned and asked, Ashen ones? The soldier replied, extremely flustered. Yes, Pled asked again. Are there ashen ones too? The soldier stammered. It doesn't seem like there are ashen ones as well, Pled scoffed and asked one last time. Probably not then. So what is their location? The soldier hastily explained. To the southeast. But who are you? Pled and his team replied confidently. We are the relief force. The watchtower in front of the village stood tall and Pled was inside it. The desert night wind blew coldly, and the tense situation further froze the air. He looked at the monsters and said, That Damanai has sent a lot of guys. UHA asked curiously, Are you going to stop that large army alone? He looked at the entire team and said, You've been making disappointed faces since I first met you. I am not Kaio or Debo, so you don't need to be disappointed. You're flustered, aren't you? He continued. Rejoice, I am not their subordinate. UHA cried out in disbelief. This is no time for boasting. The enemy has over 1,000 troops, even I can only handle 100, how can you do it alone? He retorted with an arrogant voice. You rely on Kaio and Debo, yet you know nothing about mages? UHA was still confused. Pled calmly explained, for a mage, the number of enemies is not a problem. All you need to do is draw them into the desired coordinates. He stepped forward and activated his power, and those without magic could not even stand straight. UHA trembled, feeling the ground shake. That a human's mana could be so powerful. Pled left the watchtower and ascended into the air. Benyoung called Pled, and he added confidently, Besides, for a 9-star mage, coordinates no longer matter. All space I see is within my control. The monsters roared and charged like hungry wolves, but perhaps their end would be easy. Indeed, arrogance is the privilege of the strong. The demon army surged like a storm and Pled calmly exuded a cold mass of mana, staring at them without taking his eyes off. With sharp fangs and bloodshot eyes, they did not yet know their end was imminent. He leisurely repeated his judgment. For a 9-star mage, coordinates no longer matter. His mana surged like an overflowing wave and he floated in the air gathering mana, then said, All space I see is within my control. He brought his hands together, preparing to attack. When he opened his eyes again, he swung both arms wide and shouted, Blizzard! Instantly an icy wind swept through, freezing everything, even the terrifying fire monsters. The power of his mana made the observers dizzy, and they had to brace themselves with all their might to withstand it. Under his feet, tens of thousands of monsters were frozen in layers. Once everything was perfectly frozen, Pled clenched his fists. They immediately shattered into thousands of pieces, their bodies scattering in all directions. The fragments fell, and a cold, strange energy like the first snow covered the entire desert, describing the scene. Isabel witnessed the scene and cried out in astonishment. Were they really all eliminated? Yuha's mouth hung open, terrified. Thousands of lives were swept away in the blink of an eye, and he could not believe his own eyes. The others remained calmly astonished. Benyoung unconsciously called Pled's name. After that battle, that day is still called the Snow Blossom Village of Shikit to this day. Pled's name spread throughout Shikit. The situation changed dramatically. Pled received a grand welcome, enjoying himself with pieces of meat in both hands. Snow grumbled beside him, pressing. What on earth were you thinking, Pled? This must have reached Anai's ears. He laughed happily. Yes, she rushed over, angry. Did you intentionally draw attention to yourself? What plan are you making? He finally explained. Anai won't take a single step towards Haddon, will he? In the end, we can't win unless we lure him there. We are still at a disadvantage, so we can't attack without a plan. I plan to clean up Shikit with Isabel. Anyway, she's just a substitute for a porter. Isabel pouted, her pride wounded. He took a deep breath, announced he was full, and before going to bed said, Clearly we will face the Ashen Ones and those creatures, but I have no intention of avoiding conflict with them. Snow confirmed his intention. You're planning to officially burn Anai's heavy footsteps, aren't you? He replied bluntly. If we're going to fight, we have to fight now. You all meet the great chief of Shikit and make a plan to fight Anai. Yvonne must cooperate with us. That guy is quite famous here. Noja was triumphant when her younger sister was mentioned. Oh, I can promise to cooperate with Yvonne, but I can't guarantee he'll survive until the meeting with the great chief. Pled forced a smile. Please don't let him die. Snow immediately objected. I can't agree either. Fighting a large number of creatures without a mage will be a war of attrition. You absolutely cannot fail. He immediately pointed to Benyoung and replied, What are you talking about? There's a mage right here. Benyoung dropped her fork in surprise. She waved her hands frantically. Oh me? No, how can I take Pled's place? He approached and softly called Guildmaster Benyoung. She replied, Yes, what is it? He clearly said, Please spare some time. I have something to tell you. On the watchtower the two had a private conversation. Benyoung admired happily. The desert night wind is also cold. Under the watchtower the layer of ice Pled froze this morning still remains, she continued sincerely. Or perhaps it's because of the ice Pled made. It's truly amazing. You really reached 9-star. Pled has always been like that. He makes the plans in his head come true so easily. You are truly a talented person, Pled. Benyoung added with a worried expression. It was like this when I saw it before, but I really don't think I can handle what the Jumanjing Guildmaster did. Pled, you should be the Guildmaster. He suddenly cut her off. A while ago an old friend woke up from a long sleep. She asked blankly. Yes, he continued. He is much better than me. Honest, firm, and wise. I always respect his thoughts, she responded happily. I think the same of you, she approached and expressed. I definitely want to meet that friend, he replied with a difficult expression. You will meet him soon, but he is so unique that he has no disciples. It's truly rare. Clearly, he is more knowledgeable and articulate than me. We have to tell him everything about the guild. He is very interested in this matter. An unexpected voice was heard. It replied to his words. Certainly that must be it. What could be more enjoyable and happy than people fighting the Ashen Ones even after 4,000 years? Benyang was blank and did not understand. Pled mumbled. As expected, I'm most curious about Sosur Jeanette, but I can't answer him. If he sees Sosur Jeanette's current weakened state, he will surely be disappointed. Benyang spoke to Pled. Hey Pled, he continued, stating firmly that his name was Sosur Jeanette. She widened her eyes and asked again in disbelief. Pled, are you perhaps? He continued to utter strange words. Indeed, he had no luck with disciples. Do you know what I thought when I first set foot on Juminjing's land? What a lucky man, though 4,000 long years have passed. My will still. Benyang trembled at the sight. Barely mumbling a few words, he still spoke as if concluding, no, I definitely had a successor. I am truly proud of you who inherited my name. Benyang covered her mouth and burst into tears. He softly added, I wanted to say this from the beginning. Thank you, Benyang Hyant. You have seen my true self, Lucas. She could not hold back her tears and sobbed in his arms. My guild has all collapsed. He smiled gently and comforted her. I know everything. I know what you've endured. You've worked hard. I'm truly proud of you. Benyang muttered to herself. Pled, no. Lord Lucas has returned to where everyone is. She resolved to continue calling herself Guildmaster and treating him respectfully. Clearly he wanted to protect her dignity as Guildmaster. His words still echoed in her mind. Thank you, Benyang Hyant. You've worked hard. I'm truly proud of you. For a girl like Benyang, those words made her feel that she still had many shortcomings and that she didn't deserve such praise, even if she dedicated her whole life to it. A leader ran over, shook his hand, and shouted, You're truly a talented mage, Pled. He tilted his head and softly asked UHA, Who is this? UHA immediately replied, Lord Saman. Saman was still excited and shouted, Seeing what you just did, I feel relieved. We will never concede. He was slightly flustered. Ah yes, everyone sat down and discussed strategy. Pled unfolded his plan. We will divide into 2 teams and prepare for the battle against the Revelation with the Great Chief. In the meantime, I plan to clean up She-Kit and provoke an eye. Saman proposed a course of action. Then you should go north, he repeated in surprise. North, he explained. Most of the cities there have been conquered by the Ashen Ones. That means it's the Ashen Ones' territory. He thought for a moment and exclaimed, Oh, he continued. I will not hide the danger. Of course the danger is very great. Order has collapsed and it has now become a region of chaos. He changed the subject, saying he had something to ask. I have something to ask, he replied kindly. Please speak. He lowered his voice. I am looking for a woman. She appears to be a young woman in her early 20s. He seemed to remember something. Yes, he quickly pointed out. It seems you have some idea. He laughed and waved his hand. No, this won't help you. I just suddenly remembered a ghost story people often talk about these days. He asked. A ghost story, he slowly said. There is a woman who wants to die. A woman wanders around She-Kit asking others to kill her, but if anyone tries to kill her, she suddenly screams and flames erupt. Of course, both knew it was Phoenix. Isabel heard it and said, It's just a ghost story people made up, but it's worth investigating. At the same time, in Anata City, several men were cornering a woman. She weakly cried out, Thank you. The leader arrogantly asked, How did it come to this? It's already over. She backed away in fear. No, don't come near. He grabbed her hand and threatened, Be wise. We've paid your husband all the money, she screamed. Just as he was about to play a prank, a punch sent a few of his front teeth flying. Pled appeared and kicked him into a chicken coop. It was truly a hero saving the beauty. The few remaining thugs were easy pickings for his skill. He shouted, Get out, they stammered. What is this now? One shouted. Does this guy want to die? He calmly approached and said, Under the rule of the Ashen Ones, this place has become lawless. That means this place is very lacking. The woman immediately hid behind him. When he saw them laugh wickedly, he understood. Ah, I see. At that moment, the woman who had been weak earlier already held a knife and tried to stab him. Isabel appeared in time and said in a cold voice, I know what you're trying to do. She was surprised. Not understanding where Isabel had appeared from, she sneered. It's as if you've given up your right to be human. And then gently brought her opponent to the ground and killed her. A fitting end for a malicious person. Her comrades scattered in confusion, shouting, Who are these damned bastards? He just calmly said. Looking at that child's weight, body temperature, voice, and smell, I can tell there's no trustworthy person in this area. People's murmurs were heard. My goodness, what's going on? He approached and mumbled. What is it this time? At that moment people cleared a path and they were terrified to see 3 corpses hanging from pillars, their limbs severed. They must have suffered extreme pain before dying. Each had a sign around their neck that read Purge. Isabel asked curiously, What on earth happened? A resident replied. What happened? These are rebels against Mater. Pled asked again. Mater. He suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, The people are from somewhere else, aren't you? And then continued. The one who truly rules Anai is Mater. Even Lord Polo doesn't touch him. They ended up like that because they opposed Mater's creation of a war unit. He clicked his tongue. If they had just stayed put, they would have lived. Why bother? Isabel continued to ask. Who is the war unit fighting against? He replied. The great fighter Yvonne. You must have heard that name too, right? These days he's growing his power all over the She-Kit desert, so you should be careful. In these chaotic times with people from other places, don't do anything useless, or you'll end up like them. Having finished speaking, he left. Pled mumbled, Strange. Isabel asked blankly. Yes, he expressed his doubt. Clearly Anai is ruled by an Ashen One, but that's not Anai. If it were Anai, no matter how strong Yvonne's forces were, Anai would never care about him. But it's possible that the Ashen One is occupying Anai's territory at will. She still didn't understand and asked again. Then what do you mean? He continued to explain. In other words, Anai has dispatched spies throughout She-Kit, so a full-scale offensive will certainly be impossible. The two discussed this deeper in the village. That person must be Mater, right? I'll have to observe him first. Simultaneously, in the middle of the desert, a pair of blurry eyes opened. It was a long-haired boy, similar in appearance to Lucid. He muttered, I remember nothing. Where am I? Who am I? I don't know anything, but one thing is certain. I was born a very long time ago. I remember nothing now. The deeper he went into the desert, he felt only one thing. This desert is truly unbearable. Icy stood by the church window for a long time, completely still. Her body leaned slightly against the wooden railing, her eyes vacant as if captivated by the moonlight outside. God silently appeared behind her, taking a step closer and cautiously speaking. You seem to have been very busy lately, Icy. She turned slightly, met God's gaze and calmly replied, God has arrived in She-Kit. An eye has gathered approximately 1,000 demigods. God paused, a surprised expression on his face, but soon, unable to contain his curiosity, he asked again. What does that mean? She replied briefly, her voice dropping. It seems he's plotting something. God hesitated for a moment, scrutinizing Icy from head to toe, then brushed past her, leaving with a growling voice. What was the name of that fellow you saved? Ah, right, pled Blake. I won't ask why you saved him. There must have been circumstances, but you must kill him later. You must make him regret not dying then. That fellow makes me quite angry. Icy clenched her fingers tightly, her hands trembling but still maintained a calm expression. She turned and retorted casually. Is that the only question God intends to ask? How strange to think God can also gossip. God snorted and scoffed coldly. His voice suddenly grew louder and his form became blurry, as if he hadn't appeared at all, then vanished into thin air. Left alone in the empty room, Icy sighed heavily and leaned tiredly against the wall. A small wish rose in her heart. I wish I could rest for just one day. Beyond the city walls in the capital, guards patrolled densely, and torches illuminated every corner. Pled and Isabel, their faces covered, hid outside the walls and observed. They immediately noticed that the internal security of the castle was much tighter than it appeared. Isabel sensed something strange and, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, It's odd. If they're guarding the outside, they should be more strictly guarding the top. But why are they more careful about the lower parts as they go further inside? Pled thought for a moment, not rushing to answer. She, again unable to contain her curiosity, asked, Why is that? He shook his head lightly, feeling a momentary dizziness, then drew his own conclusion. That's right, what they want to hide is below, in the underground. He immediately formulated a plan of action and instructed them to move without making a sound. We must make no footsteps, so let's fly from here. As soon as he finished speaking, the two cast magic and glided silently over the soldiers' heads like shadows. Soon they approached another tunnel. As Pled leaned his head out to scout, Isabel accidentally stumbled. Fortunately, he quickly supported her, and she, surprised, instinctively exclaimed, Why did you do that? He signaled her to be quiet, and noticing the heavily guarded magical barrier ahead, informed her in a low voice. This is as far as we go. Any further and we'll be detected. He turned and answered her previous question. As you said, all the bodies displayed in the square. Just then, the voice of an Ashen One echoed from within. Is there anyone resisting? A soldier immediately reported urgently. Yes, there is. The Ashen One, unconcerned, commanded in a cold voice. Subdue them, then execute them all. The soldier replied, his voice trembling politely. Ah yes, my lord. Mater, after completing his command, climbed the city wall, took a deep breath and then complained, I'm suffocating. The moment he stretched and extended his body, Pled and Isabel ambushed him from the darkness, subduing him in an instant. He opened his eyes blankly, tied to a chair, and a commanding voice echoed directly in front of him. Wake up. As he became a little more alert, Pled's gaze focused on him, relentlessly bombarding him with questions. Tell me, who are you? Isabel vaguely realized that the magic he was using was similar to mind control, but far more sinister and terrifying. The soldier in a trance rambled, forced to confess. Broten, Lord of Ataha. Pled frowned, mercilessly pressing him. Broten, why did you obey the Ashen One? His lips moved, forced to give an answer. To protect my people, I had no choice but to do so. Pled glanced at Isabel, reassured her in a low voice, and offered another option. You no longer need to fear. Even if you don't obey the Ashen One, others who are willing to cooperate with you will help you. The soldier shook his head firmly without hesitation. I won't hesitate for even a second. I refuse. Pled narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing his opponent. At that moment, Isabel took a step forward and asked the core question, why Broten? Just then, an Ashen One appeared, instinctively interjecting and answering for him. Because you can never defeat me. He walked in casually, completely unconcerned. Isabel exclaimed in surprise, Why are you here? The figure scoffed and replied in a contemptuous voice, Did you think that just because I'm an Ashen One I wouldn't sense your presence? You truly are idiots. She was still dazed, and questions poured out in succession. Did you use Broten as bait? The figure spoke with a calm demeanor, as if everything was according to his plan. I've investigated you far more than I expected. You're looking for Anna's apostle, aren't you? Pled, unable to hide his surprise, exclaimed, Ah, then asked for more details. Do you know, where is she? The figure replied leisurely, as if boasting about his recent spoils. 3 of my kin are already pursuing that phoenix. Her final whereabouts are in Nepatha. We will soon capture her. Still with an arrogant attitude, Pled suddenly scoffed, embraced Isabel, and activated a magic circle, causing the two to instantly vanish from where they stood. The figure hurled words of contempt and then quickly gave chase. You underestimate me too much. Do you think you can escape with teleportation? He eventually arrived at an empty space in the middle of the desert and paused, surprised by the desolate scenery. But Pled and Isabel were already standing leisurely behind him. Pled calmly revealed the trick he had just used to lure his opponent. I sensed a faint presence of an ashen one here. Fortunately, I didn't actually think this far, to think I could lure you so easily. The invisible trap had just closed and the arrogant one was now merely prey. As Milnet cast magic, his left arm twisted into a bow shape, and his muscles tensed like a taut bowstring ready to fire. Pled, recognizing the unfavorable situation, instructed Isabel to maintain a safe distance and tilted his head. Isabel, keep your distance. I'll handle him myself. Milnet drew his bow, aimed at Pled, and a contemptuous smile on his lips uttered, "A dying man has too much to say." He fired a ferocious energy orb, and Pled immediately created a shield as his first defense. Milnet infused more power, sending the energy orb flying fiercely like a steel hammer, and Pled was pushed back, the flat ground itself crumpling under the immense force. Seeing the terrain warp, Pled vaguely recalled the power of the weapon with strange authority. He created another shield around his body. Milnet continued to scoff as he drew his bow. "It's useless. As expected, you have terrible learning ability." Pled smiled lightly, teasing his opponent, and replied, "That's my charm." He snapped his fingers, creating multiple layers of shields like onion peels. Milnet's arrows flew, piercing through the shields one after another. Pled retreated, moving precisely one step at a time. The moment an arrow pierced the last shield, he twisted his body, changed direction, and still maintained his footing. 2 steps, 3 steps. With precise timing, Pled spun around, deftly deflecting the last arrow. Milnet opened his mouth and uttered a venomous compliment. "He's quite fast for a mage." From a distance, Isabel watched every movement, realizing that the skill gap was too wide and that her opponent was an experienced archer. Approaching him would be impossible through mere evasion. As Pled stomped his foot, the ground immediately froze and became slippery. Milnet instantly rose into the air, aimed his arrow downwards, and hurled a provocative remark. "Take this." Above him, several fireballs formed in succession, and from the heart of the flames he summoned another strange object. Isabel narrowed her eyes, unable to believe what she had just seen, and asked, "What did he just summon?" "An arrow." Milnet clutched the arrow, scoffed, and targeted Pled. The arrow flew, piercing the ground, and a flash of lightning erupted, making Pled flinch at the attack's malevolence. The spot where he had stood fiercely exploded. As the smoke cleared, Pled's figure appeared intact in the middle of the dust cloud. Milnet's eyes widened and he asked, unable to conceal his surprise, "You blocked my arrow?" Dark magic enveloped Pled's body like a cloak. Isabel was astonished by the rare supreme authority. She recalled what he had said before about tearing space, a power equivalent to fighting an ashen one. Milnet lowered his bow and reluctantly admitted, "Truly impressive. In the last 1,000 years you are the most annoying human I have fought." He wielded magic, summoning countless arrows into the air, encircling Pled and creating an overwhelming presence. Isabel held her breath even more at this intimidating sight. Milnet arrogantly delivered his judgment as if admonishing, "Do you dare to think you can defeat me, a mere mortal who won't live for even 100 years? Isabel's face instantly turned pale, and she muttered to herself, "If those arrows pour down, Pled will have trouble reacting in time." Milnet continued to boast about the power he had cultivated for thousands of years. "I have trained this power for thousands of years. Your experience and mine are simply not the same." Pled replied with an indifferent voice, completely unfazed, "Thousands of years? That's an exaggeration. You Ashen Ones aren't such honest beings." Enraged by the provocation, Milnet fiercely uttered each syllable. "What?" Pled honestly stated what he had observed in reality. "If you really trained for thousands of years, this world would already be yours. You merely stumbled upon divine power, a power that's absolute. You are an arrogant race that stagnates, never developing your strength. That's you, Ashen Ones. If you had the dignity that time bestows, how could I possibly defeat you?" "Yes, if that were the case, we wouldn't need to fight like this." Stung in his weak spot, Milnet trembled with rage, gnashing his teeth and growling, "You arrogant human, I will make sure you never speak again." A rain of arrows poured down and everything exploded like a storm, shattering the sand. Isabel frantically called out to her comrade in the dust storm. Pled, his vision obscured in the middle of the dust storm, made a dangerous decision. "I'll help you." She looked up into the air but saw no one. She ran, frantically calling out, "Pled, Pled, are you all right?" As the dust cloud slowly cleared, Milnet was revealed, kneeling at Pled's feet. Isabel, still unable to believe, Pled continued to call out, "Pled, Pled." Milnet, gasping for breath, his voice choked, unable to accept reality, said, "How can this be? How can you, a mere human?" Pled replied concisely, without adding a single word, "Ah, you truly have trained for thousands of years." Milnet, wounded, trembled. His eyes still filled with doubt, he forced a question towards Pled. "You trained for tens of thousands of years? That's ridiculous. A dying tree won't live for even 100 years. God's admonition thundered in his mind. "Do not waver, my brethren. I recognize other races, including humans, as our enemies, and I will fight them with all my might." A sinister smile crossed his lips, and he declared without a trace of hesitation, "I recognize you as my enemy." Pled paused, involuntarily asking back, "What did you say?" Milnet suddenly vanished from sight, and Pled, recalling his time and space shifting technique, guessed that he was trying to escape. A flash of lightning erupted in the distance, and Milnet muttered that the real fight was about to begin. Pled immediately became highly vigilant and called out to his comrade, "Isabel, Isabel?" Isabel had not yet understood what had happened when an arrow flew, landing just 1 centimeter from her face. Pled quickly threw himself in front of her, blocking, and the arrow pierced his arm. She was startled, blaming herself, repeatedly muttering, "Pled, I'm sorry. I made a mistake." Pled pulled out the arrow and immediately reassured her in a calm voice, "Don't be surprised, it's just a fracture." Isabel, flustered, urged herself, A fracture, you must treat it immediately. Pled turned, assessed the situation, and pointed out the urgent reality before them. The enemy had already hidden, and the direction from which the arrow had just flown was now empty. There's no time for that, he's hidden. There's no one where the arrow came from now. Her face was filled with alarm. Pled clearly stated the nature of the situation. An archer shoots arrows from a distance that cannot be seen with the naked eye. This is a fight with an archer. Arrows fly from a very far distance, so I can't even see them with my eyes. She immediately recalled a hunting scene and asked again, "Is it like hunting?" Pled acknowledged the precondition and said that if they couldn't find his position, the cost would be their lives. "If we can't find his position, we'll die." A thought crossed her mind, and Isabel boldly proposed another method. "Then how about using divine power?" Pled flinched slightly at the suggestion. Looking up at her, Isabel continued, displaying respect for the Archmage's pride. "If you use divine power, he won't realize someone is interfering. And what I respect is the Archmage's pride." Pled softly called her name, his eyes changing as if acknowledging something. Isabel still didn't back down from her argument, adding a new line of reasoning. "But if you use divine power, you might be able to track the Ashen One's location, right?" When he remained silent, she hastily retracted her words, admitting she had spoken out of turn. "No, I spoke carelessly." Pled immediately denied it, lightly flicking her forehead as if to remind her. "No," she let out a small yelp of unexpected pain. "Ack," she frowned, immediately asking why. "Why did you suddenly do that?" Pled smiled, praising her with eyes that seemed to glow with pride. "That's a very good idea." From Milnet's perspective, Pled's movements were detected. He arrogantly threatened, confident he could track the flow of mana like a scent of blood. "If you only use mana, I can track your location. Are you underestimating God? I'll make you regret it." However, as soon as he drew his bow, he lost Pled's trail. He noticed that some of the mana had disappeared but continued to pursue calmly. "Some of the mana energy is gone quite fast. Let's see where you disappear to." Suddenly, a whirlwind erupted above his head, and he mumbled, unable to understand why the clear trail had faded. Strange, it was definitely clear a moment ago. Firepower poured down like a flash, and he screamed in excruciating pain without time to dodge. What? One of his arms was charred black, and enduring the pain, he drew his bow and shot downwards but missed the trace. In his mind, questions about the disappearance of the mana below mixed with suspicions that his opponent was deliberately trying to hide his scent. The whirlwind that appeared right in front of him was Pled. Milnet's eyes widened in surprise as he asked, "How did you find my position?" He quickly looked up at the sky, speculating about the source of the power, but soon his other leg was also burned by the firepower, and he screamed, plummeting straight into the sandy desert. Lying there, he gnashed his teeth and cursed, still unable to believe that a human could use both mana and divine power so skillfully. "You insect-like bastard!" He got up from the pit, attempting to relay the news to an eye. But after stumbling a few steps, a cold bullet pierced his head. His last thought was a self-reproach, regretting his foolishness. As the smoke cleared, Pled and Isabel walked out together. Seeing Milnet's remaining bow, she asked again, even as she confirmed his fall, "Did he really fall? Did you defeat an Ashen One yourself?" She hugged Pled, letting out an exclamation of delight and pride. "You did well, you did well." Her hand accidentally brushed against the wound on his arm, and he groaned in pain, gently pushing her away and warning, "Ouch, that hurts, get away." Seeing Pled hold his arm, which trembled slightly in pain, she snapped back to reality and hastily urged treatment. "Right, we need to treat that immediately." While Isabel treated him, Pled silently replayed each stage of the battle, marveling at the strange harmony of mana and divine power within his body. As he tried to move again, Isabel reminded him to stay still, "Don't move." Pled thought to himself, "Perhaps this body is the greatest gift I have. In this moment I far surpass my 4,000-year-old self." By the well in Nepetha, a pink-haired girl sat quietly, and right beside her a voice urged her to keep her promise. "Keep your promise, Nick. If I help you die, you must give me your body." The girl replied calmly, confirming the contract. "I promise." The voice continued to echo as if testing her resolve. "Truly incomprehensible. Are you trying to end your life because of an arrogant mage?" In a desert area not far from Nepetha, a man walked, lost in complex thoughts. "I remember nothing, but I know that as a human, I need to consume water and nutrients periodically to survive. Yet I remember never doing such a thing in this desert. My body hasn't weakened, and I don't even feel sleepy. Who exactly am I?" He stopped in the middle of the golden sand, gazing towards Nepetha. In a sealed room, a white-haired man slowly awoke from a coma. "Is this the afterlife?" He shot up, tore off his breathing apparatus, and looked around the secret hideout, his faint memories piecing back together. "This is a secret hideout. Ah, right. Pled and Hain were indeed slandered by their kin. Thanks to that, I was able to get my hands on an Ashen One's crystal. I lost consciousness as soon as I injected it into my body." He rolled up his sleeve and looked directly at the Ashen One's crystal embedded in his chest, feeling pleasure in his heart. "I succeeded. This body isn't immortal." The gamble paid off. Activating his power, he tore through all the ropes binding him. Then, gathering his strength, he shattered the ceiling, creating a massive hole that opened to the sky. "My divine power is much stronger than before." Soaring from the hideout, he floated above the newly opened hole, gauging his power. "My divine power is now strong enough to rival an Ashen One's." Filled with euphoria, he laughed loudly and shouted, unleashing his pent-up hatred for the traitors, "I succeeded." "Wait," Pled Hain. "You ungrateful wretches, you will all die by my hand, especially you, you damned Pled." Suddenly a woman's voice interrupted him. It was sharp and unpleasant. "Stop shouting, you're deafening me. Your voice is like a megaphone." As Ilya appeared, the white-haired man glanced at her and immediately compared her to his memories. "An Ashen One? No, her face is strange. If she were an Ashen One, I would definitely recognize her." He activated the source of his newly acquired power, seeking an opponent to test it on. "Good, I needed someone to practice on anyway." She yawned, completely unfazed, and said nonchalantly. The white-haired man asserted his power, threateningly speaking of his sudden misfortune. "You're in big trouble. You're out of luck." Ilya charged him, slammed him to the ground, and then admonished him, warning, "I told you not to shout. I came to see who this madman was, recklessly using another's authority. You have no shame. So it turns out this was all because of that Dia Linen." The white-haired man stared at Ilya, a strange name popping into his mind. Kaya, I've never heard of Kaya." Ilya turned her body, scratching her head, grumbling irritably about what had been taken from her. "When did that woman steal my prototype? So annoying. I wish I could kill her, but she's dead, so I can't." Hearing that, the man tilted his head, asking again as if confirming the newly revealed information. "Dia Linen is dead?" Ilya slammed his head into the ground, her voice heavy with menace. "You damned fool, from your voice it sounds like you're on her side, aren't you?" The man gritted his teeth and groaned in pain but said nothing. Ilya lowered her voice, filled with killing intent, and said coldly, "I'm very angry right now. You're going to be my punching bag." In the Katao Empire, the palace was shaking at the sight of soldiers falling before God while the survivors cowered. King Valia sat on his throne looking at the chaotic scene and cried out in horror at God. "What happened? Why is this suddenly happening?" God turned to the king, making him confront the issue he felt had been delayed for too long. "It seems you still haven't made a decision." King Valia was flustered, stammering, unable to comprehend the meaning of the being before him. "Why, your majesty, what are you saying?" God spoke one word at a time, forcing the king to choose only one path. "Will you submit to us or choose death, Valadia Katao?" God revealed an image of the king's daughter with divine power before his eyes, slowly guiding him to make a decision. "It seems you need help deciding." Seeing his daughter bound, King Valia leapt up and desperately cried out her name in a reflexive surge of despair. "Xania, Xania!" Seeing her father, Xania burst into tears and sobbed. "Father!" As God tightened his grip on her, the king rushed forward to stop him, crying out in an urgent, pleading voice, "God, release Xania!" God glanced at the king, speaking indifferently about the concept of family. "The concept of family is truly interesting." Xania, crushed by pain, cried out, terrified, calling her father. "Father," God continued, revealing a strange jealousy of human reproductive capabilities, "I envy you so much that you can increase your population on your own." King Valia stepped in front of her, letting out a desperate plea of dissuasion. "Stop!" Then God suddenly squeezed her tightly, crushing her body, and blood splattered everywhere, even on God's body. King Valia fell to his knees, repeating his daughter's name, weeping as if trying to grasp the impossible. "Xania, Xania!" God bent down to Valia, explaining the cold logic of life. "Why are you suffering so much? It's only a bond of a few decades. Can't you just have another daughter?" The king looked up, wailing, unable to believe such cruelty. "How can you say that?" God immediately replied, clearly stating the limitations of his own race and the price paid, ending with an ultimatum. "Not us. We cannot increase our population on our own like you. That's why each race has its unique characteristics. I have lost almost 10 of my kin. This is your last chance, Emperor of the Katao Empire. Will you submit to us?" In the desert, Pled and Isabel picked up a sparkling crystal from the hot sand. Isabel bent down to examine it closely, then speculated about its origin. "This is Milnet's crystal. What do you think?" Pled turned the crystal in his hand, replying with a mix of hesitation and calculation. "Well, should I ask Sazel? There's Zeki's crystal too." Suddenly, the crystal embedded itself deep into Pled's palm. He screamed in dizziness. What is this?" Seeing the crystal slowly being absorbed into his body, he felt a chilling realization about the hypothesis that had just occurred to him. Could divine power be attracted to itself? What on earth is going on? Isabel, terrified, clearly articulated what she was seeing. The crystal penetrating Pled's body. A strange sensation swept over him. Pled hastily warned his comrade to get away. "Isabel, quickly get away from me!" Isabel, without time to understand what was happening, cried out in surprise. Immediately after, an immense force exploded, instantly knocking both of them unconscious. A black-haired man appeared, looked at the two, and silently picked them up and carried them away. At the base, Hain admired a belt, a relic left by Kasain. "This is Kasain's relic, the giant's belt. One of the 3 great divine artifacts. To my eyes, it's just an old belt." A soldier rushed in and reported to Yvonne that guests had arrived at the gate. "Great warrior, guests have arrived." Yvonne frowned and asked again. "Guests?" The soldier replied concisely. "Reinforcements." Yvonne, still suspicious, grunted briefly. "Huh?" A man walked in, greeted Yvonne, and clearly introduced himself. "I am Lord Nai, and my name is Shaman." "Great warrior, Yvonne, I've heard much of your reputation. 45 of my soldiers wish to join you." Yvonne replied with a mix of humor and sarcasm, likening them to wives and children. "Only wives accompany 45 soldiers wherever they go, don't they? Are you planning to set up a brothel near the barracks? They're just weaklings. A single gust of wind will break them." As a girl removed her hat, Yvonne recognized Elsnow and froze. He stammered, disbelievingly calling out, You, Elsnow." Elsnow approached, introducing herself playfully with a bright expression. "Oh dear, is this our first meeting? I'm Snow." "And you are?" Yvonne's face turned red, and he stammered his name. I am Yvonne." He turned away, muttering as if scolding himself for his recent awkwardness. "You pathetic fool." He playfully ruffled the hair of a small girl next to him, asking teasingly, "Hey kid, you're not interested in me, are you?" The girl immediately delivered a powerful kick, sending Yvonne flying across the room. The soldiers gasped in surprise, shouting in unison, What's happening? Is it an enemy attack?" A green giant soldier, seeing the great warrior attacked, immediately raised the alarm for all troops. "The great warrior has been attacked, what's going on?" "All forces, battle stations." Benyang hastily calmed him, telling him not to misunderstand. "Calm down, she's not an enemy." The green giant soldier still couldn't understand, asking Benyang why. "But she suddenly attacked him, didn't she?" Benyang calmly explained briefly. "That wasn't an attack." The green giant soldier was still bewildered, muttering, "Huh?" Nora removed her hat, concluding as if speaking for everyone. "That was discipline, probably." Yvonne, gasping for breath, was embedded in a pile of wooden barrels. Seeing Noja's anger, Yvonne asked, his voice trembling, "Master, why are you here?" Noja replied calmly, admitting she also had questions, and established the order of priorities. "You must have many questions, right?" "So do I, Yvonne, but let's save the other stories for later. For today, let's fight, you damned fool." Hearing that, Yvonne's face turned pale and his heart pounded violently in an inn-room. Pled was unconscious, and Isabel kept shaking him, calling out, "Wake up, Pled." When Pled opened his eyes, she leaned down again and urged, "Pled, are you conscious?" Pled looked around the unfamiliar room and immediately asked, "Where am I?" Isabel clearly explained the situation since he woke up. "I just woke up and found myself here. Downstairs was a tavern and a small inn, plus the lodging fee was already paid. Who on earth brought us here?" Pled blankly re-examined his powers. Isabel looked at him and stated her theory. "Indeed, it seems you absorbed Milnet's crystal." Pled smiled, confirmed, and gauged how much his power had increased. "That's right, my divine power has increased tenfold." Isabel turned to Pled and directly asked about his next plan after absorbing Milnet's crystal. "So you've absorbed Milnet's crystal. What do you plan to do now?" Pled got out of bed, stated his immediate goal, and connected the clues he had gathered. "First, I need to find Nick. As Milnet said, all 3 Ashen Ones sent by Anai are targeting Nick. If the red-haired woman who wants to die, mentioned in rumors, is indeed Nick, then Nick's attempt to commit suicide is clearly related to Anai." The two left the inn and crossed the desert, and Pled looked into his item pouch and commented on the spoils. "The spoils are still here." As they walked and thought, Isabel stated her deduction and wondered about their anonymous benefactor, guessing they had a different purpose than money. "It seems their purpose isn't money. Who on earth could they be?" "Who on earth brought us to this inn and even paid the bill?" They stopped when a stranger appeared before them. A man with long black hair quickly turned, confirmed they were awake, and said happily, "Ah, you're awake, good." Pled asked back, as if confirming if he was the one who saved them, "Did you save us?" Isabel bowed to the black-haired man, expressing her sincere gratitude. "I don't know who you are, but thank you very much." "Thanks to you." The man approached Pled and asked about the unpleasant smell covering the entire desert, while simultaneously urging him to rest. "But I'm curious, what's this unpleasant smell coming from your body? It's covering the entire desert. You need to rest now." Pled looked in the direction he was pointing and understood what kind of energy he was referring to. "Ah, are you talking about divine power?" The man thought deeply, repeated the key word, and continued his deduction as if probing. Divine power, you say. Are you talking about the power created by Ashen Ones?" As the word Ashen One came up, Pled immediately pressed him, asking what he knew. "Do you know about Ashen Ones?" The man recalled what he had experienced since bringing them to the inn, and his voice trembled when he spoke of the Ashen One he had defeated. "After bringing you two to the inn, I returned there. I sensed the aura of beings like you, and that fellow called himself an Ashen One. It seemed he had no intention of talking. I killed him. I had no choice as he suddenly attacked me." Pled glanced at him, surprised inwardly. He killed an Ashen One himself? Did he directly kill an Ashen One? The man turned and added that he didn't just feel one type of power from Pled. "It seems you're not an Ashen One. I feel both divine power and mana from you." Pled continued to probe the stranger's purpose. "What is your purpose?" The man looked up into the distance, confessing that his memories were blank since he opened his eyes in the middle of the desert. "I don't remember anything. I don't know why. I found myself lying in the middle of this desert as soon as I opened my eyes." Pled led the conversation towards regaining memories and asked further, "Do you want to regain your memories?" The man answered vaguely and directly asked Pled if he would help. "I don't know. Maybe yes, maybe no. Will you help me?" He looked directly at Pled and noticed a sign of agreement in his eyes. He continued to ask about the price. "It seems you don't just want to help me. What do you want?" Pled looked back at the sandy sky, proposing a bigger goal and suggesting cooperation to remove the strange divine power covering the desert more quickly. "As you said, something's very strange. I mean the divine power covering this entire desert. I want to remove all this strange divine power. I want to make the desert clean again. If you help me, we can remove it faster." Isabel was surprised that Pled was making such a bold offer to someone he had just met. "Pled, why are you suddenly making such an offer to a stranger?" The black-haired man turned to Pled and gave a reason for wanting to accompany them, thinking the Ashen Ones might have clues about his identity. If he was with Pled, he could approach them more easily. "Seeing the one I just killed, it seems the Ashen Ones have clues about my identity. If I'm with you, I can approach them more easily." And Pled extended his hand to finalize the cooperation and asked how to address him. "So we're cooperating, right? What should I call you?" The man took Pled's hand and replied according to a blurry fragment of memory. "God? No, my name is probably God. Isabel heard those two words and was startled, warning Pled. God, Pled. Pled calmly said he didn't like that name and suggested another. I don't like that name. Do you have another one? The man thought for a moment and then suggested another name. Then how about calling me Do? Upon hearing the new name, Isabel inwardly assessed how lazily he had thought of it. Definitely lazy. Du asked Pled for an immediate plan of action. What should we do now? Pled answered concisely, telling him their first destination. First, I plan to go to Nepatha. Du raised an eyebrow, repeating the place name in surprise. Nepatha. Pled turned and said there was still much to tell him about the Ashen Ones and he would explain in detail on the way. I'll tell you the details on the way. There's a lot you need to know about Ashen Ones. Isabel quietly followed the two, inwardly summarizing her impression of the person who called himself God. Their new companion was curious and clever but sometimes unpredictably quirky. A man who calls himself God. Another strange companion has joined us. At first I thought he was indifferent to everything. Du is very curious. He's asked Pled all sorts of questions in just half a day. What he was most interested in was the Ashen Ones. Du absorbed all the information we told him. He's very clever and sometimes a bit quirky. When night fell, the three stopped, pitched a tent by a campfire and went to sleep. Pled told Du about the Ashen Ones and Du blurted out fragments of mixed emotions. God, that fellow is God, damn it, what am I doing? Du frowned. He apologized, saying the fragmented memories were confusing his mind. I'm sorry, these fragmented memories are confusing my mind too much. Pled told Du that he had a guess about his identity and asked if he could confirm it. Understood. Actually, I also have a guess about who you are. Can I confirm it for a moment? Du nodded in agreement, entrusting the decision to Pled. Do as you wish. Pled went to where Du was sitting and pulled up his clothes. Isabel was surprised by the unexpected scene and shouted, No, what are you suddenly doing? After a close examination, Pled implicitly confirmed his suspicion. Indeed, Pled clearly told Du what he had just confirmed. A dragon's heart beat within a human's chest, therefore he was likely the Dragon Lord. A dragon's heart beats in a human's chest. You are with a very high probability the Dragon Lord. After confirming, Pled concluded that Du was the dragon god. Isabel was frozen in shock and he fell silent in thought. I want to hear the detailed story of how you defeated the Ashen One. Du replied concisely as if hearing the lament of the earth. The earth laments. Pled didn't understand and instinctively asked, What did you say? Seeing Du walk towards the desert, Pled immediately called out to him, Where are you going, God? He chased after where Du had stopped and looked around, but was bewildered to see only the vast desert. What's here? Du spoke, with deep eyes. It was buried for too long, thousands of years ago. As he snapped his fingers, the ground shook. Isabel screamed, It's an earthquake. A huge crack appeared in the ground and a strange object rose out of it. Pled immediately recognized it. That's the Tiger King's gauntlet. It's Kassane's relic. What else is there? Hearing that, Du casually tossed it to him, transferring ownership. It seems you know this item. You take it. Isabel hugged the gauntlet, her eyes sparkling as if she had seen a divine relic. Oh, this is Kassane's relic that I saw in a book. Pled asked Du, slightly suspicious how he knew. How did you know? If it was thousands of years ago, it must have been buried very deep. Du replied calmly, as if repeating what he had just heard from the earth. The earth told me that a buried relic is looking for its owner. Pled was surprised by the two words, the earth, and realized the connection between the Dragon Lord and the continent. Du concluded the conversation and urged them to depart. Let's go now. Pled still hesitated in his mind. Is he really the Dragon Lord? They arrived in another region. Flames and smoke covered the sky. Nepatha was engulfed in fire. Isabel cried out in panic. Nepatha, the entire Nepatha is engulfed in flames. Pled frowned at the loud noise and gently reminded her. I can see it. You don't need to shout like that. He turned his eyes and pointed out the immediate danger. There are 3 Ashen Ones right there. Du sighed, lamenting. Oh, truly chaotic, Pled urged without hesitation, quickly, but Du stopped and turned decisively. I'm not going. You go yourselves. Hearing that, Pled got angry, his face flushing, and he shouted, What, you're not going? Isabel inwardly assessed the situation, thinking that reaction was like a 90s comedy show. The Dragon Lord looked up at the sky and calmly announced the movements coming from afar. They're coming this way too. There are about 3 of them over there. The two were horrified, and Du, still calm, clearly divided the tasks. I'll handle them. You two deal with this city yourselves, Pled asked again, still uneasy about whether he could handle them alone. Can you handle them alone? Du promised in a single word, and left. Understood. See you next time. Isabel pulled Pled back to reality, reminding him of their own situation. This is no time to worry about others. There are 3 Ashen Ones here too. It's embarrassing, but I can't help you at all fighting these Ashen Ones. Can you really fight those 3 Ashen Ones alone? Pled cut off her confused words and shouted softly, Stop it, you kid. At that moment Nick confronted the Ashen Ones and they scoffed, growling word by word, If Anai hadn't ordered us to keep you alive, you'd be dead by now. A mere apostle, daring to defy her master's orders and flee? Nick did not reply, only intensified her aura. Another woman nearby pressed confusedly, Beaten, Badendi, did he tell us to capture him alive, or bring him back alive, or just alive? Badendi coldly waved her hand, letting her subordinates decide for themselves. That depends on the situation. You figure it out yourself. Sokak. Nick gnashed her teeth and launched an angry counterattack. You heartless, wicked creatures hurting innocent people just to catch me, Badendi replied with a contemptuous voice. What do you know? How do you know if humans are innocent or not? Do you care about every ant you step on while walking? Nick roared, burning the entire sky. I will never forgive you. Phoenix's flames covered the sky. Pled tried to grab her, but his voice was drowned out by the explosion. Nick could no longer hear anything and shouted loudly, threatening, I will make everything disappear. Seeing that, Benji shouted at her subordinates. Are you crazy? Another woman hastily replied, mentioning the reckless attack. She's attacking at the cost of her life. As the flames surged uncontrollably, they panicked and urged each other, stop her, we have to stop her, we have to capture her alive. Nick shouted until the very end. Everyone die. One attack pierced Nick's body and another woman screamed, quoting the orders from above. Sister, Aoani said to bring her back alive. The other woman smiled indifferently. Don't worry, she's Phoenix. This much won't kill her. As the sword was pulled out, Nick collapsed. At that moment she uttered a monologue full of regret. I'm sorry, Tokunta. It was a mistake to leave this divine body to me. I'm sorry, Pled. Before she could finish her words, she fell into Pled's arms and the Ashen Ones were startled and asked back, who's that guy? Phoenix sobbed in his arms and Pled gently scolded her. Finally found you, you little kid. He handed Phoenix to Isabel, giving a brief instruction, heal her. Isabel took her and immediately replied, yes. Pled turned and reassured Annette, get some rest. Nick was still crying and asked bewildered, what happened? How did you get here? Even though I abandoned you, he replied lightly as if shaking off lingering feelings. That guy, just say nice to meet you. Phoenix was moved and sobbed. On the opposite side, Sokak still asked her companions who he was. Who is he? A human. One person unbelievably cursed him as a fool. Damn it, how can he be human when we can't even see his tail? If not human, then what? Badendi chastised the immortal Phoenix for faltering before a human. Truly foolish for a Phoenix to waver even before a mere human. The wounded Phoenix calmly and clearly stated the enemy's objective. Aono is Anai's subordinate Ashen One. Their purpose is to take me to Anai. I must die, Pled coldly offered the only solution. Why bother, can't they just die? The atmosphere reached a peak, signaling that a fierce showdown was imminent. Pled walked onto the battlefield with a resolute expression. As he glared at the Ashen Ones without batting an eye, Sokak loudly questioned, who are you? Ao continued in an arrogant voice. How dare you set foot in this place? Pled silently and immediately deployed the absolute blood art barrier, which they still dismissed as a joke. What is this? Such magic isn't something a mere child could cast. They made rigid expressions as if overusing human plastic surgery. Badendi was suddenly enraged and Ao charged in a chaotic zigzag pattern. Pled shouted briefly. Then he appeared to the left like lightning. If you want to surprise me, I'll humor you all right. Badendi cried out in alarm. Ao, stop at once. Before her scream could fade, her body, charred black by an electric shock, fell heavily. Pled looked at the remaining ones with cold eyes. Sokak desperately called her sister's name. Ao. They were horrified by the human's power, and this was probably the first fear they had ever felt. Sokak embraced her sister's corpse and wept. Ao. Pled curled his lips in a sneer, sickened by the Ashen One's sisterly bond. What's so funny? He pointed to the recently massacred family members, saying in a contemptuous voice, I just find it disgusting. Hundreds of families died by your hands today. What good does weeping do now? Sokak screamed maniacally. You damned bastard, I'll kill you. Pled frowned at the weak boasting, uttering a single word. Badendi more calmly analyzed and questioned the opponent's identity. That immense divine power cannot belong to an apostle. Moreover, he's using human mana. Is that child truly Pled Blake? Zeki's apostle, the traitor god spoke of. Sokak charged, screaming, I'll tear you to shreds. Badendi urgently shouted, Stop, Sokak, leave him to me. Pled moved slightly, and the blood energy within the barrier spun once, immediately forcing Sokak to bow her head. Phoenix, who had just witnessed this, trembled, saying disbelievingly, How can this be? 2 Ashen Ones in an instant, Isabel concluded inwardly. His divine power is much stronger than during the Mao battle, and Pled has skillfully merged divine power with mana. Badendi, enraged by the annihilation of her sisters, growled, How dare you harm my sisters? Pled lifted his chin, dismissing the outdated term. Sisters, what a load of nonsense, Badendi screamed, accusing humans of not understanding her millennia of solitude. What do you humans know? I've lived alone for thousands of years. Awa and Sokak were parts of me. She became even more enraged, releasing energy and absorbing the vanished parts of her sisters. Pled immediately pointed out a single truth. So you were originally one, yet you still want to play at being sisters? Truly disgusting, he added sarcastically, alluding to their human-like obsession. You always treated humans like insects, didn't you, calling them humans and such, yet you speak of camaraderie and family ties. Honestly, you're obsessed with human traits and envy them greatly. Do you know what that's called? It's inferiority. Your inferiority complex towards humans. Badendi was speechless, stammering only, Nonsense. Pled spoke generally about the inferiority inherent in all mortals. All mortals possess that inferiority. Unable to endure any longer, Badendi charged, cursing, You worm worse than an insect. Pled put up a shield, casually blocking the attack and sneering, Worms again. Enough already, how pathetic. You know you can't beat me. Overcome with even greater inferiority, she screamed, Shut your damn mouth right now. He lured his opponent as if playing with a child and tightened the noose. Truly naive, you don't need sympathy, do you? Badendi trembled with fear, pleading. Wait just a moment, but it was too late. Her body vanished. Pled looked down at the ground, perplexed that he couldn't see a crystal. Strange. I killed an ashen one, but why is there no crystal? Just then a streak of light shot towards Isabel and Nick. Pled, startled, swore softly and quickly grasped the intention of targeting the weak. Damn it, hell, Isabel, their target is Nick. Badendi let out a final scream, revealing her intention from the start. Move aside, I only needed to bring Phoenix from the beginning. Isabel risked her life, holding Nick tightly to protect her. Time seemed to freeze and shards of broken ice flashed like lightning. Pled complained about the deafening explosion. My ears are ringing truly. A shattered ice chunk crushed the opponent, but it was not Pled who attacked but Ilya. The Ashen One had even abandoned her own body. Pled cried out in astonishment, Ilya, why are you here? She disliked loud noises, looking around with an unpleasant expression. Why are there so many noisy people? Ilya continued abruptly. I'll explain later. Let's get out of here now. When he remained confused, she immediately added the reason. God will arrive here soon. The party followed Ilya back to her house. Pled was carrying Phoenix, and due to the fierce blizzard, Isabel stumbled and fell behind. They stopped in front of a small cabin in a snow-covered, desolate place. Isabel's eyes widened at the sudden cessation of the blizzard. Ilya opened the door and looked back as if recalling a frozen fragment of the past. Memories are flooding back, Pled. We used to be very close, didn't we? Pled felt a momentary fear and exhaustion, replying in a cold, frozen voice. My memories are frozen. I think I came here a few times to see the Rodin River. In the corner was Isaka, bruised all over but still alive. He was now Ilya's servant. She joked with him. Now you'll have to call him Dad, won't you? Then she gestured towards something very vivid that looked like a sofa. This is my home sofa, Pled was aghast. Sofa? Ilya sat on him casually, adding to her proud accomplishments. It even massages. Pled's heart felt like it would burst. Perhaps it was due to the father-son bond that had just been severed. He was speechless. A moment later, Isabel continued to treat Phoenix on the bed, and he carefully covered her with a blanket. Thank you. As Pled went outside, Ilya spoke, delighted, as if she had just made an obvious discovery. There's something quite blatant, something I didn't expect. Are you, by any chance, smitten with that woman? Pled glanced at her, a chill running down his spine. Ilya propped her chin in her hand and delivered important news. The Gatka Empire has surrendered to God. Now both you and the Guild are ostensibly and practically enemies of humanity. Congratulations. You're the first human to push God this far. Pled asked briefly, is God coming to Shikit? Ilya confirmed, yes. He pressed for the source of her information. Where did you get that information? She spat out an irritating name, pouting. Icy, that little girl is truly annoying. She keeps her mouth shut, but I felt like playing cat and mouse with her. Pled naively asked again, why are you helping me? Her answer was indifferent and direct. I told you I can't let you die. He still didn't understand and asked why. Ilya chastised him in exasperation. Then she taught him about the human heart. You truly are a dull fellow. She stood up and continued. You don't understand a woman's heart at all, just like Ziki. Pled was surprised. Ilya spoke in a tired, regretful voice. I never saw Ziki open his heart to anyone. While speaking, he would secretly order me to peel apples for him. He immediately carried out the order. She covered her face and sighed, accusing Pled and someone else of only knowing themselves. Your vision is truly narrow. You only know yourself. Then she sadly confided about someone who always bore everything alone and never shared. She looked straight ahead, posing a question that she also needed an answer to. But how could Ziki become friends with a mortal human like you? You who won't live for even 100 years? I simply can't understand. Who on earth are you that he would even sacrifice his life? Ilya approached and in a solemn voice laid down a condition. I must know this truth. Why did Ziki cherish you so much? Why did he assimilate with humans? You must not die without my permission until I find that reason. Pled's face hardened as soon as he heard her. He replied with a contradictory belief. You Ashen Ones treat humans like insects, don't you? I, on the other hand, believe that Ashen Ones are the true insects that should be purged from this world. Every single one of them, not one left, he added, clarifying his meaning without exception. And that includes you, Ilya. Ilya, calmly content that he hadn't changed, expressed her trust, saying that because Ziki trusted him, she genuinely did too. I'm very satisfied that you haven't changed, but because Ziki trusted you, I also genuinely trust you. Every time Ziki was mentioned, her eyes were filled with sadness, as if holding back unshed tears. Pled stated his reason. I can't tell you why he considered a mortal human like me his friend, but why I considered an Ashen One like him my friend is very simple. He respected others and he respected my friends and me, so I simply respected him back. That's all. Ilya, suddenly seeing Ziki and Pled, reached out to touch him but turned away. You truly are just like him, Pled continued, shifting the topic to God. On the other hand, what about God? Always talking about his kin, as if only his kin are the most important in the world. But does he truly respect his kin more than himself, I wonder? Outside in Anai's desert castle, a cold wind howled and I stood by the window. Now you can tell me why you've come here, can't you? God crunched an apple, replying as if searching for something invisible. I need to find something, and I asked again. What is it? God mumbled and clicked his tongue, dismissing it. Strange. I can't find it no matter how hard I look. It's not important. There are very few people who can do such a thing, very few. We just need to wait until his tail grows long enough for us to step on it even when he's walking. And I frowned. What on earth are you talking about? God changed the subject, ridiculing She-Kit. It seems you haven't properly claimed She-Kit. Shall I help you? And I remained silent for a moment, then refused. I refuse, God replied indifferently. Then fine. Outside the castle gates, Anai gathered his subordinates and announced his next target and his plan to deceive God. Our next target is, tell them Phoenix is leading the counterattack forces and is encamped in the center of She-Kit. I will unite with the apostles and eternally deceive God's eyes, and I will never again be subject to God's watchful gaze. Now we must purge the counterattack forces and seize She-Kit. He shouted encouragingly, igniting the enthusiasm of his troops. Rise, comrades! Then he set them ablaze, making them burn brightly. On a dark cold night a chilling wind howled and a few white snowflakes scattered in the air. Pled stood by the window with a heavy heart, looking out. Isabel walked over, supporting Phoenix, who still looked very weak. As soon as he saw them, he turned and spoke. Are you all right now? She replied. I'm fine. I'm sorry for worrying you. Isabel, standing beside them, asked worriedly, Why on earth did you do that? He changed the subject as if trying to alleviate Phoenix's burden. Where is Deu? He said he would deal with the Ashen Ones approaching Nepetha, but now he was gone. He had nowhere to go and nowhere to stay. His whereabouts were unknown. He recounted the old story that they had searched for him upon their return but couldn't find him. Pled resolutely asked about the hidden location. Is he really here? With Ilya's discovery, a train of thought emerged. There were no Ashen Ones here from the beginning. He firmly reiterated his claim about the scent. If they came here, they would definitely leave a scent. There's no way I wouldn't smell it. Isabel returned to the present and offered a guess. Did he run away? Pled replied, emphasizing that Deu's abilities were merely stories and no one had seen them directly. Deu's claim that he could easily kill Ashen Ones was just his word. We've never seen his abilities firsthand. She on the contrary expressed her opposition, surprised at how easily he opened his heart. I, on the other hand, am very surprised that you open your heart to him so easily. It's unlike you to trust someone you've just met so much, he replied concisely. Because I care. Hearing that, she became even more confused. What? He explained nervously, connecting it to the dragon's heart and body. It's a human body, but a dragon's heart beats within it. No, to be precise, his body, it was like a hastily put-together shell. A moment later, Pled and Isabel donned their cloaks and bid farewell to the Ashen One Ilya. She directly asked where he was going. Pled, where are you planning to go? He clearly stated his plan. He had to find Nick, so he would go to his friend Yvonne, who was building a resistance force in She-Kit with his comrades. I also need to find Nick, so I plan to go to my friend Yvonne, who is building a resistance force in She-Kit with my comrades. I will go there, she confirmed again. Are you planning to fight Anai? He confirmed briefly. It must be so. She pressed for the direction of the attack. Is it a frontal assault? Then, realizing the obvious, she concluded, Ah, of course. At this, Phoenix suddenly grew sad upon hearing her words. He stared at her sharply, as if he had already seen through her. She suddenly scratched her head and spoke in a way that was difficult to understand. I really can't understand. What should I say? Your personality is truly very difficult. She turned, and as she bid farewell, added a comparison. That part is also exactly like him. She made her position clear. She had no intention of helping, but she was wary due to Anai's intention to monopolize She-Kit. If she revealed herself, God would also have an excuse to intervene. And I think you can defeat God. I have no intention of helping you at all. It's just that God is currently very cautious and cannot ignore Anai's intention to monopolize She-Kit. If I show myself here, God will also have a reason to act directly, and I believe you as you are now can defeat God, he replied with a knowing smile. Ilya, you have helped me enough, Pled continued, acknowledging her kindness. I'm too much in your debt. As he waved his hand to leave, she turned back and mentioned Mater's crystal. Besides, didn't you absorb Mater's crystal? He wondered how she knew. Ilya continued, explaining about regulating divine power and mana within a human body, emphasizing mana's dominance and how the Ashen One's crystal actively generates divine power. The reason you can exist in a human body, regulating divine power and mana, is because your mana holds dominance. Furthermore, since you've absorbed an Ashen One's crystal, the divine power within you can take the lead. Isabel was flustered and asked how to handle it. Then what should I do? She concisely defined the current situation. At least that way you can't be called human. He also accepted the advice, hurrying his steps to leave. Yes, I'll keep that in mind. Yvonne's large barracks in the oasis of She-Kit City were bustling. He inspired the morale of the warriors. The commander at the forefront of the soldiers shouted in a powerful voice, Brave soldiers of She-Kit, we have gathered here with the common will to fight the Ashen Ones. I, Great Chief Turek, declare. We have not yet given up the fight. The soldiers below were invigorated and they charged forward shouting slogans in unison. Charge, charge, he continued. To confront them right now would surely lead to defeat, but later comrades from all over She-Kit will unite. He believed in the pride of She-Kit soldiers. If we confront the Ashen Ones now, we will surely be defeated, but later all comrades across She-Kit will join forces with us. I believe in the sun-like pride of She-Kit soldiers. Thousands of soldiers below shouted in unison. The atmosphere is hotter than ever. Suddenly someone's voice echoed. Anai appeared, having gauged the current forces. He spoke with disdain for the numbers and mocked the situation of imminent annihilation. So many. About 500 I suppose, he appeared and said in a contemptuous voice. To think there are so many people, even though they'll soon be annihilated, quite impressive. Turek was flustered and called his name. And a moment later, the soldiers below were mercilessly slaughtered by him, and the Ashen One's demon legion poured in. They were terrified, and screams against the Ashen One echoed everywhere. Compared to the monsters, ordinary humans were truly too small. The warriors realized the overwhelming power difference. With a single attack, more than half the forces were decimated. They asked in shock, "Are those all really Ashen Ones?" And I pressed, "Where is she?" Turek, still maintaining an arrogant expression, asked back, "What?" And I lowered his voice, asking about his apostle. "Where is my apostle?" He turned and questioned the reason for coming here to find his apostle. "Why have you come all the way here to find your apostle?" And I thought for a moment, then realized a clue and said with a confident voice, "Ah, I see, it seems you arrived first." He sat comfortably in a chair, saying not to mistake the crowd for his being wary. He already knew that a resistance force was being built. "Don't be mistaken. Do you think I'm wary because of these few thousand people? I already knew you were building a resistance force." Below, the subordinate monsters continued to abuse the soldiers, and I said he would put on some tricks to entertain while waiting for his apostle. "But I have some tricks to entertain you while waiting for my apostle." With a snap of his fingers, the Ashen One horde began to slaughter mercilessly as if unleashed. They rejoiced and shouted, "Die, you insect-like humans!" The scene turned into hell on earth. The brutality was beyond words. Turek cried out helplessly, repeatedly pleading for them to stop. "Stop, stop, stop, damn it, stop." And I still leisurely watched the show as if enjoying a performance. He comfortably asked about drinks. "You've worked hard, Chief Turek. So many people, truly amusing. Don't you have anything to drink?" At this moment on the scene, as soon as the cow-headed monsters appeared, the soldiers screamed in fear. One of them couldn't bear it and shrieked, and the goat-headed monster howled, emitting a terrible energy. At the same time, from another direction, Yvonne appeared, sending several subordinate soldiers flying and complaining with a furrowed brow, "Damn it, why are these guys so tough?" The soldiers cheered when they saw him, shouting loudly, "Great warrior Yvonne!" And I propped his chin in his hand, comparing them to insects and mocking his opponent's face like a platter. "These insect-like creatures, that one's face is no different from a platter." Noja reminded him not to lower his guard and informed him that the level of battle would be completely different because all the enemies were Ashen Ones. Her hand seemed to be already holding the corpse of one of them. He heard that and pursed his lips, sighing. Half-jokingly, he said that if he lived long enough he'd see all sorts of things, even the day he'd fight alongside his master. "Truly, if you live long enough you see all sorts of things. Even the day I fight with my master has come." Then he shouted loudly, gathering them. "You guys, gather round." The soldiers were still confused and called him "Great Warrior." Yvonne shouted at them with all his might, reminding them of a long-standing lesson. "No matter who the enemy is, if you're going to fight, fight to the end. They are soldiers of She-Kid. What have you learned from me all this time, you idiots? No matter if the enemy is an Ashen One or anyone else, if you're going to fight, you must fight to the end. Don't be defeated. You are the soldiers of She-Kid." Yvonne's words gave them strength, and he encouraged them to protect their land, their families, and their pride. "Protect our land, protect our families and our pride." They charged again to fight, and the Ashen Ones judged with contempt. "Mere insect-like creatures dare to intervene?" At the same time, Snow was fighting two Ashen Ones simultaneously. Realizing they were difficult to attack, she asked about the Ashen Ones. "Are they still Ashen Ones even if they're not from the Revelation? Are Ashen Ones who aren't from the Revelation still Ashen Ones?" They faltered as she lost concentration. And contemptuously, they criticized her beauty. "That last attack stung a bit, but she's not pretty at all," she thought to herself. "One is overwhelming, but they're swarming like this, just Ashen Ones, but dozens of them." Questions about the nature of the situation kept swirling in her mind. The battle was still extremely tense, and the monsters revealed their killing instincts, taunting. One of them joyfully approached a soldier from behind and greeted him slyly. "Hello." Just as he was about to kill him, a shield flew out and sent him flying. Benyoung appeared and shouted loudly, prioritizing the rescue of the wounded, "Quickly get the wounded out of here. Life comes first. Move quickly." She stared into the void, feeling inwardly that she was still lacking. In moments like this, she wanted to rely on him. Benyoung reassured herself with hope and determination. She must try her best until then. "There must be hope. I must hold on until then." Yvonne continued to strike down the grotesque creatures. Anai sat high up watching the battle, his heart wavering. He wondered inwardly if giving Illunium to his kin was a mistake. He expected Phoenix to arrive. If Phoenix joined forces, they could confront God's judgment. Yvonne turned and complained about the difficulty of fighting hundreds of strong opponents. He called out to his master Noja, who reassured him while fighting, telling him to wait for an opportunity. "Hang in there, wait until an opportunity comes." But Snow was struck by an Ashen One's kick and painfully fell to the ground, barely getting back up. Yvonne was exhausted at this point. She defended herself, barely catching her breath, fending off attacks. He asked again about the vague opportunity. Everyone was afraid they would die because of this horde. "What kind of opportunity are you talking about? We're all going to die because of this horde." Suddenly, a dark red object flew before his eyes, and he cried out in surprise. "What is this?" Noja saw it and shouted with joy. "It's here." Benyoung also loudly called out the name of Hope. Hope has arrived. In the faint red light 3 figures appeared, drawing all eyes, and the battle seemed to halt for that one moment. It was Pled, Isabel and Phoenix. They entered the glowing red barrier, and as he waved his hand a few times, the Ashen Ones fell as easily as insects. Below, the ground was already stained with the red light of the mysterious barrier, and outside only the howls of the Ashen Ones could be heard. The soldiers asked each other. It was an incredible sight Yvonne had never even seen. He silently asked himself, "What is this? What on earth is this?" In an instant the red light disappeared, and all the Ashen Ones were defeated in the blink of an eye. The soldiers hastily evacuated the wounded, and Isabel, Pled and Phoenix landed softly. Snow was still lying on the ground wounded and sighed in relief, stuttering as if acknowledging that his opponent had grown stronger during the time they hadn't met. "You've grown so strong since we last met." He approached and helped her up, reminding her of what he had said about the number of enemies being meaningless in the demon world. "I told you, the number of enemies means nothing in the demon world." Yvonne ran over, shouting with a mix of emotion and annoyance. "You damned bastard," he turned and replied gently. "Long time no see." Yvonne couldn't resist hugging him. Love is love, but his rough language remained the same. He cursed him affectionately, and he truly cursed, feeling suffocated. "You damned bastard." Everyone who witnessed this scene was astonished. He smiled wickedly. He cheered as the target was revealed. "I saw it." Mission accomplished. Phoenix appeared. As he suddenly appeared behind Phoenix, by the time she realized it, it was too late. Pled, held immobile, understood that he was doomed. He inwardly cursed the space-time shift. An eye approached, saying it took a while to find her, and then reached out to grab his apostle, calling her name. "It took me a while to find you, my apostle," he shouted, urging her to get away from an eye. As he was about to grab her, he quickly pulled her away. "Quickly get away from an eye." Yvonne lowered his guard and stepped back. He asked worriedly, "Nick, are you all right?" She replied in surprise, "Yes." Suddenly a voice intervened. It was a warning to stay away from Icy. He turned and recognized the recently revived person, calling him Sazzle, then correcting himself to Anata. He literally appeared from the smoke of the human world. Figuratively. "What? Stay away from Icy?" He turned and continued. "Have you just revived?" Sazzle, "No, Anata." From the smoke. An eye appeared again, and complaints erupted about the author's preference for smoke, as if he used to hide in smoke as a child, thinking of himself as a fairy. He opened his eyes wide and accused the insect-like creatures of not knowing their place. "These insect-like creatures truly don't know their place." Pled immediately instructed Isabel and Nick to protect each other. "Isabel, Nick, take care of each other." Isabel immediately understood his intention and quickly hid Nick. She ran, urging, "Yes, quickly hide, Anai's target is you." Sazzle approached Pled and asked about the time frame. "Did I come too late?" he replied, holding an ice weapon in his hand. "I just arrived too." Suddenly he recognized the weapon as his own and shouted that he hadn't agreed to it yet. "That's my sword, I haven't agreed to it yet." He replied casually that he thought putting it in a prison meant it was meant to be used. "I thought putting it in a prison meant it was meant to be used." Sazzle glanced at Anai and asked as if confirming his identity. He asked again how accustomed he was to his new body. He replied, "It's fine." "Is that person Revelation Anai?" He asked again. "Have you gotten used to that body?" He replied. "More or less." He immediately activated his mana and created an ice path towards Anai as if to check the results. "Then let's see the results." He contemptuously crushed it with his hand and replied, "That's a trivial and useless trick. Do you think that trivial trick will work on me?" But as soon as he finished speaking, he was hit by an enormous punch. Sazzle attacked as if applying the rule of a mother's right hand to naughty children. Anai was hit so hard he didn't even have time to see who hit him. He leaped up, delivered a finishing blow, kicking him in the face and sending him to the ground, then landed perfectly safely. Pled froze at the sight, almost failing to recognize that he was the great sage from 4,000 years ago. He stammered a paradox, saying he was a good worldly person. "Now you good person, how did you become so worldly in just a few years?" He replied that he simply chose the style best suited for this body. "What can I do? I just chose the style that best suits this body." Yvonne was flustered at the sight and shouted, asking about the martial king's fist. Noja helplessly covered her face and said that Kasain had passed on the crown as if it were a morning exercise. Yvonne was even more flustered, asking Noja to move her body, saying he would help them both. Anai lay still for a long time, then barely managed to get up. Sazzle was surprised and faltered, seeing that he was completely unharmed. Anai looked at them and said he was only interested in his apostle, telling them to get lost. "Get out of the way, I'm not interested in you people. I'm only interested in my apostle," Pled rashly blamed him, asserting that as long as they were here he would never succeed. "I will not let him touch a single strand of Nick's hair." "You won't be able to do that. As long as we're here you won't be able to touch a single strand of Nick's hair." Anai rebuked Pled as Zeki's apostle, saying he had been a thorn in his side from the beginning. He reiterated that he hadn't sought slaughter to deceive God. Pled replied that if he was hindered like this he had no choice, and he grew enormous, absorbing all the dead Ashen Ones. Yvonne screamed in surprise. All the dead Ashen Ones were absorbed by him. What? All the dead Ashen Ones were absorbed by him? Seeing that, Pled thought to himself that it was truly disgusting to see him intentionally play along like the Nono sisters. Anai was now 100 times larger than a human. Yvonne screamed again that he had grown without wisdom and asked how they could defeat that woman. Noja also exclaimed in surprise and confirmed that it was the Ashen One's true form. Pled directly told Anai if he thought he could deceive God by turning 100 people into soldiers, that method was too easy for an Ashen One. Snow thought to herself that turning clones into soldiers must be why only dozens of ashen ones here seemed like hundreds. Anai swung a hand and his flames spread everywhere, barely failing to engulf them. Yvonne murmured to himself that a single gesture was enough. Pled realized that ice couldn't stop it and cursed inwardly, then cast Ice Age to prevent everyone from burning. But the unprotected soldiers inhaled too much smoke and gasped for air, collapsing one after another. Even Pled struggled because of it. He felt suffocated. Anai's flames had instantly burned up all the oxygen. He had to stop it immediately. He had to find a way to break through. Before he could think, someone next to him mentioned another effective aspect of his body. He burst out of the Ice Age and charged directly at Anai. He mentioned an unexpected advantage, not needing oxygen. He continued to strike Anai, who cried out in surprise at his ability to withstand fire. "Oh, quite good, a body that can withstand my flames." He thanked the compliment and continued to punch. Yvonne scoffed as she felt the flames gradually disappear. "It's not over yet." Then, manipulating a million mana arm, it immediately separated into several complex parts. He slammed that fist directly into Anai's face, stunning him and knocking him down. He hurriedly signaled for cooperation with LC. Pled immediately understood and used magic. He quickly expressed his gratitude, mentioning both his old and new names. They still seemed unfamiliar with each other's names. Anai's mana tower, like an absolute sword, fiercely rushed at Anai with a violent current. The sky seemed to explode with an immense impact. After the collision, smoke covered the entire sky. Benyoung questioned herself as she watched the scene. "What on earth is this? I feel God's power in this intense mana." "This is Pled's power." Oger stood right next to her, speechless with surprise, then hastily cried out, "What, isn't this God's power? How can he fuse God's power and mana?" Isabel was briefly surprised and called his name in a worried voice. "Pled." Just then Anai stood up again. He roared fiercely, unleashing his rage. "These damn bastards! Phoenix, my apostle!" Seeing him charge madly at Phoenix, he barely gathered strength and rushed to block as Anai continued to approach. Yvonne shouted in fury. "That woman truly survives tenaciously." He still attacked by force of divine power, roaring. "Stop, stop, you damn bastard!" Isabel, trying to pull him away from the dangerous line, couldn't help but speak. "Pled, be careful. Did you forget what Ilya said? You shouldn't abuse divine power anymore." And I whispered to Phoenix in a soft, honeyed voice, "Phoenix, come here." Knowing the danger, he was firmly determined. He had to stop that woman here. If Nyx's vitality was absorbed, there would be no way to save her. He attacked one more time with divine power. Anai's pain scream tore through the air and his momentum visibly faltered. Yvonne cheered in delight, unable to hide his surprise. "It works, Pled. What kind of terrifying power is this?" But the price came immediately. His eyes turned red. Aether and Mater within him tried to tear his sanity apart. He struggled to shake them off, barely roaring inwardly, "Get out, it's not over yet." Ilya's words echoed in his mind. If he absorbed more Ashen One crystals, divine power would dominate, and at the very least he would no longer be human. Excruciating pain made him scream. Yvonne rushed over, asking in a confused voice, "What, hey, what's wrong with you?" His eyes gradually turned white, and his entire body collapsed, losing consciousness. Yvonne hastily bent down and shook him hard, shouting urgently, Hey, wake up immediately." Meanwhile, Anai recovered. Yvonne looked at him in despair and cried out, "How did that damn bastard recover so quickly?" The flames grew fiercer and Snow grew exhausted in the suffocating heat. Yvonne, even more confused, hastily shouted at her, "Snow, are you all right? How could she, a person from a cold place, withstand such scorching temperatures?" Oger madly blocked attacks, then charged like a storm, commanding, 1,000,000 mana release, but soon Anai bent down, firmly grasping him and trapping him in his hand. He scoffed, speaking in a contemptuous voice, "Fight me." Yvonne looked at the scene, screaming as if going mad. "That woman I don't know." Anai clicked his tongue and waved his hand as if swatting a fly. "These bothersome insects." Then, before everyone's astonished eyes, he crushed Oger. His body shattered into hundreds of pieces and was discarded like waste. Yvonne froze, his breath turning into a curse. "Damn it." Anai's gaze turned to him. He read his condition as if flipping through a book. Indeed, divine power has already surpassed the human realm. This naive fellow, no matter how strong your will, you are merely human. Humans must pay a fitting price to create divine power. Yvonne murmured to himself that everything before his eyes was just a wall of despair with no exit. Noja strode over and spoke in a steel-cold voice, "You fool, don't panic. Just focus on protecting Pled. The only thing we can do now is to hold on until he wakes up as much as possible." Yvonne asked, choked up, "What if he doesn't wake up?" She lowered her voice, speaking calmly as if accepting fate. "Then our lives will end here." After speaking, she charged directly at Anai. His flaming fist was truly on another level, and the closer she got, the greater the damage. Nevertheless, she did not back down. At the last moment, she unleashed the secret technique of the Martial King's fist, activating the martial arts style. With one punch, she sent Anai flying in all directions. Snow couldn't hide her surprise at the power of that punch, indeed fitting for Yvonne's master. One punch moves a mountain. She tried to attack again, but she recoiled, clutching her aching arm. Her right arm was already injured. Gasping for breath, she reluctantly admitted and stared at Anai, uttering cold words, "Yvonne, you're right." And then, looking directly at him, she said, "You truly survived tenaciously. Will Pled open his eyes in time to save everyone?" At this moment, Lucas was trapped in an infinite space deep within his own mind. He looked around and asked himself, "Is this a world of illusion?" A voice whispered into his ear, revealing the naked truth. A being calling himself Ether appeared, and he recognized the face, the first Ashen One, Inerha, whom Ziki had once tried to kill. Flashes of lightning struck his body in quick succession, giving him no time to breathe. Lucas screamed in pain, his back riddled with massive arrows. Mater appeared with a sneering smile. He delivered a cold verdict. Indeed, mortals are just mortals. How can they defeat an Ashen One? The two glanced at each other, exchanging contemptuous looks, and simultaneously raised their voices. We will take that body. He gritted his teeth and counterattacked through the searing pain. You damn bastards. Outside, Pled was also screaming, his body seemingly reaching its limit. Isabel nervously called out repeatedly, Pled, wake up, Pled. Meanwhile, Noja watched helplessly as an eye charged directly. Yvonne called her name and threw stones to block the flames. He turned to block, then nagged his master to consider her age before attacking. She retorted irritably, You're exactly my age. He immediately lowered his voice, suddenly serious. Don't worry, Master isn't the only one worried about Pled. Pled's eyes were filled with blood vessels at this moment, and inside, Lucas heard two Ashen Ones whispering, Your memories are quite interesting too. He took another painful blow and cursed inwardly. What, you damn bastards, they continued to whisper, laughing wickedly. Thanks to the crystals we absorbed, we can live inside your body. Then they mocked his 4,000-year-old obsession with ridicule. We're truly impressed by your obsession, not giving up even after being trapped in the endless abyss by God for 4,000 years. A thought came to mind, or was this an illusion he created himself? Aether tilted his head and asked mockingly, Do you really think you received God's power? Mater added venomously, declaring, Now that body is mine, he scoffed. Do you think you can take it so easily? You only want to gain without doing anything. Lucas tried to maintain his composure, telling himself what Ilya had warned him, that if he lost control it would be over. Aether raised a hand, gathering lightning, and approached, asking as if twisting a knife, Come on, you have no regrets, do you? After all, the body you possess wasn't originally yours, was it? Then he unleashed another torrent of lightning upon him. In the bone-chilling pain he knew all too well, this was no longer just a tremor. This was directly destroying his self. Seeing that he hadn't yet disappeared, Aether couldn't hide his surprise. Amazing. An ordinary person's self would have turned to dust by now. Then he shrugged, saying indifferently as if preparing for the next torture, It's fine, I have plenty of time. I wonder how long you'll last. Another bolt of lightning struck outside. Yvonne and Noja were hastily devising a strategy to buy time from Anai. Noja spoke concisely and resolutely. Distract Anai, I can get to the core. He frowned, half doubting. Will it work? That damn bastard isn't just huge, his regeneration is incredible too, she replied with the resolve of a skilled swordsman. Watch closely with your own two eyes. I'll show you the secret art of the martial king's fist. He cried out in surprise as if giving a final admonition. Don't die, she cursed very familiarly. Your mouth is truly foul. In truth, he was clumsy. He didn't know how to express his concern, but he whispered to himself. I still have so much to learn from Master. Snow could no longer watch. She clutched her sword and passed Benyong, signaling, Benyong, help me. Benyong cried out in surprise, calling her name. Snow. Snow looked her straight in the eyes and said clearly, Pled is unconscious now, so you're the only one who can help me with magic. Can you do it? Benyong glanced at Pled, then immediately turned with resolute eyes. Of course. Yvonne paused briefly when he saw Snow charging. As she ran, she uttered a very cold, grumbling remark. It's too hot here. Hurry up and finish so I can dip myself in ice water. He turned his shoulder and said concisely, Understood. Benyong simultaneously erected an ice wall surrounding Yvonne's party, blocking Anai's flames. Snow turned her head and quickly asked, Which side should we split into? His reply was brief. I'll go left, she sprinted, finalizing the plan. Then I'll take the right. The two immediately split in opposite directions, charging into Anai's flanks. The Ashen One didn't wait long either, and his flames wrapped around them like a prison. Benyong screamed, drawing the flames towards herself. I'll deal with the flames. Yvonne had already approached and delivered a martial king's fist punch to the colossal being's face. Anai staggered, and before he could regain his senses, Snow's blade had already descended. Inside, Lucas was charred black, and Aether clapped his hands mockingly. Congratulations, you've wavered tens of thousands of times and still you're fine. This guy is truly a monster. But it seems you've reached your limit. He still hadn't given up. I've come this far. Should I give up now? Aether gathered lightning in his hand and declared cheerfully, this is the last one. Farewell. Only regretful curses erupted in his mind. Damn it. Just then a purple flash flickered. A mysterious swordsmanship cut the lightning from Aether's hand. Before they could even understand, they were all cut down and cried out, choked. What, you damned bastard, why are you here? From the light, a familiar shadow appeared. The one who saved him was none other than the ashen sword Ziki. He sheathed his sword, glanced at the blackened figure, and spoke half-jokingly, half-seriously, You're truly a mess, great Archmage. Lucas froze at the sight of the ashen sword. He stammered his name repeatedly, unable to believe. Ziki, Ziki, what's going on? Haven't I absorbed your crystal yet? Ziki was in no hurry. He calmly sat opposite him and spoke in a serene voice. I am merely an illusion remaining in your mind. Next to him, a red apple still lay, and he calmly peeled it as if it were their first meeting, speaking slowly. And Mater and Aether will also be resurrected soon. They won't disappear until they kill you directly. Apple slices were neatly arranged on a plate. Hearing that, Lucas felt a chill. He urgently thought of his comrades fighting Anai. At this rate, it would be too late. Ziki looked at him with pity, then suddenly shoved an apple slice into his mouth and continued. This is the brief moment before your death. In other words, this moment will rewind your memories. Time here is different from the outside world, but you shouldn't let your guard down. As Lucas ate the apple slice, the black char on his body peeled away, returning him to his original form. Zeke continued, presenting the problem as if it were the only fork in the road. This is when you make your choice. Lucas, seeing Zeke offer him a crystal, stammered in surprise. That's your crystal. Then he paused for a beat and quietly asked, what happens if I eat it? Zeke answered without hesitation. You will become an ashen one. In fact, there is nothing to hesitate about. If you don't eat it, everyone will die. Memories from 4,000 years ago flooded back. My friends, even the legends of the age could not escape fate. He tried to find another way. And a sudden hope that Zeke might have forgotten flashed through him. Zeke, I am pled now. I don't need to choose between mana and divine power. Zeke immediately shattered that illusion. His voice was calm but chilling. You've forgotten. I was the first to tell you that. Your body can no longer contain both simultaneously, he refuted word for word. I don't want them to coexist, I want to fuse them. Zeke paused, frowning. Fuse them, Lucas spoke unhesitatingly, as if he had found a hidden key. That transcends human limits. It's the door to the 10th rank. In a moment's decision, he immediately absorbed the crystal. Outside, Pled screamed in pain, his body levitating and emitting strange energy. Zeke's tone was faintly discernible, and Isabel, even more flustered, called out loudly, Pled, Mr. Pled, what's wrong? Meanwhile, Yvonne's party was still fighting hard, and Snow had grazed him with her blade, but her stamina was already depleted. A sudden intuition flashed through her. The next attack will work. Anai laughed loudly and said resolutely, so that's it. You are Zeke's apostle then. Truly pathetic. You don't deserve to use Zeke's swordsmanship. Immediately after, he seized her in his grip, and all her screams and resistance were in vain. He thought for a moment, then concluded the reason and simultaneously clenched his fingers. Zeke is already dead, so his apostle's divine power should naturally be stronger. But I don't feel any divine power in your body. Why is that? She could only remain helpless, and he answered himself, showing extreme contempt. The answer is very simple. You damned fool, you are not strong enough to absorb Zeke's divine power. And his grip tightened even more. Fortunately, Yvonne flew in and delivered a kick, forcing him to release her. Yvonne held Snow and asked repeatedly in a fluster, Snow, are you all right? Quickly snap out of it. Then he swiftly carried her, attempting to escape the dangerous area. But when he turned around, Anai was behind him, grinding his teeth and whispering lowly, You're dead. Just then, Benioff cried out loudly. As the pressure burst forth, Anai too was forced to retreat. He stammered blankly, what is this? What's going on? Yvonne seized the opportunity to carry Snow out, but still not understanding, he asked mockingly, What is this? That orb-like thing has stopped moving, Snow replied weakly. Dragon language. Yvonne's eyes widened as he asked, Dragon language, are you talking about the voice of a dragon? The sound waves created by Benioff spread out. Anai was firmly held and could not move as he wished. Yvonne thought to himself suspiciously, He's a dragon? Impossible. Dragons are already extinct on this continent. As he shouted, Benioff collapsed to the ground exhausted. A cold calculation quickly flashed through Yvonne's mind, using dragon language to seal the opponent's movements. But it was only for 3 seconds. Anai glanced at Benioff and muttered, Dragon language, you say? It doesn't matter either way. You're definitely the most troublesome one here. Isabel cried out in extreme anxiety. Pled, Mr. Pled, please wake up. Meanwhile, inside his body, twisting in pain, Lucas was forced into intensive training. He clearly felt that his mana was on the verge of vanishing while his divine power exploded tens of thousands of times over. It was because of Pled's crystal, however. The refined crystal of the apostle rapidly increased the amount of mana. That fact was already proven. If he found a way, it was the truth that he could completely convert divine power into mana. Divine power had a ferocious nature, denying all external energies including mana, the power of nature, and even the heart of a dragon. Therefore, mortals could not make mana and divine power coexist. If the nature of divine power was immutable, he would change the nature of mana within his body. In the extremely short moment when mana was converted into divine power, he touched some kind of power that was neither this nor that. What could it be? His soul emitted a unique light, and Zeke, standing nearby, nodded slightly. He seemed to have grasped the clue. Lucas smiled and whispered the answer to himself. The ferocity of divine power, the harmony of mana, a mysterious existence possessing both these characteristics. Zeke frowned. To be honest, I've never felt this kind of power. What exactly is it? He immediately answered, naming it. Perhaps this is a fusion of divine power and mana, divine mana. Zeke listened and playfully teased him with a single word. Still haven't changed your old habits. The way you name things is just like before. He frowned and retorted, not hiding his pride. What? It's just a temporary name. Just then, Intherja and Mater began to reappear. Zeke glanced at them and said, Indeed, you've appeared again. Lucas propped himself up with his arms and answered without hesitation. Perfect timing. It's an opportunity to test how strong divine mana is in a real fight. Zeke looked up and succinctly instructed, Help me. Lucas nodded slightly. He spoke as if confirming the rules of Zeke's existence. As long as I don't faint, you'll continue to exist, right? He turned and glared at the Ashen Ones, instructing them before attacking. Zeke, don't interfere. Then he poured out divine mana, ready to face them. Outside, just as Anai was about to deal with the dragon, Noja approached him closely and directly attacked his torso. He faltered, asking himself as if unable to understand during battle, What is this? This is my authority. Noja attacked resolutely. displaying a technique like lightning, Martial King's secret technique, Hand of Annihilation. His authority was being completely absorbed by Noja, and as she gathered all her strength and delivered a powerful punch, his fire rage immediately shattered. Before falling, he reached out to grab Benyang, but fortunately Yvonne rushed over, embracing and pulling her away. Benyang cried out in surprise, thank goodness." Yvonne acknowledged her contribution and replied, "You saved me, you're quite impressive too." She shook her head slightly, clearly stating her limitations. "Not really, right now I can only use dragon language twice a day, and yet I couldn't inflict any damage, plus it only bound him for 3 seconds. A streak of light flashed, and Anai shrank back to his original body. He growled and unleashed his fury. "These damned insect-like bastards," Isabel observed and said. "She's back to human form. It seems to be working." Phoenix shook her head again and said indifferently, "Unfortunately no. Why on earth did you bring her here without hiding her? That is, she hasn't been any help at all so far." She admitted the inconvenience of a giant body and added, "I can tell. I'm guessing it's very inconvenient to fight with a giant body." At this moment in Lucas's mind he once again suffered a serious setback. Inthurja, seeing him collapse, said triumphantly, "Your body is ours." Just then Zeki flew in and cut them all down. They gradually tore apart, yet still complained, shouting, "Damn it, Zeki, that damn bastard is here again." Then they completely disappeared. After dealing with them, Zeki turned to him and sighed, "It's truly a long and hard battle." He lay sprawled on the floor, panting and expressing his exhaustion. "This power is more troublesome than I thought. This divine mana is more refined than mana and more ferocious than divine power. I can't possibly control it by absorbing mana and using it little by little. Indeed, to confront divine power directly, one must conquer it." After that he continued the absorption process outside, and I approached directly, and with a single gesture he seized Nick. He shamelessly warned, "You'd better not try any more clumsy tricks, otherwise that woman's body will be torn in two." Snow frowned and pressed. Wasn't it her that he needed? And I seemed intent on devouring Nick, holding her in his mouth like bait. He again declared in a cold, indifferent voice, "There's no need to try and save that woman. There's no way to kill someone without causing them pain." Noja panted, unleashing her fury, then collapsed to the ground. "Indeed, that woman is truly a demon." Then she fell exhausted. Yvonne, fearing she was in danger, cried out in a fluster, "Master, I'm going to take another gamble." He looked up at Benyang and shouted, "Dragon language, right? Use it one more time for me." 3 seconds, right? In 3 seconds I can use everything I have." He started, regulating his breath and mana. Finding the answer in his mind, he spurred himself on, charging, taking on all responsibility. He was determined not to miss a single gap, and I, seeing him bet his life, thought to himself with contempt, "Foolish." But just then he felt something approaching. Benyang poured all her strength into dragon language. And I, seeing it, gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, dragon language is preventing my body from moving." Just as he was about to attack Yvonne, his body suddenly stiffened like a statue. Yvonne still pushed himself, imagining the answer to that fire rage. As he threw a punch, he shouted as if encouraging himself, "A man should always follow through on his word, right?" The Martial King's secret technique was used to its fullest. Yvonne's fist, a massive explosion, echoed, blowing away everyone nearby, and both the unconscious Pled and Isabel were sent flying. Isabel rushed to Nick, supporting her and bending down to ask, "Nick, are you all right?" Benyang also panted, still intently focused on Yvonne, desperately repeating to herself, "Please, please." Yvonne stood upright even after delivering the punch, and Anai staggered and fell, his head hitting the ground with a thud. Snow's eyes widened and she cried out in disbelief, "Yvonne?" He was mesmerized by his own masterpiece. Noja stumbled over, supported him as he swayed, and praised him honestly. "That attack was excellent." He scratched his head and replied, "Really? It feels awkward when Master praises me." She scoffed and continued to test him. "I've never seen this technique before. What's it called?" He immediately replied without hesitation, "Yvonne's fist." She burst out laughing and praised him. "Good name." He blinked as if reconfirming, "Are you sure?" Snow cheered joyfully. "I thought the battle was over. The fire rage has been suppressed. We won. Phew, thank goodness, we finally won. Go protagonist." Now they will return carrying the burden of being the protagonists. In Lucas's mind he was still fighting Inthurja and Mater. At this point he seemed to have gained the upper hand. They shattered amidst their rage and finally cried out, "Damn it, we have to lose to a human?" Lucas stared straight at them and commanded decisively, "Inthurja, Mater, listen to me." Zeki stood close by, watching his every move, ready to intervene. As the 2 Ashen Ones exploded, he was able to fully absorb their divine power. Zeki let out a sigh of relief. "Finally, it's over." Lucas immediately asked how much time had passed. "How long have we been here?" Zeki immediately replied, converting it to outside time. "According to the outside world's concept of time, we've been here for over 548 years. He heard that and mumbled. Realizing that a considerable amount of time had passed even in the short moment before his death, he had to return immediately. Zeki remained silent. Lucas expressed his gratitude. "Zeki, I owe you a great deal. Even though you are just an illusion of mine, it was a pleasure to meet you," Zeki calmly said. "Don't need to hurry." Lucas asked in surprise. "What?" he continued, as if seeing through his intention. "You were planning to defeat Anai, weren't you?" He confirmed. "Yes, so." Zeki held him and concluded, "So there's no need to rush to leave here." He was startled and asked again as if confirming hidden news, "You mean Anai has already been defeated?" Then he laughed loudly. "Our comrades defeated Anai." Zeki remained silent, which was an unspoken affirmation at the same time. Outside, Anai was not dead, and a colossal pillar of fire erupted again with fury. Isabel muttered blankly, Fire rage. Before she could finish speaking, Anai assessed himself in a low voice. This time I was in danger. If that clumsy dragon language had been a little more complete, if that martial artist punch had been a little stronger, I probably would have died. Yvonne gritted his teeth and shouted, "You're dead." Anai's body grew increasingly ferocious, selecting the surrounding flames, and he declared arrogantly, "This is not the time to fear God's judgment. I will eliminate all of you with all my might." Inside, Ziki updated the situation. Anai has not been defeated yet. The current Lucas, you are not strong enough to defeat Anai. He stiffened, seeing light emanating from Ziki's body, and as Ziki placed his hand on the sword hilt he called out softly, "Ziki, you." Ziki turned to him and demanded a duel to decide victory or defeat. "Defeat me. As long as you don't defeat me, I cannot let you go." Outside, Snow stammered in fear. He hasn't used his full power yet. Isabel pieced together the fragments of her deduction. The conspiracy has been revealed. You enveloped an entire area with fire rage to deceive God's eyes, didn't you? Snow also confirmed the insane increase. Yes, indeed, I felt tens of thousands of times stronger divine power than before. Suddenly Noja turned to Yvonne with strange eyes. She inwardly mumbled, regretting her disciple. "When did that rascal surpass me?" she shouted loudly, delivering her final teaching. "Yvonne, open your eyes wide and look carefully. This is my last teaching to you as your master." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and calmly walked straight towards Anai. Yvonne was in a daze and cried out loudly, "Master, what are you trying to do? Why is this your last lesson?" No, don't do it." Noja, in a martial arts stance, calmly defined that the drawback of a punch is that the force must be transferred to a precise point, and not a single unit of energy should be wasted on the enemy. She unveiled the 8 essentials, the core piece to perfecting his martial art. The sound of the punch reverberated loudly, and Yvonne watched, holding his breath, fearing the worst for his master. Anai gasped, still uttering contemptuous words, "You, a mere human like you." Then he reached out and grabbed Noja, who knew well that this alone was not enough to defeat an Ashen One. Benyang struggled to use dragon language one more time. Anai was forced to release Noja. Yvonne rushed like lightning and picked up his master. "Master," Benyang tried to maintain the dragon language, but blood streamed from her eyes. Anai recovered, breathing fire, and charged again, cursing the dragon's offspring in his mind for thwarting his plans so many times. Noja, in a coma, mumbled, "Master, master," then faintly called Yvonne's name. Yvonne was horrified to see her arm severed. "Master, master, your arm." She calmly eased his confusion. "Don't make a fuss over one arm, it's already done." Benyang loudly proposed a retreat operation through limited spatial teleportation. Anai, holding Noja, sneered into Bening's ear, "Hey, dragon's wife, are you alright? You can only use dragon language twice a day." She tried to say she was fine but choked on blood, unable to speak. Yvonne, repeating the moniker, was horrified. "Dragon's wife?" Benyang wiped the blood and reassured herself. "I only used it once more," but the energy inside her felt chaotic. Isabel frantically cried out, "Guildmaster Benyang." She made a cold conclusion. "Listen, everyone. We've lost. Now I understand why the strongest of the Ashen Ones are called the Revelation. They are disasters themselves." At the same time, and I had already found their trace and was approaching rapidly. Benyang stepped forward and spoke words that ignited everyone's will. Snow, horrified by her decision, cried out, "Benyang, what are you doing?" She left her last words, pled, "He is the last hope of the continent. Protect him, and when he wakes up, give him my thanks." Yvonne lunged fiercely, targeting Nick. Benyang transformed into a dragon and confronted him, while everyone behind her called out terrified, begging her to stop. But she had already activated spatial teleportation, sending them safely away. Now only Benyang remained. She looked directly at the Ashen One and said firmly, "Give up, I've sent him somewhere you can't find him." And I, consumed by rage, roared, cutting through the air, unable to speak, You ultimately." In his consciousness, Lucas continued to be beaten by Ziki. He lay there gasping for breath. Ziki urged him impatiently, "No time to rest. Your friends are in danger." Lucas propped himself up and asked how long they had been fighting. "How long have I been fighting you?" Ziki answered as if stating a number. 251 years and 107 days have passed." Lucas burst out laughing, confessing his powerlessness. "That's cruel, but I still don't think I can win." Ziki reiterated the key to how Lucas was able to defeat Mater. Lucas was blank and Ziki continued, "I told you that what you used to win was divine mana, and that you had overcome the wall of impossibility you created yourself. So it must be stronger than mana." He clutched his stomach and laughed loudly, mocking, "What, are you trying to play mind games with me?" Ziki calmly replied, "This is the mental world. Right now you're afraid of me because you think I'm an insurmountable opponent. The last piece isn't about the realm or divine mana." He straightened his body and said the remaining sentence, "It's your mindset." Ziki nodded, confirming. "That's right." Lucas looked up at the sky and took a deep breath. There was no end to learning. Everything he knew was just the basics, and the truth was easily forgotten when he encountered a new obstacle: mindset. The mindset he had with Ziki, like Lucet's legacy, placed him above all opponents. Lucas closed his eyes, relaxed, and changed his mindset. "If it's about mindset, I'll be different. Another mindset, one that won't lose to anyone." At the same time, outside, Benyang was thrown aside by Anai. Anai approached, growling. "You still don't understand," Benyang countered. Speaking of mortal choices and how the gods loved that despair, Anai frowned at her lack of understanding of the concept and asked her identity. "Love, that concept is the hardest for me to understand," then he demanded. "Tell me your name." She declared her name loudly, revealing her pride. "Benyang Ayant, Guildmaster of the Jumanjin Guild and a disciple of the Archmage Lucas Juman." "The name Juman is my pride," Anai nodded, reminding her. "Remember that." Then he poured all his strength into finishing her off. At the last moment she unleashed the dragon language, the pride of the dragon race. He saw it and sneered, a smirk playing on his lips. How foolish, do you think that body can stop me? It will only extend your life by a mere 3 seconds. Meanwhile Lucas was still lying there. To Lucas, covered in wounds, Zeke said as if counting down his life, 3 seconds. You only have 3 seconds left. Your dragon friend used dragon language with her last strength. In 3 seconds she will die at Anai's hands. 3 seconds in the outside world is 10 years here. Lucas stood up growling. 10 years, that's enough. I can defeat you 3 times over. The two charged at each other. Outside, as the first second passed, Anai froze. The second the dragon language was still effective. Benyoung whispered words of thanks to herself. Benyoung Iant, you've worked hard. Then she recalled Pled's comfort. She vomited blood and the third second approached. Anai returned to normal and declared coldly, "It's over." Then he charged. At the moment of impact a huge explosion erupted and a heat wave rose like a jagged volcano, but looking closely he was surprised. "There's nothing. What on earth happened?" Benyoung, panting in Pled's arms, mumbled with a voice full of doubt. How? That's right. Lucas had defeated Zeke. Yvonne, noticing the spatial teleportation that had just occurred, growled and asked, "How are you here?" Pled had just undergone spatial teleportation. Pled gently laid Benyoung down in a safe place and comforted her softly. "You did very well. Leave the rest to me and rest. Everything will be over with one breath." But she suddenly felt uneasy, wondering what if her master wasn't there. Pled went straight to Anai, who was burning with fury. Anai felt the strange aura emanating from him and mumbled, "I don't know what happened, but I smell danger from you." After speaking, he spewed fire dragons from both sides. Pled lightly waved his hand and everything shattered. Anai's eyes widened in shock, thinking this smell could not possibly come from a human. This smell, it can't possibly come from a human. It's like. Pled continued to approach with cold steps, and Anai gritted his teeth, gathering all his strength to create a massive fireball. Pled snapped his fingers once, and everything exploded and scattered into pieces. Anai stammered, choked. "My most powerful authority annihilated with a single snap of the fingers." Pled stood before him, and Anai, frozen, sighed inwardly. "I'm screwed." Pled placed a finger on his forehead and bade him farewell. Disappear. After that light snap of the fingers he turned to dust. Just before completely disappearing he thought his last moment had come. God might have caused it directly, but he had no regrets. "Is this enough, God?" Then all traces vanished. Benyoung was deeply moved by all of this. She looked up at Pled, feeling hope had returned. Benyoung lay on the ground overwhelmed with emotion, thinking, "Lucas Juman, he's here." Then she slowly fainted. As Pled finished off Anai, Zeke also appeared like a phantom in the depths of his consciousness. The two looked at each other as if bidding farewell, and Zeke vanished like smoke, disappearing forever. Pled whispered inwardly as if making a final farewell, "Thank you, Zeke. Leave the rest to me and rest." On the ground Anai's crystal remained, a single orb of fire. God's expression subtly wavered. Node, seeing it, urged him on, asking, "Why are you like this, God?" God replied with a heavy voice, "Anai has been annihilated." Anata cried out in surprise. "What?" God said with a sad and heavy voice. Pled Blake, "Anai has been annihilated by a human." The two ashen ones who were with him widened their eyes, gasping, and said, "Impossible, that's she-kin, isn't it?" "I'll go." But God tilted his head, stopping him, and reminded him coldly. "Anata, you cannot win," he argued, disbelieving. "What did you say?" Node added with fiery resolve, "Then I'll go with him." God still shook his head, and in a low voice like a heavy hammer said, "Even if the two of you go together, you cannot win." They protested, "Are you joking? We can't defeat a single human." God, with a trembling voice, helplessly acknowledged the ancient cycle. Once every few millennia such a person appears. A human who can awaken primeval power. Anata frowned, asking again, "Primeval power?" God explained slowly and clearly. "It is the source of all things, containing infinite possibilities. Even if I were to confront Pled directly now, I am not sure of victory." Everyone listened and was even more astonished. God against a human? God waved his hand, creating an illusionary mirror, and as everyone looked at the mirror he sighed, closing his final intention. "Indeed, this is the only way. Node, Anata, and my kin, will you lend me your strength?" Meanwhile Pled was leaning over Benyoung, and behind him space opened and the black-haired man walked out. Pled turned, and the black-haired man looked deeply, seeming to recognize the eyes that had changed their owner, and said, Yvonne blinked and immediately asked, "Did you really kill Anai?" Then she picked up Anai's crystal from the ground. Seeing the two together he laughed carelessly and mocked. "I'm truly speechless, this combination. How did the two of you appear together?" The black-haired man leisurely revealed the secret. "She's a dragon." He immediately corrected himself to prevent confusion. "A descendant of dragons." "That's right, the two were talking about Benyoung." The black-haired man shook his head and said with a regretful voice, "Unfortunately, all the power of the dragon's heart is gone. She will only survive, but all her dragon power will vanish." He closed his mouth and smiled indifferently, as if it was enough. "It's enough that she's alive." He gently touched Benyoung's cheek and said very quietly, "It's enough to see the world you'll create." Ah approached and interrupted. "It seems you have many questions for me, but the time is coming. It's not too late to judge me then." As she spoke she handed him the crystal, and he took it without hesitation. She continued to urge him sadly, "I came today to bring him to you. Let's meet again next time." She walked into the rift and disappeared from sight, and when she looked back before leaving her eyes were filled with regret. He on the other hand looked at her calmly like a tranquil lake. The black-haired man approached, sighed, and said mockingly to himself, "Truly a strange friend. Is she your girlfriend?" He simply replied, "No," and picked up Benyoung and left. The black-haired man still shook his head, lamenting to himself, The relationships are too complicated. He changed the subject, beating around the bush. What about you? You clearly said you'd deal with the Ashen Ones then. The black-haired man lowered his head and confessed with a voice full of apology. I'm sorry I deceived you. This was Icy's order. She knew exactly who I was and what I would have to do later. Anyway, I'm not the Dragon Lord. He raised an eyebrow and said mockingly, You believe Icy? She's God's apostle. The black-haired man didn't answer and asked back, Then what about you? You don't trust her. After a moment of silence, the black-haired man dropped a bombshell. Actually, God's apostle isn't Icy, he asked in surprise. What? And soon composed himself with the decision before him. I have many questions, but first I need to heal Benyang. He said, Follow me, and used spatial teleportation to take the party to Shikit's military base. The soldiers whom Benyang had risked her life to save earlier cried. Believing she had sacrificed herself, they called her name, blaming themselves and regretting that she had borne everything alone. At the same time, Isabel was treating Noja's severed arm. Noja clutched her severed arm and cursed. Damn it. Just then, Pled returned with Benyang and Du. Noja jumped up and cried out loudly. Guildmaster Benyang, he briefly informed them of the situation. She's still breathing, Isabel said. I'll leave Guildmaster Benyang to you. The soldiers cheered, shouting, She's alive? The commander urgently shouted loudly. You idiots, what are you doing? Quickly take her to the infirmary. Noja then turned to Pled and quickly asked, What about Anai? He held out Anai's crystal, and everyone was surprised to see it. A crystal? Surely not, he confirmed, as if making a conclusion. It's Anai's crystal. Anai was defeated in battle with me. The news erupted in shouts of joy. Oh, now She-Nid is free from the Ashen One's rule. The despair that had covered all of She-Gid turned into the joy of victory. A brief peace arrived just before another dark age. While everyone was celebrating noisily, Pled looked around, not seeing two familiar faces, and asked, Where are Yvonne and Snow? Noja, standing next to him, replied half angrily, half smiling. I don't know where that Yvonne fellow disappeared to. He probably thinks I lost my arm because of him. He's really an odd one. He nodded slightly and asked her again, Is your arm all right? She casually replied, No problem. I consider myself lucky to be alive. The child should be fine too. So go see Snow. She suffered the most damage in the battle with Anai. She's probably grieving. At this moment, Snow was alone in her room, silently gazing at the moon outside the window, her mood somber. Suddenly, Pled opened the door and entered. She coldly told him, Leave. I want to be alone right now. Chasing him out, he brazenly sat opposite her and replied as if unaffected, I'm sorry, but I don't want to be alone right now. He added, Anai is dead. She took a small breath, still looking distraught, and said, In the end, nothing helped. He looked her straight in the eye and confirmed in a firm voice, That's right, and not only that, in future battles probably nothing will help either. To be precise, the amount of mana you currently have is enough, she exclaimed, her voice trembling with anger. What did you say? Did you come here to insult me? He replied with a challenging tone. So what? Do you only fight if you can help? Do you only dare to attack if you see a chance of winning? He continued to pour out his words. Absolutely not. This wasn't an ordinary battle. You have to fight even if there's no chance of winning. That's why I fought, because I was alive. So even if you die, you have to fight to the very end, he concluded, as if nailing down his resolve. Our battles were always like that. The important thing is whether you have the will or not. And he drew a sword and offered it to her. She asked in surprise, What is this? He replied. It's a trophy from my friend to you. She took it, examined it carefully, and then asked again, Is this a warrior's sword? This doesn't suit me, he cut to the chase, saying, The form doesn't matter. A true masterpiece sword grows with its owner. We defeated Anai thanks to Anai. He was my friend and my teacher, he encouraged her in a stern voice. Ziki personally chose you as his apostle, Snow dipperged to tout. And while you and I have been together, I have never once doubted your judgment, she replied with a mix of pride and restraint. Whether I become stronger or weaker, that's my decision to make. Your way of speaking also contradicts what Ziki said. Then, as if suddenly realizing, she added, But if this is your friend's trophy, then this sword, he nodded and explained. It's Ziki's sword, the Sword Emperor Lit's sword. Then he handed her half of Anai's crystal, giving a brief instruction. Take it, it's half of Anai's crystal. This item combined with your opposite power would be a great power if it could become your unique crystal. If it can become your crystal. She removed her mask, placed it on the bed and scoffed, HMPH, replying, Is it impossible to meet after I've grown a little stronger? Soon she drew the sword, and immediately an immense aura emanated from her and the entire sword. She swore with the sword, I am Snow dipperged to tout, queen of the Sohn clan. A small smile spread across his lips and he gently reminded her, Exactly, you've already given that up. On the other side, Yvonne was submerging himself under a fierce waterfall, and every time he closed his eyes to clear his mind, the image of his master losing an arm to save him flashed through his mind. He gritted his teeth, muttering to himself, Damn it. Suddenly, Snow calmly approached and stepped into the water. She said nonchalantly, The water's warm, isn't it? He stared blankly, his face flushing, and shouted loudly, Snow, what are you doing? She replied as if unaffected. We promised to take a cold bath after our fight was over, didn't we? He frantically objected. What? We can't bathe together, she continued unperturbed. I heard humans have a habit of bathing together to solidify their friendships. Yvonne's face grew even redder and he shouted, This isn't something men and women can do together, besides you're single, no. She burst out laughing. Oh my, are you classifying gender by physical characteristics? Don't worry, the Sohn clan doesn't have such old-fashioned habits, he stammered, making excuses. You don't, but I do. Nevertheless, he eventually floundered and plunged into the water with her. Snow remained silent for a long time, her sadness seemingly still present. Yvonne was almost at his breaking point, smoke puffed from his nostrils and he hit his head against a rock, groaning in agony. Why did everything turn out this way, she softly said. Pled took care of an eye, he was surprised. He glanced, then quickly turned his head away, muttering, he came to claim credit when the fight was almost over. That damn bastard just kept passing out every time we fought. She didn't give him a chance to argue, reminding him. Hey, you don't really think that, do you? He said honestly. I know, but I'm angry. Suddenly, Snow began to sob. Yvonne sighed, remembering the old forest. I remember when we fought together in the forest back then. I had a premonition that the three of us would stand shoulder to shoulder and become comrades. He continued to speak, his voice choked. Ivory said no, but since when did we become so distant? That damn bastard, she nodded briefly. Thanks to him you saved your life. He gritted his teeth as if making a vow. Damn it, next time I'll save everyone, I'll save you too. And that guy. Snow trembled, her eyes blurred in the water and she cried silently. Next time it's my turn, I'll save everyone. You too, Pled, he could only stammer in confusion. Why are you still so sad? The water's warm, are you cold? Damn it, really. Sazel stood leaning against the railing. Seeing Pled and Isabel enter, he tilted his head and playfully teased, Oh, you're back alive? The two entered. Pled replied briefly, half joking, half serious. Odysseus Chung-gung wouldn't be defeated so easily, would he? Sazel nodded, emphasizing, You have to adapt. I can barely feel your mana, he frowned. Why is that? Sazel concluded. Divine mana. He clearly explained the door that had just opened. I found a way to fuse divine power and mana in the illusionary world. With this power I won't have to give up mana to gain divine power or be unable to exert divine power because of mana. I can preserve all powers and make them my own. Sazel immediately concluded. So you've transcended the 9th rank? He replied, reminding him of the borrowed body. It's a body I borrowed when I returned to this world. Thanks to this body I was able to comprehend that realm. Sazel concluded, as if speaking to fate. Everything was already decided by fate. He continued to speak, all his intentions focused on the ultimate goal. This is the fate to defeat God. As Sazel left, he muttered to himself, as if reminding himself, To accompany you, I must not be this weak. He burst out laughing, lightly teasing, Oh, for Sazel, who commands the world, to speak such weak words. Sazel turned abruptly, his eyes blazing. Those words make my blood boil. I've found a reason to transcend my limits. I've surpassed the limit I couldn't cross for a long time. Clearly the flow of 4,000 years has changed and the outcome will change too. I must defeat God. Lucas and Sazel looked at each other. Isabel bowed her head and smiled. At a grand banquet, Chief Tua DK raised his glass and offered words of encouragement. Everyone has achieved a glorious victory in the historic Battle of Shikit. Many have sacrificed and many have turned their backs on us, but I sincerely thank all of you who have survived, he continued with pride. We, the survivors who fought together, will carry on this pride. While he was still speaking, Pled was ravenously eating a large piece of meat. Isabel frowned and reminded him, Hey, can't you wait a little longer? He ate ravenously, pushing a piece of bread towards Isabel and said cheerfully, Look at this, it's really delicious. You try some too, Isabel said in a low voice. Chief Tua DK is speaking, aren't you ashamed? Someone chimed in and scoffed. He hasn't suffered yet, so he's still immature. He raised his chin and retorted, Who's immature? I'm just feeling comfortable. Why don't you say anything to them? Isabel was annoyed. How can ordinary mages be like you? You're a wizard who has transcended the 9th rank. Yet why are you acting like a child? Yvonne slammed the table and shouted loudly, What are you two talking about? Who's ordinary, this woman? He pounded the table and praised, Yvonne, well done, keep scolding them. Isabel was startled and stammered. Yvonne suddenly changed to a serious voice. I heard you treated my master's hand, thank you. Isabel replied awkwardly. Ah yes, Noja frowned, muttering as if her left hand was still unfamiliar. Oh, my left hand isn't used to it. Tua DK burst out laughing, easing the atmosphere. Ha ha. That's right, with such a feast before me, I've been talking too much. I've been rude, let's forget everything and eat. Everyone simultaneously raised their glasses and toasted, and the banquet was filled with laughter. No one mentioned those who had died or turned away. They did not want silence to creep in. They continued to laugh and eat. They didn't know that if this laughter stopped, such joy would be hard to return. Noja jokingly asked Yvonne to slice an apple for her. Slice an apple for me. I can't slice it with my hand, Yvonne immediately replied. Ah, how embarrassing. Order your disciple to do it. In the demon world, another banquet was being held. Someone started the conversation and asked, Lucifer, what brings everyone together? Lucifer replied briefly, The Ashen Ones have arrived here. Park Ba-tuk raised an eyebrow. Those lowly beings, Bao-Jiobab pressed, are they not satisfied with the continent? Depa narrowed his eyes. But the demon world is worthless to them, isn't it? Lilith said in an excited voice. What do you think? I'm very excited. I've always wondered what the Ashen Ones tasted like. Sugaga shouted forcefully, If you're alive, you should be able to think, you idiot. Are you carrying around an empty head? Park Ba-tuk retorted. Oh, do you want to fight? Sugaga said. Especially you stupid Park Ba-tuk. Sugaga growled. Who messed up this whole hell? Park Ba-tuk was annoyed. Why are you bringing that up again? He pointed at Lucifer, his eyes wide, and asked, Did you bring the Ashen Ones here, Lucifer? Lucifer replied bluntly. Yes, Depa pressed. What were you thinking? Why did you bring beings that could threaten the demon world? Asuda slammed his warhammer to the ground, speaking each word forcefully. I am very displeased. Do you want to play in the mess you made? You're a lord, yet you've never even met them. How Lucifer, Aura holding his warhammer and orb said maliciously. If the Ashen Ones set foot here, they will die by my hand, but right now you're more annoying. Park Batuk shrugged. Aura's at it again, Lilith scoffed. Faster with actions than words. Aura gritted his teeth and said, I know you're involved with that child. What did that child say to make you hide what you know from us and order us around? It's really annoying. Draw your weapon, Lucifer. Let's fight right now, Lilith quietly cheered. Oh, that guy really wants to fight. Lucifer bowed his head and said in a soft voice, that's right, if you don't like it, I'm sorry. Asura paused. What are you doing? Lucifer looked into the distance and said. The reason they want to dig up this hell of despair is because the body of the dragon god is buried within it. That is the purpose of the Ashen One's god. Now is not the time for us to fight. Baugeobab shouted. The dragon god? Lucifer explained. 5,000 years ago, after being defeated by the Ashen One's god, the dragon god was sealed in the demon world. The dragon god is connected to the continent. If the dragon god dies, the continent dies too. To break that connection, the Ashen One's god didn't kill him but sealed him here, Lilith pressed. What does that Ashen One's god want to do with the dragon god's body? Lucifer just looked into the distance in silence. Aura shouted angrily, that damn bastard is feigning ignorance again. Lucifer continued calmly as if making a vow. When this battle is over, I, Lucifer, will step down from this position. Lilith sprang up and shouted. What, really? Lucifer, Lucifer confirmed. I swear on my name, this is the last battle I will organize. After that, I will divide my territory equally among the 5 lords here. Asugaga stomped his foot, refusing the deal. I don't need that. Instead, if I kill the Ashen Ones, then you must reveal everything you're doing with Izzy Peacefinder to us. Lucifer nodded. Understood, let's decide on that, Lilith scoffed. That child is amazing too, just an ordinary human, yet he can shake the entire demon world. In an empty room, Pled and God silently watched Isabel treat Benyang. Du spoke, most of the Ashen Ones, including God, have fled to the demon world. They're trying to resurrect the dragon god. He turned and asked God, directly targeting his intention. What does God want to do with the dragon god? The other replied in a voice heavy with uncertainty. I don't know well either. I didn't hear it in such detail. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. You heard it in such detail? A thought flashed through his mind. She must have prepared everything already. He muttered softly as if sighing. If they fought directly, it wouldn't be so hard for me, God continued, comparing it to his previous judgment. I also see this as an opportunity. The rulers of the demon world will be able to fight at their peak. No matter how strong the Ashen Ones are, it will be difficult for them to defeat the rulers of the demon world. That's why I found it strange. Hearing this, he continued his chain of reasoning. God must know that as well. He is heading to the demon world, risking everything. The other person spoke of the importance of the object being targeted. In other words, the dragon god is valuable enough for him to make a deal. He pondered deeply, then turned and summarized his current decision. One thing is for sure, this is an opportunity. Node and Anata will have to find the apostles. Right now, those two are the only revelation left. If those two don't take any action now, the advance into the demon world will be very interesting, won't it? God pressed, as if asking for his whereabouts. Do you know where he is? He quickly thought and connected information about those being chased in the distance. Super Demon K-Tut and Night King Genta Chalice are chasing K-Tut. What about Genta? Surely it's the sword of Ike that's chasing him. He organized his thoughts, deciding on his next destination. I need to meet the guild master of the sword of Luki. God repeated a name as if confirming a clue. Ziki, you say? He chuckled lightly. Oh, you know him well too, God replied, adding information about the bigger picture. They already know everything that's going on. He praised the other's memory, making a note. Good memory, God nodded. That's right. Then he rushed forward, asking the wind a question. I'm asking for Ziki's whereabouts. In a magnificent building he ascended stone stairs. In a quiet room a man was engrossed in writing. He pushed the door open and entered. Saparin stood up in surprise, calling him by his unique name, later Page. He immediately stated his purpose. I want to meet Ziki. How can I do that? He stopped in front of Saparin's desk. A man took off his glasses and replied, Please wait a moment. He went inside and returned with a scroll. Sorry to keep you waiting. He then clearly stated the origin of the item. This is an item left by Guildmaster Ziki. He took it, unfurled it, and muttered, This is a scroll about how to enter Hitam ICA. He repeated the place name, confirming the direction. Hitam ICA, you say? It's an island nation in the east. Guildmaster Ziki entered Hitam a while ago. We haven't heard from him since he arrived there. He's probably still there. He asked again in surprise. Still no contact? Saparin explained the situation based on a reasonable assumption. It's a hypothetical situation. Hitam ICA is a very closed country, so it's very difficult for even one of the 3 great guildmasters like Ziki to enter. He changed his perspective and asked for the reason. Did the Ashen Ones do that? The other person shook their head, offering a contradictory fact. On the contrary, that island nation is the only one unaffected by the Ashen One's magic, making it even more isolated. He concluded briefly, making his suspicion even more apparent. An island nation that the Ashen Ones can't touch. That smells suspicious. Saparin sat down, asking curiously, But why do you suddenly want to meet Guildmaster Ziki? He glanced over, weighing the indicators of information. I hope the guild also understands the current situation. As night fell, Saprun spoke, astonished by the new news. Anai has been eliminated. Haha, now there are only 2 revelation left. That's a truly great achievement, he then asked, specifying the reason for the silence. Why has contact with Ziki been cut off? It's probably due to sorcery. The other person clearly differentiated and explained sorcery. Sorcery can be used by Eastern mages. It's similar to magic but differs in its fundamental power, he thought to himself, touching upon the 4,000-year gap. Sorcery is a concept that didn't exist 4,000 years ago. It's a technique I know nothing about. Saprun, as if finding a beacon of hope, shouted excitedly, "Don't be discouraged. Finally, hope is visible to us. We must find and eliminate the remaining revelation. Then God will be alone. We have a chance and a way to reclaim the continent." He picked up the scroll and instructed concisely, "Use this well." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished, and Saprun stood dumbfounded in the middle of the room. He composed himself and reiterated his role. "This is no time for this. I need to inform the entire guild." Sazel was watching Isabel treat Benioff when he appeared. Sazel spoke first. "Oh, Lucas, you're back early from wherever you were?" He didn't answer the question and immediately asked Isabel about the situation. "Isabel, how is Benioff?" She replied in a professional, concerned tone. "Her blood vessels are almost back to normal. Once she stabilizes, her vitality will return. However, her heart was severely damaged, so she won't be able to use her dragon abilities and even mana anymore." Sazel heard this and concluded as if it were a death sentence for a mage. For a mage, that's no different from being dead. He stared heavily at the face lying on the bed, frozen. Sazel clicked his tongue, glanced at him, and spoke indifferently. "You really know a lot of special people." He still watched Benioff and replied, "Not that special. This child is my one and only disciple." As Isabel continued to treat Benioff, he emphasized again to Sazel what he cherished. "He is my one and only disciple." Isabel's eyes were already red and he stood deeply thoughtful beside the bed. Sazel approached, putting a hand on his shoulder and speaking comfortingly. He choked up, trying to suppress his emotions. "I know, self-reproach only makes you weak." Sazel replied in a warm but blunt voice, "There are no sacrifices without pain. There's no way to deny the suffering, but there's one thing more dangerous than self-reproach. That is familiarity. We don't need to force ourselves to be calm, Lucas. We humans aren't made that way. Everyone wants her to wake up." By the river, Phoenix was looking at the water alone. He approached, offering a social greeting and a shared observation. "The night wind is cold." She turned and replied, "Ah, hello." The two talked quietly. He changed the subject very naturally. "Welcome. I have something to give you." She immediately asked, "What is it?" He took her hand and pressed a crystal into it. She was surprised and he explained briefly. "An ice crystal. This is the trap that bound me for a long time. You decide how to use it." The next morning everyone gathered in one room studying the map he had brought. He pointed to the distant sea and gave the first piece of information. "Hitamica, this country is very closed and the immigration process is very complicated, so it will take at least a month to get in." Snow asked briefly. "Is there no other way?" He suggested the easiest open door and replied, "There's a way to go as a guest by receiving an invitation from royalty or nobility." Isabel added, "Do you know anyone?" He shook his head. "No." Sazel took his hand and offered another solution. "Then there's only this way. The method of getting permission from the archpriestess." All eyes turned to him. She then spoke as if joking, "Just kidding. Since they're as great as us, they'll surely agree, right?" Isabel still hesitated. "What do you mean?" Sazel snapped his fingers as if grouping them and spoke their titles: Great Sage, Great Archmage, Great Archpriestess, HMPH, haha, he, the Alliance of the Great Ones. Everyone was hesitant and couldn't follow, and he tilted his head, giving an ambiguous evaluation. "You felt what I felt a while ago." Sazel smiled and asked, "Yes." He teased, "You're getting more and more like a woman." Sazel glared, thinking to himself, "Is this crazy bastard acting up again?" Yvonne exclaimed in surprise. Page is the Great Archmage," Noja replied dryly. "What? Didn't you know?" Yvonne stumbled back in embarrassment, shouting loudly. "Page is Lucas Juman, the Great Archmage, hero of the Age of Light 4,000 years ago." Noja sighed and clicked her tongue. "Indeed, that's why you dared to speak so casually to him." He chuckled mockingly, settling a debt in his own way. "You've been disrespectful to me all this time, so this is your last chance." Yvonne shouted again. "You've lived a long life." He shrugged. "Oh, is that surprising?" Sazel crossed his arms and returned to the main topic. "How do we find the archpriestess? If we want to enter with her permission, we can't just directly say we want to enter." He placed his hand on the table, pointing to a small island in the distance. "The archpriestess lives outside that island. On this small island, Retta, the archpriestess always lives here." Snow was surprised. "The head of the country doesn't live in that country," Isabel added, explaining its symbolic meaning. "The archpriestess is a somewhat symbolic figure, and her rule is not to interfere in state affairs." Snow clicked her tongue. "So anyone can meet her if they go there? That's too easy, isn't it?" Noja immediately refuted. "Even if you go, you won't be able to meet her." Isabel clearly stated the crucial condition. "Unless she personally permits it, it's impossible." Hearing this, he summarized it like a fairy tale. "It's like a story from a myth." Noja added rumors about her age and appearance. "The archpriestess has lived for over 200 years, but she is a very young and beautiful woman. There are even rumors that she is not human." Yvonne glanced at his master and made an impromptu comparison. "Master, you're old enough to die, but you still look like a teenage girl." Noja was at a loss for words, and Yvonne suddenly stood up and shouted, "All right, let's go." Whether she permits it or not, we'll find out when we get there, Snow sighed and teased. As soon as you found out she's a very young and beautiful woman, you're suddenly full of motivation, Yvonne retorted. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you want to fight? Snow calmly said. Don't just stand there like a rock when you stand before her, Yvonne retorted with his arm. What nonsense? I don't feel anything even when I see your face now, she continued to needle him. Surely she's not more beautiful than you, is she? Ah, he replied indifferently, then changed the subject and made a request. That's right, she's annoying, so I have a favor to ask. If it's a country in the east, we won't be eating only grass like last time, will we? He slammed the table and shouted loudly as if making a supply decision. We need to take meat, Isabel thought to herself, fed up with the commotion. Truly pathetic. He looked at Snow and found a small clue. Her ears were red. She lowered her head and said hesitantly, I am going to focus on training soon. She held up the crystal, clearly stating her intention to save face. Since I've received this gift, it would be a shame if I don't make it my own. He nodded but gave her a choice. Do as you wish. He pointed to Phoenix and instructed them to train together. Then take that child with you and train. She replied briefly, yes. He then added a suitable person. Only Nick can be a suitable opponent for someone with a weak attribute. You'll be able to overcome your weak fire attribute. Nick will also have to consume the crystal. She nodded, confirming the plan. Page is right. Please, Nick Phoenix awkwardly said. Oh, me? Noja and Yvonne bowed their heads together, looking gloomy. Noja rubbed her arm and sighed softly. It seems it's time for me to retire now. Yvonne immediately followed up. Please leave the future to your disciple. Master, please rest comfortably. Noja suddenly flared up, threatening him in a familiar tone. I can still break one of your arms, he exclaimed in surprise. Noja placed her hand on his forehead, giving her final advice. Farewell, Yvonne replied in surprise. Here, respectfully. Yes, master, I will be careful. On the desolate road their group continued to advance. Isabel spoke first, mentioning their destination and procedures. We'll arrive in Genik soon. This is a port city, so it will be a bit difficult to enter. Everyone, take out your disguised IDs, Yvonne asked blankly. Disguised IDs? Where are ours? The entire group reacted with a commotion. Sazel sighed. None, God immediately said. None. He held up a bundle of documents and honestly stated their origin. There are some, but they belong to someone else, a person named Kapitong. Yvonne said angrily, bringing up the past preparation process again. As far as I know, Lord Ajax should have prepared them for everyone, Sazel asked in confusion. Oh, were those disguised IDs? He turned to Isabel and explained why he had missed them. I thought they were money. That person seemed to be having a hard time, so we didn't take them because we wanted to help. Isabel, half praising and half blaming, annoyedly concluded, Are you good fools or foolish good people? She covered her mouth, trying to get out of the situation. What should I do? How do we get through this checkpoint without IDs? God suggested a reckless idea. Let's sneak in, he frowned. Then what if we get caught? He immediately interjected, offering a clever plan. We just have to quietly disguise ourselves and pretend to be guards, he nodded. Okay, let's do that, Isabel shouted at the sky. Please don't live like that. He turned and quietly asked the other two. Does she hate everything? He replied calmly. She's just naturally loud, Isabel again. I'm speaking clearly, that's what. No, I only do this with you two. Arriving at the checkpoint, the guards were all sound asleep at the gate while another sat drinking. She frowned and chastised. A guard drinking on duty? She led the group through discreetly, but Sazel and Deu walked as if nothing was amiss. He grumbled as he walked. What, these people aren't even trying to inspect anyone. Upon entering Genik, the residents were found drunk and asleep in the middle of the street. The group passed the checkpoint without incident. Isabel looked around, summing up the desolate current situation. Strange, isn't it? Even at the checkpoint and now, the entire city seems lifeless. He even doubted the name of the place. Is this really a port city? It seems to be past its prime. Deu attributed the root cause to the influence of the Ashen Ones. He observed carefully, articulating his feelings clearly. I too feel the fear, emptiness and despair they exude, without the certainty that tomorrow will come. Their lives have lost direction. Arriving at the end of the pier, the group stopped at the sight of an empty landscape with not a single ship. Isabel stated the operating status as if making a conclusion. It seems this place has already ceased operations. He spotted a man sitting at the edge of the pier and approached him, asking, Excuse me, we are looking for a ship to rechat. The man replied briefly, There are none. He was surprised. None? The man then spoke about the disaster at sea. There's a sea monster in the ocean. That beast has been rampaging all over this area, so no ships dare to go near it. He recalled a familiar name and asked again, A sea monster, is it Kazakan? The man refuted and explained in more detail. There's no Kazakan in the East Sea. Are you talking about a sea serpent or a sea dragon? No, it's so massive it reaches the sky, spits fire and has 2 heads. That beast hasn't appeared for decades, so no one has seen or heard of it. Isabel produced a map and asked for the points of appearance. Could you tell us the points where that sea serpent appears and disappears? The man pointed his finger on the map. Probably around here. She looked at him. The group stopped at a desolate pub. Someone commented, I've never seen a pub open in such an antiquated port city. He bent over the map, his finger on the marked spot. The point where the sea serpent appears. Something suspicious, Sazel replied, connecting his thoughts to speculation. It's as if it's protecting Hitam Ika. DU added about its peculiar appearance, having 2 heads and being so enormous it reaches the sky means it's extremely large, so it's highly likely an ashen one. He questioned the purpose, an ashen one protecting him. And he continued to ponder, is the motive to lock the gate and prevent outsiders from entering? What could be the reason? Finally he made up his mind, as if cutting the thread of analysis. No need to investigate further. Isabel asked again, as if confirming the on-site intention. Does that mean we should find out where it appears and disappears ourselves? He nodded and said briefly, what's the point of doing it halfway? She was cautious, considering the possibility of the prey escaping. If we approach too hastily, it might flee. All the Ashen Ones must know that Anai was defeated by Pled. Sazel suggested an approach. As Isabel said, if we go, we must hide our mana. It would be better to use a ship. She encountered a problem with transportation, but no ships are operating right now. He set down his cup and offered a very direct solution. Why don't we just buy one? She opened her eyes wide and asked, where would we get that much money? He calmly recalled a gift he had received. My friend gave me a gift for times like these. He's quite a good friend. He pulled out a gem from his pocket. Sazel recognized it. He shot up and said 3 times in a row, wait, it looks exactly like the ruby I left underground. He scoffed. That's just your imagination. She laughed but didn't believe it. Haha, just my imagination you say. She hit him with a curse. You damned thief. He shrugged. So what? Wasn't what you left there meant for me to take? She said, emphasizing each word. Did I tell you to sell it? Did I tell you to sell it? He sighed and added teasingly. Oh, truly incorrigible. Now you're like a woman in both appearance and heart. She stamped her foot, threatening to cross the line. I won't tolerate it anymore. I really won't. Isabel sighed at the comical scene among the heroes. Oh, the heroes of the Age of Light, truly. In the end he sold Sazel's ruby and bought a ship, and the group stood before the new vessel. She exclaimed, it's really big. He smirked. It's good to have money. He handed the remaining money pouch back to Sazel. As for this remaining money, she received the pouch, her face glum. He turned to a man standing nearby, guessing his profession and asking, you're a ship navigator, aren't you? Can you take us to Rechat? The man replied, suggesting a safe route. Rechat? In that case we'll have to go around. We can avoid encountering the sea serpent. How much can you offer? He in turn asked for the desired price. The man said 30 gold. He stepped back, continuing to haggle. 20 gold. All right then, 15 gold. Sazel clutched the money pouch and wailed. Ha, my ruby, is there only small change left? Before she could finish speaking, he snatched the pouch and threw it to the captain. The man opened the pouch, his eyes wide. It was 50 gold. Sazel grabbed him by the collar and wailed, my blood, sweat and tears money? The man looked at the money pouch and suddenly burst into tears. Oh mother, he sobbed, explaining his situation. My daughter is sick and the treatment cost so much that I had almost given up. Thank you so much. I will take you all to Rechat with my insignificant life. Sazel still had him by the collar and glanced at him as the man expressed his gratitude. He asked softly, as if not understanding the explosive emotion. Blood and tears, you say? She chuckled and threw out an ambiguous remark. Oh, it means full of blood and tears. The man laughed and eagerly expressed his wish to join the ship. Please let me work as a sailor. Don't people with skill need to go together on a journey to the Sea of Death? As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and danced with joy. Everyone looked at him with surprised expressions, and DU spoke in a calm voice about the aura of the place. As you said, I really feel a rich energy here. It seems quite certain that there's an Ashen One here, and it doesn't seem like there are only Ashen Ones. Pled glanced at DU. Du continued, confirming a familiar presence. I also feel the presence of my own kind. Night deepened and the moon shone high, casting silvery light into the bedroom window of the beautiful woman known as the High Priestess. She opened her eyes and rose. She was the trustee destined to prevent the world's destruction. As she prepared for the final battle, the High Priestess quietly contemplated a point of doubt in her heart. Why are there so many ambiguous words in the revelation? She brushed her hair and called Rose, who immediately answered, Yes, High Priestess. She instructed her to prepare for a guest. A guest will arrive soon. Prepare for them. Rose followed the order. As you command, High Priestess. Dressed neatly, the High Priestess stood by the river, waiting for her guest. A thought flashed through her mind like a question sent to Downit. Oh, Downit, how do you intend to use this humble woman? 3 days later, Pled's party sailed across the sea. He turned to DU and asked about the rumor of a dragon in this area. Are you sure there's a dragon in this sea? DU replied briefly, probably. He looked at DU, hinting at his kind and his self-awareness. You said your kind is here. Are you gradually becoming aware that you are a dragon? DU mentioned the mana emanating from him. I already feel a tremendous amount of mana pouring out from this direction. What do you plan to do? He spoke of a decoy strategy. Oh, a decoy. If that sea serpent is really an Ashen One, it will definitely react. The 2 men on deck screamed in surprise at the strange oceanic disturbance. Why is the sea suddenly so violently turbulent? The man standing high up turned his telescope and muttered in surprise. The sea is shaking like this. Could it be the one below? Someone saw a strange sign and shouted loudly. Damn it, has it appeared? Another shouted an order in the chaos. Hoist the sails. The 2 sailors immediately hoisted the sails. The bald man gritted his teeth at the fierce waves. Damn it. The waves are too strong. The ship isn't moving as I want. The person next to him urged. Let's go quickly. We need to get out of here fast. Pled looked into the distance, informing DEU that the trap had already closed and the beast had taken the bait. DEU snorted slightly in response. Yvonne and Sazel rushed to the edge of the deck to check. Sazel gasped in surprise as a huge shadow rose from the waves. What? It appeared, Isabel confirmed. I think so. Huge waves surged, the ship swayed, people fell, and screams erupted. The two men clung tightly to the mast, trembling with fear as the colossal sea serpent appeared. What is this? Why is it so huge? Pled raised his head, feeling the surging power, and confirmed inwardly, an ashen one, indeed, its divine power, just as I felt. The sea serpent rose and spoke in a menacing voice. How dare you trespass into my sea? You truly know no fear. Haha. Scared? Yes, you must be. Yvonne and Isabel stood blankly, their eyes wide. The sea serpent continued, letting out a trembling laugh. But rest assured, you won't even feel pain. Your bodies won't even get stuck between my teeth. The sea serpent opened its mouth and roared with laughter. Ha ha ha, Yvonne frowned, casting words of blame. An ashen one? Why is an ashen one so ugly? The two men clinging to the mast stammered, overwhelmed by the aura emanating from his group. Who are you all to be so charming? Pled directed a remark at the sea serpent. Hey, I heard you have two heads. The sea serpent snarled. There are so many crazy bastards in the world. It opened its mouth and spewed fire. Hey, after I roast you all. As fire spewed out, Yvonne immediately blocked it with divine power. The sea serpent quickly closed its mouth and screamed in pain. Ack, I bit my tongue. Ack, I burned my mouth. It glared at Yvonne and scolded him in an angry voice. This damned fool is too hasty. Yvonne clenched his fist, ready for battle. He opened his eyes wide, questioning the illogicality of the attack method. You live in the sea, so why do you attack people with fire? The sea serpent snarled. Shut up. It spewed fire again. At the same time, Plud and Sazel were startled. Another sea serpent appeared. Sazel loudly exclaimed its identity. That's Yola Nim, Isabel asked in bewilderment. Who is Yola Nim? Sazel answered clearly. Lucas's master. Isabel stammered, asking again. Pled's master, you mean? Pled's master spoke in an annoyed yet serious tone about his current situation. That bastard has no pride left. What has he been through to become like that? The sea serpent displayed its bizarre body with an arrogant smile. Ha 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 ha, you're overwhelmed by this body's majesty, aren't you? Don't worry, all of you. Pled's master loudly shouted at that sea serpent, demanding an explanation. What did you just do? The sea serpent screamed in a jumbled, surprised voice. HMPH, grr grr. Pled's master charged at Pled. Isabel's heart pounded as she called his name. Pled, he reassured her, signaling for no one to intervene. Everyone, don't interfere. I'll deal with that bastard myself. Sazel whispered in his ear, reminding him of the purpose of the interrogation. Don't kill him, we have a lot to ask him. Pled approached his master. He interrogated it about its head. Tell me, what's with that head? The sea serpent glared at him, speaking arrogantly. HMPH, let's see how long this arrogant fool can keep up his pretense. Pled immediately attacked with magic. The sea serpent's face turned pale and it stammered. Oh, what, this damned fool? He continued to fiercely attack the sea serpent's head. The sea serpent screamed in pain. Ow, that hurts. TCH, oh damn it, why are you only targeting me? Yvonne looked up, admiring his current strength. That is Pled's current strength. The sea serpent suddenly retreated, vowing revenge. Just you wait, Patui. It disappeared into the water. And a weeping voice could be heard from afar. I was wrong, I won't do it again. Yvonne approached him, still hesitant about the opponent's identity, and asked, Is that bastard really an ashen one? Pled replied, suggesting another possibility. Probably not. The sea serpent suddenly surged out of the water again, hastily correcting itself. An ashen one? No, I'm not an ashen one, Yvonne shouted openly. Then what the hell are you? The sea serpent grinned, introducing itself. I am Neptunate. Yvonne snarled, not even bothering to remember the name. I don't need your name, you damned bastard. Do you want to die? The sea serpent hesitated, giving a reason. My heart is weak. Don't speak so loudly. My heart is weak, I tell you. Yvonne was bewildered by the sudden change in demeanor. Why is he suddenly acting like that? The man on the ship, still dazed, mumbled about the monster's reputation in this area. That beast is the ruler of the sea, terrifying this entire region. Why are you so timid? The person next to him was also flustered. What on earth is that guy? The sea serpent looked down at the ship and recounted its past. I was originally a sea serpent, not an ordinary one but a very strong one. Pled's master interrupted, speaking clearly word by word. Get to the point before I kill you, the sea serpent said, trembling, unable to help itself. But one day an ashen one came looking for me. It was a gray-haired woman. She looked human, but I recognized her at a glance. I was attacked suddenly and knocked unconscious. When I came to, I was in the dark, tied up and covered in wounds. It described the horrific torture, crying. Blood flowed from my wounds, my flesh was torn and my guts were pulled out. Oh, never in my life had I wanted to die so much. After going through that living hell, my body changed like this. Isabel, Sazel and DEU were all horrified by the story. Sazel gritted his teeth. Too cruel. He recalled the name behind it. It was Dialinin. The sea serpent slowly melted away, uttering the only command it had received. That ashen one gave me only one order: sink all ships going to Hitamaika. He connected the context of the distant island, wondering. Dia wants to sink all ships going to Hitamaika? What on earth is on that island? Pled's master groaned, his body collapsing. Oh no, he hastily called out to his master. He instructed everyone to split up and reach the beach first. Everyone go to Rechat first, I'll follow. Isabel replied. Understood. He turned and shouted at the man steering the ship. What are you doing? Leave the ship quickly. The man immediately obeyed. Yes, understood. Pled landed on top of the sea serpent's head. He commanded, "Go to the beach." His master pushed the monster. The sea serpent hastily panicked. "All right, don't hit me." On the rough rock field, his master and the sea serpent tangled. Pled looked up to observe the battle. The sea serpent cried out in protest, "Ow, you said you wouldn't hit me." "You said you wouldn't hit me," he replied concisely. "Shut up, I'm going to hit you." A flickering light beneath the sea serpent's belly caught his eye. Seeing the stitched white lines, a thought flashed through his mind. Stitched all over with white thread marks. How many creatures make up this sea serpent's body? Pled's master gasped for breath. The sea serpent sighed. Phew! Suddenly the sea serpent's eyes gleamed and it cried out in defiance. "You said you wouldn't hit me." Oh, a thought flashed through his mind, analyzing the structure and remaining will. Neptune was unconscious, but his mind was still awake. The two selves were not combined. There were two hearts in his body. His master's dragon heart was still intact. The divine power injected by Dialinen was suppressing his master's self. If I absorb this remaining divine power and inject my mana, Pled immediately injected divine power into his master. His master's eyes flashed. He came to his senses and asked in bewilderment, "Where on earth am I?" He looked at Pled again, asking, "Who are you?" Pled knelt and revealed his name. "Master, it's Lucas." His master let out a long sigh, anticipating many events. "It seems a lot has happened. Tell me what you've been doing all this time." He bowed his head in guilt and said, "Actually, there will be many unbelievable things. It must be my incompetence that caused you so much trouble." He hastily replied, "You flatter me," his master continued, implying that time was short, and slowly delivered important words. "Unfortunately, I don't have much time left. I have one story I want to tell you. The one who could be the dragon god. If he is truly the dragon god, never trust him," he replied courteously. "Yes," his master added about the bond between gods, the Ashen One's god and the dragon god. Those two were like brothers. On the other side, Isabel, Sazal-Du, and Yvonne arrived at their destination. She announced their arrival. "We've arrived. This is the High Priestess's island." Richat, Anata pointed, looking at the dense fog. "That island over there is Richat." Yvonne frowned at the thick fog. "What? The fog's too thick, I can't see anything." Isabel reassured him, speaking of permission. "Since the High Priestess has granted permission, the way will open soon." As soon as she finished speaking, the fog began to clear and a path opened. Yvonne was surprised. "The fog has lifted. Oh, this is strange. Is this sorcery? Let's go." Seeing the tall rising stairs, Yvonne complained, "We have to go all the way to the top of that. What a pain." A person appeared. Isabel was slightly surprised. "Someone's here." A woman in blue stood next to a man with a hairpin. The man reminded them of etiquette. "Quickly bow to the High Priestess." Yvonne evaluated the warrior next to the High Priestess, marveling inwardly. "Oh look, there's even a strong warrior here." The High Priestess invited them. "Come in. Welcome, esteemed guests of Richat." Isabel looked at her, marveling inwardly at her dignified appearance. "This is the High Priestess. She's truly graceful." The High Priestess turned to Deu, recognizing the figure from the prophecy. "It was you. You were in the prophecy of the world's destruction." On the other side, Pled was kneeling before his master. His master spoke frankly about the doubts that arose after the battle with the Ashen One. The possibility that the nature of the dragon race might not be as gentle as imagined, and Deu's unpredictable aspects. While praising Pled as a strong individual who had already transcended the mortal realm, he spoke with a mixture of pride and concern that even a small mistake could lead to another god, not a human. Pled bowed his head, accepting the teaching. "I will keep that in mind, master." His master turned, concluding a lifetime of struggle. "The time has come. Thank you, Lucas. Thanks to you, my second death isn't so bad." Said goodbye, hairs welling in his eyes. "Master, rest in peace." In the air his old master's words echoed. "I have become raindrops and wind and rivers and seas. Lucas Juman, I will always be by your side." In a corner of the castle, Genta sat on a stone and soldiers reported that the fog road had cleared. He concluded that the High Priestess had agreed and wondered who would visit this time. His subordinates mentioned Lucas, Guildmaster of Lucet, Sazal, Ziki Diaset, the 7 Knights, the Archmage, and the sorcerers of Hitamaika. He instructed them to divide and conquer them before they could join forces. Deu stood on high ground, looking up at the sky, and the High Priestess approached, asking if she could sit for a moment. She added about the prophecy she saw that morning. He was a person closely related to the world's destruction. Deu asked again, "So you came all this way?" The High Priestess explained that it was just a short excerpt, mentioning a person standing firm to prevent the world's destruction, the final battle and the great destroyer. Icy's image flashed through Deu's mind like a lightning bolt. Seeing his discoloration, the High Priestess gently said that she had no intention of interfering. Her role was only to that extent. She instructed him that if he told her he was going to hit him Ica, she would deliver the message. As she was about to get up, she felt her barrier easily broken and was astonished. After a question of "Who on earth is that guy?" flashed through her mind, she collapsed weakly into Deu's arms. She came to her senses and quietly said, "Thank you. Oh, thank you." As the sea serpent appeared, the soldiers shouted that the barrier was broken. She looked outside and screamed in horror at the monster's notoriety, which had once swept the region, and wondered how it could have broken her barrier. Deu reminded her to calmly look up. Pled was standing on the sea serpent's back. The High Priestess looked at him and barely managed to utter a question. Is that Dao Nim?" As Pled stepped inside, the High Priestess's soldiers immediately drew their swords and surrounded him, asking for his identity. "Who are you? Come out quickly." Yvonne's party rushed towards Pled. He greeted him with a smile. Hey Pled, you're here now? Seeing Yvonne treat him so familiarly, the soldiers murmured, asking, did he come with you? The high priestess ran barefoot to Pled. The soldiers, surprised, asked her why she wasn't wearing shoes. She hastily asked him, are you Dao Nim? All the surrounding soldiers were surprised. Dao Nim, high priestess, what are you saying? Hearing them call him by an unfamiliar name, Yvonne became even more curious. What, Dao Nim? Hey, he explained concisely. He is believed to be the god who created Hitam Ya. Yvonne cried out in shock. Pled is the creator god? Impossible, I can't believe it. He approached the high priestess and corrected his identity. You are indeed the high priestess. I also want to go to Hitam Ika with these people. She replied, promising to send a notification to Hitam Ya so they could depart tomorrow morning, then turned to him with another request. I will send a notification to Hitam Ya so you can depart tomorrow morning. But Pled, you must stay here. You must go with me to a certain place. 3 days later at the Dua Hitam Ika port, a man put his party on a ship and spoke of the only allowed docking place for outsiders. He could only take them there. Yvonne smiled and expressed his gratitude. We are all very grateful to you. After the whole party boarded the ship, he wondered why she hadn't taken Pled with her, then teasingly commented on her eyes and guessed she had invited him for a delicious meal. A soldier greeted the party. Welcome to Hitam Ika. I am Ba. I am a martial artist of Dua and I greet you. Yvonne, unfamiliar with the title, asked again. A martial artist, what's that? Ba explained that it was equivalent to an Eastern knight. He had received the high priestess's notification and would now guide them personally. Isabel happily replied, thank you, Ba. The party departed. She reminded them that Hitam Ika was a closed country. They couldn't enter and exit freely. They would have to walk, and she asked if they were okay with that. Isabel gently reassured her. We're fine, so don't worry too much. Anata walked around looking at the sights, thinking inwardly about the country's 4,000-year-old culture. Ba announced that their first destination was the king's opinion and they were expected to arrive before sunset. Yvonne was curious about the ranks of Eastern martial artists. First, Dao Nim from Rechat, and now there are many masters here. The party walked along a deep forest and Isabel soon gasped for breath, realizing the forest was too deep. Ba said it was Ulam Iraq and it would be difficult to escape. It was also a curtain that helped Hitam Ika remain isolated for a long time. Yvonne was tired from walking despite having slept enough, and Isabel also strangely gasped for breath after only a few hours. Anata curled her lips, cutting off the unusually long walk. Enough games, don't you think? Ba was bewildered. Yes? Anata pressed him about his promise to arrive before sunset. Isabel still didn't understand, thinking the sun was still at its zenith. Anata declared that the party had spent 2 days in the forest. Yvonne was surprised. What 2 days? She still pointed to the sky. Isabel was flustered that the sun hadn't changed. Ba seemed not to understand what she was saying and told her to rest if she was tired. Anata threw a punch, and before everyone's eyes, Ba turned into a piece of wood. His voice echoed, acknowledging that she had a keen eye and could break the illusion that prevented others from perceiving the flow of time. He asked her how she knew. Anata replied that illusion was merely a trick to her. It was because her body had a built-in accurate clock. Ba transformed into a swirling wind, circling the party, threatening that he couldn't pull them deeper. But he declared that they would see nothing and die here. Yvonne said this was an illusion. Because they couldn't feel the flow of time, they couldn't see his body. Du shouted loudly to stop, and Ba's body stopped in midair. He was flustered that his body no longer obeyed him. Yvonne cheered. Well done, dragon language. He punched Ba directly in the chest, and Anata attacked from behind, saying she wouldn't kill him because she still had many questions to ask. As she spoke, she kicked him in the back, making him scream in pain. Yvonne gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. Suddenly a poison dart flew and stuck into his neck, and Ba fell dead. He looked at the wound, and confirmed with a hoarse voice that it was indeed a poison dart. He was dead after the sudden attack. Yvonne approached the body and checked it. He pulled out a needle from the wound on his neck. Seeing the needle mark, Sazel immediately recognized it as a potent poison that could even affect divine power, and that it was very likely Anata's poison. Yvonne inferred inwardly, closing his eyes. It must have been Genta. How cold-blooded of him to do such a thing to his subordinate. Then, everyone in the party felt a layer of power surrounding the entire forest like a barrier. It was sorcery, an unknown and strange art. Its origin was unknown and difficult to break. Yvonne turned back and pressed Du. Your dragon language doesn't work either, he calmly replied. This sorcery is connected to the forest. If we try to break it by force, the entire forest could be destroyed. Yvonne was silent for a moment, then muttered softly, What did the forest do to deserve this? Immediately after, everyone noticed another strange sound coming from behind them. Sazel gestured for silence. Shish, someone's coming. Yvonne lowered his voice, speaking even more resolutely. Good, this time we must capture them alive. Soon, a group of people appeared. Sazel cried out in surprise. These people's faces match. Do you know them? He looked closely, then said, as if remembering something. The person on the right is H, a guilder from the Lucid Guild. His name seems to be Mai. Sazel heard that and thought for a moment inwardly. The Lucid Guild members arrived in Hitam Ika before us. One person from that group gasped, stammering. Who are you? Yvonne approached and supported him. Don't worry, we are Pled's comrades. He still looked suspicious, continuing to ask. Guilder Pled's comrades, why are you here? He confirmed the direction of the conversation. Are you a guilder of the Lucid Guild? He nodded, a tired expression on his face. Yes, I'm chasing Ziki. This place is truly miserable, he asked in surprise. Chasing him, he replied concisely and seriously. This country is very dangerous. At the same time, Pled entered an unfamiliar place with the High Priestess, and the thought flashed through his mind that such a place existed beneath the island. This must be the holy site the High Priestess had spoken of. As they delved deeper, she confirmed briefly. This is the holy site. You need the High Priestess's permission to enter and exit, he suddenly asked, half doubting. A place this secret allows outsiders. She abruptly stopped and said temptingly. You go in. If you truly have the qualification, Dao Nim will appear. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw a peculiar space. Looking up, he saw a human-shaped statue enshrined. After observing it for a moment, he asked himself, what? That's Dao Nim? Impossible. That form is identical to God. As soon as he finished thinking, a dazzling beam of light sucked Lucas into another world. Dao appeared, cunning and confident. Welcome. I am Dao, the creator of this land. A clear line was immediately drawn in his mind. No, he only resembles God, he is not God. The two stared at each other in silence. As disbelief was clearly visible on his face, he slowly said, It seems you don't believe me. He answered honestly, I am an atheist. He approached him gently and explained as if stating a law. God does not intervene in the world he created, he merely maintains it. He frowned and asked again, even if the world is destroyed. He answered immediately, This world will not be destroyed. Only mortals will be destroyed. You are like my creator and ashen ones are like my creator. He snorted and turned, twisting the question. Then will you continue to stand by? Why did you call me here? He replied concisely, as if he had already thought about it. Because you are extremely outstanding in the human realm. Before he could react, he continued with predetermined words. I was going to watch mortals resist further. He closed his eyes, a cold thought flashing through his mind. I want to crush them. Just then, Dao revealed an even deeper meaning. Don't you want to know the true identities of God and the Ashen Ones? He widened his eyes in surprise, and he continued in a calm voice, I created a total of 3 worlds, your mortal realm, the demon realm, and the angelic realm. He pressed again. Are you talking about the place where good souls go? He answered, and then narrowed the meaning again. That's heaven, just a hope concocted by mortals. Then he added, of course, if it's maintained according to the plan, it could become a place like heaven. Did the angelic realm also have 6 lords like the demon realm? No, they were supposed to. An unbelievable premise formed in his mind. Am I directly hearing the truth of the world from its creator? He continued to reveal, his voice calm, almost cold. The angelic realm has already been destroyed, and all the souls of the angelic realm were sucked into a vortex of consciousness. Over time, the souls of the angelic realm that emerged from the vortex of consciousness could not return to the angelic realm, and fell into the mortal realm having lost all their memories. A light of realization flickered within him. Could it be? He immediately confirmed, giving no room for doubt. Yes, it's the Ashen Ones. God was the leader of the angelic realm. I cherished him more than anyone and gave him a special name. He was the closest being to God, the Archangel Mater. He is God, for decades, no, much longer than that. After a long time, God formed his own will and began to oppose the mortal realm's regulator. The mortal realm's regulator was the dragon god. He couldn't close his mouth at the sudden flood of information and then burst out laughing, saying honestly, this much information is hard to process. He gently summarized again. There's nothing difficult. After that, as you know, the dragons and Ashen Ones started a war, and eventually, the Ashen Ones won. He followed the clue and asked in more detail, what is a regulator? Dao slowly and clearly explained each precise proposition. A regulator is one who controls both their own destiny and the world. Although the dragon god was defeated, the fate of the mortal realm still continues. God is trying to sever that thread of fate and become the mortal realm's regulator himself. He still didn't understand and shook his head. I really don't understand. That would only make things more complicated. Why is God so obsessed? He lowered his voice, suggesting another possibility. Perhaps he has another purpose. For example, to take revenge on me for abandoning him, he said with a sad expression. And it felt like a leisurely god who created the world for fun and then sat back to watch their struggle. Hearing that, he burst out laughing, holding his stomach. The intention to take revenge on the abandoned god made him laugh even harder. He laughed wildly, saying mockingly, is he defying his father to rule the world? Dao tilted his head and threw out a new topic. Do you like solving puzzles? He looked up, stopped laughing, and asked again. Why? He continued. To narrow it down, there is only one person who clearly knows all of this right now, and I have already mentioned him. He was silent for a moment, then concluded the question. Who is it? He gave another hint. It's very short. I'll give you one more hint. The most arrogant being in the world. Meanwhile, in Bib Castle in the demon realm, a demon lay prostrate, reporting in a serval voice, Lord Bai, GBU, and Notik have been defeated. Above was a fly-like demon. Upon hearing the report, he immediately drew a suspicious conclusion. This is a battle in the demon realm, and 2 high-ranking demons died with the opponent suffering no damage. Something's fishy. His subordinate replied hastily. Yes, he continued his analysis, listing, he crossed the hell of death ruled by Aura and attacked the hell of black dreams, which is very easy to conquer. The one ruled by Lilith. Such an attack wouldn't be possible without knowing the location of the demon realm. Is there still no news about God's whereabouts? Subordinate replied vigorously again. No. Bunny Bu placed his hands behind his head, thought for a long time, and then gave an order. The traitor must be one of the high-ranking demons. Find out if any demons have disappeared in the past few decades. Yes. His subordinate immediately received the order and replied concisely. Suddenly another voice was heard, confident as if already knowing the answer. "No need for that. I already have someone in mind." Upon seeing the shadow, his subordinate quickly saluted and exclaimed, "Lord Lucifer," the newcomer replied with a friendly smile. "Hyper, how have you been?" Bunny Bu couldn't hide his curiosity and continued to press. "Who do you have in mind?" Lucifer replied concisely. "One of my subordinates has been missing for a long time," he continued to press. "Who is it?" Lucifer answered honestly. "Katu." "Ah, that red demon." Lucifer then solidified his hypothesis. "He disappeared decades ago, and the timing is very suitable. I suspected that he might have fled to the human realm and become a minion of the Ashen Ones." His resolute attitude showed that this was not just a mere speculation. Then he turned and threw another question. "Lord Bai, do you know anything about Satan?" he reminded him, before seriously replying from his throne. "Lucifer sitting on the throne is overstepping your bounds." Then he added nonchalantly, "Satan, you mean the demon king Satan? I'm not interested in war." Lucifer chuckled mockingly. "Oh, are you toying with me? Then you probably don't know his final moments either." Hearing that, he asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" Lucifer didn't answer and turned, leaving a riddle. "Then I must go find Katu's whereabouts." The other person called out impatiently, "Wait, Lucifer, we're still talking." Lucifer walked a few more steps, then turned back and said something meaningful. "What will come, and what will go, will go." Bunny Bu stood blankly in the empty space, uttering only an incomprehensible mumble. "What was that guy?" While Lucifer disappeared, Lucas exclaimed in surprise after Dao revealed something. "Lucifer devoured Lo Yu, the regulator of the demon realm." "Then the person you're talking about is Lucifer," he replied casually, as if restating a rule. "I told you, this is a puzzle." Then he snapped his fingers and a dazzling white light pushed Lucas back into reality. Before disappearing, he left only one last word. "I have given you all the pieces. Now your task is to solve the puzzle." "Lucas Juman," he interrupted, shouting in anger. "Wait, you haven't finished speaking." But in the blink of an eye he was back in the real world. He lightly clicked his tongue, briefly blaming himself. He just finished his own story and disappeared. Outside, the High Priestess was still waiting. As soon as he emerged, she immediately asked, "What happened?" He asked back with a bewildered expression. What happened?" She replied calmly, as if checking the time. "You came out just as I was about to go in." He looked back at the temple and mumbled to himself, "Ah, that's like the virtual world too. Perhaps the flow of time there is different from here." The High Priestess sighed and concluded with a sad expression, "It seems he didn't react at all. I thought you might be able to, but I must have been mistaken." He replied casually, lightly, and immediately changed the subject. "Don't be too disappointed." He immediately got to the point and asked again, "Then can we go to Hitam Ika now?" She asked again to clarify his motive. "Can you tell me why you want to go there?" He answered honestly. "There's an apostle there. His name is General. I'm the man known as the Night King." "Do you know him?" she replied with a firm voice without hesitation. "He is an exiled royal. He is ambitious and he stops at nothing to achieve his goals. He grew up unafraid to shed blood." He summarized in one sentence and asked again, "He's royalty? Then I'll have to meet that royalty first." The High Priestess turned and said resolutely, "If it concerns Jen, I have no choice but to help you. I will personally take you to the palace." A moment later she summoned a flock of paper cranes, and as she grasped one, a mysterious spatial gate opened. Seeing this, he showed interest and asked two questions in quick succession. "This sorcery is interesting. What's it called?" She replied concisely. "God's Steps," he praised lavishly. "The name is truly well chosen," she then continued in a stern warning tone. "The current king is a strategist. He is a strict man. If you act as rudely with him as you do with me, you'll be beheaded immediately." He replied shamelessly, arguing his point casually. "If he's polite, I'll naturally act politely too." She suddenly came closer and spoke, emphasizing each word, then guided the way. "Exactly. No matter how outstanding you are, you must act that way before the king." Then she led him away. As they entered the High Priestess's sorcery passage, Pled immediately felt the difference. It wasn't temporal distortion or spatial displacement, but an accelerating sensation beyond comprehension. He realized that Eastern sorcery was far more profound than he had imagined. After a few steps, they emerged from the passage. The High Priestess briefly announced, "We've arrived." Before them was a magnificent palace entrance, and Pled observed it closely, immediately recognizing it as the castle of Hitam Ika. The High Priestess announced the next procedure before entering the palace alone, and he stood before the magnificent castle gates, gazing at it. "You wait here for a moment. I will get permission from the king." But just then a spatial rift appeared behind her, and Pled had already disappeared. In the king's room, where everything exuded a solemn atmosphere, he suddenly appeared. He had used spatial displacement. Soldiers, startled by his sudden appearance, fell into disarray and took defensive stances. "You, who are you? Why did you suddenly appear here?" Swords were drawn and shouts echoed throughout the palace. "You rude fellow, how dare you enter this place without permission?" He silently and immediately cast magic. All the soldiers fell one after another, entering a state of unconsciousness. Before completely losing consciousness, they were unable to move, their actions sealed, but still urged in panic, "Your Majesty, please leave this place quickly." The king was also astonished by the intruder. He opened his mouth in shock and asked what concerned him most. "Are you an Ashen One?" Hearing that, his face instantly hardened. He said, emphasizing each word, "I have come to take your life." The king cried out in horror. Why, he replied, shifting the blame to the other party. Why, don't you know best? He still didn't fully understand. His legs gave way and he knelt humbly. Please spare my life. Seeing this, the soldiers screamed in unison, Your Majesty. Witnessing the humiliating scene, he silently concluded, the king begging an Ashen One for his life in front of his subordinates. Indeed, he fully complies with the Ashen Ones. The soldiers still writhed, crying out once more, Your Majesty. Just as Pled was about to reach out, the king shouted, making an offer in exchange for his life, If I die now, this country will also be destroyed. He paused, saying briefly, What? He immediately poured out his words. Right now, my brothers in this country are fighting over the throne. My life is not precious to me. But if I die, my younger brother General will gain the Ashen Ones. That fellow doesn't care about the well-being of the people. He will only enslave everyone to fulfill his ambitions. Hearing that, he lowered his hand and bent down, asking a question that pierced through his heart. Then you are different from him, he replied hastily, as if eager to prove himself immediately. Don't you truly know how I feel having to bow my head like this before you? High above, two shrouded figures watched the entire scene, and then a streak of power poured down. He immediately erected a shield encompassing the two, and a single poison dart lightly bounced off the shield's surface. The king cried out in horror, naming the weapon Poison Dart. Pled vaguely guessed that the attack was not aimed at him but at Nick, a group of masked people. Hands holding weapons suddenly sprang out, further confusing the king. He stammered, then asked himself, Those people, who are they? Have Genta's assassins entered the castle? Pled simply released his power without needing to move, and the assassins laughed maniacally, their masks quickly cracking. The king, even more terrified by the misunderstanding, cried out, He didn't lift a finger. This is the power of an Ashen One. He seized one of the assassins and in a cold voice pressed him. Perfect timing. Where is Genta? You'd do well to tell me. He hadn't expected the assassin to bite his tongue and commit suicide. He suddenly realized inside. He killed himself. A purple flash erupted behind him, and he said with a slight hint of disappointment, I thought he might know something. The high priestess appeared, immediately assessing the situation as she asked, What's going on here? The king looked up at her, perplexed to see her speaking with him, and cried out, High priestess, why are you associating with an Ashen One? He glanced at the dead assassins and said to her, as if delivering a firm judgment, These fellows tried to kill the king. They are clearly Genta's subordinates. Do you know where he is? She asked, testing him. What if I do? He continued without hesitation, as if it were nothing. Then I'll kill him. She spoke with a hint of sarcasm and exasperation, referring both to the recent situation and him. I truly have nothing to say. Just a moment ago you tried to assassinate the king. Now you're trying to kill Genta. Are you a murderer? He looked at the king, who still hadn't grasped the situation, and explained briefly, Regarding the king, I merely wanted to confirm why he obeyed the Ashen Ones. If his reason was selfish gain, I would have killed him. King then blurted out his biggest suspicion. You weren't an Ashen One? He simply stared at the king in silence. The king, exhausted, slumped to the ground, and he continued speaking to the high priestess, explaining how he had verified. Anyone can say they were forced to obey the Ashen Ones for the sake of their people. I made him believe I was an Ashen One to check if he was telling the truth. High priestess, as you said, he is not a grade king, but he is not a tyrannical one either. As she passed by, the high priestess whispered the name of a place, Puna, where Genta was located. The king was startled and asked again, What, in Puna? She replied, and solemnly informed the king directly, That is indeed your sister Kazuka's city. And King Mickey, it was Kazuka who conspired to establish power and depose you. The fact that the person he trusted most plotted to kill him truly shows that the two words loyalty have no place in the kingdom. Hearing that, he was pained and smiled bitterly, unable to accept that Kazuka had colluded with Genta. I consider such power to be nothing. At the same time, in Binabu's hell, lava flowed gently like a waterfall and the landscape was subtly heated. God was already standing there, indeed an ordinary land, don't you think? Across from God was Icy. As soon as she appeared, she asked, Why have you called me? God did not answer directly, but spoke in a roundabout way. Even for an Ashen One, it is impossible to freely move between the demon world and the continent, except for me and you, who borrow my authority. She was flustered and only called out softly, God. He called her name directly in a dangerous voice. I see if your tail gets too long, it will inevitably be stepped on. He turned around and looked at her with a terrifying face. It was an expression he had never shown before, and he had said these words to an eye previously. Icy stared at the chilling sight in terror. The scene then shifted to Puna. The night sky looked beautiful and peaceful, but in truth no one knew what was hidden behind it. Pled appeared silently amidst the bustling crowd. All eyes were drawn to him as he glowed from head to toe. People asked with curiosity, Who are you? Where did you come from? He did not answer, but walked quietly through the street, and at the same time he clearly felt Anata's divine power, her characteristic dark aura mixed in with the sea breeze. He then entered a dark, unsettling alley. As he walked, he paused. A voice echoed from the darkness, I didn't expect you to walk right into my trap. A tall, mysterious shadow emerged from the darkness. It was Genta, he said triumphantly. Good, I was just about to say that. Immediately, Genta's numerous subordinate assassins poured out from all directions, all carrying weapons of slaughter. They exuded bloodlust, waiting only for Genta's command. Genta spoke again. I really didn't expect you to come here. Thanks to you, I've saved myself some trouble. This fellow is still young, arrogant, and conceited, he growled. Kill him! The assassins immediately rushed to kill him with their meager power, and he simply stood quietly. In the distance only streaks of lightning could be seen falling out of sight. Soon after, those nearby witnessed a terrible explosion. They murmured, asking each other, What happened? Was that a bolt from the blue? Genta's eyes were wide and his mouth hung open as he looked at the scene before him. Below his feet lay countless corpses. More precisely, all his subordinates were down. He stammered, "Impossible, how can a mere mage?" He glanced at him, a look of contempt in his eyes. Genta immediately went mad, his eyes turning blue like lasers, and he cursed, "This damn bastard." Then he charged to attack him. A small explosion echoed and Genta was thrown back. Kneeling on the ground, he rushed again with all his might. Didn't forget to shout, "You're too arrogant," engaging in close combat with an assassin. The moment he was about to reach him, his head was instantly severed, and the game ended immediately. Thus the assassin Genta died cleanly. It was a waste of the reader's precious 3 minutes. Seeing him die too easily, he immediately became suspicious. This is strange. This guy put Anata into hibernation. God must have anticipated this move. Everything is abnormally easy. Is he too engrossed in the battle in the demon world to pay attention here? No way, God wouldn't be that careless. Suddenly a demon appeared from behind, interrupting his thoughts. "Are you well?" He turned around and asked in surprise, "Who is that?" The thought, "I didn't feel his presence at all," flashed through his mind. The demon leisurely introduced himself. "I am Lucifer." He looked at him with suspicious eyes, then calmly asked, "Lucifer, the master of the fallen hell, why are you on this continent? You must be busy fighting God in the demon world." He laughed and replied leisurely, "You know everything. I want to make you an offer." He asked again cautiously, "An offer?" He continued to tempt. "Will you come with me to hell, great Archmage?" he added with a hypocritical smile on his face. "I will make you an ultra-powerful being." He laughed and asked briefly, "What if I refuse?" He falsely turned his back and said leisurely, "I know you would be uncomfortable with that offer. You've seen what the Ashen Ones have done so far, so it's natural that you wouldn't like it. The Ashen Ones have no dignity whatsoever, relying only on their power and not trying to develop themselves, ultimately leading to their downfall. But you are different from those Ashen Ones. You have proven that all this time." He scoffed coldly. "I recall my friend's advice." He turned his head and asked in surprise. "Advice?" he continued. "Whatever demons say, you should do the opposite." He paused for a moment, then continued. "I said that because I thought we were allies with a common enemy." He immediately retorted with a sneer, "Allies to me, your threat and God's threat are no different." Hearing that, he explained, "I cannot even use my authority on the continent. How can I threaten you?" He replied briefly, "Who knows? Didn't the Ashen Ones use Illunium to circumvent God's rules? Who knows what tricks you might play?" Realizing he was difficult to tempt, he played his last card. "Since our conversation has reached a dead end, I will give you some news. Icy is in God's hands." This time God's situation seemed very different from before. In the previous section, God had discovered her betrayal, and the price for a traitor to disappear forever like Ziki was surely to be paid. When he showed no change in expression, he continued in a calm, cold voice, "God will no longer have any reason to keep her alive." He still listened calmly. Lucifer flinched slightly, then decided to leave, saying, "You probably need time to think. I will bid you farewell here today. But time is short, so you'd do well to decide quickly." But what he didn't see was that the moment he disappeared, his face suddenly hardened, and concern was evident, but he hid his emotions so that Lucifer wouldn't notice. On the other hand, God was with Node. When Node delivered the news that Anata had fallen into hibernation, he informed God that the apostle of Hitam Ika was likely dead and their concerns had come sooner than expected. God replied indifferently, "Yes, unfortunate." Node paused at his casual response. He inwardly wondered, "Is that all?" "Yes," God continued, as if throwing a stone into a calm lake. "Node, among the 6 kin, you are now the only one I cherish most." Node was even more confused. "My most cherished kin, weren't all Ashen Ones your kin?" He immediately asked, "God, Anata has only fallen into hibernation." Hearing that, God suddenly softened his anger, as if remembering something, and said falsely, "This is not the time for unnecessary suspicion to divide us." To Node it might have been a subtle warning. Node said, "God, I merely," but God immediately commanded in an absolute voice, "You go to Hitam Ika. There is one there with the heart of a dragon. Do not kill him. Simply make him submit." Node heard that and replied without hesitation, "Understood. I will leave immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately carried out the order. Left alone, God finally revealed his true face. He looked up and said in a sinister voice, "Are you watching? Your plan is beginning to falter." He smiled sinisterly and wickedly. The end is near, and now in the magical forest of the night, Isabel's party was still desperately searching for an escape route leading the guild members. Seeing the person next to her growing weaker, Isabel anxiously asked, "Are you all right?" He replied, "I'm sorry." But he looked increasingly unwell. Suddenly, Du, who had been behind them, stopped and said, "Go on ahead. I have something to do." Yvonne was surprised and angry. "What do you mean something to do when we're in the middle of a forest and don't even know the exit? Are you going to chop down trees?" Sazel glanced at Du, thought for a moment, then told Yvonne that he seemed to have urgent business, and it would be better to go on ahead. Hearing that, Yvonne still didn't fully understand, but as DEU behind him was almost exhausted, he reluctantly complied. He turned around and asked, "You don't even go to the bathroom like him, what business do you have? Can you keep up with us?" DEU replied firmly, "No problem." As the front team disappeared into the distance, Lucifer appeared from behind a tree, smiling sinisterly. "Your friends are kind, as mere humans can't detect my presence," DEU calmly replied. "Perhaps the elves sensed your scent and fled." "Why are you here?" Lucifer said. "Oh," then asked back. "Do you remember?" He continued. "A little. I remember that you're not to be trusted," Lucifer then said. "Did Icy say that? Why are you following her?" Du replied. "Because she created me." Hearing that, he laughed mockingly. "Were you originally naive, or did you become that way after losing your memories?" he asked in confusion. "What do you mean?" Lucifer lowered his voice and said, "The one you should trust is me, not her." As he finished speaking, he instantly appeared behind his opponent and touched him with magic. Du's eyes immediately began to glow, and Lucifer injected more power, smiling triumphantly. He screamed in pain, and Lucifer spoke, enunciating each word. "I will make you remember the true meaning of your name." After a long period of bone-wrenching pain, he slowly returned, stammering in confusion. "I am not the dragon god," Lucifer replied indifferently. "Yes, of course you are not the dragon god. DEU, you are not such a great being." In hell, Lilith, panting with exhaustion, collapsed to the ground, cursing, "These damn bastards, how dare they invade someone else's home and cause such a ruckus before her Ashen Ones?" They said in a contemptuous voice, "A lord, and this is all she's capable of. The Queen of Nightmares isn't interested in fighting, so let's stop here." Lilith, the Queen of Nightmare Hell, hearing that, she merely said irritably, "How annoying." As they charged, she slowly accepted her fate. Just before dying, she thought she had no regrets in this life, but she hadn't expected the Ashen Ones to be the ones to end her. Just then, a dazzling flash of light erupted from above. The Ashen Ones murmured, "What?" The sky suddenly opened. "Is that woman's reinforcement? God ever mention this?" Lilith looked up and muttered, "What now?" Another uninvited guest. The shadow descended and slowly approached her. It was none other than Pled Blake. He stood before her, frowning and plugging his nose in distaste. "This rotten hell is shaking." Then he looked up at the Ashen Ones and began counting them with his fingers, saying in a contemptuous voice, 1, 2, 3, 4, oh my, so many Ashen Ones. It's the first time I've seen so many Ashen Ones in one place. He answered himself, "Of course. This is a battlefield after all." He muttered and replied to himself as if joking, not even considering the group in front of him as opponents. One Ashen One approached, snarling, "Who are you?" Another followed. "I can feel your divine power. Are you one of us?" He changed his mind again, muttering, "If I wipe out all these guys here, it'll be much easier later." Instantly, a murderous aura erupted, and his power overwhelmed almost all of them. Only then did they belatedly realize, "That guy isn't one of us. That damn bastard is going to fight us." Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, "Stop, Pled." The Ashen One stirred, whispering, "Pled, is this the Pled Page?" One of them approached him and said, "We have no intention of fighting you." The one who recognized him first introduced himself. "My name is Hito. God has a message he wishes me to deliver to you." He asked briefly, "To me?" He replied, "Yes, God said to treat him with respect like one of our own." He laughed and asked again, "What kind of crazy talk is this now?" Immediately another Ashen One retorted, "Crazy talk, Hito. Do you know how many of our kin this damn bastard has killed? Even killing him hundreds of thousands of times wouldn't satisfy us." He immediately retorted, "I can only kill once." Hito reassured his kin, "Calm down, Kohelet. We cannot defeat him." Kohelet ignored him, snarling, "But isn't there a reason you're complying? Someone's coming soon." He grew annoyed at the thought of wasting time. He said in a contemptuous voice, "Disgusting bastards, you go first, and don't touch Lilith." As he spoke, he glanced at her. Kohelet retorted, "Who are you to tell us what to do?" Hito said something else. "Do it." Kohelet called out Hito's name loudly, dissatisfied, but Hito paid no attention and guided him. "Follow me, Page." Lilith, seeing him about to leave, shouted, "Hey, what are you doing?" He turned and replied, "Nothing. You're Zeki's friend, aren't you? I can't put a friend's friend in danger." She was very surprised by his words. Suddenly he stopped and added, "One more request. One more favor. If you meet Aura, tell him my words. Don't trust him." As he finished speaking, he left, following the Ashen Ones. Left alone, Lilith cursed inwardly, "Arrogant bastard. He just says what he wants and leaves." Then she asked herself, "Why is this human kid so cool? This is bad. He might just become her ideal type." Upon arrival, he stopped, and before him stood God. He turned and calmly said, "I've been waiting for you, Pled Blake." The situation was unfavorable for him. Behind him were dozens of Ashen Ones, and in front an extremely powerful being. God remained composed. "Hell is always desolate and dusty, which I don't particularly like. So I tried to create a piece of the continent here. Isn't it nice?" With a snap of his fingers, a chair instantly appeared. He sat down, relaxed, and leisurely invited, "You sit too." Seeing that spectacle, he clearly understood that God was flaunting his ability to control space. What exactly was his motive? He snarled, "Where is Icy?" God replied in a gently coaxing tone, "Don't rush, my friend. Before that, how about becoming one of us? After all, you possess primeval power." The surrounding Ashen Ones whispered. "God," he continued to persuade, "you can no longer live as a human. Do you not faintly feel it? That sense of solitude, as if you are alone in this vast universe. I will fill that loneliness for you." He twisted his lips and replied coldly, "The most foolish question I've heard so far was, do you want to become a demon?" I didn't expect to hear something even more foolish on the same day. God sighed and said, "You really are just like Zeki. You must have met Lucifer, haven't you?" Lucifer is a dangerous one, he replied in a mocking voice. Are you trying to make me laugh right now? God remained calm. He is far more dangerous than I am. Soon this place will be destroyed. Lucifer intends to abandon this place and rule a new world. He paused slightly. A new world, God replied briefly. The continent. Lucifer wants to turn hell into the continent. He laughed loudly and concluded. After hearing all that, your words truly sound pathetic. You're afraid of losing what belongs to you, aren't you? Lucifer said something similar. Both you and Lucifer are equally pathetic, God replied in a contemptuous voice. Your perspective is far narrower than I imagined. He immediately retorted, Do you think I don't know? You're the one who defeated the dragon god, the ruler of the continent 5,000 years ago, and tried to seize the right to regulate. No, you couldn't seize it. The dragon god still maintains the continent now, doesn't he? God twisted his lips into a smile. Would it have been better if the dragon hadn't lost? That's why I say your perspective is narrow. Then he continued, Let's turn back time 5,000 years. Do you know how humans lived when the dragon god was the ruler of the continent? He said with slight anger. Are you trying to teach me history? Even children know that humans didn't exist before that. God shattered all preconceptions. They existed, they just weren't recorded. The history of slaves is never recorded after all, he exclaimed in surprise. What? God continued solemnly. Humans were slaves to the dragons, he shouted loudly. Nonsense. Losing control and overcome with rage, he almost rushed in to fight. But upon reflection he realized that if he fought the Ashen One, his questions would remain unanswered. After all, dragons might not be the benevolent race he had imagined. So he barely managed to stop himself to listen to God continue speaking. It was none other than we, the Ashen Ones, who freed humans from slavery and instilled in them the ideal of freedom. God, with an enraged expression, poured out accusations. Now are you pointing your sword at the saviors of humanity? He was silent for a moment, then twisted his lips and replied, If you're going to keep spouting such pathetic nonsense, then don't speak. I have met the Creator. At those words, God paused for a moment. He continued, He told me the story of 3 worlds. Our mortal realm is called the continent. This place is the demon realm, and the angelic realm is where you were born. God listened and frowned. He added in a calm and resolute voice, This is the story from the moment you were born until now. The current battle is nothing more than a meaningless fight for the position of the mortal realm's regulator. So if you're going to lie, you'd better think carefully. God twisted his lips into a smile again. You met the Creator. Indeed, you never bore me. My time in hell hasn't been wasted. At those words he cried out in surprise. What? God spoke frankly to him. It's time to take off your mask. I smell illusion magic. A human body cannot enter the demon realm. You must have separated your soul to come in. Your nervous system holds the essence of your soul, so you must have used illusion magic too, right? You truly are a troublesome fellow. He hesitated, about to say something, then decided to reveal the truth and confront him as Lucas. Seeing that, God offered a greeting. Long time no see, human who has lived for 4,000 years, great Archmage Lucas Juman. He smiled and admitted. Indeed you knew, he continued, speaking calmly. You are a special one. People like you appear very rarely. Moreover, Icy already knew all your plans. Lucas replied briefly, So in the end you came back because of Icy. God turned his face, saying with a helpless expression. She is currently imprisoned in hell. She and Lucifer have a close relationship, but she hides too much, he pressed. So is that why she's imprisoned? Are you planning to use Icy as a final card against Lucifer? Yes. God remained silent. He gritted his teeth and said resolutely, I have to go there. Take me to hell. God, having gotten what he wanted, revealed a cunning smile. In the deep darkness, a beautiful young girl like an angel lay quietly in a cradle, smiling brightly. Around her, strange smoke incessantly swirled, calling out, Icy, my cute Icy. The girl also smiled and grabbed the smoke with her small hand. From the moment I was born, they were always by my side. They played with the girl, whispering, How can she be so pretty, my lovely Icy? I considered beings others couldn't see as friends. As the girl grew a little older, they began to tempt her. Icy, come with us, it'll definitely be fun. The older she grew, the more clearly she could feel their presence. As the girl started to walk, they followed her everywhere she went, incessantly calling out, Icy, come here. They hovered around me, incessantly calling my name. They whispered to me, Call my name. Everything unfolded that way. Then one day the girl realized. It wasn't until I was 9 years old that I realized they were actually demons. At this moment they revealed their true forms, one turning white and the other red, arguing and snarling, You will be mine, Icy. Then one day the villagers raised their torches high and placed her on a pyre, all shouting, Kill the witch, purge the plague and curses with the witch's blood. The flames below licked out long monstrous tongues, engulfing the person hanging beside her. Terribly frightened, she shrieked and wailed, Mom, save me, Mom, Mom, why are you doing this to me? But that wicked woman still stared blankly, wide-eyed and thoughtless in her innocence. She promised, I'll be a better child, Mom. But what returned was a voice more cruel than any demon's. Kill the witch. Another, holding a torch, chimed in. Only if the witch dies can this village live. Just as the torch was about to ignite the pyre, she was gripped by extreme terror and screamed loudly, Go away. To her surprise, that scream sent the man flying. A cold wind swept through, and all the villagers covered their heads, screaming, Oh no! The flames extinguished, and they looked at each other in confusion. What's going on? All the torches are out. One, terrified, collapsed to the ground, pointing a finger at her and shrieking behind her. A demon appeared, and they shouted, "It's a demon!" The terrifying creature snarled, "Icy is mine, don't you dare touch her." After that, only ruins remained. With human bones scattered on the ground, the girl left the village. Overnight, no one survived, and she alone seemed to have crawled out of hell. In a deep forest beside a lake, a small house stood quietly. Inside, books, notes, and a medicinal pot lay scattered. A beautiful girl was meticulously arranging potted plants. Suddenly, a mysterious shadow appeared from behind. She asked cautiously, What is it? Who are you?" The person said in a soft voice, "I finally found you, the witch in black. I came to see the western forest." The surrounding landscape was truly desolate. Hundreds of trees had been uprooted. "Was that your doing?" When she gave him an unpleasant look, the person continued, "There are good witches like this. That forest is already dead. Humans brought by liches were rampaging nearby. If you don't hurry, the entire forest will be cursed and die. The forest asked me to tell you thank you." As if hearing this for the first time, she was greatly surprised. The person calmly said again, "I merely came to deliver the message." Then he took off his hat and laughed loudly. Indeed, she was a truly good witch. She was crying for an unknown reason. She asked herself inwardly, "Why exactly?" The person was Lucas. He asked her name. "What is your name, good witch?" Back to the present. It was the moment Icy's painful memories came flooding back. She thought inwardly, "Memories I don't want to recall are flooding in. Guilt and self-loathing are surging." Suddenly a voice echoed, "Is this punishment for me?" At this moment, Lucas reappeared before her. She thought to herself disbelievingly, "I'm really only seeing things I don't want to see." Icy shed tears and gave a painful smile, saying, "Suddenly I remember when we first met." But when he spoke, she was startled, realizing this was reality, not an illusion. Lucas said, "Even then you were crying with that same innocent face, weren't you?" She hastily confirmed, "Are you really, Lucas? That's impossible. How can you be here?" He explained clearly, "I met God in the demon realm and God let me in here. Well, to be precise, I am merely a fragment of a soul, because Pled's body cannot withstand space-time travel." Icy replied, flustered. "How can that be?" He slowly added, "Someone helped me." She grew even more confused. "Someone helped you?" At this time, Yvonne's party was still wandering through the forest searching for an exit. Yvonne began to grumble, "Damn it, my feet are going to break. I still can't see the exit." Suddenly, he was startled by a dazzling light. Two people appeared, Pled and the High Priestess. They exclaimed in surprise, "It's Pled and the High Priestess." Yvonne immediately scolded. "You two are really too late." Isabel hastily asked, "Pled, are you all right?" Sazel, as soon as he recognized him, said, "That's not Pled." They looked closely and retorted, "What are you talking about? Even a glance shows it's Pled." "If that's not Pled, then who is it?" Yvonne even muttered. "Even if he were Pled's son, he looks too much like Pled," Isabel continued. "Besides, he doesn't have any relatives his age." Oger added, "And he doesn't even have children." Yvonne, bewildered, asked again, "How can you be so certain?" Oger calmly replied, "Because he's a virgin." Isabel shrieked in surprise. "What?" he continued unfazed. "Is it like the fate of a great Archmage where reaching the pinnacle of magic makes one mentally infertile?" Yvonne scowled and retorted, "And you're physically infertile." Before he could even finish, Oger sent him flying dozens of meters with a single punch. Yvonne roared in fury, "This jerk is truly loathsome. I told you I wouldn't tolerate you anymore." And then he continued to furiously attack Oger. This time Yvonne truly looked hopeless. His mouth had once again brought him pain. He groaned in agony. "I'll wait, a bone's broken." "Stop, you hit a bone." Isabel gazed at the scene, murmuring to herself blankly, 9 panels for such triviality. Yvonne continued to plead, "Stop, stop." Suddenly something occurred to her and she asked, "But doesn't Page care a lot about women?" She recalled the old days when Page was reincarnated. His eyes would sparkle whenever he saw a woman, especially older ones. Oger, still choking, Yvonne replied, "Back then he had just taken over a new body, so his magical attainment was low. Now, well, there's no hope. Truly unfortunate for him." Hearing that, she said, a little surprised, "Ah, so that's why he seems different lately." The High Priestess finally spoke. "Page is currently descending into hell." Yvonne, guessing incorrectly, asked, "Page died?" Oger immediately corrected him. No, let people finish speaking," the High Priestess continued. "For him to enter hell, his soul had to depart his body. I've temporarily filled this body with a false soul." Oger approached, observing closely as he asked, "Oh, is this sorcery too? The Eastern world truly holds many mysteries." Yvonne approached, pinched Page's face and asked suspiciously, "Wait, what is this? This is just a disguise, isn't it?" Immediately he maliciously punched Page square in the face, knocking him down. He tormented him, shouting, "Die, you bastard, die." He used only pure strength in his attack, no abilities, but that was enough. This scene startled the High Priestess. Oger averted his gaze and Isabel immediately growled like a beast. "Why are you suddenly going berserk?" Yvonne replied mid-punch, "If not now, when will I get another chance?" Oger also enthusiastically joined in, shouting, "Move, move, I want to turn too." The High Priestess, perhaps thinking this body wasn't miserable enough yet, joined the fray. Oger pleaded again, "I haven't known him long either, but just let me hit him once." Isabel had fiercely defended him moments ago, but now she too joined in. Oger enthusiastically cheered, "All right, get him, get him." This time not even his own grandfather could save him. Simultaneously in hell, Lucas also frowned and trembled as if sensing something. Seeing him, Icy immediately asked, "What's wrong?" He answered honestly, "I don't know. A sudden surge of anger just came over me." Icy advised him, "Go back, Lucas, you shouldn't be here." He looked up at her with regret, asking earnestly, "Are you really not going to explain anything? If I were to hear everything, I'm afraid I might forgive you." She was startled by his words and he continued, You don't want me to forgive you. You came here to punish yourself, didn't you? If that's the atonement you've chosen, I'll respect your decision. But you're wrong. Hell doesn't cleanse sins. This place isn't so merciful. I've lived for 4,000 years, so my words can't be mistaken. If you truly want to take responsibility for your mistakes, stand by my side. I need you, Icy. As he finished, she could no longer hold back, and tears welled up as she sobbed. She must have wanted it desperately, but in the end she refused. No, it won't work. Nothing can atone for me. She forced a smile and continued, that's what I once truly wanted. He called her name in surprise, Icy. After that, she pushed him away. Lucas, go. He suddenly realized this feeling was just like when he first inhabited Page's body, and he shouted, was it you, Icy? Was it you? Did you help me enter hell? She quietly said to him, I believed you could endure it. Before being pulled away, he shouted to Icy again, Icy, wait. She smiled and said, it was nice to see you again. Lucas returned to King Mickey's castle where he was being held by Node. Node growled, pressing him. Tell me, where's the High Priestess? I only know she left with one person. If you don't tell me, I'll kill you. Despite cruel torture, King Mickey gritted his teeth and replied, kill me, I am the king of this country. I will no longer submit to demons. The reason for his newfound fearlessness was likely the news of Genta's death. With the threat to his people gone, his fear had diminished. Just as Node was about to use fatal force to painfully kill King Mickey, Sazel's party appeared in time. The High Priestess stepped forward and said, hands off. As the High Priestess appeared, Node immediately asked, are you the High Priestess? Yvonne glanced at Node, inwardly thinking, is that guy a revelation? He doesn't seem stronger than an eye. Oger immediately offered some insight. Node is an Ashen One with the power of death. His power isn't merely offensive. If he touches anyone, he can steal their soul. Hearing that, Yvonne exclaimed in surprise, steal souls? Then who would dare mess with him? Node ignored their chatter and asked piercingly, do you know who possesses the dragon's heart? His name is Deu. The High Priestess replied coldly, I have no obligation to answer you. Node growled, then I'll create that obligation for you. Sazel and Yvonne immediately rushed to block in front of the High Priestess. Yvonne gritted his teeth and provoked, can't you understand human words? You skeleton, nobody likes you. Sazel also warned, High Priestess, step back. Node unleashed the power of death, firing countless dark energies. He said arrogantly, then I'll gift you death. But the High Priestess subtly waved her hand, erecting a protective shield that blocked his tentacles from reaching anyone. He froze at her response, and the High Priestess chanted, explaining, life and death, light and shadow, they cannot truly blend, yet they are drawn together by a powerful force. Your power defies life's natural pull, and your ability to turn life into death will fail. Before my sorcery, which is founded on the harmony of yin and yang, such authority is utterly useless. Yvonne, witnessing the spectacle, shouted excitedly, what? I don't understand any of it, but you're truly incredible. High Priestess was astonished by this approach, marveling at a direction that defied the very attraction of all things, a concept she hadn't even considered herself. Isabel reminded the team that time was short. There's no time for awe here. We must finish him while he's immobilized. He's a revelation, remember. He could be as strong as an eye, or even stronger. Before anyone realized it, Yvonne was already right next to Node, surprising even himself. Yvonne lowered his voice and said, don't worry, I'm not the same as I used to be. Then with all his might he threw a punch. Martial King's secret technique, Yvonne's fist. A single punch caused a massive explosion that shook heaven and earth, making even Node wonder, how can a human be this strong? Before he could even recover, Sazel, fully armed, growled loudly, look here. Then he rushed in triumphantly, enthusiastically introducing his attack. Phaos Apollo Alpha Nuclear Cannon, 10 million mana multiplier. The attack shattered Node, leaving only scattered fragments of his body. That night the king's castle shone the brightest in the village. At this moment in hell, God was still waiting for Lucas. The wall behind him suddenly glowed and Lucas was pushed out from it. Still full of regret, he murmured softly, Icy. God turned his head and said meaningfully, you returned quickly. He looked around and seeing no one else asked, where did the others go? Why did they leave only you behind? God replied oddly, a hint of malice in his eyes. Ah, they've returned, he asked again in surprise. Returned to the human realm in the middle of a battle? Without answering that question, God concluded with a single word. Now you're the only one who hasn't made a choice. Become my ally, he calmly replied. You already know my answer. When temptation failed, he resorted to threats. Do you think you can defeat me and Lucifer alone? He remained calm. If the two of you fight until you're battered, I'd actually be grateful. God laughed again and said, as if lecturing, humans are truly naive. Even if one of us dies in the battle between me and Lucifer, the fight won't end. The defeated will be absorbed by the victor, ultimately becoming one. In other words, neither of us will disappear, and you will have to contend with the combined might of me and Lucifer. He even said, as if pitying him, you cannot win. He scoffed, giving a mocking thank you, and walked away with long strides, saying, thanks for the advice. Carry on, but you don't need to worry about me. I know what I need to do. Leaving God behind, he went to Lilith. She asked him who he was, but he didn't answer. Instead, asking where Aura was, she scrutinized his face, then said with a doubtful tone, Page, is this your real face? Who are you really? How can you possess such terrifying divine power? He continued to press. Don't you know the Ashen One? She hesitated, but spoke based on what she knew. He's probably in Binibu Castle. Nightmare Hell has been invaded, and they're currently formulating a plan. Not just Aura but all the lords he paid special attention to, all the lords, and asked again. Lucifer too, she answered decisively. Of course, if Lucifer isn't orchestrating it, how else could all those disparate issues coalesce properly? I should go now too, he thought to himself. If possible, I'd prefer to meet them where Lucifer isn't. Then he clearly stated his request. I have one favor to ask you. Please take me to the castle. Amidst the hellish carnage, Lilith looked at the swarms of flying fly demons and gave a brief introduction. Below is Binibu Castle. That red isn't water, it's blood. They're the fly demons. If you jump in with a human body, you'll be shattered in an instant. Listen to me. Before she could even finish, he used magic and leaped down. The swarm of flies that saw him immediately rushed forward, but were repelled by his magical power. Seeing that, she had no choice but to jump down, grumbling, "He's truly a handful." As Page leapt, Lilith immediately followed. Piercing a thin protective barrier, the two officially set foot in the territory of Binibu Castle. Page landed first, with Lilith right behind him. The demon generals guarding the castle shouted in unison on high alert, "Intruder, who are you?" They were a bull-headed demon general and a horse-headed demon general. As the bull-headed one shouted, the horse-headed one turned aside and interrupted, "Wait, isn't that Lady Lilith next to him?" As his comrades paused, he turned to Lilith and asked, "What's going on, Lady Lilith?" Only then did she growl and explain, "This person is a guest I brought. He wishes to meet Binibu." The subordinates pushed past Lilith, fiercely protesting, "Lady Lilith, no, isn't that guy an Ashen One?" The goat-headed demon rushed forward as if his blood was boiling, swinging his weapon. "All Ashen Ones are intruders." But Page merely stood still, yet perfectly blocked their attacks. The whip bounced off before it even touched his body. Lilith, startled, turned to him, her voice rising. "Hey, what are you doing? Did you come here to fight?" Page frowned and retorted concisely, "They attacked first." As soon as he finished speaking, he spun and kicked the lion-headed demon. The demon general growled, gritting his teeth, "You bastard." But the result was the opposite. His comrades fell, and though he thought he had trapped Page in his palm, his two hands were forcibly pried open. From within, Page calmly kicked, bounced off his body, and kicked again. The two demons fell instantly. Lilith's eyes widened and she gasped, stammering, "You took down two high-level demons in an instant. Who on earth is this guy?" Immediately after, the castle lord, Fly King Binibu, arrived on the scene. As soon as he appeared, he grumbled, "Lilith, your guest is truly troublesome," she cried out in surprise. "Damn it, you startled me." Binibu scanned the two demon generals and said as if concluding, "They're just unconscious." He frowned, narrowed his eyes in judgment, then said in a low voice, "He intentionally didn't kill the demons, he only knocked them out. At first glance it looks like divine power, but there's something off about it." Page's lips curved into a slight smirk as he teased, "Fortunately, your numerous eyes aren't entirely useless. Are you Binibu?" The Fly King descended closer, asking directly. "What do you want?" Page said unhesitatingly. "All the lords convened a meeting, right? Did Lucifer come too? Indeed, you don't seem to get along with Lucifer." The Fly King, wisest among the lords of hell, said, "Your reputation precedes you." Page frowned. He asked as if he didn't understand, "What on earth are you talking about?" Pled clearly made his demand, getting straight to the point, "Take me to that meeting. There's a lot I need to know about the ongoing war and Lucifer's truth." The Fly King turned his back, called his subordinates, and concluded, half joking, half serious, "Lady Lilith's guest is more troublesome than expected. If a human could freely enter and exit hell, then at this very moment the most enigmatic being was not God or Lucifer, but him." Then, changing his attitude, he granted his way. "But in a situation like this, an enigmatic figure might be even more persuasive. Follow me. I'll guide the way." The demon generals roared in rage at the sight. "Who on earth is this bastard?" The Fly King replied indifferently, as if it were nothing. "A distinguished guest has arrived. Greet him." Everyone shouted accusations. "Binibu, you damned fool, are you in league with the Ashen Ones?" Another interjected, revealing his identity. "He is not an Ashen One. He is a human. The great Archmage Lucas Juman." The demon general next to him narrowed his eyes and pressed, "You, a human? Then what is this terrifying divine power? How did a mere human get in here?" Lilith stepped forward and firmly confirmed, "He is definitely human. I can vouch for that." The demon generals shouted in anger, "You're all mad. Where is Lucifer? Why hasn't he appeared yet?" Binibu replied curtly, as if adding fuel to the fire, "Lucifer won't be coming." Everyone froze, barely uttering a word. "What?" Lucas cut through the noise and said in a calm voice, "I will tell you Lucifer's plan. Whether to believe it or not is for you to decide after that." He logically explained what he had gathered, and the Fly King supported him in silence, maintaining a neutral stance. The demon generals were horrified by his words and asked, "Hell is going to be destroyed," Lucas continued, not shying away from fate. "This is a foreseen outcome. Lucifer plans to abandon the dying hell and rule as the mortal realm's regulator," the Fly King added, as if confirming a crucial link. "To become the regulator of hell, he absorbed Satan's crystal. That is a confirmed fact, but ultimately, Lucifer could not become the regulator. Currently, hell is barely maintaining its form only while it digests Satan's crystal." Lucas presented the only solution, speaking each word clearly. "The only way hell won't be destroyed is to kill Lucifer and recover Satan's crystal from his corpse." His words immediately sparked an argument, some scoffing and others shouting in anger, "Madman, you damned Fly King, you're being deceived by that human." Some turned around and fiercely accused, "Aren't you planning an assassination while Lucifer is away and calling us here? I know all your intentions. In the end you want to get Satan's crystal, don't you?" Binibu immediately retorted in an icy cold voice, Park Batuk, I don't participate in gambles with low odds. Lucifer himself couldn't handle Satan's crystal, and neither I nor anyone here could handle that power. They still hadn't calmed down and continued to press. How can we believe that? Lucas was silent for a moment, then spoke. I exposed the Fly King's true intentions. Binibu wanted to put Satan's crystal into the dragon god's body. A regulator's body like the dragon gods would surely be able to handle that power. I will bury that body deep within hell, where no one knows, to make it a totem. That way hell can continue to exist. The demon generals grew even more displeased and shouted loudly. Shut up, you human bastard, this is none of your business, understand? Another bared his teeth and threatened. You human, do you want to die here? Lucas glanced over and immediately Asugaga spoke each word forcefully. You step back, Park Batuk. That one turned back with surprised, disbelieving eyes. Asugaga? Even you? Asugaga lowered his eyelids and spoke in a tired voice. Then his anger finally exploded and he directly accused. Truly there is no dignity to be found in hell. Immediately after he turned and pointed directly at his face, snarling. You're crossing the line, Lucas Juman. Lucas called his name in a low voice. Asugaga. He turned cold, declaring a harsh favor. For old time's sake I will kill you without pain. Asugaga had been silent from the beginning, but now he displayed an attitude that was too difficult to comprehend. Faced with the rage of the Hell Lord later Paje, Lucas merely uttered a single light sentence. Asugaga, you cannot defeat me. Immediately after, a fierce energy field erupted from his body, shaking the space. His eyes were still arrogant, directly challenging Asugaga. Only then did the demon generals cry out in surprise. What, that guy really isn't an Ashen One? Asugaga snarled fiercely and punched, destroying a section of the castle wall. You arrogant bastard! Binibu roared in fury at the one destroying his castle. How dare you destroy my castle? Lilith's voice was hoarse with indignation. Hey, what are you all doing? Asugaga clenched his hand, intending to crush his opponent, but Lucas surprisingly broke free, snapping one of his fingers and then shot out like an arrow. As soon as he escaped the grip, Mana once again shone. Park Batuk was astonished to see him completely unharmed and asked, he wasn't hurt at all. Asugaga finally seemed to realize, and seeing that a single punch had broken his finger, he transformed into his original 8-armed form and sneered triumphantly, you're quite capable, Lucas Juman. From afar, Lucifer and DEU watched everything from the shadows but did not intervene. Lucifer spoke rashly. Asugaga will lose soon. DEU tilted his head, questioning his companion. Why aren't you getting involved in this, Lucifer? Shouldn't you personally step in and mediate so the lords aren't swayed? He chuckled slyly and replied lightly. This is more fun. DEU frowned, shook his head, and mumbled. This man is truly unpredictable. Asugaga continued to exert pressure, but the demon generals couldn't tell who had the upper hand and whispered, a mere human has power equal to Asugaga of hell? Park Batuk gritted his teeth and replied as if trying to reassure himself. Asugaga is going easy on him. Binibu retorted suspiciously. He's playing with that guy? Another demon general shrugged him off and shouted, then contradicted himself. You're wrong, Asugaga isn't like that. Damn it, what on earth is that? If he's not a demon, then what is he? The Fly King with his characteristic eyes spotted Lucifer. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. He's looking at the one next to him now. He has 3 wings, and he's like that being. Could it be? As soon as this thought occurred to him, he shot off like an arrow, and Lilith was startled yet again. She shouted in indignation from behind, Hey, you should say something before flying off, you damned Fly King. From afar, Lucifer suddenly warned his companion, Do return to the human realm. The Fly King is coming here. Du immediately turned and vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, in the human realm, Sazel and Yvonne had reduced Mid's magnificent castle to ruins. Faced with the chaotic scene, Yvonne asked sarcastically, Hey, a beautiful woman like you fighting more fiercely than me? Sazel paused at his taunt, and the High Priestess stepped forward quietly announcing, Node's presence has vanished. Isabel was startled and immediately asked, Has he been defeated? Sazel shook her head and replied firmly, No. Immediately after, the aura of death and darkness enveloped the sky. Node revealed his true form, shouting as an Ashen One, You damned insect-like bastard. Sazel looked up again and said with conviction, He's not a weakling, Yvonne retorted, but he too had already sustained severe damage from him. But he also took a lot of our attacks. Isabel brought everyone back into the attack rhythm, constantly reminding them, then combined her magic to support. Yvonne shouted excitedly, Oh, my body feels so light, thank you, lady. Isabel continued to maintain her magic, and only one fact repeated in her mind. I can only use charm and healing. Only Yvonne and Anastasia were at the forefront of the attack. She briefly wished DEU was there. Before long, he was standing on Node's head, and this time the one who had returned was not to be trusted. His thoughts flowed arrogantly. You're holding up better than I expected. But Node is the embodiment of death. Fate will soon arrive. Yvonne glanced at Node, startled, and asked bewilderedly, Mom, why did your body get so big? DEU still spoke each word mockingly. And humans cannot contend with fate. The High Priestess erected a shield and urgently instructed, The aura of death is spread everywhere. Everyone, do not step a single foot outside the barrier. If you take even one step out, you will immediately face death. Yvonne, naturally impatient, stared wide-eyed and pressed. How can we fight if we don't go outside the barrier? We can't. The High Priestess calmly and slowly continued her explanation. Life and death are opposing forces, constantly pulling and pushing at each other as the aura of fate. If another opposing force breaks the barrier, Before she could finish speaking, Sazel decided on the next course of action. We must simultaneously use opposing magic like earth and wind, ice and fire. With this body I cannot use mana. Isabel, you can do it, right? She stammered and nodded. Yes, ah. Immediately after, two energies, water and fire, burst forth from her hands, intertwining to form a symmetrical force. Sazel recognized her extraordinary talent and mentally assessed that she had reached the 7th rank without realizing it, simply by staying close to Lucas. As Isabel combined the two elements, Yvonne also froze at the intensity. Sazel pointed to the thin crack in the barrier and urgently reminded them. As the High Priestess said, a small crack has already appeared. Without hesitation, Yvonne rushed out. Sazel could only shout, "Hey, wait!" Yvonne punched Node, shouting a powerful battle cry. "Taste my fist!" Yvonne's fist, a dazzling white flash cut through the air, followed by a deafening explosion. After the impact, a blinding light erupted, so strong that even Sazel had to shield his eyes with his hand. He gritted his teeth, furious. "That idiot!" Yvonne was exhausted but still shouted triumphantly. "Now you damn bastard, what are you going to do?" Sazel's face went pale. He urgently shouted, "Yvonne, get back inside the barrier now!" But it was too late. Node's tentacles of death enveloped Yvonne. Yvonne, surrounded, looked around, bewildered, unable to understand the mechanism. Isabel pushed her mana to its limit and immediately shot down the tentacles of death, saving him. Thanks to this, Yvonne was able to return inside the barrier. Sazel roared as soon as he saw him. "Think before you attack, you damned fool." He bared his teeth and said, stumbling, sorry. If Isabel hadn't moved quickly, he probably wouldn't have had another chance to come back and apologize. Node again unleashed the power of death, gritting his teeth and cursing. "You damn bastards." Seeing him grow stronger again, the party merely let out a bitter sigh. "Damn it, everything's back to square one." Isabel urgently assessed her power. "My magic can only hold him off for a short while. What on earth should I do?" Node continued to rush the barrier, his terrible power distorting the shield. The High Priestess at the right moment reminded them of the psychological attack. "This is a psychological attack. Everyone must strengthen their resolve. The barrier can only block some of it. His power is to break others' will to live. He will try to destroy our souls with negative emotions like regret and self-reproach. The stronger one's ego and conviction, the more easily one can be overcome." Yvonne was startled, stammering and looking back. You mean someone with a strong ego and conviction?" Just then, Sazel and he shouted simultaneously, looking at each other in confusion. "You're the one who tried to assassinate the wrong king. You have the weakest conviction." As the poisonous aura seeped into him, his eyes flashed and he shrieked like a scream. The party rushed to Isabel in surprise and asked, "Is he all right?" He didn't answer, pushing everyone away and jumping out of the barrier behind him. Isabel shouted, "No," but he was already blindly charging towards Node. As Node's power of death drained his life force, only a barely suppressed resentful scream remained. At that critical moment, Yvonne instinctively shot out like an arrow and snarled, "Damn it!" Everyone behind him urgently called his name. "Yvonne!" He grabbed the king by the collar and flung him into the barrier. Isabel shouted as soon as she saw him, "Yvonne, get back here!" But it was already too late. Node's power overwhelmed his mind, tears welled up and his brain plunged into a hell of self-reproach. From the abyss the voice of judgment echoed, "It's your fault, you messed everything up." As Node turned his back he called out, "Master, master!" The scene flashed. His master lost an arm in the battle with an eye. The voice of blame fell upon his head. "You Yvonne, this happened because you're weak," he sobbed and mumbled. "Master, I." Then a scene appeared where Sazel scoffed, "Just because we made you a great warrior, do you really think you're strong?" Even Isabel was seen looking down at him, saying, "You're just a burden." He shook his head and mumbled. No. Benyoung appeared, blood streaming from her eyes, and asked with a choked voice, Why did you tell me to use dragon language?" Everything was just shadows in his mind, all guilt, regret, and a feeling of owing everyone. He shrieked as if his throat would tear, and just as his will was about to be completely swallowed, a beautiful figure approached and its voice echoed, sparkling with contempt, "What a pity, Yvonne." At the same time, a mysterious force covered Node in reality, and the Isabel party retreated a few steps, barely recovering their balance. She gasped, looking at the glowing spot, and stammered, "What's happening now?" Node froze, realizing the nature of the power. Is this divine power? Outside the barrier, high above, wings of water and fire combined, spreading wide like an angel's wings. Yvonne's eyes widened, recognizing the figure before him, and he stammered, "Are you an angel?" She coldly snorted, her voice mixed with tears. "Your bragging has grown a lot for someone I've only met a few times." Isabel blankly called out Snow's name. "Snow, why are you here?" She replied briefly, delivering good news. "Benyoung has woken up." At this, Yvonne stammered as if waking from a dream. "Are you real?" Snow quickly identified a new threat, adding, "She used dragon language to send me here." The dragon's heart reacted. "In the end, DEU, who was accompanying you all, has changed. Where is he now, by the way?" "I traced his location by resonating with his heart. He's with you all." At that moment, Du was standing high up, silently looking down, but no one had noticed him. Yvonne vaguely protested. "Du said he went somewhere for something, but he's near here now." Suddenly, Node's death aura enveloped him again, and he screamed, "Damn it, the dark energy is strong again." Isabel shouted firmly, "Yvonne, get back inside the barrier, we'll talk later." "Get inside the barrier now." As Node charged, Snow drew her sword and blocked him, her power exploding and tearing through the darkness in the sky. Everyone watched, trembling. "Incredible, incredible, the darkness has completely vanished." Node also growled, "Indeed, this is Anai's divine power, you arrogant woman. How dare you use Anai's crystal?" Snow replied in a voice of steel, "To make it my own, I had to endure the agony of tearing flesh." Node hesitated for a moment, doubtful. The High Priestess seized the opportunity to form a seal, and a light of life poured down, restoring the heartbeats and complexions of the living. Node wailed indignantly in pain, and she added more power, tightening the energies wrapped around his body, and coldly declared, "You are the master of death, so life is contrary to your existence. Farewell forever." Node charged at Lucas, but he leaned his body and dodged. Node struck again with a hammer, but it missed. He spun his waist and kicked with one foot, then kicked his face with the other. Node flew into a pillar of the castle, making a large hole. Node crawled out from the rubble with one hand. He stood up and said, "Lucas, you're quite good too." Lucas replied in a sarcastic voice, "Oh dear, why did you get so small? It's more satisfying to hit a bigger target." Node retorted angrily, "You damn bastard." He shrugged, explaining, "I just wanted to reduce my weaknesses, only my body has changed. I am still strong." As soon as he finished speaking, he drew his bow and shot a mana arrow. At first, the arrow seemed to strike him directly, but he subtly shifted his body and dodged it. Then Node jumped and tried to crush him with his body, but just as he thought he was close, he had already appeared behind him. He put his hands in his pockets and asked, surprised, "Oh, can using 6 weapons completely block the path of retreat? You truly are Asuga, the greatest warrior in hell." Node heard that and stammered angrily, "You damn bastard." Immediately after, he swung his weapons wildly, but he moved as lightly as a squirrel, effortlessly dodging all the sword strikes. Even Node was momentarily flustered, wondering inwardly, "How are my attacks not working on this guy?" The demon general stood blankly watching, and Lilith briefly muttered, summarizing the situation, "He's overwhelming him in a one-on-one. This isn't an even fight." Node seems to be spinning in circles. After being caught up for a while, Node began to gasp for breath. He shouted, dropped all his weapons, and unleashed destructive power. Lucas looked at him mockingly and asked, "How many heavy weapons are you going to fight with in the end?" As soon as he asked, he was hit by Node's attack. 8 arms continuously struck his abdomen. He felt great pain from the punch, which contained the full power of Lash of Hell. He grabbed his ankle, lifted him, and slammed him hard to the ground like a millstone. Thud. The demon generals cheered at the sight, saying that if the all-out attack was effective, Asuga would win, but Lilith just sighed and softly retorted, "That's not certain." Asuga still attacked him fiercely, but suddenly a ray of light flashed in Lucas's eyes. While he was still wide-eyed and surprised, a massive force exploded and sent him flying, followed by a deafening explosion that shook heaven and earth. The demon generals cried out in bewilderment, What's going on?" Another couldn't close his mouth, disbelieving that he was completely unharmed after such a massive attack. He reappeared, his body intact, covered in thick chaotic power. Asuga was still lying down, writhing in pain, and he laughed coldly, sarcastically. "You're truly mad, you're not human at all." Just then, another voice was heard, full of arrogance. "How dare a mere demon treat me like this? Everyone will die. You will submit to me, you mere commoners. Look at this. His corpse will be at my feet, even the authority of a demon will be mine." He screamed in pain, then unleashed a terrible rage and lowered his head, making his entire body freeze. Meanwhile, Asuga continued to spout annoying words, his speech fierce. "In the end, you're not human either. Can you hear the whispers from the other side? Strike, shatter, destroy me and make me submit. This is a test for superhuman individuals who have stepped into the realm of God. To gain power means you can do whatever you want. Your true enemy is not God nor Lucifer," he softly called out. "Asuga," but he continued to speak, "the conclusion is harsh. The strongest enemy is eternally yourself. Now it's time to teach you about life." Second battle. The two simultaneously launched an attack from a low stance, but a scream echoed in his mind again. "Oh, I'm going to again." A ring of light exploded. Lilith was wide-eyed and blank, and the demon generals just sighed at the fact that Asuga had really been defeated. After the explosion, he fell to the ground, laughing madly, confessing as if to himself, "I don't know how long it's been since I lost a battle." He reached out his hand to help him up, replying casually, "I didn't feel any victory at all." Asuga took his hand and stood up, then turned and shouted to his comrades. His words were fierce. "Jipa Batuk, I will follow Lucas's will and strike Lucifer down. I lost, so what will you do? If you're going to fight, you have to include me." Jipa immediately replied, "I refuse." Meanwhile, Batuk checked the direction, which was the opposite. "I will also follow Lucas's will." He glanced at Asuga and asked suspiciously, "Then you did that intentionally?" He replied briefly, revealing his intention, "We have to catch and dispose of him. I just wanted to insult you and start a fight." The demon generals looked at each other in confusion, and muttered that Binibu was nowhere to be seen. Asuga asked, surprised, "What did you say?" Only then did Lilith belatedly remember and lament, "Oh, come to think of it, where did he fly off to earlier?" He frowned, feeling an ominous premonition, and asked urgently, "Where did he fly off to? I have a bad feeling. We have to find Binibu." At the same time, in another place, Binibu was lying down. Blood pooled at his feet. Lucifer approached and spoke in a sarcastic voice about the smell of death. "A fly, of course, should smell like this. He is the Fly King." Instead of lying dead on the ground, Binibu was hanging from a huge pillar, covered in countless wounds. Lucifer, with blood on his face, approached and said sinisterly, "Soon it will happen." Lilith immediately flew to find him, complaining that he should at least say something wherever he went. Suddenly, Lucas appeared before her. She frowned. She shouted in a confused voice, "Lucas, you won't find him even if you look for him now. Don't you know he's a rabbit?" He firmly denied it, pointing out the other's true nature. "He's not the kind of person to run away alone during a battle." She looked back but saw no one, and continued to complain, annoyed. Everyone scattered and doing their own thing. At the same time, a demon general was assassinated from behind, and the assassin was God. He pierced Batuk's body with his bare hand. Looking at the fallen demon general, he added one more thing in a cold voice. The life of a demon is truly meaningless. Lucifer approached and asked, as if counting scores, "Is it over now? You're 1 point ahead of me." Immediately after, he took out Jeepa's head as a trophy and threw it to the ground, stomping on his own kind. He shrugged, clearly stating the limitations. "This is the demon world, so I can't use my full power." God revealed that the two of them had been in cahoots from before. Lucifer added, mentioning Page. He accepted both alliance proposals but chose a third path. He probably didn't realize they were conspiring. God looked into the distance, calmly signaling. "A new guest has arrived." The one who just arrived was Asuga, and he shouted loudly, calling out a name. He looked at his distant form, growing angry and complaining, showing disgust, and then shouted again, questioning the crime. "Lucifer, why are you standing so intimately with that damned god? Did you two kill them? Binibu, Batuk and Jeepa, did you two kill them all?" Lucifer curved his lips and replied nonchalantly. "I know how to cooperate with others. If he disappears during a war, you won't find him, but I knew that with your personalities you would definitely act alone." As expected, they started to scatter. God and I took care of them one by one. If you lords keep attacking, I can't guarantee victory. Asuga grew even more angry at those words. He was stubborn but valued loyalty, so he immediately cursed. "You damned bastard," Lucifer continued nonchalantly. "If you say that the demon world is protected by balance," Asuga shouted loudly, calling out his enemy, Lucifer. He still replied arrogantly, touching an old wound. "Asuga, there's no need to get so agitated. The wound Page gave you probably hasn't healed yet." Asuga paid no attention and charged at Lucifer. He raised his hand and, as if judging casually, said, "Now I can easily kill you with one hand." Just as he was about to kill him, a mysterious power poured down and an explosion echoed, filling the air with smoke and dust. Lucifer watched blankly. When the dust settled, Lucas appeared, having saved his former business partner as per their agreement. Lilith was with him too. Asuga, momentarily moved, softly called out to him, his eyes moist. Just as he was about to complain about the two, he cut him off. He briefly confirmed that they were in cahoots, thus getting the answer to the strange feeling he had felt for a long time. Before Lilith could even deliver the news of the 3 dead lords, God intervened and said coldly, "There's no need to look for them. They're all gathered here," Lucas firmly commanded Lilith. "Lilith, take Asuga and leave here," she shouted. "What?" he explained in more detail, as if returning the favor. "Those two conspired to strike me, so I should return the courtesy." Asuga struggled in Lilith's arms, being dragged away, shouting, "I don't need anyone." He still bragged that he was fine, but he had been on the verge of death. Lilith, annoyed, scolded him as she carried the heavy burden. "Stop it, don't think you're small." God raised a finger and the barrier immediately closed, trapping the 2 demons. Lucas shattered the containment barrier with his eyes and fragments of the barrier scattered. He stood in front of the 2. He frowned, recognizing the result of God's authority over space. With space shattering like glass, he shouted, urging his comrades to leave quickly, saying they were only getting in the way. Lilith hesitated for a moment, replying awkwardly, but Lucifer had already turned and blocked their path, trying to trap them. In the end, he was surprised as Lucas created another sun to delay time, giving Lilith a chance to escape. When the sun disappeared, Lucifer returned safely, and Page slammed the ground, injecting glowing power into his feet. He thought he had caught him. A flash of light and another person appeared. After an explosion, Lucifer breathed a sigh of relief and quickly pulled out a demon general as a shield, and that demon general was riddled with holes. While Lucas was still standing blankly, God appeared behind him, sighed softly, and suddenly stabbed him in the shoulder. The angle and power were enough to finish him, but it was clearly just a tease. Blood splattered, and Lucas let out a scream full of terrible resentment. Lucas's arm was shattered into pieces by God, and he sobbed in pain. God watched him struggle and said, "You're mistaken." Lucas retorted angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lucifer appeared and said something to God about Lilith. Running away was the right decision. God softly said, "You missed your chance," Lucifer replied mockingly. Calmly, "It might take a while, right?" On the other hand, Lucas gritted his teeth and regenerated a new arm. And when the arm was complete, he gasped for breath, exhausted. Lucifer mockingly said that the will of the flesh was shaking his consciousness. But he conceded that his mental strength was surprisingly strong and firmly said, "It's best to kill him right here, right now. Otherwise 3 superhuman beings will appear." God extended his hand towards Lucifer's belly, casting a spell and casually saying, "Yes, 3 of them is too many." Lucifer asked the Lord in surprise, "What in the world are you kidding about?" The Lord chuckled, mockingly calling him his friend, saying this was not unexpected. Lucifer looked back, narrowing his eyes, and asked if the Lord thought he could win alone. The Lord replied directly that he was only choosing the right moment to verify something. The Lord reached his hand into Lucifer's stomach, pulled it out empty, and said, "As expected, there is no divine core in your body." A surge of power erupted from Lucifer's body, sending Lucas flying. His arm transformed into a wing, and he laughed, criticizing the Lord for being more arrogant than himself and remarking that he had probably planned to verify this all along. The Lord's eyes turned yellow. He defended it as faith and declared that he had never intended to cooperate with other races from the start. The Lord turned and called Lucas Juman by name, expressing hope that what had just happened would clear up any misunderstandings and hinting at an alliance to defeat Lucifer. At the same time, Node was subjected to the High Priestess's sorcery. Yvonne shrieked in terror, seeing Node's life force being sucked towards him. Anastasia, startled, blew life force into the dead body to bring him back to life. This was the force of yin and yang. Node erupted, roaring that humans were mere mortals. His power sent the High Priestess flying, thankfully caught by Yvonne. She quickly turned back to thank him. Many thanks. Node stood high above, his entire body shrouded in dark energy. Below, everyone stepped forward, exclaiming that the dark energy was spreading again. The High Priestess rushed out, shouting for them to hold out until the sorcery was complete because his divine power was being restrained. Yvonne and Anastasia exchanged glances, both adopting defensive stances, ready for battle. As Node's power surged, he charged forward, punching Node directly in the chest and screaming. Full of resentment and exhaustion, he jumped, delivering another blow that slammed Node face first into the ground. Anastasia unleashed a torrent of magic. Immediately after, Node sprang up and blindly charged towards the High Priestess. Yvonne managed to intercept him, and the two locked hands, straining against each other. Yvonne gritted his teeth, hissing through his lips, and yelled directly into his opponent's face. You damned skeleton," Node replied, his voice dripping with sarcasm, asking how a mere human could push him back. He told him to know his place. Isabel rushed forward to assist, calling out her friend Yvonne's name. Just then, Isabel's power transferred. Yvonne exerted force, pushing Node back. He gleefully declared that he had reliable comrades behind him, while Node, on the other hand, wouldn't dare trust his back to God. That was the difference. Node snarled, "Just you wait, if all of them die, everything will be over." Yvonne froze his fist mid-air, stammering, "Huh?" A puff of black smoke enveloped the two. Isabel took the blow, collapsing unconscious. The High Priestess and Anastasia cried out in panic, both calling her name. "Isabel!" Anastasia rushed to Isabel's side, pressing her hand tightly against the wound and calling out loudly, "Isabel, wake up! Isabel!" Isabel suddenly stirred in her daze. She saw Pled lying nearby. A barrier surrounded him. She softly whispered Pled's name. In the divine realm, Lucas suddenly awoke, springing up and shouting loudly, making everyone around him stop and stare. Lucifer asked, bewildered, "What's happening?" Just then, a strange voice echoed in Pled's mind, "Kill them, destroy them, make them submit." Lucifer paused, stammering. The god beside him spoke, his voice calm. "Finally, he has entered the realm of the superbody." The god smiled, his eyes glinting with malice. Lucifer glared at Lucas and said sharply, "I should have killed you sooner." He lunged forward, but Lucas was a step faster. His counterattack broke Lucifer's wing, sending him crashing to the ground. Lucifer shrieked in pain. "Impossible, that mere human, he's just a fragment of a soul. How could he break my wing?" The god opened one eye and looked at Lucas, casually declaring, "Welcome to my alliance, Lucas Juman." Lucas seemed to lose control. His eyes widened as he lunged at the god, but was immediately stopped by an invisible shield. The god calmly stated, "Like a starved beast, and beasts must be caged." A spherical cage enclosed Lucas. Witnessing this, Lucifer burst out, furious. "So that's it. So your goal all along was to devour Lucas. I found it strange. The aura of so many Ashen Ones disappeared. And you said you sent them to the mortal realm, so that was a lie. Then there's no way you wouldn't have noticed, so you devoured them all." The god's face showed clear satisfaction. A snap of his fingers broke Lucifer's wings and he collapsed, gasping, My wings are all." He approached Lucifer, explaining slowly, "When I devoured Dia Linen, a memory entered my body. At first I thought it was Dia Linen's memory, but it wasn't. It was my memory. She was just a fragment that made me. At that moment I realized that all Ashen Ones originated from a single body." Lucifer gritted his teeth, spitting out in fury, "That's why you let that mere obstacle, Pled, survive." The god turned and replied directly, "Because my largest fragment was in him, but assimilating with a mere human like him is extremely annoying. So I needed to help him reach the realm of the superbody. I thought you would become my pretext." Lucifer looked at Lucas, who was screaming in the orb, and continued, his voice as flat as water. "But that pretext turned out to be a mere human girl in the mortal realm. No matter what, I cannot stand humans." Nearby, Anastasia kept shaking Isabel, calling out, "Isabel, wake up, Isabel." The High Priestess quickly approached Isabel and said, "Quick, let me." She concentrated her sorcery and began healing Isabel. Anastasia realized a crucial point and cried out, "That's right, just like defeating Node if we take death away from her." The High Priestess nodded slightly but still warned, reversing a human's fate with sorcery. "This is only a temporary measure." On the other side, Yvonne tightly gripped Node's neck, growling through gritted teeth, "Damn it, we need to finish this guy quickly." Node struggled, his tentacles coiling around Yvonne's neck and body. Yvonne gave a hollow laugh. "Who's going to finish whom?" Yvonne cursed in his mind, realizing he couldn't use his power directly since Node had dispelled the charm. Node's power erupted and he shrieked, "Die, you wretched human!" Just then, God leaned close to Pled's face, speaking as if passing judgment, then returned to the mortal realm. Lucas Juman. Lucas's current body contains the dragon god's divine core. Once I have both of those, my plan will be complete. He glanced at Lucifer, concluding succinctly, "Although it's not perfect, this battle will end with my victory, Lucifer, right?" Lucifer roared, "Do return to the demon realm immediately." In another place, Do spoke, pouring cold water on the situation. "I refuse. I'm afraid I must apologize, Lucifer. My plan ends here. She told me that God would definitely approach me. I said I would take this as an opportunity and definitely destroy his largest fragment, Node. Node would move in place of God, who was traversing the demon realm. So she told me to find Kant, Node's apostle. I knew you, Lucifer, were the one who made Kant Node's apostle, so I put on a bit of an act to find his location." Lucifer roared in anger, hissing each word. "Do you scoundrel, you conspired with that girl and betrayed me?" Du retorted mockingly, not hiding his sarcasm. "Speaking of betrayal, isn't that your specialty, Lucifer? But you're nowhere near catching up to yet." He crushed Kant in his hand and immediately Node writhed and groaned, a wave of discomfort washing over him. Anastasia cried out in alarm, "What is this? I'm trapped in black smoke." Tendrils of tentacles descended and Yvonne was released. Node collapsed motionless. Yvonne clutched his neck, coughing and stammering, What happened?" Anastasia watched Node, who was sitting slumped, her voice dropping. "Node, he's not moving anymore." Witnessing Lucifer call out to Du in vain, God smirked mockingly. "It seems your friend isn't listening." Lucifer furiously shot forward, but God caught him and swallowed him in a sphere. He cursed loudly. "You arrogant little wretch!" A gentle squeeze of God's hand was enough to make Lucifer explode into fragments. On the battlefront, Yvonne watched Node collapse limply and burst out in surprise. "What on earth happened? This scoundrel, is he sleeping?" Du's voice echoed, announcing clearly, "Node's apostle is dead and he has fallen into an eternal sleep." Yvonne spotted him and immediately yelled, "Du, where have you been all this time?" Anastasia also stepped forward, pressing him. "Oh, you killed the apostle, where on earth have you been?" Du raised a hand, signaling Anastasia to be silent, then approached Isabel to reassure the group. "I will heal her." He placed his hand on the wound and the skin visibly closed before everyone's eyes, and he explained, "I have rewound the time that her body possessed. She will wake up soon." The high priestess, unable to hide her surprise, pressed him. "Rewound time? How did you do that?" From behind, Anastasia spoke to Du, her voice already knowing. "I know who you are." Du replied directly, "I have the dragon god's divine core in my body." Lucifer consumed Satan's divine core to become the demon realm's regulator. Ultimately, he couldn't make that divine core his own, because the dragon god's divine core in his body prevented it, so he split it in half and transferred the other half of the dragon god's divine core to me. Anastasia asked. "Half," Du clarified. "I am Lucifer's other half." Yvonne, upon hearing this, shrieked. "What, you're on the same side as Lucifer?" Anastasia added, twisting the question. "You knew that and you still stayed with us?" Du mused slowly but clearly. "It told me all about what happened from the time of my ancestors, when I fell to the continent with complete memory loss. That was a crucial part of her long-term plan." She was even more startled, and asked, "Yit's plan?" Du continued smoothly. "My pure blank slate personality met Yit, Pled, Juman, Isabel, and all of you, and everyone shaped my personality in a direction completely different from Lucifer's intentions. I came to the conclusion that siding with mortals was the correct path." Anastasia still wasn't satisfied and demanded to know why. "What's the reason?" Du replied simply. "It's simple. Lucifer forcibly imposed his wishes on me. It allowed me to decide for myself." She said that true life is about deciding one's own path. That statement was far more convincing. Anastasia shook her head, maintaining her old attitude. "Honestly, whether then or now, I've never liked her." Suddenly, Pled stirred and woke up. Anastasia immediately called his name. Pled spun around, grumbling. "What's this? He's awake? He sleeps when needed and wakes up after the work is done. This guy." Pled slowly uttered an unusual sentence. "Let's fight you." Anastasia visibly flinched, noticing something strange, and cried out, "There's something wrong with him." Pled sprang to his feet, a blue aura emanating from his entire body. He roared, unleashing a punch directly at Anastasia's face, sending her flying. Yvonne shrieked in panic. "Anastasia, Pled, what are you doing, you bastard?" Pled snarled. "Vent my rage. I'll kill you, destroy you." He lunged and bit into Yvonne's arm. Yvonne screamed in pain. "Are you mad? What's wrong with you?" "Seriously," from behind, Du yelled, pointing out the situation. "He's entered the divine realm. He's in a state where he can't control himself and can only fight." Yvonne shrieked, calling for help. "What the hell is this? We need to restrain him. Everyone, charge!" The group rushed in to hold Pled down, but the high priestess was also thrown by him. Du took the full force of his blows, staggering. Yvonne gritted his teeth, raised his fist, and growled, "Stop it, you lunatic." But he too was crushed to the ground by Pled, trampled mercilessly. All of them took the hits. Pled mumbled endlessly as if possessed by a curse. "Defeat them, make them submit, kill them, destroy them." Anastasia awoke with a start, trying to call out, "Lucas, wake up!" God's voice echoed down, delightedly. "Everything is proceeding as planned, as expected." Anastasia's face turned pale as she saw him appear. Pled continued to shriek in a berserker rage, having stepped into the world of God. She desperately called out one more time, "Lucas, stop! Stop it, you bastard! Lucas, stop!" God extended his hand through Pled's body, smugly declaring, "Now I will reclaim what is mine." Lying sprawled on the ground, Anastasia watched everything collapse, her heart clenched. Despite all effort, talent, enlightenment, or obsession, everything became meaningless before that absolute existence. God's satisfied laughter echoed. Anastasia looked at the devastation before her, realizing with a gasp that the nightmare of 4,000 years ago had returned exactly as it was.